you send me the code again?
It should be the same connection.
It is not.
Okay. It's changed to closed default. Direct connection, copy. Anyone? Oh, my internet.
Cross, this is not me, man.
I think that might have been me.
That's the same code.
Yeah. It should be the same code. It disconnected, so it changed the settings, but we should be fine.
Okay.
So, did they fix the way? No, you have to do sneak attack range versus sneak attack melee. He is threatened, though. Oh, he missed.
The subtle approach.
Okay, I'm just about back. There we go.
You reconnected it?
Stuff happening. Here's stuff happening. Okay, there we go. Okay, now it's my turn.
Onward.
Nope, I can't do that. How's this guy doing?
Ooh. The guiding bolts.
Good phone. Shot. And oh, I can still move. Okay.
You have advantage on hitting the goblin boss because of guiding bolt.
This guy right here? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, 1 HP shy. He has 5 hit points left. It is what it is. Oh, the Eldritch Blast.
Can't slow down.
What is he throwing? Oh, throwing rocks. Stone throw.
Be quick.
Wait, Ross, you have control over him again.
Yeah, I don't know how to take that back right now. Ooh, the crit! Well.
Nice.
Damn, the crit! 33 damage.
Heading there.
The giant loot on your back is hilarious. I want to make an all-bard team at some point. Just everybody's a bard. I just want to get 4 people together and everyone's a bard.
How are we doing healing-wise?
I mean, our side is doing pretty alright. They blew the rallying horn, which gave every friendly ally that we have, like, a bunch of temp HP.
With that, I end my turn. Whoa.
Oh, they threw a healing dart at you.
Yeah.
So you took, like, a little bit of damage, but then you also healed from it.
Yeah, and I'm at max health.
Kaboom.
Okay.
Oh, the crit!
That was the last of them. Inside! All of you! More may follow! Open the gate!
Okay. Let me see if I can't give this back to you.
Okay, how do I...
Very well.
How do I...
How do I talk with this dude?
Session... Oh, here. This is how I transfer things back and forth. Ah, okay. I figured it out now. Here, you have Asterion now. Just link him to yourself, and you should be fine.
How do you do that?
It was in the session thingy. I figured.
That's what I wanted to do.
Yeah. Use your necklace's spell to try and talk to Dan on Arden, and if that's not working, just revivify him.
It's not letting me use the spell.
Revivify or the speak with dead?
I don't know how to use the item.
All right, give me the necklace.
There you go. I wanted to do it though.
All right, I'm sorry.
Cost me navigation AF.
Oh, he had the quest items on him, and that actually let me. Ooh, hello.
Cross.
Yes.
Can I have my necklace back then, please?
Wait. Let me speak with dead.
Why didn't it let me use that?
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not showing up on the spell book of things that I can do then. Because if we have the necklace equipped, wait, do we need to like attune to it?
Okay, can you send it back to me?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how it even works anymore. It used to just work automatically once you equipped it. Like, you would just have the ability show up in your skill bar, but it didn't do that. So I'm a little confused. Read. Ventures wanted. Seeks a night song for preservation. Only whatever it needs by. Arden's key. Scale mail. Alright. So that'll give us the quest as well. Okay.
Are we gonna go inside?
Yeah, let me just
Let's see
activate
what
this
this
rune
does.
circle real fast.
Oh, there's one over here, huh?
Yeah. I am finally a little over encumbered and moving very slowly because I'm carrying on so much shit.
Why not just send it to some of our other party?
Yeah, now that you mentioned that, that makes sense to do.
Okay.
There we go. I'm no longer overencumbered. Hoya.
Why does this keep happening?
I don't even think that was like a Twitch being finicky issue. I think my internet was just fucking...
Just a moment ago.
Yeah, I think that was...
Yeah, my internet did like a little hiccup.
Come on, Ricker. Now what? We dig a hole and be done with him?
We could say a prayer. We should have time for that.
Normally, when their leader's alive, they're arguing with him here. But, I guess it's just this
Aradin
now.
didn't make it. Pity. But he might have got more of my people killed, if not for you.
Cannon.
Thank you for your help out there. I'm Zevlor.
At least he doesn't do like a weird smile anymore.
Well met. I should warn you, visitors are no longer welcome in this grove. Whatever your business, I'd see to it quickly. The druids are forcing everyone out. This attack will only strengthen their resolve.
Why are they forcing you
There have
out?
been several attacks by different monsters. The druids blame us outsiders for drawing them here. Nobody's welcome anymore. They've started a ritual to cut the grove off from the world outside. We can't stay, but we'll be slaughtered if we leave. We're no fighters. I've
We
tried.
convinced the druids to stop.
Korga, their new first druid, won't even see me. You, though? I know it's not your business, but she owes you for saving this place. Perhaps you could persuade her for more time to prepare.
None of the druids helped guard their own fucking place, though. I'll see what I can do.
Let's not forget why we're here. No point in wasting precious time on a lost cause.
We'd owe you a great debt. If we're forced to leave now, we won't make it to the city. You'll find the druids at the heart of the grove. Please, make them see sense before more lives are lost.
Alright, I'm gonna sell some... actually, before we sell some stuff, I think there's something that's a little time sensitive. If we don't take care of it, she might actually die.
Come on, Ricker.
Now what? We dig a hole and be done with him?
We could say a prayer. We should have time for that.
Were we too late? No? No, she's still alive. I guess maybe it does require, like, interaction intervention, so it's not, like, purely time-based. Oh. Fucking bugbear.
Heading there.
Boosh.
No choice but to keep going. What path lies before me?
She's just fucking booking it. Oh, nice
You
shot.
have good timing.
Hell yeah.
Never been much of a fighter, so wrestling a bugbear would have gone poorly. But you're not here for heroics, are you? Avernus's stench is all over your skin. Let me guess. Your devil mistress sent you to get her soul coin back. Too bad. I earned it, fair and square.
If you possess a devil's artifact, leave it in my charge.
I'm going to be chased all over Faerun for this damn coin, aren't I? Fine. Take it as a grudging payment for the rescue. Now leave me in peace.
I really like her shirt.
True to its name, holds
Oh, I
a
succeeded in an
soul
Arcana check?
inside.
Me? -1 intelligence,
Serves
me?
in the Nine Hills as very valuable currency.
Very valuable. It's just 5 gold. I'm encumbered again.
Why don't you give it to things?
I'm moving. I keep transferring stuff over to her, but like I just keep getting encumbered easily, you know. All right. Next time I make a paladin, I'm gonna
Not
make it
now.
a tiefling.
Please.
I wanna.
Have some respect. This really isn't the time to talk.
I really want to know, Gabagool. I really want to know how people would react if you were a tiefling. I actually never played a tiefling yet. I always end up gravitating towards, like, more humanoid characters, one way or another.
Refugees, adventurers, no one in years, and suddenly we're overwhelmed. Well met. And thank you for beating back those goblins. Most brave of you. Is there anything you need? Act fast if you do. The ritual will be complete before too long.
What you
Just
selling?
some bits and bobs I no longer need.
What are you selling?
You already
What are
gave
you
it to her, though.
buying?
What the fuck? That's hilarious. Okay, so I went and I talked to her,
Yeah?
and she, she said she was giving me the coin because I persuaded her that we were kidnapped by the mind flayers.
Uh-huh.
And she's like, except someone's pickpocketed me. I'm like, you
Yeah,
gave
so
it. I watched you give it.
usually what would have happened is that, you know, if she doesn't have it, it's because you know, people coordinated and it was stolen from her. So that's her reaction was reasonable given her specific circumstances. But the reality is that it's
you were given it.
she just fucking gave it to me. So I don't know why she's saying that.
Wait. Oh, there he is. Okay.
They can be weird about those things. I have a bagel for camp supplies.
I should probably sell stuff too.
Yeah. Don't sell food, because food actually matters, because those are all camp supplies. And you can also just raw consume them for, like, health if you really, really get desperate. But, yeah. And any other things can be used for, like, potion works and whatever, but we'd have to, like, look up recipes. Oh, he's out of gold. He does have a +1 leather armor you can buy from him, but it's kind of expensive. I'm gonna buy that shovel from him, though. Uncommon one-handed hand axe.
Hello there, Mochi.
Sylvanas, guide your path.
And then move all that stuff back to the paladin so we can sell that off.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Can't slow down.
Twitch do be wildin'. Always has been, baby.
Damn goblins. Like the sight of blood, do you? Thought you'd have had your fill at the gate. Might be more blood spilled yet if Zevlor starts in on the lectures again.
You are to blame. You put his people in
And what
danger.
about our people? Half the crew's lying dead back in that ruin.
You
Even
attacked
Newland,
it.
His first contract, and we land him in a goddamn
Are you-
goblin nest.
You're the one that took the contract.
Fought the stupid bastard. Like I never trained him better.
I'm guessing that didn't end well.
He must have thought we were following. Always the optimist was Liam. Hope they cut him down quick before he saw we were gone.
They literally just abandoned their fucking... Oh my god. They kind of got everything that they fucking deserved, huh?
How much gold does he have?
I'm waiting on someone, and you.
How do I tell how much gold he has?
Good to be back behind the walls, have to say.
I might have ended up taking all of his money from selling all that shit to him.
Give it back, kid.
I already told you I don't have it.
A crime's been committed, and this guard's decided to investigate. It seems you're free to go.
Wait.
I haven't
This
done
is white
anything.
armor.
Why did you get mad?
This is white armor. Why will it encumber
way.
me?
Have you disposed of, like, the other stuff that you have?
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Better be cautious.
Think it.
Best keep your hands.
That's not what I wanted. Oh my god.
That's a friendly-looking shadow.
Wits and blades always sharp.
Not in the mood to talk right now. It ain't you, so leave it.
Just out of view. All right. Time
I have
to
a
scout
skull.
out.
Not for communal use.
Void bulb.
Yeah. not making it
How
easy
much
for
further
me.
can I go?
Whatever. Why are they all gathered or fucking around that thing all of a sudden? They weren't there before, man. Shit.
Doesn't taste half bad.
I had the key, I opened the box, I deserve the loot inside.
Thanks for fighting off my selection's pretty slim.
Disgusting.
I had to leave most of my equipment in Elturel.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to buy that helmet. Negates crits? I don't know why the fuck they made it like that, but that's broken. I need that.
No, still these torches.
Hmm. Alrighty. That helmet. Now I can sell that ruby. Inspired.
Should I sell the light crossbows, or should I get rid of my hand crossbow?
That's up to you. Hand crossbow has shorter range, but has oh no, I'm stuck in like okay. Hand crossbow has lighter range, but has the benefit of eventually you can pick up a feat. And what that feat will do is that it'll give you the ability to attack as a bonus action with your hand crossbow. So it's got
Oh, I have
like
a goblin scimitar.
there's options. You've got things. Butter bro, why?
Looking for steel? I have, well, something close.
1. 2. 3. 4. 5. Wow.
God. That's so expensive. Why is it so expensive?
What?
It cost 600. It was 600, and now it cost 1140. I pissed him off, didn't I? I can't buy it.
Last thing I wanted to do before I go to my phone all-nighter mode. Mwah.
Ross,
Yes.
I can't buy it.
What is it that you even wanted to buy?
It was the armor.
Okay, hold up.
Well,
Time to press ahead.
I'm coming. What was it that you even wanted to buy?
it was the leather armor, the plus one.
The plus 1 leather?
Yeah, that you talked about.
Yeah, it was like 1,000 for me from like the get-go.
Oh.
Need anything else?
All right, let me
Of
see.
course.
I sold some stuff, so I do have some cash.
You're not the only one.
Yeah, 1,260. Ooh. Why can't we just get studded leather? Like, why does it have to be magic? Like, the way this game handles its economy is just really confusing. I honestly don't get it. Did you sell a bunch of food to him?
No. Why?
Okay. He just had a bunch of food on him, I guess.
Do you want me to buy the food?
No, we're good on food right now. We don't need to spend money on things that we don't necessarily need. Here. What do you mean characters insufficient? Where did all my gold go? Oh. It's...
Wait, it says I have 16... Trade.
Wait, I'm so confused. What's happening? The armor disappeared from his inventory. Didn't let me buy it. I think the game is just wigging out.
No, that's because I'm
Subathon.
holding on. I'm trying to barter him.
No, you just care about your stupid apprenticeship.
If we left, we could
It's fine.
make a run for it. Right now.
For now.
Pals, we can't just leave. They're kin.
I'll not gamble our lives, our futures, on people who are as good as dead.
Can we all just take a moment, please?
What's the point in blazing spells if we don't bloody use them? These people aren't fighters. We can help.
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
Where the weak have need, the strong have duty. Stay.
Just like I was saying, I don't want all these lives on my conscience. We need to stay.
Zerg. Fine.
So I can succeed the check just by being a paladin.
If we survive, it'll make for a good story, I suppose.
Thank you, Roland.
That didn't give me any XP when I did it that way, though. That's kind of annoying.
We should have. Instead, we're just sitting here. And what about we will end? Our best chance to make it to Baldur's Gate is. You are looking at Yes, that Laroica. His name. Few can match it. In years to come, you will.
No fortress, and we're no warriors.
Sweet.
Wait, so what?
Pouch.
You found a pouch in that thing?
Swift as my feet can carry.
Yeah.
I'm going to kill so many goblins.
Oh my god, gold and a malachite.
I am gonna go to that one dig site from earlier and see if I can't get the whatever the fuck's inside. Separating the party. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Technically, we can go back to that ruins from before where we met that skeletal man, and there's like a magic spear that we can get from a crypt, like on the other side of that doorway. Because we went left through the doors and talked to the thing, but we could also go. We could also zag right instead. And Fernando, yeah. What do you mean? What do you mean? What happened to the stream? What's wrong? Wait. The stream is up. It should be fine. What's happening? Did something go wrong? Is something weird? It says we're still live. Stream is fine. Yeah, I would hope so. You're fine. I thought you were streaming earlier. No, I've been. I have some time to myself right now.
How do I teleport across?
You can interact with the sigil and then go to a specific location. Ooh, there's a chest. 48 gold and some thieves' tools. Nothing too crazy. All right, I'll hold on to that. I'll have to hold on to that thing though. Yeah, Cross hasn't stopped streaming since yesterday. Yup. For better or for worse.
Better not be cursed.
All right. Oh, you wanna try and get that magic spear in the ruins?
Sure.
Yeah. Let's go inside.
Oh, hold on. You have to like get this block to drop, right?
You can, because that would open up a pathway for us to drop down into, and would have potentially distracted all those people from earlier. But we didn't think about it during that time. It's just like it gives you like other angles of opportunity is what it does. Sorry, I can't stay for you. Gotta go to bed already. Hey, no worries, Fernando. Mwah. Appreciate you stopping by, man. Why the fuck are the doors like closed, but you can just fucking walk through them? That's weird. I don't like that.
Wait, Cross, where are you? Where are you?
I went through the same doorway as before.
I went through that doorway too, and I cannot find you.
Hold up. There's another doorway in here that you can go through. Over here. Right. This way. Behind you.
I'm encumbered.
There's more than that one merchant. We could drop off more stuff. Bum bum ba bum bum ba.
Do you want the javelins I have?
I haven't figured out how to use them, so not.
Do you know how to use a
really.
Morning Star?
Yeah, but like I have the magic fire greatsword that so I haven't really had a need. I'm just holding onto a mace and shield just in case, like we encounter like an enemy that's like specifically resistant to slashing. But like aside from that.
Okay, should be good. Yep.
Alright. Come to me. This way. And we go through this door. Right here. Yeah.
We went through that door, though.
Yeah, so we went left, but there's also a right side here. This one doesn't even require a lock. So the interesting thing about this one is that there's a bunch of traps in here. We want to perceive things. Hopefully, we make the rolls, and we want to find boxes to cover that shit with. Oh, we're all failing some of these checks. Hopefully, Asterion finds that one. Nope. Okay. There's got to be a crate somewhere in here, unless they change the way it works.
The text on the plaque is a mystery to you.
I believe it's here, but I don't know if that's big enough to block it. I'm gonna have to run around, try to find the other ones.
Trap.
Sufficiently heavy objects or disarm. DC 10. I can't be the one to do this. Oh no! Wait. Oh my god. Well, this is gonna be fucky.
Something over there.
This is unfortunate. That did not work as intended.
Looks like a trap there.
Okay, so if I... shift this one step at a time...
It won't move.
I can cover the trap there. That other trap has, I don't think that's... I think that's gone off once, but it might be able to go off a second time, so let's
Pick
move
up
this
this
other
one.
crate. No, I'll... You like picked it up.
Be wary.
Place
This
that
place
on
is
top of
trapped.
it. Just drop that on top of that. So yeah, we want to be covering the traps.
Looks like a trap there.
So the problem is we need more objects to cover that shit with. I might have to go back into the previous rooms and bring some crates over. Or we could use these ornate little opulent chests. You know what? Pick up. Fuck it. I can carry that. There's probably one where that boss is, so I'm gonna take a gander.
This
and,
space?
yeah, if you could move out of the way there.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's big and heavy enough to take care of that. Let's pick that up.
Be useful.
Will these open up if we open the sarcophagus?
Yeah. So that's why we're trying to cover them up. We can also disarm them manually, but I wouldn't be able to manage that very well. You would have to be the one to attempt it.
I don't have the disarmed.
I mean, disarming is just toolkits, which I can hand to you. I'll give it to Asterion. Asterion will have proficiency for sure.
Yeah, could you hand it to Asterion? I'll have him do it.
Yeah, I'm handing over that and Thieves' Tools. And then I will try to grab, cover the other ones.
No, I'm good.
hopefully the chests do work
That
for
one's
what we needed
gone. Okay, let me have him go disarm this one.
to.
I'm disarming this one.
No. I covered it. Don't worry.
Oh, well.
Okay. So, let's have everyone leave. And then, come out. I will make a... I'll even burn a spell slot, just in case. For heroism. In case I get hit. Okay, that failed to block that thing.
Fading fast.
So, that one thing... Okay, that one that we couldn't see, we couldn't cover it properly. So that one's the danger. But I might still be able to live it.
Do you want me to heal you?
No. I have health. I have health. Just leave turn-based mode.
How do I do that? Oh, here we go.
There's no time to waste.
Leave.
It's getting dark. Can't hold on.
You have to do that on Asterion as well.
Oh.
I need help.
Can't afford to stay idle.
I'm slipping away. Help.
It's not letting me.
Just end turn on both your characters.
What the hell's going on?
I'd be terrible at a game like this, just constantly feel the desire to loot everything that's not nailed down. Yeah. It's rare, though, to find a room with, like, this many traps and shit. Yeah, fuck it.
God damn it, it's not doing anything.
Just end turn for your bard
I can't.
and... Oh, that's weird.
A long way to go still. What's next, I wonder?
Why is this happening to us right now? Could you try hitting shift enter?
Shift enter?
I'm ready.
Nothing's happening.
I think this is it.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I ended my turn.
I wonder what the next move is.
The fuck?
Okay, this is
Won't last
being fucky.
much longer.
My faith
It's got both me and Asterion locked in turn-based mode. Okay, I'm gonna leave. This menu.
Heal
Yes.
me, or I'm done
I'll be back
for.
in a second.
Okay, what is happening right now?
I don't know.
Okay, let's...
Are you gonna leave too?
No, I'm gonna make a save.
God, this is so jank.
Why is this, like, this is just being jank for no reason? Alright, you know what? Let me try reloading now that we've saved. And maybe that'll reset the instance somewhat and actually make this viable, workable, usable.
Hey.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Please. Help.
Why is it even in turn-based mode right now?
I don't know.
The Watcher's Guide. When the spear misses the target, next attack roll has advantage. Alright.
Cross, did you hit the leave turn-based mode?
What am I to do?
I hit it on both of them. But I also hit end turn on it, on them both.
I think this is it.
God. This is so weird.
What is happening? I've never had this specific trap be this buggy before. Oh, also, Ray Ray, your gloves? You're a non-believer. That thing will, bane you instead of... Yeah. Instead of, your enemies. So that actually is,
Who do I give those to?
No one. They're actually useless. They're kind of a joke item.
Oh.
Yeah.
Won't last much longer.
What's next?
Wait, I'm also something. I beat you, yeah.
So all of both your characters have hit end turn though, either way?
Hold on. Let me make sure.
I need help.
Yes,
I don't
both of
know
them have
what's
done
happening
in
right
turn. Equinox!
Hey, what's up, egg boy?
We're dying here.
Why?
Because we're trying to get out of this turn-based mode and it's not working.
Yeah, the game is not cooperating with us.
The fuck? Now it's like, are you the one that's spamming that?
Yeah, trying to get anything to happen right now.
Yeah.
Heal me, or I'm done for.
It's like nothing's happening. Fuck, man.
Have you clicked on the individual portraits and hit end turn on both of them?
Yes.
Then
yes,
what?
I have.
Please.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave again. I'm gonna shut down my entire game and let it reload again.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Okay, then Shadowheart
what the next move is. A long
being
way
a
to go
problem.
still.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Hello again.
Fading fast.
What now?
End turn.
What's next, I wonder?
Oh my god, why is it so lagging? End turn. This is a
long road ahead.
single player game. Why is it like doing this?
No time to rest.
I'm gonna just...
I'm ready.
Wait. Is my character
I'm
there
slipping
still?
away.
Yeah, I mean the character's still there. So everyone's
It's getting dark.
hit
Can't
end turn.
Hold on.
So I think the problem is that
I think this is it.
I don't know what the problem is.
Nice.
I'm
The confidence with how you started that sentence compared to how you ended it.
Shut up.
You know, the problem is I have no fucking clue.
Okay. I'd say you probably just want to restart your game, Cross.
Yeah, like I think we actually just hard restart the game, see if that fixes it. Early access is a death. Alright. Every time you type, it's so blindingly loud.
Squats, bitch.
Ah.
Get some movement in. You haven't done anything in a while. Nope.
2, 3, 4, 5. Baldur's Gate, why are you taking so long? What is this? Please. Actually, please. Play anyway. I don't care that your Steam wasn't able to sync. So blindingly loud. How is sound blinding? Don't worry about it. Synesthesia is one hell of a drug. Don't worry about it. I will kick you out of this call.
Hello there, Mouse. Nope, nope, nope.
Launch the game? Can we? Okay, there we go.
Get to stay here with me, baby.
Okay, so let me try loading it and see if in a solo instance I can get it to like function, and then once I get it to function, I will re-invite you. Because this is being not helpful for no reason. Usually it's not very bad about this, but right now it's being really, really not cooperative.
It's been like fucking up.
Yeah.
Okay, well while you're doing that, I need to go do the dishes real quick, so.
Okay.
My mom's like, you have to do the dishes, and I'm like, okay, I get it. In the middle of playing games with Cross.
Okay, your turn. Exit turn-based mode. No?
You might need to go back to a previous save.
I'm worried about exactly that, yeah. Load. Where's the most recent autosave is like a little, like way too far back though. It's like a, where was it even? Where was the last autosave? Let's see. God damn it.
God fucking damn it. I'll be right back. I need to go take care of the dishes real quick.
Alrighty. Please, game. I just want to play D&D with my friends. Please. Please. I'm begging you.
Play D&D with us.
Can you, like, really stop? Oh my god, the last load is before the goblin fight!
Goblin fight? Like a mind goblin?
Just moved him to a different call. He gets what he fucking deserves. Goddamn. I'm just trying to. Okay. Your turn. I am prone and unconscious.
Let's move. What am I to do?
Cancel end turn. Cancel end turn. Look, I'm willing to work with you here. Cancel the turn end, then at least something. Give me something.
Never a dull moment. All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
My faith will guide me.
Alright. We like actually end
Wits
turn
and
into turn?
blades always sharp.
Heal me, or
Okay,
I'm
so
done for.
the unconscious thing hasn't. So the unconsciousness hasn't actually affected me. In like a negative, like I'm dead terms. But I am currently on the ground, unconscious. Game will not exit turn-based mode. Fuck. Baldur's Gate 3 won't exit turn-based mode. It may be your animal familiar is causing trouble. You're controlling it. Blah blah blah. If it does kill it, combat will end. Apparently, you're screwed afterwards. Resummoning animal starts combat again. Save reload doesn't help. Camping will not help. Okay, so whatever it is, we're just fucked from just that. We'd have to reload an entire earlier save. So the current save is just fucked. So if you save it in a fucked state, it's just in a fucked state. It's a game-breaking bug. It is what it is. You know what? It's fine. We'll work with it. We'll work with it. We'll do a little workaround. We'll reload the previous state. And then I'll just blitz through the battle. The best I can. The best of my abilities. Because, I don't have very many other options. Cause I ain't fucking leaving. Alright. Spellbook. Paladin. Prepare spells. I think I will change command out for, like, Shield of Faith. Yeah. So let's separate everybody.
Need to find a way forward. Can't risk being in open view.
Alright. Meanwhile...
Open the bloody...
Oh! Whatever. Everyone's a bit further back than I wanted them to be. But that's fine. The good thing is that Aradin is still alive this time. And we got the early rally. Literally just everything went a little bit better this time. He critical missed me and he still did damage? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what?
Moving.
Can you just hit them? For fuck's sake? You're in stealth. They can't see you. You get sneak attack. Oh my god. It's not giving it to me. Alright, fine. Let's get the guaranteed kill. Well, that was awful. Oh my god. Okay, so for some reason, this game does not handle stealth as an actual stealth. Stealth doesn't give sneak attack for some reason. It's fucking weird, but that's whatever, it's fine. I mean, not enough movement. What the fuck is... Okay, what is even going on in this game sometimes? And that didn't click on the... Wow, okay. What the... The camera angles, I swear to God. What is happening? Why is this breaking? What was that? Ooh, the Eldritch Blast! Honestly, Eldritch Blast animation looks so sick.
No escape.
Wait. Oh, he's not dual-wielding daggers. Ray Ray. Ray Ray, he's a rogue. Give him another dagger. Please. Please, Ray Ray, give him another dagger. I'm begging you. Why is this breaking? Easy question. Early access? Also true, yes. Can you stab him? For fuck's sake?
What path lies before me?
Alright.
Another fight. Let's go.
Oh my god. Maybe I should have just smited.
On the move.
Maybe I should have just smited.
Witness the might of
Ow! Wait, did I burn a spell slot for that, or was that automatic? These are very important questions that we need to ask right now.
over here.
Oh, she made him an arcane trickster. I just realized. I was like, where's my extra bonus action? Am I not a thief? I realized now that no, I'm not a thief.
One day, I'll catch a break. I wonder if this is worth the cost. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
That did take my spell slot. I didn't want to Hellish Rebuke. It chose to do it automatically. Yes, ask please. Ask for everything. What the fuck? Just wasted my spell slot over something that I didn't want. It should all be set as ask by default, like for real.
Where is that bastard?
Alright.
Here we go.
Activate that super fast. Hiya.
What's hiding here?
Alright.
Okay.
Welcome back. I had to redo the goblin battle because
fun.
that's how far I had to go back. You'll have to excuse me as I just rapid fire through a couple things.
And then you can get me the
There are
code.
children here, you fool!
Yeah.
You led them straight to us, and you let them take.
Did Equinox go?
The humans
Oh,
aren't
did the guy
twitches.
survive this time?
He's
Yeah, he
about
survived
to
this time.
blow.
Oh my god, natural 3, are you fucking joking? Well, we failed that check. We have inspiration, fuck it. We'll just go again. Yep, natural 16.
You're right. They're worried about you. Enough! At least.
Alright. And then we'll rescue the bugbear situation. Hiya.
Have my character talk to her though.
Alright, sure.
And do persuasion because she'll give you the coin.
Be quick.
Oh, the crit!
Blood
Go,
comes easy
Asterion.
these days.
So the cleave will reach him, but not the... Oh, come on!
Time to push my luck again.
Alright, Asterion. Sneak attack.
Sounds like fun.
Oh my god, why you missing?
You have good, but you're. Let me guess.
Uh,
Your devil mistress sent you to get her soul coin back.
she's talking to the
Too
paladin
bad.
instead.
I earned it, fair and square. I'm going to be fine.
It's fine. I got it anyway. Also, do we have a second short sword that we can give Asterion? Because he can dual wield those. I don't think I came across any short swords. Plenty of daggers, though. I think you might have the only short sword at the moment.
Yeah, I have a shit ton of daggers.
No, you have
too.
2 short swords. He can dual wield short swords.
Let's
so.
go. Looking ahead, moving ahead.
All right. And I will start offloading a bunch of shit. And then once all that's set in, we can redo the joining. And it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Equinox.
My god.
That was close.
I can't escape.
Far too close.
He was trying to set up his own mind goblin joke, and I refused, and I can't escape.
Is there anything you need?
Is that why he left the call?
No, I moved him out of the call because he was winding up so hard for it. I'm like, bro, I can't right now. I can't right now.
Supplies to support everyone.
How's Coco
Nettie could
doing?
put you to right. Just some
He's
bits
doing
and bobs
alright.
I no longer need.
He's doing okay. They just need to let you be able to use the javelins as your offhand range. I don't know why it's not set that way as by default, and it's kind of an issue. And you wanted that +1 leather armor for your for Asterion, right?
For me or Asterion.
Yeah, okay.
But it's expensive as hell.
I actually don't know 100% if I'll be able to afford that. We could
I
try.
have a shit ton of gold.
Yeah. It's, I don't know if I have that gold right now. I mean, worst case scenario, we can move things around and dip into some other stuff, but it's alrighty. There we go. I also had that gem. I don't know why I have a stuffed bear, but it feels like that'd be important for some reason. I just don't know why.
You're at exact cross.
Potion of invisibility. Ooh. Oh, that's tempting.
Sylvanas.
I will give that armor to Asterion. Because Asterion is a fucking rogue, but has an armor that gives disadvantage on stealth rolls for no fucking reason.
Equinox said he was setting up an anti-joke, not a detached joke.
I can't trust that. I'm sorry. I love you, but I can't trust that.
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
I've been burned too much.
Thank you.
Equinox.
Okay, so how did you find that thing in the?
You have to talk to him. Talk to him as my character.
Yeah, sure.
Better perception than you do.
No, we just walked by it and the perception was automatic. That was alright. That was alright.
Can I have the code, please?
Oh, sure. Wait, which one is the session? Session manager. Direct connection. Anyone with a direct connection, copy. And then Ray Wabam.
Hope the goblins aren't smart enough to poison their blades.
And then in the session, you have Asterion control. Yeah, that'll work.
For 3 days. And you quit in the middle of your shift.
If it ain't the fearless Goblin Slayer, you sure you want to be seen with me? I ain't exactly popular with this lot.
Might be if you demonstrate more honor in your dealings. Oh, he doesn't have a voice line back for that for some reason. I guess the paladin voice line stuff is a little broken at the moment.
Aye. His name's Halsin. And if he's still alive, he'll be cursing the day he laid eyes on me. We've got a contract to track down some relic. Didn't work out, though. Goblins got him when we were turning tail. There's a gold ain't any use if you're too cold to spend it. I'd give you... All I've got's the contract.
Okay.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
I might need to borrow some cash from you later because I bought that armor for you.
Thanks for fighting.
Because this guy's got a helmet that negates crits for some reason, despite the fact that that's not how helmets work in D&D. I mean, I'll take it. Oh wait, I actually do have enough money right now, so I don't need it right now. But yeah. Okay, everything's good. Everything's good. Hell yeah, gamer. Scale mail +1, that doesn't really help me. Mace +1, short bow +1. War pick, ooh. Pike. Bloodied great axe. That's a little tempting. Okay, so.
30-20.
Hey, nice. Urchin, protect your own. Bloodied great axe. 1d12 +3 plus a d4 slashing conditional. Okay, so the conditional is that you have to be below 50% hit points, though. Yeah, no, I'd rather stick with the guaranteed Gabagool. All right.
Hope the goblins aren't smart enough to poison their blades.
Why, hello there, sweetness.
It's Auntie Ethel.
The talk of the... Thank There isn't. Auntie Ethel will sort you out. I've
Following the child.
You take a sup of that and you'll feel right as rain, sweetie. Oh, 'tis just a heat. You just... I'm sorry to go on about it. But I want... The what? But... My...
Something doesn't add up about this one. Don't tell her anything.
What is it, Petal? What's wrong?
There's nothing wrong, I swear, everything's
As
fine.
you wish, Petal. No, do you
Sussy,
need anything?
sussy old lady.
I have a few... Hey, bother.
Show me your wares. Ooh, the Spell Thief. Once per short rest, you regain a level 1 spell slot when you land a critical hit. Whoa. Wait, that's kind of huge.
What the hell did I do? I hit a button.
Ray, if you've got 700-ish gold, you might want this bow that Auntie Ethel over here has. For Asterion.
There we go.
We're exposed now.
Why am I doing a look down? This is freaking me out, man.
Fancy a best to fill your belly now.
What the heck?
while we still...
What did I hit? Okay, help.
I think I
Why?
What did I hit?
What, where are you?
No, it's not. It's. This is what I'm seeing right now, Cross.
All right. Let me see. Oh yeah, your camera angle's gotten a little fucked.
How do I fix it?
Try switching to your other character and back, maybe.
Hold on.
Ah, I'm Zevlor. And you're well met. Whatever this latest attack
Tactical
will only
camera.
strengthen. We can't stay.
There we go.
But we'll be, perhaps you could we owe you you'll find.
I have something to ask.
You're the
Where are
one
you
who
at,
helped.
Cross?
Yeah.
Oh,
Did that help?
What the hell? Where are you at?
I went into a side room and I'm just
Is it
going through
this
some
one?
free stuff. Tongs and a hammer, sure. I'll take that.
Where did you go?
There's a secluded chamber over here through a stone door. I'll come out. Give me a second. You
Oh, stone door?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
coming out. See, I'm right here.
How long until Roland shows off his thunder wave?
No helping it. We're exposed.
There wasn't anything like super important in there. I did pick up like the option to like try to rescue someone. But that's
There's a
it.
child who went into a rock crevice back there that I want to find the way in, so.
I think I know the way in, but I'm gonna worry about that later. I'm gonna head.
He stole a
camp real
locket,
fast.
apparently.
One
He's being a
second.
smug bastard about it, but why is... Oh, that's why he's not
I'm
following
ready.
me.
Whatever it takes. Seems
Okay.
like a good moment to talk.
What is it?
I'll look for you
If
here
you're
for
sure.
now. I'm sure. And then Lazelle, come with me so that I can level you up and also take your armor.
Talent on it is action, not
Where are you, Cross?
I'm in camp. I'll be back. Just give me a second. Battlemaster or Eldritch Knight. She doesn't really have the intelligence for an Eldritch Knight. She's just gonna make her a Battlemaster. Menacing attack, pushing attack, rally. Disarming attack. Drop the weapon they're holding. When it misses, expend, retaliate. Pushing, menacing. Trip, prone. Yes. And reaction. She strikes me as a selfish fighter. And then she'll get jump from her Githyanki heritage. However, take off that half plate and give it to me.
Still alive, so that's
It's mine now.
Indolence breeds madness.
And then you can have my old armor.
Enough waiting.
And anything to cry home about, but you actually look kind of decent in it, so it's alright. Oh yeah, I look good! Okay, back to Sylvanas Grove, because she also has a side quest here. if I remember correctly. That's like one of her leads. Gabagool? Gabagool.
Open up.
Oh, we didn't loot all the goblins up here. Cross being a loot goblin? Look. I'm just making do with what we got, alright? Alright? Look how good I look in her armor, though. Sheesh! Look at me. Sheesh! Now that's one hot mom. Oh, you can see my ass. All right, well, you can literally just see my fucking ass cheeks. What the fuck is this armor, dude? Holy.
Oh shit.
What? Why, what?
I started some plot.
Well, sometimes that do happen. You're taking care of some plot. I'm taking care of some plot. Don't even worry about it. Everything's fine.
Right.
Oh, thank God for my +6.
Another one. My friend's blood.
I rolled a 5 and I needed a 10.
Rip me open too.
In Kresh Kalir, a formal greeting begins with a bow.
Is this monster with you?
Hold it, Lazelle. I'll see them.
You dare interrupt? Has the tadpole ravaged your senses?
I'm wearing your armor and you're wearing mine. All right, we fucked. Okay, you shut up.
Bow.
It's the most awkward bow I've ever seen. Lower, she says. Look, she's serious, man. Get on your fucking knees if you gotta.
You saw another Gith. Where?
On the road to Baldur's Gate, near the mountain pass. Saw us for we saw it. Jammed its blade through Yul's belly. Straight to the other side.
No twisting. Kin must have been in a hurry. The map. Show me. Up. You can keep your innards.
Why is she so mean?
The locals prove compliant. A useful trait.
Talking to a goblin.
What comes
the
next?
Teeth sling was clear.
Who's in jail?
If there are Githyanki
Oh, you're talking to
that
the jailed goblin? Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Cannot wait.
Her nose is so small. Yes, she's a Githyanki. Did you say insight check? I have just need a 7. Not 15.
Lazelle's eyes drift downward.
I'm not sure we should try and trust it.
A strange sensation courses through you, and your companion's mind
My story about it.
unfolds, secrets half revealed.
I have to use the Illithid check? Oh no. My descent to madness begins! She's not gonna like that. She ain't gonna like this.
See yourself through Lazelle's eyes. To her, you are already a mind flayer. A monster in all but appearance. A shiver runs across your mind. You feel sated.
Are we finished?
I'm accustomed to saying, but you think I'm an abomination.
And so you are.
Okay, Cross.
The tadpole infects
I have
It
3
affects you
options.
too.
Fear not.
Yes.
Should you turn,
This will
I
affect
will
us.
simply cut you down.
Do I help the goblin get out?
Holds the safest.
I mean, look,
It
I'm
will
not
kind of
there.
suit it.
This is D&D.
I know.
That's
I
entirely your
know.
decision.
I know. I'm just trying to. Okay, Cross, most of the time it's just me trying to talk it out loud, so shut up and just listen to me talk. I helped the goblin get out.
Very well.
They're wanting to burn their
Chatter
goddess's name
already?
across the entire continent, including the grove.
You believe
cool,
you can
whatever.
survive without me?
You already told me what I need to know. I'll find the priestess myself. You'll rot in the cage.
What?
Or, not a chance, you rot in that cage.
Alright.
Or leave.
I mean, no matter what, I think she's gonna try to be.
The next move is.
She's not necessarily a good goblin. I don't know if there's anything redeeming that.
Yeah, I'll just go with.
Let's try this way.
I'll find the priestess myself.
All right.
Never wanted the easy path.
I got us additional information with Lizelle. I will pick up the Warlock companion, I guess, because why not? Honestly, Warlocks are pretty good in this game because you're guaranteed 2 short rests, as long as you decide that you want them, without it seeming to affect anything. I'm gonna look into it too. I'd like to use Warlock. Warlocks are sick. Dude, the Eldritch Blast animation is this, like, black bolt tinged with, like, this turquoise green, dude. Fuck, it's cool. It's cool, man.
Children!
Oh, shit, look at me walk.
Go on. Give
My
me a
character's
shot.
mommy as fuck.
Not bad. Again.
He's like borderline bullying the child.
Hey, keep focus. See how I used your own force against you?
I can't do it.
Dude, you're not even teaching him anything, man.
Of course you can. It just takes time. I didn't become the Blade of Frontiers overnight.
Alright. It's tragic to see this young bearing blade, but you're an expert tutor.
Benevolent words in bothersome days. Allow me...
The borked ass
The man's
camera
smile
angles.
bends downward, and his thoughts become yours. An unknown face commands your
Dude,
mind.
look at my thighs peeking through that armor though. Mwah, chef's kiss. Hell yeah, gamer.
I'll be damned to the hells. You were on the
Tutor
ship.
straight up said skill issue. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was. Ooh, look at my thighs.
Listen, I've been having the strangest dreams since the crash. I haven't turned into a mind flayer just yet, but sooner or later, my luck will run out. Been thinking I need a healer, and I reckon you've been thinking the same.
Oh, dude, you can see my fucking cheeks. Dude, I'm caked up. Let's go.
Cross, I swear to God, man.
Sooner the
I've
better.
been waiting for this druid Halcyon to return. We better go find him before we start growing talent.
Let's
Excellent
group
idea.
together.
But I have a
Go on.
Look at these. I've got frontier justice, I call that.
Go to my camp and wait
Splendid
for
plan.
me. I can't promise anything right now. Promising anything right now seems a little dangerous. Put some pants on, you lewd fox. No. Can't make. Ooh, wait, 3 gloves.
If we left, we could at least make a run.
Free strength saving throw boost. Sure. And I got gauntlets. Look at that. Dude, look at my character. I'm swagging right now. Hell yeah.
He's still staring right past you. You see nothing out of the ordinary. When you turn back, there's no trace
Oh
of
no,
the
he
child.
pickpocketed you!
Eh.
Ripu.
I don't know what he pickpocketed, but it's fine.
Can you unlock this? That chest? Either you or Asterion could do it. When I join, what's the? Am I gonna join this one? What's the plan? If you want to join us right now, just to mess around in, you could take over one of the characters and just kind of get like a feeling for the game. But I was planning tomorrow.
24, good God.
Yeah, I was planning tomorrow that you and I would start our own campaign, and then we play the Gabagool. We just make characters. Still doing something? Yeah, no rush. No rush.
I want to learn a trick too. It's something only I know.
Hold out your hand, mister. Let me show you something.
Ooh, fancy sleight of hand trick.
Take this ring. It's lucky.
That was a fancy trick.
You haven't seen anything yet, mister. Go on, take the ring and watch your fortune change.
I have no sleight of hand, but I have a +1. Give me guidance, please. Please.
I was gonna give you.
No, I'm not gonna make it no matter what.
Cross, I was gonna give you a.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I can fail it. It's not a big deal. I don't want to waste my.
Hard luck, mister. But like I said,
Mister.
we can change that. Watch. Call it. Heads or tails?
Heads.
Heads it is. See? That's the kind of luck you get from one of my lucky rings. I've got more where that came from. Real cheap, too. Interested?
This is an absolute scam. No thanks. Let me see your other wares, though.
One sec. That's what I got.
Oh no, I got pickpocketed too. Rip.
Yeah, you did. The child was like, I'm the guard.
Ripu. They pick my pockers. Okay, it's fine. We can get that stuff back. It's not a big deal.
Nothing caught your eye, huh?
Oh my god. I failed another perception check.
You realize your bag feels light.
Now I notice.
You were just robbed.
And you have to be a small folk to get through that.
I can't fit through here.
You need to find another way in, which there is, but I don't even know what they took. I actually never figured out what it is that they even take.
Damn it! We could have taken those guards.
I'd rather you not get eaten by a bear.
The druid. And before the coin has heads on both sides? Yeah, pretty much.
Give him a chance.
I got a lot of Christmas presents for my mom. They're all better than Pokemon Violet. I mean, low bar, but yes.
Korga's orders. Keep back. Force my hand and I'll show you its claws.
A moment, Giona.
What? Oh. I understand. You. Apparently Korga wants to see you. Go ahead.
You there! Hello!
Ah, it's Volo!
Ah, my good... You were at the gates just now.
I got Animal Crossing New Horizons calendar. Ooh, new placemats. I mean, lots of stuff. Yeah.
A few questions, if you please.
Nice
There's
nice
no overstating my interest. Glory. Now then.
Memory foam pillows.
How would you describe that particular batch of goblins? Size, nature, distinguishing qualities?
You search your mind, successfully recalling various details of goblin behavior.
I love the drastic two differences that you can respond as a bard with. Yeah, you know, actual like a lore, you know, bard of like information, like these are history, and then you can just like fucking blow it out of proportion.
A scholar after my own heart. Spent much time among goblins?
Oh.
Uh-huh. I've always preferred experience to the second-hand accounts of lesser men. But to each their own. Now, I've a few more questions, if you don't mind. And the dragon they had marching in the rear, was it of the brass or silver variety?
Dragon. How gosh.
It was a gold dragon. I'm gonna do that one.
A gold dragon! How marvelous. Thank heaven you were here to specify, or I might have recorded a bold-faced lie. Last question.
He would have done it anyway.
Did the attackers rally to the absolute when they fell upon the gates?
I love his animations, though, I will say.
They did, didn't they? Oh, curious. Oh, curious indeed. I've interrogated one.
An
a
elf
captive in this
board
very
game?
camp.
Elf?
She reports they've abandoned their god Maglabiat in favor of someone called the Absolute.
Animal Crossing New Horizons Monopoly embossed canisters. I'm sorry, canisters set?
Oh,
canisters of what? I didn't know canisters could be embossed.
These goblins are informed by a kind of strategy anathema to their kind. I, for one, intend to get to the bottom of it. I'm just preparing to head to their camp as we speak, in fact. If you'll excuse me, I ought not to door roll.
His clothes are like really like rustly.
My friend, every story benefits from a dragon. Until we meet again.
He's confident because he's got an invisibility potion, but like 4 big guys across the room.
Okay, where do we go?
Well, the person inside the grove, if you look at the minimap, you can see that there's like a little yellow square, like closer to where I am. And that's indicating like the next quest area. Canister for the storage of food. Yeah. So like if you're confused but you see like a little yellow square on the map, that means that that's what you're looking for.
I'm talking to the bird. What are you doing, Cross? Okay.
It's a potion of greater healing. I had to. It's too good to not. If it wasn't like a really good potion, I wouldn't bother. Here we go. Oh God.
I'm sorry.
These tiefling kids keep robbing people and they're getting what they fucking deserve, but like...
A poison?
But at the same time, like, chill.
And I will cast out every stranger.
Bite the snake? You don't sound like Majesty, Cross.
You mean parasite. She
Bite the snake?
Drinks our water, then steals our most holy idol in thanks.
Yeah, she kind of fucked up.
Lock her up. She remains here until the rite
like,
is complete.
Punish her, sure, but like...
Devil. Tila is
well, this is fucked up. This is fucked up.
Come, Koga. We took back the idol. Surely...
Do it.
Oh, you can just read her fucking mind with detect thoughts right now. Hold up. Wait, that's sick. Read her mind. Peer deep into her mind.
I'm not gonna do. We have to roll that.
I believe in you.
Fine.
It's okay, it's okay. Use the inspiration until you get it. We have 3. We have 3. Read her mind. Take the inspiration. Roll again. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about! Ooh.
Halcyon is gone. I am first druid now. I will take control and prove my authority.
Okay, now the bard response is very good, I think. Ooh, expertise as well. You beat the natural check.
22, baby.
22. She's so power hungry.
The words of the Tree Father, spoken plain. It is as you say. Sifisif, Tila to me. Out, thief. My grace has its limits.
Thank you, Korga. Master Halsin.
Halcyon isn't here. Keep his name off your tongue, lest Tila pierce it.
Woo! And we got that inspiration back.
Go on. Say it.
Yep, I'm gonna
You
say
think
that.
I'm a monster?
I have a noodle
Yes,
cooker and a skillet.
you would
Ooh.
say so.
Stocking stuff to the brim with
I know
candy.
your
Super
kind.
long cable. I can file have it lightning
You see
speed
only
anywhere I want with my
villains and
phone.
victims.
Nice.
A viper bears her fangs, defending her brood. I call her mother. You call her monster. No matter. I took back the idol of Sylvanas.
I thought you were talking
and the
about
right is
cooking the.
resumed. We will seal the
Oh
grove,
no.
free from harm, free of intruders.
Not like this. I want to point out that they're kind of in need of some help.
And mine perish if he stays. You showed great mettle at the gate. The mettle of a skilled sword for hire. I want you to provide your services to Zevlor. Offer to guide the Outlanders out of the grove. I'm sure they'll reward you well. They're to be gone before final prayer. If they are not, the Viper must strike. You will do more than speak. This tale ends but one way. With the Outlander rot cleansed, and the grove forever shrouded.
Alright.
By letting that child escape without consequence. We might as well have lain on the ground and let them trample us.
No time for Danny.
Can I open this door? Ooh, I can. What is this place? Oh, the servants' quarters. What?
History or myth, whatever is depicted here.
I found something cool.
The fallen plaque?
Yeah.
Plaque?
The towers, you see Vank the Fallen, the inscription. She and her druid.
I wasn't allowed to make a check.
A victor.
You didn't have to. I didn't have to.
It said some religion check failed. Also, as a quest objective here, talking with Nettle over here. Gonna require a little bit of persuasion. I could handle it, but also.
No, I'll come over and just.
Yeah, you're better.
Where?
This way. Oh, when did you get up there?
I climbed.
What's the name of this game? It is Baldur's Gate 3. It's D&D 5th edition. But like, as a
So
computer.
Her name is Nettie, not Nettle.
Yeah. Well. Yes.
Can't afford to stay idle. Onward then.
I see you. Just give me a moment.
This medicatrix.
More or less.
It's up to her now. Life or death. Now.
She chooses death.
What was
Pecks
it you
Nettie's
needed?
eyes out.
Good enough to tell there's nothing obviously wrong with you. Tired, maybe. If we're all a bit tired.
Oh my god, it's 10:30, 10:40. When did this happen?
A tadpole. A mind flayer tadpole. I'll do what I can. Come, follow me. I might be able to help. Need to be quick. This way.
In her way. I was in her way.
Darkness cloak me. Onward. I'll go this way.
Oh dear.
Rather too common as of late. At least that's what Master Halsin suspected. A pity you got me instead of him. He understands these things. Studied them. Still, we have options. Of course. Now, tell me what's been happening. Any symptoms? Strange events? Victims can identify each other. Not that the others know they're victims, of course. How'd you pick up the parasite? Halsin was desperate to find where all this was happening. A mind flayer ship? But Master Halsin was sure. Look, you've been straight with me, so I'll be straight with you. You're dangerous. If you transform here, we're all dead. But you seem like a good soul. You deserve a chance to save yourself. This is a vial of wyvern poison. Swear to me, you'll swallow it if you feel any
Oh,
symptom.
interesting. If you're like completely honest with her and just tell her everything, she doesn't poison you and instead just gives you the poison instead.
I hope it doesn't come to that, but thank you. Here.
I'm used to having to make like a persuasion check to
You
get
know,
out of it.
I've spent my life treating folk and never
Either
once
that or
saw
that's a new
mind
thing they
flayer
added.
infection. Then suddenly, there's dozens of you.
I'm like
Maybe
you, Cross. I'm not trying to hide shit.
Master Halsin and I were tracking them, studying them, trying to figure out what the hells was going on. Because you should all be changing. There should be a small army of mind flayers out there. But you're not. Weird powers aside, you seem perfectly normal.
What do you mean should be changing?
Mind flayers reproduce by infecting someone with their parasite. 7 gruesome days later, the victim transforms and a new mind flayer is born. The thing in your skull, though, it's different to anything in our records. It's one of their worms for sure. But this one gives you powers. Telepathic connections. And it doesn't turn you into one of them. Not yet, anyhow. Hard to say, but there's a lot we don't know. Infected, folks like you, have been converging on an old temple of Selûne, and I've no idea why. When Master Halsin heard the adventurers were heading that way, he saw a chance to get answers, joined on the spot. Whatever he found there, he didn't make it back. I think so. I hope so. I've sent birds to find him, but they can't get close without goblins trying to shoot them down. You, though, you're one of them. Technically speaking, I mean. They won't kill someone carrying their parasite. If you can find Halsin and get him out of there, we can discover what he learned. And perhaps he can save your life. How's that sound? The way I see it, you have two options. Halsin, or that wyvern poison. I don't envy your choice, truly. But this is the hand fate's dealt you. I can't make any promises. This is like nothing we've seen before. But I know this for sure. Master Halsin is the only one close to understanding these things. He's your best bet to survive. Otherwise, that vial's your only option. Thank you. It would mean everything to the Grove.
It might even resolve the actual issue in the Grove right now if we rescue Halsin.
Yep. But I needed to be a little more skeptical.
All I can say for sure is they all went to the old temple of Selûne, and Master Halsin didn't make it back. Good luck out there. And if things start to go bad, remember the vial. Remember your oath.
Oh, I should have let you done this, Cross. Oathbreaker, man. What is this explanation point above my head?
Shouldn't have wished to
that
live in
means
more interesting times.
our NPCs, our crafted characters, can have like a short conversation with each other.
Oh. Where's your
Usually it doesn't really change much in the big picture. I'm coming back towards you. I was on my way out, but
I need to read this letter. Track the druid, find whatever burrow he runs to, and report back to me. Remember, you're only a scout. Do not engage, not kill anyone. Simply observe and return. I shall decide what we do next. M.
Rune of the Bear.
How do I talk to you?
I must have gotten too far away while it wasn't. Yeah. It happens. It's fine. They would have had like 2-3 lines. You remember, like in that temple where we're like, oh, these people didn't want to like go of their wealth even though they were dead. It would have been like a small thing like that. It wouldn't have even been like our characters like cinematically talk with each other, which is kind of sad.
Pussy.
No, that was my
Oh, that was your bot.
Yeah, that was the Discord bot. I don't know what happened. But come this way. Come.
Where'd you go?
This way. Towards the east.
Back to where we came from?
Yes and no. Do you hear something when you come here?
Yeah. Why?
Sounds pretty, doesn't it?
Oh my god, Cross.
Does it sound pretty?
Cross, you're a whore.
What?
Is it a siren?
Singing.
Does it sound pretty?
Cross, I'm not going to that fucking beach.
Well, if you don't, a child's going to die, so...
Oh, well then never mind.
You can stay on the upper path if you want.
Nope, I'm saving a child.
Ah, snap, why? Yeah, like I said, you'd be saving a child.
Can I talk to this child, please?
Listen.
Dirty Cross? Why?
Don't
What?
you hear it? It's so peaceful.
A sweet melody plays above the waves,
Fuck, I
beckoning
clicked the wrong
you,
one.
drowning out all logical thought.
Wisdom save. Or Bard performance. Ooh.
20!
Oh my god, let's go.
Let's fucking go, man.
Let's fucking go.
Suffocating yearning suddenly fades as the spell breaks. You are free.
Keep performing, keep performing. Oh, you have advantage now! Let's go! Not 20! Let's go!
Why am I wet?
He pissed himself.
Harpy.
you have to make a save like every fucking turn against
Oh,
their fucking
shit.
styles.
That's not what I meant to do.
Ooh! Ooh! The flyer!
Somehow I hit space, and that just skipped it completely. Which is
Oh
awesome.
my god, I missed.
Let's end this.
Uh-oh. The kid's been lured again.
Alright.
The one singing is over here. If you hit it, you might break her concentration.
This one?
Yeah. Oh no.
Where's the kid? The kid's fine right now. I'm gonna heal Asterion. Oh! Ooh. I'm gonna do tease hideous laughter. I keep forgetting I have that. Okay.
Yeah. No. Sneak attack the one you're right next to. Melee sneak attack. Yeah. And you can also follow up with your offhand weapon because you're dual wielding now. Yeah, nice.
Oh wow, 1 damage.
These boots have seen everything.
It's the plan. Have to keep going.
Stop singing, bitch. Ah, shit, she saved.
Hell yeah, kid.
Run, kid, run! Get out of here! Fucking harpy.
That work?
No, she made the save.
Asterion needs healing again.
Oh shit, high roll. Or level 2, I can't tell. I could have healed with what's her face? With
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
Alright, get the fuck over here, you piece of shit harpy! Attacked. You know what? I will Divine Smite. Oh, not enough to kill it. Okay, I will have to set it so that it doesn't Divine Smite unless I crit. I thought it was asking me because I crit, but I realized that was my mistake. Oh, come the fuck on! How is that one harpy not getting hit by anything? And it maintains concentration. I fucking hate this bitch. This bitch is the worst. This bitch is the worst.
Yeah, go kid.
He's running for his life. Oh my god! What does this thing AC?
I did have disadvantage though.
It was out of your range. that right? Yeah. Oh, and AC's only 13. We're just really unlucky. And Cozy, mwah. Thank you for the 2 gifted. Appreciate it, baby. Oh, gosh. She's gonna need to start healing.
At the ready.
Oh, it's just doing this right.
Fast.
I'm gonna try tease again. Oh, it worked! Let's
finally
go.
Oh, the music changed because she's no longer singing. Nice. Do you know why? One. Ah. 2. Ah. 3. Ooh. 4. Ooh. 5. Ah. Ooh. Ooh. After this fight, I think I will have to call it a night, though. I wanted to check up on Coco, make sure he uses the bathroom. And other stuff. Oh! The crit!
Don't waste a step.
I saw that.
I'll have to go back up here.
Darkness, protect me.
Sorry, I couldn't join tonight. Hey, no worries. You're good. He is, you can sneak attack it again because, he has, guiding bolt on it. Not that you need to. It only has 5 hit points left.
I don't have the ability to do that.
Yeah. Oh.
This guy?
Take commendations? Yeah, true. There we go.
It fell! Look at that ragdoll cross!
We did it! Check their nests and see what they had. Urchin slaying the Piper inspired. Nice. Ooh. Another inspiration gain. Who cares? Yeah, take a ribcage, why don't you? And nothing says I'm a hero like taking a ribcage. Ooh, polished dagger. What is that? Polished dagger? Stamped with a stag's head. Symbol of the Emerald Enclave.
Where are you at, Cross? Oh, there you are.
Yeah. I got a dagger, but it's not magic.
Where are you at, babe?
See it. Just a bone. Nothing to cry home about, I guess.
Come over here so I can use my Song of Rest.
Yeah. I'm coming, I'm coming. So So did that take? Oh, that did take a short rest, but it gives us extra healings on the short rest.
Gate Astarion? A sweetheart,
I
perhaps?
see.
Not one in particular. The city is a veritable.
You must be eager to get back then. Slimmer pickings out in this wilderness.
Oh, I found a bard here.
Damn it!
Dance upon the stars tonight. Smile and pain will fade away. Words of mine will change. No. Become. Words of mine will turn to ash when you call the last light down. All the love I can't repay, rest and know that I will pray. Farewell, my dear old friend. Wait, that's it.
Am I the only one that can't hear anything?
No, I hear it.
I can't hear it.
Oh, you can't hear it?
I gotta unmute stream.
She's doing the full ass performance for me. What an adorable fleabin tart you are, oi! I'm you, but stronger? Yeah, probably. Mwah. Yahoo! Welcome to the stream. I love her horns. Yeah, I'm gonna make a tiefling for my next character, for sure.
I just had my music turned way down.
I love how even the NPCs are just kind of like smiling and enjoying it. It's good. Horns are nice. They make great handlebars. Exactly. Pristine.
Wait, what is going on? Does this help sealing the grove?
No, she's just performing. It's just a pretty sight.
No. I saw things growing.
I didn't see anything grow.
Oh, it might have just been the way the animation looked.
Yeah. That was cute.
Thank you. I was having trouble finding the words. It's been so long since sorry. Damn it. I don't usually. I'm all right. I haven't finished a song since Lihala died. I haven't played at all, if I'm honest. She was playing her lute. We didn't hear the gnolls coming. There was so much blood.
Wait. I'm not the one that made her cry, alright? Ray engaged conversation. I didn't do anything. I just sat there and watched. Hordes will probably be very awkward IRL. Angled weird, you can't sleep. Bumping them against something would be a lot of pressure on your skull. Also, it would be heavy. Balance would be awkward. Yeah.
Sound, the feel, the thrill. But when she died, it was gone. Until now, I'd forgotten what it was like. That itch in my fingers to perfect a song. The Weeping Dawn will be my gift to her. Thank you. I needed this.
Onward in her name.
That was really cool. Oh, there's a chest here that you can unlock.
Let's move.
Probably a Asterion.
Yeah, I don't have any picks on me.
Does he not have some?
No,
here.
he has them. I don't.
Yeah. I'll pass a set to you just in case, because you never know if anything happens.
Well, thank God for that 7.
I'm ready.
Oh, a hat.
Ooh.
Cap of Curing.
Cap of Curing. Bardic Inspiration also regain hit points. Yo, that's for you. That's for your bard. Hell yeah, that's amazing.
Just put it on.
Ooh.
Yo, what the fuck?
Classy. Your hair gets deleted though.
It does, and I hate it. So.
I mean, well, it's not completely deleted, but it's like pulled skull tight.
There we go.
You can make it so that you get the hat benefits without it being visible, so it's all right. Did we figure out where that kid went off to once we rescued him?
No, but I can.
We should try to find him.
It's gonna be. Find your belongings.
Oh, also, we need to talk to the people, the girl that we just rescued. I will initiate conversation this time.
Find Donnie.
Like that again, and I'll feed you to a knoll.
Mom.
We need to see Mole and Donnie.
Stop it.
Our little Hellion told us what happened. Thank you. Don't know what we'd do without
Where'd you
her.
go?
Remember that girl that we saved from the snake? I'm talking to her parents right now.
Yeah.
Know that if you call, we'll come running, no matter what.
No more light-fingered antics, right, Arabella?
Yeah. I mean, thank you for helping me.
She didn't agree or promise, so she's just gonna do it again. Oh, wait. Chimera's locket. What'd that do? Dancing Lights cantrip necklace. It's alright. DC 10.
Mole.
Natural 19. 25! Jesus.
Watching his hands, you realize he's miming opening something.
Chest or door? Tell me. DC 10. Natural 13. Dirty 20, baby!
He nods, then reaches for a concealed hatch.
Where's
Thanks for showing me the door, man.
That's Donnie.
Yeah.
His eyes flicker to yours for an instant.
Oh, hey, I need to talk to him. Because I was the one that talked to the kid.
Hmm. Oh, I think he also might have a worm in him. Or...
His eyes flicker to yours for an instant, then away. as if it hurts to look at you.
Or maybe he wants to learn how to fight? Question mark. I can't tell.
Then do we have to talk to Mole first? Well,
we need to talk to those kids and get our shit back.
Well, no, it's for the kid that we just saved. It said talk to Donnie. That's him right there.
Save the refugees, defeat the goblins, investigate the beach. Yeah. Okay, so us saving the kid is probably related to it. Maybe they would have sent us to go looking for him, but we happened to find and rescue him beforehand, and so we've opened up a slightly branching path, and or we've skipped the requirement of going to find him in the first place. Just come down the hatch. My character looks good. My character looks so good.
Okay, we have to find a way through the crack in the wall.
There's a hatch right here.
Where?
There, I'll come back out. Right here.
Where the hell are you?
The waiting's getting to me.
Right, right.
If we left, we could at least make a run for it.
Ray. Yeah, right here. Yeah.
Have to keep going.
And Magnique, Yahoo! Welcome to the stream. How you doing, cute?
That's Mir, Con, Zaki, Mole.
Yep, Mole's right here.
There is work to do.
My kids say you've been... And I hear you have a problem.
Yeah, y'all stole shit from me.
A few things are missing from your pack. Is that right? I heard you helped Melly with that locket. I owe you for that. Mercon says you got him out of a tight spot with some harpies. Gotta say, I'm impressed. You saved Arabella from the druids. Don't know what those bastards would have done.
Maybe you shouldn't be stealing from them in the first place.
Saving up for a better hideout when we get to Baldur's Gate. Why? You planning on telling me stealing is wrong?
Yes. But yeah, no, we're streaming until New Year's Eve, until New Year's, like until actually New Year's. So we're gonna be leaving stream on. We're gonna after the end of this, we're gonna be swapping over to we're only sleeping, with like a video on in the background. Just gonna be vibing. Kid just listing stuff off as you stare blankly at her. Yeah, right. Yeah, she's. I think number one, no sleep, only game. Well, I need to check up on my dog, make sure he goes potty. I want to get a little bit of writing in before I sleep too. Just a little bit of casual some.
Sure, Sylphie probably grabbed them by mistake. Here you go. Won't happen again.
Your character's so expressive, Ray. Your character's facial expressions are just so expressive. Guidance. DC 5. I mean, it was a little risky. I mean, little risky without guidance. You still had it, just a little risky without guidance, you know?
You got it. Now, we done here, or what? I do, as a matter of fact. Revenge. You saw what those bastards that run the place were doing to Arabella, scaring the precious mite. I want to steal that big, shiny idol they're all chanting at.
Oh my god. Literally, she almost got fucking killed over it.
The thing is to get it away from them. That ritual's gonna get us all killed. And we can sell it once we get to the city. A thing like that's gotta be worth a small fortune.
I mean, you have invisibility, right? We might be able to pull it off.
Yeah. I'll see what I can do.
Be careful. They look as brittle as old bark, but they're vicious. Anything else?
Aha!
What?
Trading.
Oh, she acts as a vendor? Mm.
Yeah. She's got a scroll of hold person,
Time to press ahead.
arrow of darkness,
fancy.
potion of speed, thieves tools, which I would like to take.
Doesn't hurt to have extra thieves tools here and there.
Here goes nothing.
Oh, she wants the wyvern poison for the thieves tools.
No, we kind of that's an insane bunch of extra damage in case we need it in an emergency. Let's not give her that. There's a lot that, you know, we could feasibly, you know, trade and not have it be an issue. The wyvern poison, on the other hand, is pretty unique. And,
no, hold on.
Yeah.
Lemon.
It's the whole ass lemon.
Yeah.
Out of sight, out of mind. Better be cautious.
What do you mean I have sufficient gold? Insufficient gold. I have 39 or 319. Or wait, then maybe that's what she has.
Another step.
It might be that she doesn't have enough gold to buy shit.
No, I don't have enough gold. I have 49.
You only have 49 gold right now? I've only got like 270.
Never a dull moment.
I need new pockets to pick.
I get rid of
Seems
2 of the
simple enough.
crossbows.
Tight fit. I won't be getting back in that way.
And the great club, because we don't need that.
Oh.
I'm gonna get rid of the javelin I've got as well.
Wait, what the fuck? So I stepped outside, and for some reason your character is here.
The fuck?
Yeah, we got a fucking doppelganger right now. Okay.
Those dirt kissers would let us.
Lives are at We could help each other. Fight the goblins together. Instead, these fools are trying to chase us away.
Zamp.
Cool. Why do I have a pit pockets bag? Whatever.
Hello, Petal. Need anything?
Show me your wares. At some point, we're probably gonna want to buy that bow here. There's a bow that once per short rest, if you get a crit with it, you gain a first level spell slot back. And both with your bard as well as your rogue, you're gonna be using your ranged weapon decently often, you know. It could end up being really good.
Take care.
Oh, I made it out of the crevice. Okay.
Nice, nice.
And we'll have a dog, right?
They don't allow them in Baldur's Gate. Cats, though?
No dogs
A
in
little
Baldur's
orange
Gate?
cat.
What?
And a house with a little door so that it can
Are you
come and
back
go
home
as
at
it
camp?
pleases.
A high fence to keep eavesdroppers out.
No, I was... Yeah.
Oh no, you're up top here.
Yeah.
Thanks.
What about you? Big plans for when you get to the city?
We've had enough rough to last us a...
Good luck to
Those guys want to go back to the city. Where the fuck is Shadowheart? Oh, she made it out. Alright.
What path lies between?
How long do you think we've got before the goblin...
Oh, wait.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
We don't know if, about siding with, the druids or not, but they did want us to at least talk with Zevlor here. Let's see what comes of that.
Yeah. Where is he at?
In that stone door. Here, I'm talking to him right now.
I heard what happened. If the druids are this far,
Didn't you want
so
me
we
to
can
talk to him?
risk
I've got the
violence
persuasion,
here.
man.
Oh,
I also do have some persuasion.
But there's still,
I'm just...
I won't. I hear that he
Lord
seems
Ross.
confident he can do it. I take it
Depends, can you pay
I
me?
suppose so. We don't have much, but we'll scrape together.
Sure
Of
it's enough,
course,
then?
we'll be ready to lead.
Okay, so we needed to update him on the situation is like all it came down to. So now we'll go and deal with the goblins because that would also not only help the druids, it'd help the tieflings and also the druid theoretically, yeah, and the children, yeah. But the druid then would theoretically be able to help us with the mind flayer stuff. Although the kids also kind of want you to steal that idol to interrupt the ritual, which we could make a save and try to see if we can't handle with invisibility right now.
Well, but here's the thing: is that if we do have, where are you going?
I clicked slightly off.
Okay, we're going to go deal with
the guppies.
The goblins. Show on map.
They'll be
Okay.
this way.
That's super far from here.
Oh yeah, before the goblins, there's a little thing that do up this way.
Are you invisible?
No, I'm up here. You're gonna have to jump. It's Z. That was a little Harper's little Harper stash, which is gonna have some loot here for us. Although probably you're the one that we're gonna need to interact with it because if I remember correctly, it does require a little bit of dexterity.
Where are you at? Oh, to the right.
Yeah, up here. Ladder here.
What's inside?
So, a little...
That might be worth a look.
Yeah, a little rocky crevice here. We need your bard to interact with that.
Let's get on with it.
At the back of the crevice lies a bag covered with spiders. A shiny gold coin pokes from its mouth.
Wait, guidance? DC 10? Got this. Uh-oh. That's guaranteed.
Inspiration.
You can't inspire yourself. Just,
No.
Oh, the reroll inspirations. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Reroll again.
Here we go.
That's what we're talking about.
The creatures clutch the pack possessively. You have no doubt. A spider egg is nestled within.
Oh, we can just soothe the spiders as a bard.
One by one, the spiders retreat to the rear of the crevice, lulled by your murmurs.
Oh, that's fascinating.
You stash the bag. Something clinks among the coins.
Yeah, so now you also have a spider egg, which you can throw out, and it'll explode into a bunch of summoned ally spiders that'll help us fight whatever the fuck we're fighting. So it's pretty neat. Not super necessary, but it's neat anyway.
Okay. Alright.
How much further can I go?
So, we are headed that way.
That's too big of a fall in my opinion. Wouldn't recommend that.
Yeah. Right.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, it's 11:30. Let's get to the boar. Let's get to the part with the boar here, and then I definitely have to call it. Actually, I want you to be the one to direct that there.
There's no time to waste.
Best get going.
What am I interacting with?
Me.
Just walk this way.
Just straightforward?
Yeah. If I remember correctly, there should be a little... No? It didn't... Oh, I guess that didn't happen for some reason. Don't worry about it. Just come here and make sure you, make sure that, Asterion joins us, because, he's nowhere to be seen right now. Yeah, because he's still up there, because you need to actually make a jump action to get down here. Yeah, once you have Asterion join us down here, we'll call it for now. Superhero landing, negate the fall damage. Unfortunately, don't work like that. I know that because Shadowheart took more damage. He's still up there. You're gonna.
Why is the not following me now?
It's because this to this requires a jump, and so he, yeah.
These tracks, goblins.
Alright. And we're all gathered up. Okay. Let me save. We never went back down for that one cave with that. You know what? It doesn't matter right now.
Oh shit, it's 1:30. When you were like, oh, it's 11:30, I was like, my brain wasn't registering the 2+ hours.
So I don't own Baldur's Gate 3. You're gonna have to download it. Remember we'll do the GOG thing right now. Gabagool. So just go to I did. Oh, okay. So Ray's gonna have to explain that to you because she figured out what was wrong. Something's weirdly wrong with it. Yeah. It'll just take you to the store page for like 0 reason.
Yeah. So Kozak, come in here real quick.
Yeah.
I pull up the launcher.
You can also command armies, and there are many dynamic systems outside of combat.
I'll show you.
Honestly, Mountain Blade does classic Elder Scrolls better than Skyrim at this point. Kingdom Come Deliverance has also made more than a couple cameos in the comments section of my Elder Scrolls video on the topic of combat, and for good reason. Well, it's unrealistic to expect Bethesda to have delivered a combat progression system like this for Skyrim.
This is what you see,
it would
right?
not be unfair to expect them to start taking notes from this for Elder Scrolls 6.
Oh, I'm doing it from the
There's also the topic of hit chance-based combat.
Launch,
you can argue in my comments
down
about
level.
whether or not it belongs in games, which is really weird to say. It's like,
launcher.
some people like that, so why would you say it outright doesn't belong in action games? I want dice rolls in a game where I'm in the head of my character, not looking down at them from heaven like Pathfinder. What was I talking about? Right, hit chance combat. Consensus seems to be that if you added some feedback, like a dodge animation or a glancing blow sound effect, that the system wouldn't be too bad.
Owned games.
After all, it conveys player progression from a novice to a master in combat, while also providing a fast-paced combat system where there's an imbalance in levels. Like, fighting ordinators takes a while. They are high-level religious warriors. Okay, fine, on topic. Oblivion seems to be an awful middle ground of the two systems. A combat system that
So I should log out myself?
combat while
Yeah.
team numbers grind
Yeah.
against each other. This is definitely the rock bottom of melee combat
I made
systems.
an
So to get us
account
moving
and
on,
then got
because I don't
the,
think there's a definitive right answer in
thing,
this
and
case,
apparently,
I'll tell you what I would
at
do
some
if I was
point,
made
I
lead
had
designer
also
on Elder
had,
Scrolls 6 and was tasked with making the melee combat
Cyberpunk
good. I would
already.
add more enemy variety and more
not
move
Cyberpunk
variety.
the game, but like
I
some
wouldn't pull
additional
too much from Dark Souls since it's purely a
information.
third-person experience. I would lean more
That's an
towards a
odd thing to
Mountain
have.
Blade style of
Yeah.
having cardinal directions for attacks. That way the system can work in both first and third person. I would also tie stagger chances into weapon skill differentials rather than perks. So instead of shield bash stunning enemies
I
to
need to
death,
do
you have to actually be
Genshin.
better in terms of skill numbers.
I'm gonna have to do
than
that
the
too.
enemy. This means you'll gradually begin trouncing the low-level enemies, but still have
Okay.
challenging encounters with the bosses.
And Cross will
Using
need
cardinal
to
attack directions, you can
sign
apply
in
extra
to his
damage
stuff.
resistance
Okay, I'm-
to successful
since-
parries and blocks.
Yes.
I'm still a fan of my
Okay, I
kinematic
need that code
animation
thingy.
from the Oblivion video idea.
Okay.
Basically, when you swing, the game calculates your odds of a
Two-step
successful hit landing,
authentication.
then generates an animation
2152.
that reflects those results. The end result, of course, being that when you miss, you don't see the models intersect on screen. We have to use
Have
new
a good night,
technology
Umbral.
to trick plebs into
Night,
not
Umbral.
complaining that they are playing a role-playing
Oh, wait.
game after
I
all.
need to change my.
Of course, once I'm backseat deving,
my,
I'm gonna go crazy with adding skills and attributes back into
So-
the game. I like the idea of the perk system, though, especially if the high-level perks change how
So
the
do I
skill
download
works.
it?
For
Or
instance,
like what do I do?
at some
Yep,
point,
Okay.
you
download
should
it.
be
You
able
just
to
gotta
pin
download
weak
it from
enemies
there.
against the walls with how powerful their shots are. Or if you hit a limb, imagine an arrow
So
ripping
install?
a bandit's arm off
Does
and
that
hitting
work
it to a
fine?
wall.
Yep.
Yeah.
Having perks
Oh,
that
I
are
see how that works
percentage
now.
damage
Download
increases
it
aren't
and
actually a bad
install is
thing
what
if
it
the
is.
percentages are things
Yeah.
other than
That
just
means.
more damage. For instance, you could have multiple tiers of a perk that increase
God, that
the
is so very
percentage
weird.
chance a shield bash will stagger.
Yeah, you have to like
Of course,
sign
we
in
have
like
to
3 or
ask
4
if we're
times.
increasing the number of skills,
Yeah.
does that mean an increase in the number
I hope
of
I remember my
perks as well?
GOG password.
The way I see it, the 1 point per level rule can
No,
be
you
kept
have to
for
sign in as
attribute
Cross
perks.
3 or
For
4
skills, I
times.
might give multiple
Oh, I
points
know.
per
I'm
level,
just saying. I hope I
depending on how
remember
the skill
mine
system gets
for when I
reworked.
want to actually go
Either
back
that
to
or
it.
have skills that give you
A
perk
worst
points
case
per
scenario.
level.
Saving
For instance,
Google.
you get
Yeah.
one
Worst
for
case
every
scenario,
1.5
you're
in
like, hey, I
skill.
forgot my password.
Perks are the
Right?
hardest thing to backseat
Yeah,
dev,
but I
though,
have to
will
do work
admit.
then.
You can only really rework them in the context
You have
of
to do
Skyrim,
work
because
either
once
way,
you've committed to
Kozak.
changing something mechanically
But it's more
like
work on top of the
attributes,
other
you're
work.
already
Not
operating
really.
in the realm of starting from scratch. A lot of people dismiss Skyrim's perk
Download
system as
what?
mostly
Baldur's
being just
Gate
percentage
3?
changes to the combat formula. In reality, Skyrim has a more gamified version of Oblivion perks,
Okay,
which itself
Genshin,
was just
load,
trying to make skills
please.
more interesting over Morrowind. For instance, the dual flurry perk makes dual wielding attacks faster. If you want to
I
be
just want the
reductive,
Dayhata
sure, that
banner
just
to
means
come out
more
already.
DPS. However, Elder Scrolls Combat
Two
was
more
never really a
patches.
system defined by DPS values
How
until
many?
Skyrim. So with that in mind,
more
what
patches.
is a perk that actually
Okay.
meaningfully
The-
Oh,
changes
do
the
they-
way a
the
skill
current one and
works
the one
supposed
after
to
that.
look like? Critical damage makes it so
Should
you
just
can do a power
theoretically be
attack
the
while
one
sprinting
after
to do
this
double
next
critical
patch.
damage. Paralyzing Strike unlocks
Okay,
the
I hope
ability
so,
to
'cause
do
I'm getting
backwards
impatient
power
now.
attacks that have a 25% chance of paralyzing your opponent. Moreover, for all the fist waving I've seen about how uninteresting Skyrim
at
perks
least
are,
in
nobody
Genshin
really
time.
seems interested in suggesting how you would change the system to make it more interesting. So let's see how Ordinator, a popular Skyrim perk mod, approached the one-handed tree. More damage, but your critical
you
strike
mute
damage
us,
goes up per
Cross, or are you
individual
still
level.
chilling?
Well,
No,
the skill
I'm
already
just
makes you
chilling.
do 0.5% more damage per level anyways for a bonus.
So I should.
50% damage at
I'm
level
assuming I have to
100.
stay
But most
signed
of
into
what's
this
in
one to
tree
install
just
it, right?
increases the damage you do.
Probably while
Yes.
you're
With some
installing.
basic
You can just leave
abstraction.
it
And
on.
at the end of
After
the day,
that,
investing in
you
one-handed
don't-
perks with Ordinator makes
after
you
that,
do
you don't.
more damage.
Okay, the minute
because that's
I
what
logged
perks are
into
supposed to
Genshin,
do.
somebody requested to
That's
join my
what
world.
makes the
Fuck
complaint
no.
so strange. The perk system isn't what makes Skyrim's combat boring.
Yeah, I'm
It's
not.
the fact
I'm
that
not
the
for
combat
being.
is just
I
spamming the
don't
left
like
mouse
random people
button as
in.
numbers grind against each other.
I still remember
This
that
would be akin to
jackass
saying
crowd.
that what
Like
makes
you had
Elden
people
Ring
come in your
combat
world and you
engaging
did
are
the 4
weapon
call thing.
upgrades.
One of those pieces
No,
should
it's
try
the
to run
unique
out to steal like
movesets,
your
weapons, and
resources.
enemies that make combat engaging. Weapon upgrades are just simple
I'm
numerical
glad that person's
increases
dead.
designed to help meter the progression out. So, in summary, to make
Night,
the combat of Elder Scrolls more
Sarah.
engaging, there needs to be
Night,
more utility
Sarah.
in combat.
Also,
However,
Cross, did you
too
hear
much
what I
utility,
said?
and you
Because
start to
you
lose
said
the
yeah
role-playing
to an quite the interesting thing.
Ultimately, combat is less important than the ability
I think I must
to
have
roleplay
misheard
a
it.
character and to have a tangible
I said I was
sense
glad
of
that
progression
person's
from the
dead.
start of a
No,
playthrough
no.
through to the end. Combat progression should not be about keeping up with the
I
world,
heard I'm
but
glad that
becoming
person's
tangibly
bad. I was like,
stronger.
yeah.
The focus of the game should
I
never
was
be
gonna
on
say,
direct
I was
kinetic
joking.
combat,
Whether you
because
know that
all
I
scrolls
don't.
will, by their nature, always be outdone by games that focus on that aspect. We head out to Driftshade Refuge, which is apparently the last of the Silverhand hideouts. Note that unlike the previous Silverhand quests we've done, this one is not Radiant.
Take care
Not
of
that
Coco and call
you
it a
could
night.
really tell the difference.
Nah.
Like, the dynamic dungeon target of Faldar's Tooth is way better because it has a whole
I think
environmental
I'm just gonna
story
do
about
my
how these
Genshin and
bandits are
call it.
running dogfights.
Yeah, same.
Why is one
I
of the
like
radiant
got
quest
sucked into
locations
the
that players
void
have
of
a
Baldur's
chance of
Gate,
never
man.
visiting
That was crazy.
more interesting
I wish
than
I
the
could have joined,
handcrafted,
but work.
hand-picked
But
quest
I always look at the join
location
tomorrow.
that
You gonna
players
be
who
there?
do this quest line will be guaranteed to
Probably
visit.
later.
So the Silver Hand are done as a faction. They do not come back after this. Kodlak's worry
Does
that we
it
will just earn greater
ring?
retaliation for the horrible things we do to the Silver Hand came true with Kodlak's death, and the end result of this cycle of retaliation.
Oh, speaking of shoes
one of the
getting
sides
wet,
got wiped out
I found out at
almost
the place I
immediately.
work, I don't like
We
having
don't
to take
really
the trash
know
out
who
in the
started
back
conflict,
after
like,
it's
did the
rained.
Silver Hand strike first because the companions were
If it's
werewolves, or
rained
did
enough,
something
there's really
companions
no
of the
safe place
past
to
did merit the
step without
founding of
getting
the
your
Silver
entire
Hand?
shoe soaked.
Who struck first here? It doesn't matter, because we struck last. So I guess the moral is that instead of finding a peaceful resolution, murder all of your enemies, even the children, so that nobody is left to continue the cycle. What a great message.
No, but anyways,
good to see
back to what I was
consistency
saying
with the
about
peaks of storytelling that was
timing
the
tomorrow.
Blackwood
I will
Company.
probably
What's funny is that after recovering the fragments of Wuthrad and attending
be
Kodlak's
on to
funeral,
play
the
Baldur's
circle
Gate
retreats to the
in the
Underforge.
evening.
Okay.
Because
Yorland asks us to get the fragment
I
that
have
Kodlak kept in his
family
room,
stuff
and we
to
have
do.
the option of reading
I
his
still
journal.
have to celebrate
More on that
Christmas
in a
2
minute.
more times, by the way.
Yorland then reveals that he has instantly reforged.
Now, is that good for you or bad
using
for you? Because I can see that going
presumably
either
the fiery
way.
power provided by Kodlak's
Well,
spirit or
tomorrow
something.
it's
The
tomorrow
timing's
and
all
Saturday.
wrong.
Well, tomorrow
Unless the
isn't
implication
today,
is that the
but
player read Kodlak's journal after
Yeah.
returning the final fragment, giving Yorland
it's so
time
many
to do
different days
this?
at the moment.
I mean, bodies don't cremate instantly, and forging takes time. I like the premise, but there should have been a quest here while Yorland works.
So
Kodlak's journal reveals
we celebrate
quite a
Christmas
bit.
like 5
It
times
reveals that
every
he had
year.
been having dreams about Sovngarde for
we
some
have
time.
my dad's side of the
Some
family
nights
Christmas,
I dream about
and
the
then we've
mists
got
of Sovngarde.
at home.
And he even says that the
and then we
dreams
go
were
to my
so
aunt's
strong that it
house
motivated him to actually start keeping a
and stuff
journal
to
in
have
the
like
first
lunch
place. Which,
and like
yeah,
stay
I
till
guess I
about
hadn't
like
thought
dinner
about how
time, then
weird it
come
was that all
home.
these Nords like
And
writing about
then
their
that's
thoughts and feelings in
so we celebrate
convenient, easy to
Christmas
modify text
on Christmas
formats.
Day twice.
Nords seem the stoic type to only share their feelings
and
verbally at
then
night around a campfire while it's raining.
We have
How
one
weird that
that's
a
kind of a
textual
small
format
gathering
holds
with
some advantages
my
in interactive
cousins,
storytelling. Kodlak's main concern
that
is that the
are
harbingers
closer
who
to
took
us
the
in
beast
age,
blood would
and
be
then we
dragged to
go
Hircine's hunting grounds.
and have my
At
mom's
first, the
side of the
harbingers
family
welcomed it,
Christmas.
but when it came time for Kodlak, he felt he had
Which
a
my
choice,
mom's
and then he
so
saw
tomorrow
us,
is
and
the
we drew
small
weapons
one
together to
that we
oppose
haven't done
Hircine.
yet.
Kodlak brought this
And
dream
then
to
we
this
have
circle,
the day
leaving
after,
our part out.
my
Skior
mom's
and
side
Aela
of
were
the
torn about it, while Vilcus felt betrayed,
Okay.
and
Yes,
Farkas
5
was
times.
indecisive. This formed
That's
a
quite
rift
a
in
lot.
the companions as Kodlak and
Yes.
Farkas tried to. Oh
There's-
my god.
it's
This formed a
lot.
rift in the companions as
I hope you
Kodlak
get
and
along with
Farkas
everyone you have
decided
to
try
deal
and
with in those.
stop using their
my
werewolf
family's so
forms,
big
while
that I
Vilcus
can just
continued to
avoid
do
the people
so
I don't really want
sparingly,
to
and
talk to for the most
Skior
part.
and Aela continued their
Well, that's
frequent
nice, at
visits.
least.
Then we arrived, and Kodlak actually
Because both my
recognized us from
parents
his
have
dream.
11 siblings.
That is why he
Holy
supported
crap.
our membership, and why he tasked us with retrieving the witch's heads.
means I
Shoring shows valor,
before
though, even in this
marriages
most
and
underhanded
children
time. We have not
and
had
all of
cause
that,
to speak
there
much, and that is
are,
something
I think,
deeply
33
regret.
cousins on each side.
Dude, you cold-shouldered me during
Jeez,
my
that's a
hazing.
lot.
If you hate the
Yeah.
beast blood so much,
So,
why did you do nothing to prevent my
This
affliction?
is why,
Your dream
if I
never
ever get
guaranteed
married,
our success,
I'm
only
having
our
a
mutual
destination wedding.
fight.
Yeah, 'cause fuck
Kodlak
that
expresses
shit.
curiosity about what choice we'll make with the beast blood, and comments on us
Yeah.
learning of it early, but makes no
That
attempts
would
to
sound
actually
like it'd
provide
be a
an
nightmare.
alternative to avoid its usage.
It was
Like, imagine
like,
for a
ugh.
moment actually getting to pick. While the valorous path seems obvious, if lycanthropy is a good
And I
system,
can just
then
not
maybe
have
players
to
will be
invite
tempted
everybody
to
that I
use
want.
the
Like
beast blood.
the people
It
that
would
I
be a
want to
neat
invite,
bit
I
of
can invite, and the
diegetic
people I don't want
storytelling,
to
how
invite, I don't
truly
have to
alluring
invite.
being a werewolf can be to warriors, and how
Because
it
there
can
was a
corrupt them.
couple of my aunts and
As it
uncles that wanted
stands,
to be
at
there
best,
for
players are apathetic
January
towards it, if not outright rushing the quest line
uh,
just to be rid of
capital. So
it. Anyways, Kodlak intended to counsel us for
which
years, but
was
then had his
quite fun to hear
untimely
about.
but expected
And
death.
then
The old man had one wish before he died.
Yeah.
And he didn't get it.
It was just.
It's as
It was
simple
fun.
as that.
Fun to hear about that.
Being moonborn
They're
is not
all
so much
also
of a
one of my
curse as
aunts
you might
is
think,
a bitch to me. She like
That's
ruined my
fine for you,
graduation
but he
party and
wanted to be
stuff.
clean.
Oh, I think I remember that
For
story.
me, yeah,
Know the glories
like
of
yelling at me
Sovngarde,
and stuff.
But all that was taken
Luckily, this is all on my dad's side.
Then Yorland, who is not a companion,
Ah,
I
got
will
it. So you
remind
don't have to deal with
you,
much.
brings
I'm
in
chill with
Wuthrad, the
everybody
axe
on
of
my mom's
Ysgramor,
side, but my
founder of the
dad's side, like,
companions. With it, we can open
my
Ysgramor's
dad's
tomb
side,
and
there's a
through
lot
the
of
purifying
drama.
flames,
Sounds like it.
Kotlak's eternal soul as well as any of the
But
living
considering the
companions,
fact that my
including
dad's part of that
ourselves.
family, I'm not really surprised.
This, however, requires us
Got
to go through
it.
a gauntlet of spirits that represents Ysgramor's
It's not an
companions.
insult to them. It's just more like
Vilcus stays in the lobby, citing grief.
if he
Farkas will
is an
eventually
outcome
turn
of that
back, citing
family,
fear of
if
the
that's the
frostbite
family, I'm not
spiders.
surprised.
I can't go.
Got it.
What was that?
Especially because my grandpa was an alcoholic, and that really affected the family a lot more than especially one of my aunts came home from school and found my grandma who had died. She was burning trash, and that's all I can say about it.
Further, Shield sister.
Oh.
Ever
So
since
she
Dustman's
found her.
the big crawly ones have been too much for me.
So you know that kind of fucks up
Only
the
Aella
family.
will make it to the flames.
Yeah,
the
And then
he
there
does.
was already
for
drama
some
between
reason.
the adults.
I feel a bit odd about the decisions related to the characters in this story.
Ugh.
Skjor, Aella, Farkas, Vilcus, and
Yeah, I'm
Kodlak are
glad you
obviously
don't have to
meant
deal
be
with them
a
as much
main
then, because that does
roster
not
of
sound like
characters
something
driving the
you need to
narrative.
deal with.
The problem is
Like
that
at
the
all.
game gives these characters so little
I'm
screen
at-
time that it's hard to really say
Hold
they're
on, I'm
fleshed
gonna
out.
wait
This was my own little faux pas. I was a little more serious about this than Todd
like
was about the
12
above line
minutes.
at the time.
No.
You know, the companion's quest line should be nothing but Radiant Quest.
3
That
minutes,
turns out
yeah,
not
12
to be
minutes.
as good an idea either.
And then
We
I'll
don't
have
know Skjor
9
long before he dies. Kodlak doesn't really chat with us as often as he could before he
9,999
dies as well.
weapon
Of the
enhancement
3
ore.
remaining, it's
Damn.
Vilcus that says his heart has been corrupted by vengeance. Yet that's
Cross me
obviously supposed to be
jealous.
Aella and our flaw.
And
Aella
Equinox,
doesn't
actually.
quit or have a moment of failure. Her only
I thought
failure
he was
is
at
that she
that
fully
also.
embraces lycanthropy.
Well, he's
Something
Equinox.
that isn't
Hell
a
he is.
failure as much as it is just a difference.
Oh wait, no, he has the.
Farkas
Wait,
says
no,
that
what
he's
does he
been
have?
scared
He
of
has something.
spiders since Dustman's
His is like
cairn.
other shit.
Note that he doesn't say
Yeah.
anything about this
Like
at
eggs.
the time it happens.
Yes,
In fact,
that's where we
it's
got
so
egg boy, but-
insignificant I actually
Yep.
forgot there were even spiders at Dustman's cairn. Farkas is the dumb one with a good heart. If anything, it seems more like that Farkas
just
would be
like-
the one to make it to
Well, and then
Kodlak,
also
not
one of my
Aella.
cousins.
Farkas,
she's like
Vilcus,
the oldest.
and
I
Kodlak
think
all
she's
mean
the oldest
wolf
cousin.
in different languages.
My
Skjor means
aunt,
fragile, while Aella means angel. Wow,
before she
and they
got
made her
married, and
freshly
nobody in
single,
the
just
family
in
knew about
case
it.
you needed another reason.
And then they did it like a 23andMe.
Actually just kill me.
An outsider, eh?
I really hope some
And
hot
stuff
chick
like it was
paints my
crazy. And
brains all over some
apparently,
fucking hallway.
one of my
Ah,
aunts
a
had
man of
found
action.
out that
I'm
she
talking
existed
full-on
and just told no
watermelon in
one.
the thighs level carnage.
Good luck.
All right then.
I want you to
So
fuck
that was
me
also
up.
fun to hear about.
Overall, the titular
Ugh.
companions upon which
That
this
part-
questline
man,
is supposed
that
to
side
be
of the family
built are
has some
fairly
issues.
weak as far as
Yeah.
characters go.
Well, that's
Part
also
of that
the
is
one
that
that
we really
likes to
just
spread
don't
drama
get
in
enough
our
opportunities to hang out with these characters.
Lovely.
Also, as quest companions, they're almost
she's the
completely
miss.
worthless in combat.
I'm at like
For
I
some
know
reason,
everything
whenever
kind of
companions
thing,
go
so
out
we
on
don't
jobs, they
talk
always
to
go with
her
their
about
shield
things we
brothers
don't
and
want her to
sisters.
know about.
But when we go out to do jobs,
Yeah,
nobody
that's a
ever
smart idea.
tries to come with us, nor will they have anything to say. See, if you wanted to be smart with the story, you would introduce
she's
the main
one
roster
person
of
I will
characters
not be
early,
inviting
but it
to
would
my
be up to
wedding.
the player
I
which
don't blame you.
companions to go out on which
A lot
missions
of
with.
like I'll probably
Each
invite
companion has
my
unique
more of
dialogue
my
if they accompany you, and this
cousins than my
final
aunts
quest
and
would be a
uncles
sort of
to
test
my
of your
wedding
choices.
if I were to ever have
Depending
one.
on who you picked, they might make it different links
The
to the dungeon.
uncles and
One way
aunts
to
kind
go
of
would
the
be to
weird
have your
ones.
favorite companion make it to the
Yeah.
end. The other way would be the
My uncles and aunts
inverse.
are
The
the
more
ones that
blood
cause
you
the
put on
most
their
problems
hands,
for
the
the
more
most part.
guilt they
Like,
feel.
all my cousins
Of course,
are
you have to
pretty
wonder
chill.
why all the companions can't just make it to the end.
They're the
with
ones that
you.
made it out
Mass
fine,
Effect 2
basically.
has been out for almost
Yeah.
2 years before Skyrim. In that game, everyone you
They're the
recruit
ones
has
that
loyalty
survived our
missions in which you
family.
learn more about their character, while also preparing them for
But
a
a few of my
suicide
aunts and
mission.
uncles I'll
Perhaps
invite
up to this
'cause they're
point, you
chill,
could give
but-
each companion their own quest to resolve some personal issue that they have, and that determines who makes it
I'm
to the
not.
end alongside you.
There's a few of them I'm
Because
not
remember,
inviting to my
we're supposed
wedding
to be an
that
order of warriors,
people
bound
think they're
together
I
through
think
thick
they're
and
closer
thin.
to me than they actually
Skjor
are.
died when he tried to go alone.
Ah.
Yet everything this quest tells us conflicts
Which
with
will
that
be quite
idea.
fun
We
to,
do a lot of things
deal with.
alone. One of the most important
But,
things
you
we
know,
ever
hey,
did was a
that's for
secret
future
mission on
me
our
to deal with.
lonesome. We
And
don't
at
help
this
our
point,
friends
I'm
resolve
not
their
even in a
issues so that they can
relationship,
fight
so
on. We should objectively
happening
fail this
anytime
gauntlet
soon.
because of our weakness.
Yeah, it's a bridge
But the
you
test
cross
ends
when
up
you get
being
there.
one of our literal strength
Yeah.
rather than just
It'll be-
our loyalty to each other.
It'll be at least
Okay,
a
so
year and a
funny
half
thing,
from now.
the ghosts are just normal NPCs with a spectral
Not
effect,
longer.
nothing crazy. So on my second
That was a
character,
specific
past
time
around
zone.
level 50,
Was that one?
low-level enemy
Well,
structures
okay,
started to run away in fear from her.
My thing is,
That's
I'm not
surprisingly
gonna
cool
get engaged
detail
to
since,
somebody
yeah,
unless
anybody
I've been
smart
with
enough
them for
would
at
not
least a
cross
year.
her. This
Okay, yeah,
includes
that's a fair
ghosts.
way to do
I
it.
kid you not, Delta Phi
I'm
has such a
busy
terrifying
with
presence
school
that the
and
spirits
shit
of
for the
Eastermore's
next 6
companions,
months.
the men and women who sailed
So
from Atmora
for me
and
to even
committed a
start dating
retaliatory
somebody or be
genocide against
interested,
the
like,
Snow Elves, so devastating that it doomed their
Yeah.
species to near extinction and led
And
to their
I'm not
evolution
gonna
into
get
the
married
goblin-like
until after I'm
Falmer.
out of college
I
and
mean,
I've been
they
working
were
for a
always
year.
Falmer, but
That makes
you know what I mean.
sense.
Did you know
Because I
that
wanna at least
Ysgramor
have
rode
some
atop a
savings.
Stormatron
So-
fashioned into
Yeah.
the shape of a bear
If
that you
I'm
can buy in
going-
Elder Scrolls Online if you bought the Stormatron
If for
crate for
some odd
$7.99.
reason,
Yeah, this kind of thing
I
is why
am-
ESO is not canon.
I have a boyfriend
Delta Fear is so terrifying that these
who
members of the 500 legendary companions are
is from a
actually
rich-ass
scared of her,
family,
which is
and
especially
that
ironic
family
because
plus
she's a
my
dark
mom,
elf. Her race literally
help,
did not exist in their
provide
era.
stuff for the wedding.
Anyways, apparently all the
And I
spirits of
don't
the
really have to
Harbingers
pay
are
for
huddled up in
anything.
Ysgramor's tomb, but we only see Codlack
Sure,
because
I'll get
he's
married
the only
before,
one we knew.
you know, I graduate,
Unintentionally,
but,
they
you
actually
know,
reinforced this since
I
hirelings will not
would
help you
prefer to
fight Codlack's
graduate
wolf
first.
spirits since they would not be
Yeah,
able
I
to
get
see
what you mean.
Codlack.
So-
What?
Bethesda's bug
You don't
maybe,
need the
but
extra
it's cool.
stress on
Vilkas
top
and
of
Farkas
yeah.
can, later on, ask to be cured of lycanthropy, although they
one of
don't seem interested in doing
the
it while
person
we're
I'm in the
already
wedding
here.
for,
Ayala, however, will not want to be cured,
she is
which is actually
graduating
all
this year,
in
I
character,
think,
since
and
Ayala
she's
has
also
extra
getting
radiant
married in
quests to
June,
retrieve the
which
totems
is
of Hear
a
Scene,
great,
improving our werewolf
great time
powers.
to be getting married right
Also,
after
it's really
finals.
funny that Codlack up and names us leader of the companions after
but,
curing him again without consulting the circle. Hey, remember how the companions don't have a
I
leader?
personally, I would definitely not want the stress of having to deal with that.
Yeah, no, it'd be more one of those things like I would like try and plan out as much as I can like over the summer and stuff, and like go
Did
from
I
there.
hear right? Did he say you
Yeah.
were to lead the companions?
Ayala's indignation is funny.
Because
For
I
sure,
definitely
it
would
makes
have
sense
like a
because
spring
the
or a
companions
fall
are
wedding.
supposed
Because
to be
God,
leaderless. I guess not
well,
everyone
okay.
at Bethesda was on the same page about this concept.
If for some
I think it's
reason
possible
the
to portray
seasons
this
get all
like the
fucked up
faction is a
and like
democracy
winter
where each
becomes
member
like
of the
a
circle
springy
represents
time
a
because
sub-faction.
you know,
So Ayala
that's what
represents the
happens.
archers
Or,
and hunters of the
well,
faction,
if it's a
and then the
destination
harbinger,
wedding, it
the
doesn't
wisest
matter really what
companion,
time of year
will
because
just
I could go
preside
somewhere
over
that
the
it feels
council.
like spring.
Instead, the companions are more
True.
like how
Never
socialists
mind.
on
Never
Twitter.
mind.
For
I
Delta
retract
Fear, it's
that
even
statement.
funnier to imagine the companions just accepting her as leader because they're
But anyways,
scared of her. I'm sure the story of how the
so
ghost of
probably
Ysgramor's
won't be
companions
getting
begged her for
married
mercy got passed
till
around Jorvaskr.
for
Our
at
other
least-
rewards are Wuthrad and the Shield of
I'm
Ysgramor,
gonna
which are
include
nice
masters
wall
because I'm
ornaments.
kind of wanting to
Wuthrad
do
is
a
a meme
master's
weapon with
program.
an enchantment that does extra damage to elves. As logical as that is, this weapon only makes sense if it's Morrowind, where 2/3 of the population are actually elves. The Shield of
4 or
Ysgramor is
5
also
years
pretty
from now?
uninspired, although I have to wonder, is Ysgramor implied to have
So,
been so
it'll be a
strong
while.
that he could wield Wuthrad
Yeah.
and his shield at the
Hopefully,
same time? Because
G7's still
Wuthrad
alive
is a
by then
two-handed
because
weapon.
he's the one that we've
And
is
yeah, that's
walking
the
me down
companions.
the aisle. No,
I
hold
guess
on.
the only thing of note is that Farkas and Vilkas
Hold
are
on.
curious about dragons and will go out with
Yeah,
you to
4 or
fight
5.
one.
It's fine.
Radiantly chosen,
Hopefully
of
G7's
course.
still alive then. I was thinking, oh, a
The
year,
companions
but
are the
I
worst
was like, well, we
faction
could
in any of the
technically
3D
start
Elder
dating
Scrolls
in
games.
school,
It's
but-
comically short, with filler Radiant quests, confusing characters,
Also, why
nonsensical
why
and
G7
inconsistent
is still
world building.
alive?
The
That's
worst
a
part is
concerning
this.
statement.
When I
Well,
finished the
okay,
companions, I thought
because-
it was cool that the werewolf question is left
Because
up to
I
the
don't know if
player.
his family's
The
gonna kill him
question
or
of
not.
whether or not to continue
Oh.
using the Beast Blood is up for you to decide.
So what are you saying? We should kill
As
his family
Harbinger,
first?
You get to make
Yes.
that decision. Except you don't, because Codlack states outright
Right,
that you
yeah,
will oppose
so
it and
he's the
help
one
lead the
supposed to
heroine
walk
to
me
the
down the
hunting
aisle
grounds, where
anyways.
all the spirits of the companions are redeemed and returned to Sovngarde. You can support continuing that
'Cause it's
practice,
not
but
easy.
you will eventually purify the companions. All you have to do is say
What's
that
up,
Codlack's
Mochi?
dream ends with seeing us draw a weapon,
Yes,
which
ma'am.
he interprets as a sign of alliance.
Where you at?
But Hearseen later implies as a sign of opposition. Then the actual
there you
outcome is
are. You're
decided
on
by
the
the player,
ladder.
not the writer. Plus, you aren't really given anything to do as the leader except more radiant work. I mean,
I'm
even the
just
Oblivion
waiting.
Fighters Guild let you decide if the guild was going to focus on recruiting
gotta
or
wait
working
another
jobs,
6
and that would
minutes.
deposit loot in your
Okay,
office
I don't have
depending
the
on what you
patience for
picked.
this.
I know it's a meme to bring up
It's
how the player
almost
can
2
lead
in the
every
morning.
faction in these games because it's up
Head
to
into
you
bed.
whether or not you actually want to do that with
Yeah.
your character. But
Okay,
I don't
night,
think it would be
Ray.
out of the realm of
Good
possibility to include
night.
quests
You guys
after
have a
taking
good
over as leader.
night.
Like maybe
Hopefully
you
we
help
can
with a new companion's
hang out
initiation,
some
creating a parallel with
tomorrow
your own.
morning.
Because again, the
before
companions have
I,
5 circle members, 4 now that Skewar and
have to
Codlack
go
are
do
dead,
shit with my
5
family.
normal
Oh
members,
my
2
God.
servants, and a blacksmith
Because
who
it'll be
claims
like-
to only be interested in working the forge.
I think we're gonna
In
be
the
doing
days of
stuff at at like
he had 500
9 or 10 in the morning, which is 7 or 8 in the morning for you, and I don't think you'll be up that early.
Ysgramor is one of the most
Oh
important
yeah,
humans in Elder
if
Scrolls
I'm
history,
like if
being
I'm
the
up,
man
I
who
have to
led the
still
Lord's
the stuff I have
conquest
to
of
take care of in the
Skyrim,
morning, so I
eventually
probably won't be there.
humanity falls
Sadly.
into the continent. There is a
Well,
56-volume compendium
evening
of
at least.
songs detailing legends of
Well, I'll
Ysgramor,
let you
although
know.
only 8 seem to still exist.
Alright.
has been mentioned in
Well,
lore since
hopefully I can play
Daggerfall
some
and
Baldur's
hyped up
Gate
since
with you and
Morrowind,
Cross,
and in
and
turn,
maybe
all he gets
Izzy,
is
but
this
I think
lame
Izzy's gonna be
companions
at work,
faction
so...
and a cameo in the main quest. Like, wouldn't it have been cool if Ysgramor's ghost was so famous that it showed up to help exorcise the wolf spirits from the companions?
Night
It's not
chat.
unreasonable, considering we're gonna meet Ysgramor and Sovngarde later on anyways. With the companions done, there's one more thing I want to discuss in their section, and that is the new smithing system. In Morrowind and Oblivion, Armorer was a skill dedicated to the art of repairing your equipment. It was a bit undercooked in Morrowind since NPC smiths could cheaply repair equipment for you, and high-level gear had so much durability that you could forget about the mechanic until it suddenly surprised you. Oblivion responded by making equipment break far too often, but also added new mechanics like being able to repair equipment up to 125% durability, making its stats better than the baseline. It was an annoying system because gear broke far too quickly and weapon damage was intrinsically tied to the durability of the weapon. Skyrim takes that latter system, but the former, well, let's just say Skyrim has no durability system. So really it's more accurate to say that Armorer was cut and then smithing was added. The idea behind smithing is to give the player the ability to convert resources found in the world or purchased at smiths into the same generic equipment that you might find. If it seems like you would rather find stuff, that's because that's smarter, but smithing also adds the ability to improve all equipment in the game. Okay, there are a lot of asterisks, mostly due to bad implementation. Basically, equipment has a series of tags that dictate what exactly it is. For instance, whether it's one-handed or two-handed, whether it's a sword, etc. Sometimes, however, the designers would forget to add tags that dictate what material upgrades a weapon. Most generic items don't have this issue, but it does crop up with artifacts. Even to this day, some items remain unpatched. Let's start with crafting new items. Generic items have been divided into a series of tiers of items which already existed. The system just formalizes it. For instance, iron, steel, dwarven, orcish, etc. A number of materials have been added which can then be refined and used for crafting. Iron, corundum for steel, dwarven metals, or calcum. Access to these resources is controlled by either finding it in the world or buying it at smiths once you reach a high enough level. Another control, however, is the fact that the tiers are gated through the perk system. This is what is supposed to stop a low-level player from getting immediate access to the best items in the game. Now, you can level smithing by creating and improving items. However, after patch 1.5, which came out only 4 months after release, they changed the XP formula to factor in item value, which is why it's hilarious to still see people making reviews a full decade after launch, using and complaining about the outdated Iron Dagger technique.
I'm not a big personal fan of crafting systems, but if this is your sort of thing, it's about as good as any other crafting system out there. It's mediocre.
For example, how is it I can smith a few hundred iron daggers and suddenly and magically know how to craft Daedric weapons and armor?
And you'd need to have farmed your ass off for smithing and enchanting to be good enough.
But leveling these skills is a shallow, repetitive grind fest of just doing the same things over and over and over again.
Smithing is very much a tedious and time-consuming task.
Of course, the reality of smithing is still quite a bit of grinding. However, the intention behind the change to factor in item value is obvious. You are supposed to be creating higher level items the more you level up. The problem is that there's no reason to make a second pair of orcish boots, because the first pair never breaks, and they can continue to be upgraded as I level up or until I replace them with something better. If all you use smithing for is to craft and upgrade your equipment, and even the equipment of a follower, smithing will not keep up with the rate at which new gear is found in the world. If you make certain to use all of the resources you find as you find them, smithing will still not keep up. The fact is, even with the item value change, smithing is still a system where grinding is inevitable. When you combine frequent smithing of jewelry with enchanting, the system does work a little better, but at the end of the day, the best solution is to just stack up on ore, transmute it until it's all gold, and grind out jewelry. Once that's exhausted, then you can make a quick run through some easy Dwemer ruins, bring back as much metal as you can carry, and grind out dwarven bows. Then once that's done, you visit the ebony mine and make ebony and Daedric equipment until you finally get to 100 smithing. Then you do the entirety of Dragonborn to refund your perk points and go back down the tree to whatever tier of items you were trying to upgrade. And that's just crafting the items. You may have noticed that improvements are also tied to perk values. Many Daedric artifacts are considered to be ebony tier, and you may have noticed that as content has been added to the game, various styles of items have been thrown into other perks without changing descriptions. Moreover, the system is actually total nonsense. For instance, say you're using heavy armor but find a glass weapon. Unfortunately, glass is considered to be a light material, meaning that you have to unlock all the light armor perks leading up to glass-smithing to receive the ability to upgrade that glass weapon. Once you have replaced those glass weapons, those perk points are wasted, with no ability to refund your perks being added into the game until a full year after launch. The same works in reverse. If you use light armor but find an ebony weapon, you have to waste points to upgrade it. Or how about the fact that steel plate armor is considered an advanced armor, which you may have noticed is on the light armor side of the tree. Steel plate is the tier between dwarven and orcish armor. It is obviously heavy armor, not to mention the fact that in the endgame, once you have a set of equipment powerful enough, there is no longer any reason to actually have smithing as a skill. My favorite aspect has to be Dragonbone equipment. The main quest is forced pretty heavily onto the player, which involves eventually slaying dragons, on which you'll find dragon bones and scales. Heavy, valuable, and alluring once you find out there's dragon armor just by reading the smithing tree. The problem is that it's smithing level 100. Now you would say that's lore appropriate, perhaps even a tempting reason to motivate players to pick up smithing. I would say that the actual result is the encouragement of grinding. It's ironic too, because you can't actually use what turns out to be a fairly common crafting material to actually level up your smithing skill. Now, if you're smart, you can sell dragon parts to buy resources to level smithing. However, it all leads back to sitting in place and spamming items to level up. How do we go about making the system more interesting? Well, for starters, there's a demand for equipment in Skyrim. To me, it seems obvious that the player should be able to supply this demand. One option would be player-owned stores, being allowed to place items you craft on display that would be automatically sold by our employees while the player's out and about. Sure, it's just using a merchant with an extra step, but it makes the process feel more special. It would be even better if items you craft have a tag and then the Radiant system has a chance of supplying enemies you fight with those items that have your tag on it. It could lead to a funny realization that the player is responsible for bandits acquiring so much dangerous equipment. Another important addition, however, would be changing how the upgrade perks work. Now, instead of simply unlocking crafting and making upgrades better, the perks actually unlock quests. These quests will entail the player track down a master of smithing to apprentice under. These masters will then give the players assignments, which leads to unlocking aspects of upgrading that equipment tier. I would also separate weapons and armor. Armor can be kept down to 4 armor trees: unarmored, light armor, medium, and heavy. Unarmored would be just tailoring, and as you progress you unlock items with higher enchant values, allowing you to place more powerful enchantments on them. The other 3 would be divided into the usual tiers. I would then add a perk tree for weapons to the side so that heavy armor wielders can unlock the ability to upgrade glass weapons. My last idea is to have crafting skill perks be independent of combat skill perks. The main reason being that you don't want crafting skills reducing combat effectiveness. It's already an issue in Skyrim that crafting skills are heavily competing for the limited resource that is perk points. Once you separate these perks, adding many more to the system isn't as terrible an idea. If you add all those perks to the current version of Skyrim, it wouldn't work because there would simply be too many things to buy. The real workhorse of smithing, though, is upgrading your equipment. You can use the equipment material at a grindstone or workbench to temper your gear, improving its damage or armor rating. This makes the armor system somewhat interesting because it means that simply finding a piece of a higher tier set is not the only component to an equipment upgrade, but also your ability to upgrade that next tier. Arguably, the higher difficulties of the game are built around using this mechanic to boost your damage and defense into the stratosphere. However, they also added the ability to fortify your smithing, and then to fortify the ways you fortify your smithing, which means that things can get a little ridiculous. But I'll have to detail that later. Like I said, just with fortify smithing potions I found in the world, I was able to craft a fairly respectable set of equipment. Personally, I find the smithing mechanics actually to be welcome additions. They need more work, like most things in this game, but I personally love the idea of being able to craft and improve my gear. It's like a warrior truly in tune with his own equipment. Imagine a Skyrim without this system. I doubt it would be better, if only because crafting as it stands gives the player more control over their progression. Is a bad system worse than none at all? In my opinion, only if it gets in the way. Now I want to talk a bit about some Creation Club armor sets. These are sold for around $1 a piece, and there are 15 of these. Most of them are just ports of armor from blades. It's literally in their names, alternative armors. For the most part, it's just a different way to make your character look. I found them unintrusive because it just means more potential equipment to find as loot. However, the most interesting ones were alternative armor sets which added light armor versions of heavy armor. None of them, however, added heavy armor variants of light armor sets like elven plate or stacked glass armor. I like the notion because it's a step towards medium armor. Think about it. Say you make mail armor from Daedric equipment. It'll never be light, but you could cut down the weight to some kind of in-between state of light and heavy armor. Or if you put more glass into glass armor. It'll never be heavy, but it could be some kind of median value of armor between maneuverability of light and the protection of heavy. There's also Fearsome Fists, which for $1 adds 15 new gauntlet variants to the game that adds a variety of spikes sticking out of those gauntlets. If you find these in the world, they come enchanted with Fortify Unarmed damage. That just makes the enchantment more common. You could already easily get it in the base game. It's mostly just cosmetics though. Because of the way hand-to-hand works in Skyrim, which is an afterthought, you have to use a heavy armor item with a high defense rating, making only the Daedric gauntlets actually viable for this build. I'm sorry, but does anybody making this stuff actually know how the mechanics of the game work? It is established that Riften is the city of the Thieves Guild, a fact that was established in the lore back in Daggerfall when the city was called Riftone with an O, and also this was a book where a Dunmer princess got railed by a Khajiit in order to be sponsored to join the guild. Things have certainly changed. Now we get railed by the game instead of a furry. Riften is probably the best example in Skyrim of Bethesda's new city design philosophy, which I call the Bethesda roller coaster.
On this day, I go to Sodom.
Go ahead, strap yourself in and make sure you keep your hands and feet inside the cart at all times. Riften starts upon your arrival. Just before you enter the city, you're stopped by a guard who tries to extort you, but it isn't max level corruption. The guard is worried someone will overhear us when we call him out. So I guess it's not a big deal. We find out who the guard may be worried about in short order as we head inside the gates to find a conversation between a woman named Mjol the Lioness and her simp. Mjol loudly states that she has had conflict with the Thieves Guild. The simp responds that the Thieves Guild are supported by Maven Blackbriar and that she could send her to jail. Quite the scene going on here, to be certain. Then we pass a man named Maul, who warns us not to mess with the Blackbriars, lest we have to deal with the Thieves Guild. Should you be interested, you can ask Maul for more information, telling you to meet someone named Brynjolf in the marketplace. We continue forward and across the bridge, which is being hogged up by a woman named Sapphire extorting a man for money. To cross this bridge, you have to walk right in the middle of them. Finally, we reach the Riften marketplace where our ride ends, and we are approached by a stranger named Brynjolf with a unique voice actor, so you know he's important.
The world calls for wet work, and we answer. No greater good. No just cause.
Actually, Robin Atkin Downes is one of those voice actors that's practically in everything. Hell, he was literally Vivek in Elder Scrolls Online. I had no clue.
The situation that troubles me has taken a toll on my archcanon.
Unlike most game voice actors, he can actually sound different between performances.
It's all about sizing up your mark, lad. The way they walk, what they're wearing. It's a dead giveaway. Oh, but that's where you're wrong, lad. Wealth is my business. Maybe you'd like a taste.
That said, while I appreciate Skyrim for going to the extra effort of acquiring more voice talent, I feel it's a bit misplaced. It means that it's very easy to tell which of these market stall NPCs are going to be giving side quests and which of them is going to represent a faction. I feel like they would be better served doing the Oblivion thing, but with a larger pool of talent. Instead of getting an expensive voice actor to play single role key characters, get a bunch of voice actors to be general roles, but provide each actor a key character to represent in one of the primary stories. This is similar to how each Oblivion voice actor usually also got to play a distinct Daedric prince. This is, of course, unless the intention is to make me almost immediately identify quest NPCs simply by voice. If that were true, though, then the same logic should carry for the translations as well. The issue is that Brynjolf doesn't sound like a Nord, he just sounds like a normal human with a nice voice. So not only does it stand out because Brynjolf has a different voice from other characters, but he doesn't really sound Nordic.
We've been contracted to make sure Branche remembers not to meddle in affairs that aren't his own.
It's fine if it's a character from presumably another province, like some of the guild members we meet later, but Skyrim definitely has an accent problem with important Nords having strange accents. Brynjolf invites us in on a little scheme. He figures he has an eye for people, and he knows we're bad news. While this is true for my second character, Maglir, modeled upon the character of Fargoth from Morrowind and named after a character from Oblivion, it's actually funny because it's possible that no, the player has only done honest work in their lives. Skyrim is the first game where the player can earn money from normal jobs like chopping wood, harvesting crops, and mining. And at no point in the tutorial is the player required to do anything morally questionable. You can leave all the fighting up to Ralof. Stop assigning morality to my character, I just want to use your fine marketplace to perform transactions. At a point in the main quest, you'll be directed to Brynjolf looking for a character in Riften, and he'll force you to do this little scheme with him unless you pass one of the hardest speech checks in the game. Let me find him first. Dragons are bad for business.
Passing on a golden opportunity is worse.
Cringe. I think this was meant to be a way of making sure players knew about the faction, but that only works if the faction is a secret in the first place. Riften could literally have a neon billboard that says, Riften, home of the Thieves Guild on it, and it would only be slightly more obvious than what's already in the game. If you don't know, the designer of Oblivion's Thieves Guild, Bruce Nesmith, stepped up into a lead design position on Skyrim, while Kurt Coleman, the Oblivion main quest writer, would take a co-lead position, and Emil Pagliarulo, Oblivion Dark Brotherhood designer and lead designer on Fallout 3, took the senior design position. This is all to say the guy who made the Thieves Guild last time is now in charge of the project, which might inform why the Thieves Guild is presented front and center in Skyrim, and like how in Oblivion, the player had to be more proactive in finding and joining.
You help me out, and I'll help you out. That's just how it is.
While Skyrim preserves the test element of the first quest, it removes the competition. In Oblivion, you could fail to steal the journal in time and have to be given a second test where you were alone. Now there's no competition. But the funny part is, you can still fail, and there's no second test.
I guess I expected too much from you. I didn't think you'd get pinched.
A bug forced me to do this on my mage character, as I had a rare bug where no matter where I went, even if I was invisible, I was still detected by NPCs for some reason. I don't know why that happened, but I think it had to do with a Creation Club thing changing something. We are doing a simple shield job. We need to steal a ring from Medici and plant it in Branche's pocket. Then the theft will be reported to the guards, and Branche will then spend the rest of his life in jail. Actually, it's just supposed to be a week, but Bethesda's bug means that Branche gets a life sentence instead, unless you fail the quest.
I'm going to cause a distraction. You're gonna steal Medesi's silver ring from a strongbox under his stand. Once you have it, I want you to place it in Branche's pocket without him noticing. There's someone that wants to see him put out of business permanently. I guess I expected too much from you.
Also, there is a hidden perk applied to the player for the duration of this quest that makes you 30% better at pickpocketing, and all the NPCs are scripted to leave Medici's stand, so Bethesda tried to make this as easy as possible. The game had to literally break to reach a point where I could naturally fail, which is pretty funny because Delta Fear actually has a maxed out pickpocket skill. The thing is, this quest is better if you fail. For one, Branche does not deserve life in the joint. Branche is getting sent to jail for meddling and expresses naive interest in Brynjolf's Falmer blood scam. However, the notable thing is that Branche is a dark elf with an Argonian name. He actually has a quest where you investigate his lost family, revealing through a journal from his parents that Branche is actually Brandel Telvanni, the sole living heir to House Telvanni. That's not really how Great House Telvanni works, as possibly evidenced by a spelling mistake referring to his father as Limdrin Tinvanni. But all the same, the idea of Branche being a lost heir to a Telvanni councilman whose parents died after fleeing Morrowind from an Argonian invasion, to later be raised by Argonians and to settle down in the same city another errant Dunmer noble had lived in before her return to Tamrielic politics is, I don't know, kind of interesting. But the quest is boring and doesn't really go anywhere, and most of Branche's characters and dialogues the player probably won't see because after your first encounter with him, he'll spend the rest of his days clad in irons in Riften's prison. Anyways, my second character, Delta Fear, failed this quest, meaning that Branche not only remains free, but a potential ally in the future. No, never mind. Brynjolf will interpret either outcome as a positive and invite you to the guild. If you succeed, then you are the person who can turn the guild's luck around. If you fail, then that's just a sign that thieves everywhere are currently cursed with bad luck, so you should join up with the guild for safety. Take note, people, this is how cult leaders recruit new members. No matter how you try to dissuade them, they'll spin it into being yet another reason to join them. Part of our initiation is getting to the Ragged Flagon, a tavern down in the city sewers where the guild hangs out. The Ratway is apparently full of failed guild members, so I guess they don't think much about the implication of the player failing this mission? Like, what does it take to get demoted down here? Anyways, you can sneak past everyone, but this isn't the last time you'll have to use this route, so better clear out some of the local wildlife. You'll overhear a conversation about how the Thieves Guild is in bad times, and you can confront Brynjolf about the state of the flagon.
If you were expecting a palace, then maybe you're not cut out for this line of work. Our methods involve secrecy and discretion.
My guy, you know that everyone in Riften knows you're here and what you guys do, right? You aren't the Oblivion Thieves Guild living in secret amongst the poor from the guard. You're the Morrowind Thieves Guild, paying off the right people and manipulating the right government officials to not interfere with your operation. Do you really think a secret door in a mead barrel is going to fool the RPD if they decide to stamp you out of existence? But Brynjolf figures we're worth a second chance and sends us to run a protection racket with the Riften merchants. There are 3 merchants, and each one has a way you can manipulate them into paying. Or you could brawl them, but brawling is terrible and social engineering is better. And when you get to the third person, they've heard about what you've been doing and surrender the money. The racket depends on us not killing the marks, but well, after failing the market scheme on my second run, I decided to fail this one too.
I can feel...
Look, everything was all just a misunderstanding.
The third one still surrendered the cash, and Brynjolf? Well, he's pissed.
He's responsible for all of this! Think of all the men! He didn't lose a damn thing! This is the enemy! And he's here on his knees!
Us? You're right, he is not one of us.
Are you daft? I told you not to kill any of them. How much clearer do you need me to be? How about the gold? Did you remember to bring it? Or was that too difficult an instruction as well?
Unlike the market scheme, where bad luck could theoretically affect the player into failing the job, the player has to go out of their way to kill the marks on this one. And Brynjolf? He has to swallow his pride, accept that he's a cuckold, and still give the player the next quest. So we go to meet the guildmaster Mercer Frey.
This is the one I was talking about.
Eliminate him while you have the chance.
Notable characteristic, voiced by Stephen Russell, the man who did the voice acting for Corvo in the second Dishonored game, not the first.
What happened?
Nick Valentine from Fallout 4, and Bellathor of Bellathor's General Goods Store.
Everything's for sale, my friend.
Okay, fine, also Garrett from Thief.
This situation does have one advantage. Things can't get any worse.
Why would you have the antagonist, Mercer's the guild antagonist, by the way, why would you have the antagonist of the guild share voice acting duty with other NPCs but not the face of the guild to the player? Frey is the Thieves Guild antagonist. You can tell because he's hostile right out the gate.
I'll let that comment go because you're new here. Ask things out of turn again and we have a problem. Now, are we clear on all of this?
He suggests that recruitment's a waste of resources, hammers us about the rules, then assigns us to a job the guild's top infiltrator almost got killed doing. As an antagonist, Frey is a failure compared to old Hieronymus Lex, or even Shoring Hardheart, the real one. Lex was a charismatic guy. You were never really made to hate Lex as much as just what Lex was doing, simply as an obstacle to the guild. His redeeming qualities were even turned into strengths when we reassigned him to Anvil to protect the Countess. It seems like Mercer should be more charismatic out the gate, like how a sociopath lures you into a false sense of security by wearing a mask of normalcy. Moreover, the player has just been handed an extremely important job to the guild, despite possibly failing the previous two.
Face the Jarl's justice.
This is where I would incorporate the Radiant system that's already in the game. If the player fails either or both missions before this point, then they have to successfully complete a number of Radiant jobs to earn enough standing to be given this one. Someone is going to defend this by saying that Mercer is trying to get the player killed, but the thing is that Mercer Frey does genuinely want this job completed. The premise is that recently, the owner of Golden Glow Estate, a honey manufacturer, has stopped paying the Thieves Guild a cut of its revenue that they are owed. Golden Glow provides honey to the Blackbriar Meadery, Skyrim's largest meat exporter. The Thieves Guild is paid by Maven Blackbriar and the owner Arengoth to keep the workers in line, and prevent competition from arising. But Arengoth is no longer making good on his end of the arrangement, so we need to investigate. I don't know if you've noticed, but unlike Oblivion, we're actually playing the part of a real criminal organization. We're not good guys helping the needy of Riften, we are actively stepping on their necks and extracting the wealth. To an unhealthy degree, but it's nice to see that moral grayness return to Elder Scrolls. Mercer does need this job to be completed, so even if he later states he wants us to get killed doing it, he will still need to find out why exactly Arengoth changed his tune. There's a sewer that can be used to infiltrate the estate, and this is the first real stealth mission of the guild, so I guess let's talk about stealth. Stealth in Skyrim is very basic, mostly because, as I realized in the middle of my Oblivion script, Elder Scrolls is attempting to cater to many different fantasies. Thief is a better stealth game, and Dark Messiah of Might and Magic has better combat, and Magicka has better magic, but Skyrim's attempting to channel all of these systems into a single experience. Of course, this means there's little that Skyrim really has mastery over, and stealth in Skyrim is especially super basic. Stay out of sight, don't get detected. Your footsteps are louder the heavier your boots are unless they're magically muffled. Light levels play a factor in stealth. The issue is that stealth games are 50% the levels made for them, and yet despite having an in-house designer that worked on the original Thief games, Skyrim has no good stealth levels, even in stealth factions. Take Golden Glow Estate. It has two, yes, only two points where the player is provided two paths through the estate to bypass a patrol. This is because Skyrim doesn't really do guard patrols. Typically, you could just put points on a map and say, patrol between these 2 points. However, a streamlined system for developing patrols was not implemented, meaning that it's a more difficult to utilize AI package, so it's unsurprising the idea isn't used more often. It means that most hostile NPCs the player has to sneak around are either static or walk between 2 points. Sparingly, you might occasionally run into a torch sconce, which the player can activate to put out. But you still have to reach it physically, which begs the question of why you wouldn't just keep going. But in theory, this provides a slight mechanical edge if, for instance, you have a stealth mission where you have to double back through an area like, most Thief levels. But no, so when the Bethesda Game Jam saw an implementation where guards would relight torches, that is an idea that has a lot of potential, but it wouldn't really be meaningful to implement. I mean, the basic thing is a water arrow the player can shoot to put out light sources from afar. You might remember this tidbit from the Bethesda podcast I used in the Oblivion video.
The other thing I try to do is that in coming off of Thief, which is a game all about stealth and sneaking, so it was like, how could I get some of that into Oblivion? Some of that, how to try to capture a little bit of the charm of the Thief games. It occurred to me, I'm like, shortly after the game is released, the mod community is gonna do what they will. And sure enough, there's like a complete Thief plugin with all of Garrett's tools from Thief, you know what I mean? Like water arrows and moss arrows and the blackjack and all this stuff. So I sort of knew that was gonna, I was like, this is gonna happen anyway.
That is Fallout 3 lead designer and Skyrim senior designer Emil Pagliarulo recording a podcast about stuff he wished he had implemented into Oblivion but left up to the modding community a full 7 months before Skyrim's release, and years after Oblivion. This is the sort of thing that is the reason for Bethesda being so tight-lipped about their design in the modern day, doing less interviews and such. Because Pagliarulo is admitting that they had years to think about ways they could have improved the stealth experience, but never decided to do so. Simple stuff that are staples of stealth games like alarm states, knockouts, distraction tools, body detections, guard patrols, complex level layouts. The best Skyrim offers is a dragon shout that projects your voice, distracting NPCs and allowing you to slip by. That's it. That's far and away the biggest change to Skyrim's stealth system from Oblivion, which is the mechanical equivalent of being able to throw a rock. Instead, the primary implementation of stealth is not enemy avoidance, but elimination. Attacks from stealth have damage multipliers, with perks to increase those damage multipliers. This is the incarnation of the dreaded Stealth Archer. Now, Stealth Archers go back to tabletop, where having advantage over an opponent would allow you to do extra damage. Arena and Daggerfall didn't really sell this because Stealth, Archery, and Critical Strikes were all different skills. Morrowind would roll Critical Strikes into Stealth, meaning that you could do extra damage at the start of an engagement if you got the drop on an opponent. Oblivion made this easier by removing hit chance. Any character could pick up a bow and take a pot shot at an opponent from Stealth for a little extra damage to start fights. But it was Skyrim, with its classless society, that spawned this horrific playstyle. I mean it. Stealth Archery is the worst. It is boring and insidious. Because there are no classes, there's no reason for all characters to not use a little bit of stealth here and there. It starts small. I'll use this bow I found to open up a fight from stealth and then finish it normally. It levels you up, or you eventually kill your first opponent purely from stealth, and it gradually starts to take over your playstyle. Eventually, you'll be slowly clearing dungeons entirely from afar with a bow and arrow while sneaking. Unlike a melee character who can juggle staggers with a shield bash, or the magic character who has lots of utility spells to try switching to, stealth archers have one move: draw bow, aim bow, loose, repeat. In Oblivion, you either had to knowingly pick the sneak skill at the start or train it from a very low level to get use out of it. But Skyrim intentionally made sneak so easy to pick up and use that there's zero reason not to. I know people meme Legolas for being overpowered, but he's a great example of an archer character who didn't need stealth bonuses to do his job. Archery's a bit static, right? Ranged encounters are usually the most fun for archers since it involves leading shots and predicting incoming projectiles, but against melee opponents, archery's annoying due to getting staggered. Plus, the lack of limb damage means you don't have a lot of options like, I don't know, shooting someone who's charging you in the leg to cause them to limp slowly towards you. Again, Fallout 3 and New Vegas already have a system for this in the same engine. It also means there's no headshot multiplier. I just feel like archery level 100 should be around level 50, and the real level 100 should enter the realm of crazy fantasy stuff, like your arrows landing with the force of a ballista, taking limbs off, or pinning torsos to walls. Towards the end, my character started to approach this, if only because I started really having to lean on custom fortify archery potions for the extra damage. You know, all this archer talk diminishes the other aspect of stealth, which is assassinations via melee. The downside of stealth melee is having to get close to people. The upside is 6 times, 15 times, 30 times damage from stealth. Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy, and people meme on being able to literally crouch and fire and be unnoticed in Skyrim. But that's one of the few areas where the game really sells the fantasy that you're becoming better at the skill than anything you could accomplish in real life. Occasionally, when I got bored, I would go around stealing the armor and even weapons of enemy NPCs before starting fights, but it was never really necessary. You pop a high damage arrow with a high damage poison off your enchanted bow for 3 times stealth damage into the guy with the best armor in the room, then run around or find a place the NPCs can't reach and pop arrows into people. Or, even worse, you eventually start ignoring NPCs. Just sneak past and keep sneaking. There are a few things you ever really need to kill because alerting people inside a dungeon does not draw the attention of other people inside that dungeon. Look at a base in Metal Gear Solid 5. Superficially, it's a completely different world, but in reality, bases and dungeons are similar. Both are locations in an open world in which a number of enemies are located. The key difference, however, is that a Skyrim dungeon is a linear affair with an endpoint and a chest using a leveled list to determine appropriate loot. In MGS5, a base is meant to be a location in the world, a potential setting for missions, or open world exploits like stealing resources or people. The safe forts work like this in Skyrim. If an enemy at a fort detects you, he raises an alarm, and all their friends come to kill you. Stealth tactics are then necessary, at least temporarily, to give yourself an advantage. Or you can use the alarm state against the enemy, drawing them to a certain location, then sneaking around to complete your objective. Again, notice how it was level design that was integral to making the stealth more interesting. The heightened mechanics, artificial intelligence, and animations of MGS5 are not what makes it a superior stealth and even action experience. What's funny is that it's not impossible for Skyrim to create a competitive experience. They already have a system for making NPCs dynamically react to bodies. It's just that those reactions take place in the cities, not with generic bandits. How many times have you seen a bandit stare at their friend's corpse without a care in the world, or far too easily decide that it was safe to stop searching and that it must have just been the wind? It seems the misguided effort to focus on the town NPCs gave Bethesda tunnel vision, and they didn't realize that the bulk of NPCs the players actually interact with are enemies. You want to know something funny that kind of broke me? You can kill everyone at Golden Glow, no problem. Killing all these guards, even Erengoth, no issues. But burn more than 3 beehives. Everyone in Skyrim should be talking about the massacre at Golden Glow Estate my second character did. There's botching the robbery, and then there's hunting down and murdering every single mercenary like animals. I am actually upset though, because I've thought forever, hey, this is the Thieves Guild and killing people's bad for business. Better to try and avoid these guards, but why bother? See, Garrett didn't murk all the guards for 3 reasons. He wasn't a phenomenal sword fighter, it creates bodies, and it raises the alarm. I mean, think about good stealth games. Most of them try to limit the player from just mowing their way through a level. Can't leave a trace that you were there, or killing people creates extra expenses, or a morality system for killing too many people. I think a good way would be to add in additional bonuses for not getting detected during the job. Ghost Golden Glow and the player gets a bow that puts out torches, or I don't know, anything really. The Game Jam proved there are creative people at Bethesda being intentionally held back. They added water arrows to the game in a week.
You've made a mess of things, and Maven's furious. I told you not to burn more than 3 of the hives.
We've reviewed into everything else that's happened since you arrived here. Guilty! All counts.
Despite objectively butchering the job, we get our next mission, which is to speak directly to Maven Blackbriar.
So you're the one that burned down Golden Glow Estate? Do you have any idea what that little stunt you pulled is going to cost me? I'm amazed you even bothered to show your face here. The only reason we're having this conversation is due to Brynjolf's assurance you won't botch another assignment. He claims you possess some sort of uncanny aptitude for your line of work.
Justice.
Quite frankly, I find that hard to believe.
This is where things get really absurd, right? Because while it makes sense that Maven would specifically request Maglir, who has done everything phenomenally so far, it does not make sense that she would request the person who failed to implicate Branche, murdered 2 Riften merchants, and just destroyed her primary source of honey and massacred a legion of mercenaries. Delta Fear's entire concept of stealth is that you can't get detected if all the guards are dead. Maven wants us to take down a competitor in Whiterun at Honningbrew Meadery by getting the owner arrested. Somehow, she figures he'll get a life sentence and that the property will be immediately passed to the owner's assistant, who has made a deal with Maven. The sad part is that both of these elements come true. The assistant gives us poison to deal with the pests he planted in the meadery basement, and the owner accepts hiring us to deal with it. Then we poison the still, yet somehow this poison's already in a barrel and ready to be tasted by the captain of the guard within seconds. You cannot fail this mission. Killing the owner doesn't work because he's essential. Leaving the guy raising a rat army in the basement alive doesn't work as well. From here on, failure is not an option because they didn't make it one. Which would be hilarious. If the player could only fail but the game kept having to give you quests anyways. This is almost like when an early access game has 2 hours and 1 minute of good content and then it stops trying as soon as the refund period's over. Anyways, we track down a promissory note and bring it back to Mercer. Both the note and the deed from Golden Glow have the same symbol, indicating that the same person is behind both Golden Glow's purchase and Honningbrew's founding, indicating that whoever is behind this is attempting to drive a wedge between the guild and their only remaining contact, Maven Blackbriar. A clue, however, has been left in the form of a name, Gadgel Lay, an alias for Golemai in Solitude. Like the previous 2 jobs, Golemai used to be a guild contact but went silent. His role was to steal or identify valuables from the East Empire company that he works for. Golemai has 3 persuasion options: Intimidation, which always fails despite the fact that this quest is still completable if you call his bluff and kill him; Bribery, which always succeeds and leads to him tasking us with stealing a really easy target of Firebrand wine from the Blue Palace; and Persuasion, which is a very high skill check. You see, unlike the percentage chance system of Fallout 3 or the transparent skill check system of Fallout New Vegas, Skyrim has skill checks but no way to gauge success chance. Well, that's fine, but it doesn't make it apparent just how busted these persuasion checks really are. There are 2 checks which are designed to be impossible to fail, 3 checks which require a skill level of 10, which in vanilla Skyrim makes it also impossible to fail. The next tier is 25, then 50, then 75, and then a single check at 100. But there are lots of checks that are impossible to succeed, and their presence is also inconsistent. There are perks to lower the thresholds, but that requires you already have leveled speech to 50 and spend 3 valuable perk points for what is again an inconsistent mechanic. Also, if you've already raised your speech to 50, then you can already pass more than half of the game's checks. You can lower the thresholds with potions, but that requires you to be aware that a check is about to happen. Also, a lot of the checks are really lame, like getting extra gold, but usually all speech checks do is let you bypass a quest objective. There's not really anything that changes anything major. Like in New Vegas, you can change major plot elements just by the points you have invested in your skills. And I'm not talking about avoiding the Leg Atlanteus fight. Multiple factions can be changed purely by putting points into speech, like the Great Khans. Like, Skyrim's content is so boring that Bethesda considers skipping it to be the primary reward for characters invested in speech, which I only achieved on my 3rd character who only did the quest lines after maxing out her speech skills. I guess this is meant to be an adequate replacement for disposition, which, while still in the game, basically only affects whether the voice lines an NPC uses are friendly or hostile. It's not like Morrowind or Oblivion quests changed drastically from speech checks either, but this comes off like Bethesda's trying to provide the illusion that they can do what other RPGs are doing with player choice, but it's exactly that, an illusion. Trickery works by obfuscating the facts, which is why Skyrim provides so few details about how its speech system works. It would be backwards if the player never had any conversation options, so Bethesda tricks the player into thinking that there are options. It does not tell you the percentage chance a speech check can succeed, because by design not every speech check can succeed, or even accomplish anything if it does. There are many which don't have a success state, so if it told you the chance of success, it would literally just say 0%. When the chips are down, the best the designers can do is offer to skip some minor objective. Fine, you've got 75 points in speech. I guess you don't have to steal the Firebrand wine. You still have to follow the rest of the quest progression. There is no possible way to convince Golemai to just give us the information we want right now. The thing is, no matter what happens, we still have to tail Golemai through the warehouse and into his hideout. If you fail the speech check and have to steal the wine, then Golemai will never leave the Winking Skeever to go to his hideout. If you steal the wine, Golemai tells you that he doesn't know who the symbol represents and leaves to go to his hideout. If you succeed the speech check, then Golemai tells you he doesn't know who the symbol represents and leaves to go to his hideout. Lots of conversation options are like this. You're presented a choice, but every choice either leads to the same endpoint or ends the conversation, starting the flowchart over. Now there's a reason for this. Skyrim was developed right before the era of digital releases, meaning that they're still beholden to the file size limitations of the physical medium. Every branch in dialogue that creates new responses steals from somewhere else. Creating the depth of Fallout removes the breadth of Elder Scrolls. The issue is that this is somewhat disingenuous. There's no reason that Golem Eye, if properly convinced, can't use the same dialogue to tell us now what he'll tell us in 10 minutes when we find him in his hideout. The only reason would be to force the player to sneak through the warehouse and the hideout. Except stealth is optional. There's no punishment for murdering all the East Empire Company wardens or the bandits, and Golem Eye, even if he detects the player, will just keep going. Moreover, while this mission is interesting compared to the standard Skyrim fare, it's nowhere near as impressive as it should be by stealth game standards. You're given an interesting route through the warehouse, but hardly any need for them. Hell, the quest is able to be completed even if Golem Eye dies, as he will instead write up a confession to his brother with all the critical information. A woman named Carlia, who killed the previous guildmaster, put him up to this, and said that she would be going to where the end began. The only downside of Golem Eye dying is that he can't serve as the fence in Solitude, but there also isn't much upside to killing him either, because it's not like you can kill him early and get the note. Every path leads to us learning the information after the stealth mission sequence anyways, so you might as well just keep him alive. Mercer recognizes the name and knows the location she was referring to, which immediately should be throwing some red flags. This means that Carlia had intentionally left this breadcrumb trail obvious in order to lure Mercer into a trap, and yet Mercer decides that 2 people is sufficient for this. Why wouldn't we bring all these useless footpads that do nothing but hang out at the guild hall with us unless the intention is to betray us, which is what happens. The next red flag is that when we arrive, Mercer tells us that he found Carlia's horse and killed it. I know you're trying to prevent her escape, Mercer, but did you try slapping it on the ass first? Take the saddle off, or, I don't know, steal it and ride it back to Windhelm to sell? Carlia clearly isn't going anywhere, considering how she set this trap up and has presumably been waiting for a fresh minute for us to get here. Like, what was Carlia's plan if Arengoth or Sabjorn decided to burn their evidence or keep it better hidden? Or if Golem Eye decided not to squeal? Or if Mercer forgot that Gajum Lay was an alias? Or Golem Eye used a new alias that Mercer didn't recognize? There are a lot of factors here that could result in Carlia waiting here for a very long time. Or what if the Thieves Guild figured it out immediately and showed up the day Carlia was out arranging her next big clue? I mean, she picked an area that Mercer knows is sentimental to her. What if Mercer routinely visits Snowvale Sanctum, or hired somebody to stake the place out and kill anybody who gets near it? That's actually within his character, since he employs bandits to guard his house that he doesn't even live in. Mercer is waiting for us, which for Maglir took a long time because the quest after this has a leveled reward. In fact, Maglir did an entire quest line in the time between Mercer leaving the Guildhall and Maglir arriving at Snowvale Sanctum. So maybe Mercer is slightly justified in taking a poke at both of my characters. Leveled rewards have been scaled back with Skyrim. There are 15 scaled items in Skyrim total. There are even 2 primary quest lines you can complete that have no scaled rewards. However, this came at a cost. Less scaled items, but a much wider bracket of level scaling. In base Skyrim, the scaling goes up to level 46, while in Dragonborn, the scaling goes up to level 60. For reference, basing this off of Skyrim reviews, it seems that a normal person doing a full playthrough gets to around level 40 before stopping, which is about where both Siorin and Maglir stopped.
Oblivion and Fallout 3 in some respects to like a 1 to 25, 1 to 30. This one is balanced like 1 to 50.
This makes sense as the first 20 levels go by very quickly, with the game slowing down drastically in the mid-20s. Scaling, of course, works by changing the numbers on an item depending on the level you receive it. So for instance, the Nightingale Blade does 1 point of damage and 5 points of absorb health and stamina for each stage of the bracket that it goes up. So getting the blade at level 1, you'll get a sword that does 10 damage and 5 points of absorb health, while getting the blade at level 46, the sword will do 14 points of damage and 25 points of absorb health. Note that single point increments of damage are more drastic when factoring in skill levels, perk points, and item tempering. So at level 1, the sword equals a Dwarven sword, while at level 46, the sword equals a Daedric sword. That of course means that level 1 versions of the sword will be replaced by higher level weapons later in the game. This has that same Oblivion problem of encouraging people to do the faction related to their playstyle last, but it's inconsistent because not every faction uses scaled items, or uses scaled items consistently. For instance, the only scaled item tied to the College of Winterhold caps out at level 25 instead of level 46. The Companions have no scaled items, while the Thieves Guild has 4 different items tied to it. There's also random side quests and even dungeons with scaled items. but no consistency. There are two options in my eyes. The first is to get rid of scaled items and replace items with static weapons that have unique abilities. The second is to keep scaled items but implement a way to increase their bracket position. Like maybe if you get a scaled item at level 1, then at level 20 you can sacrifice a grand soul to increase its bracket position. It just bothers me how much of this stuff either sits on my wall or gets sold to a vendor because Bethesda keeps throwing wheelbarrows full of generic but unique models of equipment at me. It's like they don't understand that fun content is a reward unto itself, and so feels compelled to make sure there is some kind of gear incentive, even if that gear is trash that ends up sitting in a box in my house. The first thing that stands out is that Mercer, who is impatient with us, can unlock a type of door that, as far as I'm aware, does not appear anywhere else in the game. Mercer is really drawing attention to his lockpicking because he's capable of breaking into this door that we cannot. The dungeon proper is like a weird mix of a Nordic burial crypt with a stealth level. We end up finding a word wall for disarm, which, really? Disarm? Didn't think to do something like throw voice or detect aura for this dungeon that is part of the stealth faction, both of which are shouts built for stealth. But disarm, which is almost functionally useless, by the way. I've never gotten disarm to work on an opponent that I actually wanted to, disarm. We get to a claw door, which, no, we're not addressing those yet. Big thing is that they need a claw to open, but once again, Mercer is apparently so good at lockpicking that he can open it while drawing big attention to it. This is why this dungeon confuses me, because you cannot enter this dungeon at all without the quest, but then they have this claw door, which seems like an adequate way of keeping players out of the part of the dungeon that has all the quest scripting, since the player can't find the claw. Anyways, we enter the room only to see the very same thing that countless NPCs had seen before they had died. We've been ambushed, and worse, we've been ambushed by a stealth archer. Mercer and Carlia have a conversation where it's revealed that Mercer Frey was the one to kill Gallus, the former guildmaster, and then Carlia starts drinking a potion. At this point, Mercer should be killing her, considering his only goal here was to tie up this loose end. But no, he lets her drink it, and she goes invisible. Mercer then ties our loose end up and leaves. We wake up outside, and Carlia declares herself our savior. Okay, let's stop. Carlia intended to shoot Mercer but couldn't get a clear shot because we were in the way, even though she could have just tried waiting for a better shot. It wasn't like we were closing in fast on her position. She literally had an invisibility potion on hand if she wanted to reposition. I also want to introduce another element. Gallus's murder was 25 years ago. According to Carlia, she had spent the last 25 years constantly on the move, conspiring to take down Mercer, singularly focused on that goal. And yet, after building an elaborate house of cards plot to ambush Mercer, she did not anticipate that Mercer would dare bring a second person to the sanctum. She was smart enough to set up a location to where only Mercer could get in, so that Mercer couldn't just hire some bandits to clear the place out for him, but still, after 25 years of planning, she didn't think to just wait a couple seconds longer. Now, there is the question of why Carlia didn't decide to just kill Mercer. She says that she's smart enough to not cross blades with him, but just shoot him. Why would you close the distance between you and someone who has a sword? Don't you know that people with swords have to be close to you to do anything? Then she copes by saying that her goal was to capture Mercer and take him back to the guild to pay for his crimes. How exactly does that work? When Carlia does return to the guild, they will go on full alert, even though most of these people wouldn't know who she is. Like, have Delvin and Vex and Brynjolf all been with the guild for 25 years? How old are all these people? Do you know how long 25 years is, Bethesda? The actual evidence Carlia needs to exonerate herself of Gallus's murder has only just been found, and it is written in the Falmer language. Did Carlia never once in 25 years come back to Snowvale Sanctum to get it? Given that she says she needs to stick around to bury Gallus, I guess not. How is this journal still intact? Given that the journal isn't even written in the common tongue, it might actually be impossible to translate, as most, if not all of it, will be illegible. Even then, Carlia didn't know there would be a journal, so how exactly did she plan her encounter at the guild out? It would be her word against Mercer's. That might work back in the day when she would have had friends there, but after 25 years, it's almost guaranteed that everyone would side with Mercer over Carlia. At this point, Carlia would be better off just assassinating Mercer or outliving him. I mean, we have to imagine Mercer is at least 45 or 50 years old at this point, while Carlia is not only an elf, but a direct descendant of a woman who lived through the entire Third Era. If this sounds surprising, Carlia is actually the granddaughter of Queen Baranzaya, who we know lived for at least 430 years. I pitch it that way because we don't really know what happened to Baranzaya after the events of Tribunal, but the fact remains that she did live an extremely long time. Now, there is another element. which is that Mercer stole something that Carlia needs as part of her religion, the keys to the skeleton car. Oh, that old thing? So simply living her life and letting Mercer get old and die is not an option because it may make recovering the key difficult, even though the key was already being passed around by the Thieves Guild in Morrowind, and Nocturnal even gave the damn thing to the player as a token of her appreciation in Oblivion. Hey man, can I borrow the skeleton key? And don't hold out on me now. Apparently, the key got 2 big retcons, the first being that it can unlock literally anything, unless the player has it. The second is that Nocturnal needs, or more likely wants, the key to serve as a portal to her realm. The guild being cursed with bad luck is quite literal since Mercer stole the key. So the guild's been losing its grip for 25 years? 25 years of the guild being on a downward spiral? I've got one simple editorial fix. Drop the 2. Say that Gallus's murder was 5 years ago. 5 years is long enough to start believing that Carlia did it without breaking suspension of disbelief. You seriously expect me to believe that Carlia slept in a different place every night for 25 years? That's 9,125 times Carlia has had to find a new place to rest her head. 5 years is also a good amount of time to say the Thieves Guild's been losing influence. Given that life in Skyrim is supposed to be short, unless apparently you're a member of the Thieves Guild, then it may well be possible the average adult in Skyrim doesn't even know about their existence. Not because they're masters of clandestine operations, but simply because they are now culturally irrelevant. 5 years is long enough for the guild to be gone from an area to make their return actually notable. More to the point, there is zero story benefit for having the gap be so long. Anyways, Carlia claims that she saved our life because her arrows slowed our heart down, preventing us from bleeding out. I'm almost insulted. Like, seriously, you can tell the writers were writing the story cock first. They wanted a betrayal scene with no consideration for how it would make sense. Am I to believe that someone like Mercer Frey can't figure out how to cut an artery, or doesn't know where our vital organs are? A slowed heart doesn't matter if we get stabbed through the neck. I sympathize with how unenviable a task it is to engineer a situation where the player is taken down without making it feel forced or cheap. I would look at something like Half-Life or Dishonored to see how hard it really is to pull this stuff off. Showing a character who can survive dragon's breath and bounces back from mortal wounds like it's nothing suddenly getting taken down really easily creates cognitive dissonance. I'm supposed to now accept that this can just happen to my character, even if I have 100% poison resistance. Here's my rewrite. We enter the room, only to have the puzzle door shut behind us. Carlia and Mercer have their conversation, but Carlia is hidden somewhere in the room, invisibly. Carlia puts Mercer on the back pedal, and Mercer has a mask-off moment. Maybe he realizes our sudden streak of popularity might make the guild more willing to take our word than his. Or maybe he realizes someone who routinely messes up as many jobs as we do is not going to be missed. Realizing that he can't leave us alive, Mercer betrays us, when suddenly we are shot and fall to the ground. Instead of the animation made for this, it would just look like a normal paralyzation effect from the game. Mercer makes a quick insult at Carlia's bad aim, but decides it's not worth it to stick around. So instead of going on a monologue gloating about how we engineered our own downfall, Mercer just takes a quick stab and has to rush out. Then we wake up with Carlia, and this time she tells us how she saved our lives. It makes more sense. Instead of not having a clear shot, now there's no mistaking it. Carlia shot us because we were about to die. Instead of getting impatient or changing her mind. Oh, my poison slowed your heart. Yeah, well, I wouldn't have gotten stabbed if I wasn't paralyzed on the floor. She figures that Mercer will think we're dead. You remove the issue of Carlia deciding not to at least shoot Mercer in the leg by limiting the amount of time he's in the room, and you don't strip the player of agency in a way that isn't at least consistent with how paralysis works in the game proper. It's sort of like how Half-Life 2 has the player get knocked out the same way it would work in the actual game. It works way better than turning off the lights and taking the controls away. So Carlia brings up that Gallus's journal is written in Falmer, so it'll be difficult to use as evidence. And we mention that, like, hey, why don't we try getting it translated? And Carlia's like, oh yeah. The implication is that maybe Carlia has been eroding Thieves Guild relations down for years and only recently started putting her signature on it so she would be found, but really it feels like it took Carlia 25 years to have the idea to alienate the Blackbriars, because she doesn't seem very intelligent. She's definitely not the sort of woman that scholars would like. By the way, Gallus wasn't just a thief but a scholar as well, which is actually pretty cool. How is Gallus posthumously a more interesting character archetype than any of the living characters? Anyways, at the mention of a translation, Carlia mentions Inthier, a contact Gallus had at the College of Winterhold. I then subsequently went down to Riften to visit the Thieves Guild. Delvin Mallory, Vex, not even Brynjolf will give us any insight or acknowledgement about anything that just happened.
Why are you here? Did Skullface send you?
Sorry, lass.
I've got important things to do. We'll speak another time.
Bullshit, Brynjolf. You literally do what everyone else here does. Hang out all day in the cistern while I work. Bethesda is so sure that the player's just going to follow the quest marker and trust the purple-eyed lady they had zero contingency for if the player actually tries to find Mercer or tell anyone what happened. What if Mercer returned, claimed we were a traitor, and the frontman of the Ragged Flagon, while feeling bad about it or maybe not trusting Mercer, allows us to leave alive? Instead, Delvin's like, wow, nice model ship. Where did you find it? And did you find anything interesting and plot relevant when you did? And my character has to respond, oh, you know, places, not much. You too. Inthier, who typically lives at the college, happens to be spending the night out in the Tavern of Winterhold, because that is what mages of Winterhold do. They hang out among the plebs of the ruins of the city that hates them.
Carlia. Then she's finally found it.
Wait, what do you mean found it? It was on his body. Where he died? 25 years ago? I mean, I mock it, but the alternative is having the player enter the college, which is impossible to do without joining, apparently. Inthier doesn't know how to translate Falmer, but he does know how Gallus figured the language out, which was to steal the information from the court wizard over in Markarth. Calcelmo isn't too interested in sharing the information, as he's currently working on his definitive guide to translating the Falmer language. Wait, how long have you been working on this thing? Gallus somehow stole this information from you 25 years ago, if not longer, and you still haven't finished it? Just in case you guys thought it took me a long time to write a script. So this dialogue has 6 conversation options, although generally 5. Even though I hooked him up with a dark-skinned tomboy waifu, he'll only give us a key to his museum and not the information we want. The path of last resort is to do a task for Calcelmo, killing a spider who lives in the ruins he's studying so that research can continue. Or you could steal the key or pick the lock. It's the speech options I have an issue with. Intimidation and bribery always fail, which kind of highlight my issues with them. There's a perk that makes intimidations twice as likely to be successful, but I swear a minority of them ever even have success states. This makes no sense because sure, Calcelmo could call the guards, but will they get here before his body hits the floor? Intimidation should be harder than persuasion in this circumstance, but not impossible, especially considering we are talking about a woman who has a terrifying enough presence to scare the ancient dead companions. Likewise, Calcelmo declines bribery because apparently scholars are uninterested in personal wealth. Fucking what? What about grant money? You know, having the freedom to research whatever you want without having to serve a Jarl? What about the possibility of earning enough money to found your own college? What is the motivation of publishing your work on translating the Falmer texts? Esteem? What is this, Star Trek? Is there really no quantity of money that could be offered to Calcelmo to sway him? I have 100,000 gold. Not even that merits a day pass at the museum? Calcelmo can be swayed with a persuasion check, but it's a hard speech check, meaning speech level 75. Or you could just pick the adept lock. Literally any character can do that. The only downside is the guards in the museum will be hostile, but you know, who cares? Past a certain point, the city guards are replaced with hostile personal guards with no bounty for killing them until the end when you encounter the wizard's guard. Why bother? Why not just make it so they're all city guards? Markarth's meant to be about as corrupt as Riften, so it would make sense that there would be more guards protecting a bunch of relics than the city itself. It would actually fit with the broader story of Markarth. There is this spider control rod, but all it does is move the spider and give it targets. At first I thought these valves could be manipulated by the spider, but no, it's just for fighting enemies, and only in this one area. Basically, there were 2 ideas for this level, but Bethesda should have probably picked one and focused on making it good. Either ramp up the trap elements of the area, making them necessary to slip through the lab, or lean on using the spider bot to remotely activate switches or something. Like the guards are used to working around it and don't ask questions when they see it, so the bot could be used to activate valves remotely while we sneak through an air duct or something. Or lean on the trap element, activate traps remotely and the guards go, shit, it happened again, better not ask questions before the fucking safety inspector comes by and finds us for not installing a WGC compliant wheelchair ramp in our dungeon. We find the translation guide, but it turns out to be a big rock. Oh, that's why this story needed a 25-year time gap, so that our local wizard and avant-garde artist could carve out his translation guide instead of printing it in a book. Is the implication that Calcelmo is a fraud who's using the Elder Scrolls equivalent of the Rosetta Stone? Or has the man been climbing this giant tower to carve out his guide? The journal implies that he's been deriving his notes from the tablet, but then why would it take him 25 years if it wasn't actually his original work? Who knows? The only clever part of this is that the game expects us to figure out that we need to grab a roll of paper and some charcoal and create a rubbing of the stone. No quest marker, no explicit directions, just an instruction to copy the stone and some big environmental clues that charcoal and paper could be the way of copying inscriptions. This is the sort of thing you wouldn't expect Bethesda to do anymore because players might get confused, but I had a hard time finding examples of people on the internet actually having issues. Although, I do suppose that raises the question of the role that online wikis and easy video streaming have on quest design. If you ever get confused in a quest, you're one Google search away from finding the UESP, even if it's never at the top despite being the superior website. So then, we have to wonder, are lots of people having trouble with the quest but not saying anything because it's easy to find directions on the internet as to how to complete it? Or are we speculating about a group of people that doesn't actually exist because the average person can figure it out and only a small fraction of people get confused but are allowed enough to worry the developers? Bethesda is very worried about the player getting confused, so almost every little thing in Skyrim has a quest marker and written directions as to what to do. There's not much of a sense of discovery or catharsis when everything in the game is so obvious. I found the game slightly more enjoyable when I disabled the floating quest markers, because the floating markers were often one step ahead of me and preemptively telling me what to do before I would even know that I needed to do something. Anyways, we escape the tower and return to Inthier with Carlia here. Inthier does an amazing on-the-spot translation, and the journal says that Gala suspected that Mercer was stealing from the Guild Vault and did something to the Twilight Sepulchre, or Nocturnal Shrine. I might have spoiled what exactly it was that Mercer did, but the game is trying to create a sense of mystery. Sure, I wouldn't have been able to guess exactly what the game was leading to because new parameters for the skeleton key were invented, so with our evidence in hand, we head out to the Thieves Guild. I want to touch on Inthier for a second because it's very obvious that he was a mistake on the part of Bethesda. Inthier's role was likely meant to have been played by a character named Nelacar, the actual elf wizard living in the basement of the Frozen Hearth. Nelacar was asked to leave the college due to some experiments, and it's probable that Inthier's role of supplying the college with illicit goods was actually meant to be done by him, since he lives off the campus. However, the biggest piece of evidence is this.
Like the Altmer? Yes, I would say their culture quite possibly rivaled our own.
Now, for some reason, a lot of people have trouble telling Bosmer and Altmer apart, but Inthier is a wood elf, not a high elf like Nelacar. I think the mistake stems from the fact that Nelacar plays an important role in Azura's quest, and a lack of communication resulted in Nelacar having been played by two different voice actors.
These fissures and cracks aren't encouraging. Malin obviously was growing more desperate once he left the college.
The Nords went to war with the Falmer in the First Era. Killed them by the thousands to drive them from their snowy homeland.
Nelacar is voiced by Neil Dixon, the male Altmer voice actor, but Inthier is voiced by Stephen Russell. Yes, they actually used Mercer Frey's voice actor to record these parts, so the character ended up having to be split. Now, it's speculation on my part, but I think I've got a pretty good case here. It's not even the first time that a Thieves Guild elf character was the wrong race. Arengoth is a Bosmer name, and Vex will refer to him as a Wood Elf Swit.
Yeah, I did. That Wood Elf Swit.
But this is what he actually looks like.
Welcome to the Thieves Guild. If this plan works, not only is my debt gone, but I'll be set up for life. I suppose that risk always coexisted with his line of work. I just never thought his luck would run out.
Get it? 'Cause he was in Thieves. Speaking of cases, we return to the Thieves Guild with evidence in hand, but they've gone on alert on account of Carlia not figuring she should probably wait outside of the flag-in. She hands over the translated journal, and Brynjolf, shocked, decides the way to definitively prove Carlia is innocent is to check the vault. The vault requires 2 keys to open, with 3 keys being owned by Mercer, Brynjolf, and Delvin. But shock and horror, the vault, it's empty.
That door has the best puzzle locks money can buy.
28. With the apotheosis of Tiber Septim, the face of the divine was transformed. Talos ascended, and the 8 became 9.
I'm no priest, and I'm certainly not religious.
So I know the idea is that Mercer's probably emptied the vault after betraying us at Snowvale Sanctum, but the game portrays it more like Mercer has been emptying the vault for years, which he has, just in small doses. Do you get my meaning? Delvin and Brynjolf have had access to the vault, but I guess no one was bothering with doing record keeping. Moreover, the vault is not tucked away in a corner, it's front and center in the cistern. Given the number of layabouts here, I would imagine it's physically impossible to open the vaults without a curious footbat or two deciding to watch, so surely somebody would have noticed all those times, especially the most recent one, that Mercer Frey used the skeleton key to open the vault and took all the money. It doesn't look like a small amount either. I mean, when the player lugs around 100,000 gold, that's a gameplay concession. Apparently gold is actually enchanted to be weightless, except that time in the Civil War where it had to be transported by carriage. Ah, yes, of course. Mercer Frey unlocked his innate ability to perform illegal teleportation magic. Yes, that's it. Just write off all your issues with magic without ever taking advantage of magic both mechanically and narratively to actually make stories interesting. Brynjolf figures we need to investigate Mercer's house, Riftweald Manor. It was a gifted home, but apparently he wasn't actually living there, but he has installed an escape mechanism anyways. The yard is guarded by a man indebted to Maven Blackbriar. We can kill him. We can also do a short quest to pay off his debt. Vivald's in debt because he lost an expensive pin that he was supposed to deliver to Maven. Instead of just transporting it normally and telling the guild not to waylay the shipment, Maven instead had it sent over the lake, but Vald hit a rock and lost his cargo. There's no quest marker, and the only clue is actually a lie, as the cargo is not near any rocks but in the middle of the lake. Which of course is ample reason to justify why everything needs quest markers. I mean, it's not like we could just fix the quest directions to be more accurate. The quest is only interesting because the Quill of Gemination is a unique quill made by the college with the ability to duplicate text. While it has the surface application of making transcribing books easier for scholars, it also has the criminal application of forging signatures. It's no use to the player as only Maven can get the ink for it, but it's a really cool application of magic in the setting that is almost entirely optional because you can just kill Vald or trick him into thinking Mercer needs him in Markarth. There's a couple literal bandits in Mercer's not house, but we eventually find his office where his plans, a note, a bust of the Grey Fox, and a unique sword are located. Now, this very questline admitted that Carlia was intentionally leaving clues so that she would be found. So is it the same with Mercer? Why? Why would Mercer leave the one heist plan he was actually going to go pull off to be found? It's not like you even need confirmation that Mercer's going after the Eyes of the Falmer. You could just say that the Eyes of the Falmer are the biggest heist that Gallus had planned, and probably what Mercer would go do now that his cover is blown. The note reaffirms that Mercer somehow broke into an impenetrable fortress to steal an item that should have been impossible because the skeleton key still hasn't been revealed yet. The bust is apparently there because Mercer had a fascination with the Grey Fox, even though he has nothing to say if you wear the actual Grey Cowl of Nocturnal in front of him. Thanks, Creation Club, you ruined another thing. Oh yeah, and Chillrend. So in Oblivion, Chillrend was a recolored glass short sword, but with some model alterations making the blade longer. In Skyrim, it's also recolored, but it's just a normal glass sword model now that's blue. It's just blue. And of course it looks awful because glass swords in Skyrim are just giant paddles. Look at how sleek and sexy the Oblivion glass weapons were. Of course, they were based on the Morrowind glass weapons, one of which was actually added by the Creation Club, so you can compare and contrast in-game how bad the Skyrim glass swords are. Chillrend is actually one of the best swords in the game. It's a scaled item, but its best incarnation is superior to anything you can find in the world. It does 15 damage, more than Daedric and as much as Dragonbone weapons, 30 points of frost damage, which is meh in Skyrim considering frost resistance. Oh, and it paralyzes for 2 seconds. I'm actually kind of confused why Mercer has this thing in his display case and not on his person. This seems like it should have been his signature weapon, not collecting dust in his house. We return with the news, and Brynjolf figures Mercer is going to do the Eyes heist for style points before disappearing forever. Yeah, or maybe he left the heist plan there as a misdirection. Maybe he already did it years ago and is out stealing an Elder Scroll or something else expensive. Just because you're right does not make it okay. Carlia says guild leadership falls to Brynjolf and he decides that Mercer needs to die. Yeah, pay attention, Armand Kristoff, Mr. We Aren't the Dark Brotherhood.
No, since we're not the Dark Brotherhood, we're not going to kill him.
Okay. There's one thing I never told you. You were always my...
Man betrays guild, man has to die. Simple as. What is not so simple is that Carlia thinks we can't take Mercer, which, like, what is that based on? Sure, you pussed out, and I lost because I was paralyzed on the floor, and not because I got poked by Chillrend, Carlia. Spoiler alert, we can totally take Mercer. Specifically, I can, by myself, because you will not be helping me when the time comes. Carlia figures we need every advantage we can get to take on Mercer, so she has us and Brynjolf meet her outside town at a hidden sanctuary. She wants to induct us as Nightingales, which are like servants of Nocturnal. Gallus, Mercer, and Carlia were Nightingales, and there can only be 3. Sounds like a fast track to getting your secret order wiped out if there were only ever 3 members. The catch, Brynjolf asks, is that we have to pledge our eternal souls to Nocturnal.
Come on, start talking, bitch!
Nocturnal will allow you to become a Nightingale and use your abilities for whatever you wish. And in return, both in life and in death, you must serve as a guardian of the Twilight Sepulchre.
They They played us like a damn fiddle!
Excuse me? Carlia doesn't even do the skewer thing of going, well, it's your choice. Player choice not requested. It's do this or start a new quest line. The best part is that we get nothing out of it. That advantage we needed to get from Nocturnal to beat Mercer, she doesn't give it to us. All we get out of it is this Nightingale armor, which, while good, we got before the whole pledging our soul thing. This is literally pointless. Well, maybe not. It is a point, albeit a point of contention for many players. You see, Nocturnal's Daedric quest has actually just been rolled into the Thieves Guild, and actually it's worse than just doing a Daedric quest because it ends with us pledging our eternal souls to Nocturnal. This is a rather long quest line to unceremoniously end with an ultimatum. However, I found there isn't really anything in our initial meeting that suggests we've made a deal just yet. We could, for instance, get our hands on the skeleton key and just hold on to it. Yeah, and nobody has an issue with us doing that, by the way. We do a really long Dwemer dungeon that just turns into a Falmer dungeon before confronting Mercer, who uses illusion magic to make Brynjolf fight Carlia. Seriously, Brynjolf? You're so low level that works? So we one-on-one with Mercer, and he went down super easy because he didn't bring his super powerful sword with him, but he exploded the room a bit and it started filling with water. Right before we drown, however, a way opens up and we escape.
I'm in the water right now! I'm a fucking fish!
Technically, this could be considered good luck granted to us by Nocturnal, but 1, we still haven't returned the skeleton key, and 2, only Maglir was at risk of dying. Deltafear can breathe underwater and make things explode with her brain. There's no way she'd actually get trapped in here. Plus, that's stupid, because it would basically guarantee that Nocturnal isn't getting the key back. I mean, I assume that like all artifacts, he could just recall it, but he seems big into making mortals do that kind of thing for him. Carlia gives us her bow, which is level scaled and does frost damage. Like, you guys know this is Skyrim, right? Half the population and wildlife resists frost damage. She then entrusts the task of returning the skeleton key to the Twilight Sepulchre to us. Which is dumb, because Deltafear just kept it. Oh wow, I guess all that catastrophic stuff that was supposed to happen if I did exactly this won't come to pass. It's almost like Carlia is either a serial liar, extremely misinformed, or really, really stupid. Probably all three, honestly. She's lying about stuff she doesn't understand because she was too stupid to comprehend what Gallus was trying to tell her. Like, this isn't even the first time Nocturnal has had something stolen from her. Remember the Eye of Nocturnal, which she said she super needed to see into the mortal realm? Or the Grey Cowl of Nocturnal, which was so important that she would curse its wearer with permanent anonymity as a punishment, and it took an Elder Scroll to undo that curse? Hey, since I was wearing the Grey Cowl while taking my vows and had my fingers crossed behind my back, that means the Grey Fox signed the contract, not me. Sorry, them's the rules. Blame Todd Howard for making it possible years after the fact. In the interim, let's talk about the Thieves Guild Radiant work. I've been doing it between missions. The way it works is that there's 2 quest givers. Each will give you a single task at a time. There are 7 mission types in total, but you'll figure out that numbers and burglaries are the best. The missions will then set a random target in a random city. Now, these aren't necessary to progress in the guild, but you do have to do at least 20 of them to become the guild leader. However, there are stipulations. You can't just grind 20 and be done. In order to rebuild the guild, you have to do 5 jobs in each city that isn't Riften. However, the cities are assigned randomly, so you have to constantly accept and forfeit jobs until you get the one you want, or use a cheeky quick save right before the quest starts, but after the dialogue to keep refreshing the quest until you get one you want. That's still annoying, but I actually like how these Radiant quests are leading to something and not just things I'm supposed to do if I want more useless currency. After 5 missions in a city, we get a special job offer from an influential member of that area. These are extremely hit and miss. Like, the Whiterun job is literally just a numbers contract, which is comically easy because it's not trespassing to be in the Jarl of Whiterun's bedroom. Markarth's job is to just run a marginally interesting dungeon. Windhelm's job is another dungeon, but is woven into the broader serial killer plot of the city. Solitude's job is the most complex, with us having to buy or steal some drugs and plant them on a ship so the captain gets arrested. Each job you complete adds another merchant to the Ratway. Windhelm and Markarth's jobs add fences to those cities, in addition to Golemai and Machias from the questline, and each job allows you to bribe the guards to remove your bounty at half price. This gives the Thieves Guild the biggest license to say it's probably the best faction in the game despite its abysmal story. Without factoring in equipment, the Thieves Guild is the most significant upgrade to our status in Skyrim. Perhaps more attention should have been focused into the special jobs, like each special mission would itself be a designed stealth mission similar to the main questline. So for instance, maybe the Markarth job requires that we complete the dungeon without being detected, and replace the silver mold with a fake one. I mean, we could spitball ideas all day. The point is that this part of the faction is what needed more focus, the story of how we rebuild the Thieves Guild, and you could have the Nightingale stuff be a side plot that develops out of it. Basically Nocturnal's quest, but as an optional 3-parter. Since we have it, let's talk about the skeleton key. It's mildly useful. You can't spam auto attempts with it to skip the minigame like in Oblivion. It doesn't even passively boost our lockpicking to make locks easier, similar to the Morrowind version. That said, since it doesn't break, it does make it easy to figure out the sweet spot of the minigame. I hardly need to introduce the minigame since it's been a Bethesda staple since Fallout 3. You position a pick and rotate the lock until you find the right spot to unlock the door. The issue is that lockpicking is now a universal skill. Daggerfall gave each archetype options to open locks. Thieves could lockpick, mages could use mysticism magic to open locks, and warriors could bash them open with their raw strength. This is a good balance of the system, with thieves having a quiet option but mages needing to use magicka and warriors damaging their weapons in the process and alerting everyone around them. Morrowind would, however, drop the ability to break locks as a warrior. I doubt it was a balance issue as much as it was a skill issue, in that it's hard to identify what skill should level up when you do it. It was the strength check before, but Morrowind would need some kind of lock-breaking skill for warriors, and people tend to forget that Morrowind was actually built from the ground up in a new engine, and lock-breaking was probably too low priority to make the final cut. Not that Bethesda then took the opportunity to add it to Oblivion, which actually did warriors dirtier by removing consistent scroll merchants, necessitating that they take up alteration magic or lockpicking. Skyrim went a step further by removing open spells from the game, channeling all playstyles into lockpicking. Technically there are still open spells since there's the Tower Stone, which gives you 1 daily unlock up to expert level with a magic power. Even locks are leveled, and you'll eventually run into more master locks than any other type. And the Creation Club added a spell from Oblivion that references another spell from Daggerfall called Fenric's Welcome, which does the same thing for surprisingly cheap, despite being an expert level illusion spell. Man, I won't know what to think if Elder Scrolls 6 re-adds open spells, and we'll have to wonder if the Creation Club actually did something positive for the series by reintroducing the idea. Anyways, the funny thing about lockpicking is that, despite being a universal skill, none of my characters maxed it out or bought a single perk for it. The closest I got was skill level 96 on a character that had reached level 68 and maxed out a third of the game's skills, including speech and restoration, with very little grinding, I might add. The core problem with the lockpicking skill is its perk tree. It has a spine of 5 perks that make a tier of lock easier. So you buy the Novice Locks perk to make the already easy Novice Locks easier, and even though really only Expert and Master Locks provide any modicum of challenge, this means 3 perks you don't want or even really need to buy to unlock the 2 that you do want, except Expert Locks require lockpicking 75, and Master Locks require lockpicking 100. The thing is that the skill itself makes the minigame easier, so by the time you reach the point that you can unlock the perk, you already don't need it. And besides, most quests use at most an Adept Lock, if that, and past a certain point all unlocking chests does is get you more loot for the box and more gold for the pockets.
I could make a better perk system than this in my sleep, and I mean that.
I could do it in my waking hours without forgetting to put it in the video. Make it so that each perk makes you 20% better at lockpicking in general and 30% better at that specific tier. So your weakened warriors who only want to be better at lockpicking to get loot from dungeons only have to spend 1 or 2 points, while dedicated thieves who break into houses regularly can access the entire tree without feeling like they're wasting their points. As for the rest of the perks, Quick Hands seems like the kind of perk that would have only been useful once every 20 hours when I had to break into a place that is constantly being watched. Wax Key is dumb. If you want the key to a place, it's better to steal it, plus you'd be locking yourself out of future experience points unlocking that door.
Holy fuck, is this wrong?
Hey, I was wrong about something. I mean, I'm right about it still being better to steal keys, but you can't get experience from the same door twice. Golden Touch is useless because it gives you more money, because that's really what we need. Treasure Hunter is extremely situational, maybe for spawning gear to disenchant and learn the effects, but would eventually pan out to being just another implement of money making. Locksmith seems useful, being another way to make the game easier, but requires level 80 and expert locks, which removes that usefulness. And Unbreakable requires level 100 to make your lockpicks unbreakable, like the skeleton key already is, except lockpicks are worth nothing and you'll find hundreds of them everywhere, unlike Oblivion where you have to join a guild or find some homeless guy living outside town to sell you some. The problem is, the minigame is so simple there isn't really any utility you can add. It's not like Oblivion where the perks change the game by reducing the number of pins that fall. You can tell this is the case because the perk overhaul Ordinator has to add new mechanics like placing bear traps and hacking automatons to give the player something to do. You could add a high-level perk that adds an autocomplete function to the minigame, or maybe a perk that lets you lock doors. Or how about a perk that lets you detect life within 10 meters if you're sneaking near a locked door so you can see what's on the other side? Personally, I'm a fan of making the lockpicking real time so that perks that increase your speed and stealthiness are actually useful. Like, instead of making it so nobody can tell I'm lockpicking, start with a perk that makes it so civilians can't tell I'm lockpicking, but guards can still catch you. Look at lockpicking in Fallout 4 and how sad it is. The perks are literally just permits to unlock higher level locks. That's not better, that's worse. Morrowind was good about this because it reinforced the idea that a character was bad at lockpicking by calculating if the player could even attempt to pick the lock by factoring in skill, agility, luck, fatigue, and the quality of the tools. Meanwhile, Nate is over here all, nope, I'm not perceptive enough to even try, despite the minigame being even easier. So anyways, Magler goes to the Twilight Sepulchre to return the skeleton key. I've always been confused why the Twilight Sepulchre and Nightingale Hall are two separate places. Also,
Nocturnal isn't one for worship and reverence. There are no priests and no sermons, no services, and no alms.
to make matters worse, I think the other priests are beginning to suspect we aren't who we say we are. If they discover we're posing as priests of Nocturnal, I'm sure they're not going to simply ask us to leave nicely.
Nocturnal isn't one for worship and reverence. There are no priests and no sermons, no services, and no alms.
The reason for there being two locations is that Gallus is hanging out in the lobby, so I guess Carlia never paid this place a visit in 25 years, really living up to her vow to protect it. Gallus is the last spirit guarding the place, and we have to get past a bunch of corrupted spirits that are also, like, guarding the place. It is a very amusing notion that the afterlife of the Thieves Guild character is to forever wander the halls of a Skyrim dungeon. Then you have to go through a room where the light hurts you, and then turn some lights off so the lady who likes darkness is in darkness. Then some traps or a locked door, and you find a hole that you get stuck in before waiting a minute for the cutscene to trigger and you fall through the floor.
Wish you weren't so fucking awkward, bud.
Stick your key in the hole to unlock a portal that Nocturnal comes through. If I say all this matter-of-factly, it's because this is all terribly uninteresting as far as final levels go. I mean, say what you will about the Oblivion Thieves Guild, it ended in a heist. Actually, it ended in a bizarre conversation, but it had a heist. And the Morrowind Thieves Guild ended in an assassination of the Fighters Guild leader. Here we are meeting a hot goth Daedric prince, and I'm completely zoned out because for some reason Nocturnal has to have extra rules compared to the rest of the princes. I'm sure he's lying and being extremely arbitrary to spite everyone for letting the skeleton key get stolen, except only a minority of thieves serve Nocturnal, so really it's your own damn fault, and I want nothing to do with you, no matter how much cleavage you show me.
Damn, she got big old pair of tits!
We have to give up the skeleton key, which is marginally useful, for some powers that are only useful if you don't want to level your illusion skill up. No takebacks, plus we're guaranteed a Nightingale now. No takebacks, again. And this mission's necessary if you want to become the guild leader, which Brynjolf not wanting it because he feels comfortable being out in the field is stupid. You'll love it, Brynjolf. You get to hang out in the cistern all day, like you already do. You also have to do all the special contracts, so 20 minimum Radiant quests later, and there's a small ceremony. Are we all sure about this? Like, Delvin, you've been around a minute. Sure you don't want a promotion? What about you, Vex? There's nothing to do as the leader of the guild beyond more Radiant jobs.
Wish you weren't so fucking awkward, bud.
Every now and then you'll unlock another item on the display shelf for doing these, and at 125 jobs you unlock a safe that's populated with loot. Which is not only an absurd amount of work, but a terrible reward, because at this point you'll have done 125 of these jobs, you'll probably have more than enough gold from doing them. And of course the guild has that usual issue of not having anything to do as leader. What if Delvin came up and was like, "Hey boss, what's our stance on the homeless?" And we respond, "We protect them," or "Hate homeless." And then we make more or less money, but the homeless have different lines. Or maybe we can set our policy for raiding shipping caravans with adverse effects like merchants having less items or money and dispositions being ruined, but we make chests full of gold doing it. I'm not proposing anything that isn't impossible. And I want to guide the line of thinking to be that when we design the next faction from the ground up, let's have some consideration for what the game will look like for the people that complete the faction. Brynjolf does give us the Amulet of Articulation, though, which should help with all those persuasion. Oh, wait, most of them were in this faction. Two more things. Along the way of doing the primary quest line is that we can find some special items in the missions that Delvin will buy from us. There's a Queen Bee statue, a decanter, a shipping map, a model ship, a dwarven puzzle cube that busts the Grey Fox, and one of the Eyes of the Falmer. I don't know if you can actually retrieve all of these items after the quest ends. I did have issues with going back to get the decanter and the model ship, and the quest line doesn't really introduce the idea. More, it just lets you kind of stumble upon them and realize you probably missed some in previous missions. The Empire shipping map in particular is completely out of the way, and I always miss the model ship because it's in an unassuming side room of Snowvale Sanctum. To me, the issue is that not only is the reward gold, but leveled gold. While this is true of the Radiant jobs, I can at least excuse that as being a simulation of the player being compensated for their increasing skill set. The rewards for Litany of Larceny should be static, and maybe Delvin should offer perks for it. You could start gradually unlocking the player's ability to bribe guards in the minor holds, and then maybe some skill augmenting perks, similar to how the Crown of Baron Zaya works. No Stone Unturned refers to a quest where the player has to go around collecting these unusual stones to complete the Crown of Baron Zaya. In case you don't know, the Baron Zaya was in the Thieves Guild. There are 24 stones, and you'll likely run into a couple while doing other quest lines, but not all of them, which creates this dilemma where the quest is either for people doing comprehensive playthroughs, or it's for people who want to look on the wiki. The reward hints towards the latter, as instead of getting paid, we're given a perk that increases the amount of rare gems you can find. A really good perk, but after a while I didn't want it because, damn, that's a lot of flawless gems. Man, Nocturnal's Curse is nothing compared to Baron Zaya's Blessing. Literally one urn looting session could fund the entire guild for years. Now I want to mention a creation that fits nowhere else, the Arcane Archer Pack. It was sold for $1.50 and is best described as a sequel to the Area Effect Arrows plugin from Morrowind. Now first up are the Bone Arrows, which are pretty funny. Bone Arrows were added in the Shivering Isles, a creation of a Nord named J-Red Iceveins. The Bone Arrows in Skyrim are superficially similar, although someone had a big-brained idea when making them. It costs 10 dragon bones to create 10 arrows, but it requires the Dragon Armor perk, or Smithing level 100. You know what else you can make at that level? 24 Dragon Bone arrows for 1 Dragon Bone. They'll do 1 point less damage, but obviously there's less hassle in lugging dragon bones around to make arrows. Okay, amazing start. What's next? Fire, ice, and lightning arrows, which do iron level physical damage but a scaling amount of elemental damage. Quite a bit, too. The models don't even look like they belong in Skyrim. Every time I found these, I was thrown off by how incongruent they are. They're expensive to make, though, requiring 4 elemental salts of your chosen damage type. That might have been a good idea in a game with more Daedric enemies, but not Skyrim. Soul Stealer arrows manifest into soul gems when landing killing blows on NPCs. Seems like a cheap way to get black souls, but I guess balance isn't a concern if you design from the perspective that everyone's running around with an infinite black soul gem already. There's also telekinesis arrows, which sit in the air from where they were shot until released with a power. That's pretty cool, but they had to make the arrows do 111 damage each. See, if you were designing these from the ground up, then you would make it so each arrow stores data about how it was shot. Stuff like what bow was used and whether we were in stealth when we did it. Because the game doesn't do that, the original arrows were extremely low damage and had to be increased with the Anniversary Edition. The Arcane Archer Pack also adds a spell called Bound Quiver, which is actually a power. I assume the idea is to be able to conjure just the arrows without having to summon the bow. However, I find it funny that the spell gives 0 experience for casting it. It's like everything added in this creation was done so with a monkey's paw. Everything's implemented in a way to make you think that it's actually a display of rebellion from the poor person forced to make this thing. The College of Winterhold likely starts for most people with being recommended by spell merchants to head up to Winterhold to visit the college. Unlike Riften and Whiterun, Winterhold is now a minor settlement, meaning that the city doesn't have walls, and also no carriage service to help you leave Winterhold on survival mode. The city is in a state of ruin, and you can pretty quickly pick up that there is some animosity between the citizens of this town and the college. 80 years ago, the bulk of the city of Winterhold collapsed so hard into the ocean that it literally stopped existing outside of a couple rocks. So somehow after a nuclear apocalypse in 200 years, I can still find stuff that's untouched from the pre-war era in Fallout, but a landslide and 80 years and the town is just gone out of existence, despite there being Nordic architecture that has lasted 5,000 years. And that isn't even considering the fact that Winterhold used to be the capital of Skyrim, a city that could rival Solitude. Well, Solitude in the lore. Solitude in the game, a capital city with an age of thousands of years, is smaller than frontier settlements on a recently colonized island. I think the question is, where's the wall? Every other major city in Skyrim has a wall, except I guess Winterhold fell below the population threshold, so the Elder Scrolls Central Bank came and foreclosed on it. Honestly, this is probably a pretty big part of the reason why ESO has dodged around letting players visit Winterhold, because otherwise the implication is that Winterhold, capital of Skyrim, had no wall throughout the thousands of years of political conflicts and wars that embroiled Skyrim. Or maybe the wall just happened to be right on the section of cliff that collapsed. Maybe that's what these rocks are, the old wall. And so what is left of Winterhold is actually the outlying city built outside the walls, although that begs the question of how anyone even actually survived then if the majority of the city proper just fell into the ocean. I bring all this up now because I want to get it out of the way, because the story of the College of Winterhold has nothing to do with the Great Collapse. No, that's right. Skyrim was the game that caused this great collapse, set up this conflict, and then does next to nothing with it. It's a big deal that no one at the college is looking into. The ocean battered the city and destroyed the cliff face simply so that the Nords of Winterhold would hate the college, something that a single book on this topic mentions was already starting to happen after the Oblivion Crisis. Here's a better guess. Bethesda realized it was a lot of work making another major city and had some mirroring going on between the 5 existing major cities, so Winterhold had to be demoted into Oblivion. But why not then make the story about this plot point? Let's explore what actually happens, which starts when we reach the far end of Winterhold and are confronted by a high elf woman named Feralda, who is busy gatekeeping the college. She has the only very hard persuasion option in the game, which is to convince her that we are worth letting into the college without doing her test. I feel like Bethesda keeps fumbling this ball. Like, do they realize that you generally don't have to be enrolled in a college to visit its library? Like, what if I just wanted some enchanting services, one of the few things keeping them in touch with the rest of Skyrim? Funnily enough, there is a main quest to get an Elder Scroll that sends you to the college, presumably as a means of introducing the faction, and Feralda will admit you into the college if you demonstrate a shout, except that also includes the part where you become a student. No, I don't want to be a student. I came here for information on the Elder Scrolls. And remember Inthier, who usually lives on campus but leaves to go to the inn for the duration of that quest? Well, they could have just set this part on the college if the player was allowed to visit the common areas and the library, but not the halls where the wizards live. It's a routine problem because Oblivion had the same issue, where the main quest had you visit the university, but they didn't want to let you into the campus early, so they compromised by having the NPCs do something they don't ordinarily, so you can meet them. Feralda generally asks you to demonstrate the ability to cast one of a couple spells, which she's willing to teach you for a mere 30 gold, which is far cheaper than buying it from a court wizard. Now, I only did this particular quest line once on my mage character, and she had to visit the college early for training, so unfortunately, the one character I played who maxed out their speech skill did not pass the one persuasion option in the game requiring that maxed out speech skill. It confuses me because why bother offering a way to bypass this? I mean, it's nice to have options. Typical Bethesda would just force you to complete the encounter or walk away, but why is this the encounter that has a level 100 persuasion check? That's the kind of persuasion check where you convince the villain to kill themselves.
You cannot prevail against me. I will outlast you, mortal.
Kill yourself!
And why is it more difficult to convince Feralda to let us skip the test than literally any other persuasion check in the game? It's easier to convince my wife Ysolda to let me owe her gold for an engagement ring and tell me where my wedding is located than it is to trick Feralda into thinking I'm a scholar or a member of an important political establishment. Which I am, by the way. And hell, what about scholars who aren't magically inclined? People who have a passion for history but can't get it up magically? Does the college just say no to those kinds of people? I know this is a weird criticism because people will think I should be praising Bethesda for getting the magical faction off to people who can cast magic, but 1, the barrier of entry is extremely low, and 2, this is only one of 4 instances of mandated magic, the others being novice-level destruction and restoration spells, one of which every player in the game starts with. If Bethesda was so inspired by BioShock, why not actually emulate the plasmids? One of the uses of plasmids in that game was to bypass a door that had been frozen over. Skyrim actually does this, but why not do this all the time? It's Skyrim, and the ancient Nords had powerful wizards, so a little bit of ice magic, doors, and dungeons could go a long way to make them interesting. It is as though Bethesda took in the criticism that Oblivion's Mages Guild could be done by barbarians, and so they have attempted to appease players by saying, fine, here's your magic test that can't be completed with scrolls, the magic faction requires magic, are you happy? It's a step in the right direction, but it's hardly a replacement for faction ranks and skill requirements, which seems all the more reasonable to implement now than before. I mean, think about it. Every faction could have radiant quests the player could go do to train up their skills. Perhaps ranking up requires your aggregate skill level of the faction skills to be at a certain point. Instead of expecting the leader of the college to have a single magic skill at 90 for the faction, just say that their overall magic skills should cumulatively add up to 250. There is zero reason why the companions should have tolerated my magical antics, why the Thieves Guild should have tolerated my lack of subtlety, or why the College of Winterhold should tolerate me being an ice-brained moron. Honestly, having played 3 characters, the game works a lot better if you play a character engaging with the faction's intended mechanics than a single one-size-fits-all character doing everything. Todd loves the idea of people being able to switch up their playstyle on the fly and not have issues with that, but I think that has only made the experience worse. It's a lot better to start a new character who does magic than it is to try and pivot Shoring Hardheart into being a magic character, and vice versa. Skyrim's perk system does not create more freedom of choice, rather it is cement that locks your character playstyle in place. Nothing is greater evidence than Bethesda's 2 attempts to ameliorate this problem. Skyrim's patch 1.9, which came out in March of 2013, would be one of the final patches of the Standard Edition and added legendary skills. The idea is that when you max out a skill, you can legendary it, resetting it to level 15 and giving you all your perk points back. However, this is a horrible solution to the problem of not being able to refund your perk points. Say Destruction is your only offensive skill, and you want to reset it so you can augment your lightning damage instead of fire. Not only do you lose the perks making your magic better, but you also lose the ability to buy the perks that you actually wanted. Now in theory, legendary skills allow you to level up forever, something people seem to have an issue with.
Why did Bethesda feel the need to add this system? It's like all that mattered to Bethesda was making the biggest game possible, but it's not worth sacrificing quality in your mad quest for quantity, not to mention there's a better way to make an RPG with a near endless amount of content.
Now, of course, I know why Skyrim's leveling is like this. I know why it's so boring and mundane. It's because you can do however many of them your schedule permits. Because there's no level cap. You can get literally every perk. The reason this is the case is because, therefore, leveling never ends. Never-ending levels give people less reason to start a new playthrough, as opposed to just chugging along on theirs. And the longer their single playthrough lasts, the more advertisable the game is. The more advertisable the game is, the more people are likely to buy it. And when people buy Bethesda games, guess who gets money? Yeah, ZeniMax. The third thing I dislike...
That is the strangest reason to think Bethesda added a system, especially post-launch. Like, was Todd in the design meeting saying how he wanted the player to be able to infinitely level up, but they would only add it a year and a half after launch? Actually, the opposite seems true.
And I think the thing that folks may not grasp is, given how many perks there are, that when you finally hit, the level cap, that you're not going to have gotten to, a quarter of all of the perks out there. So there is a ton of stuff still untapped, and certainly a big reason to go back and replay the game.
Because a lot of the power is in the perks, we wanted to be giving them out at a higher rate when you're playing. So we do talk about this as a 1 to 50 game. I mean, I'd have to go, once we play it more, the actual, maximum, depending on your particular character, how it works out, it might be 75, you know what I mean? It might be 75. I don't really know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we don't code in, this is the maximum level.
Right.
It'll end up wherever it ends up.
The idea of leveling forever is actually impractical and would be obviously so if anyone ever played past level 45. For starters, the way leveling works in Skyrim is that doing actions grants you skill experience, and then when that skill levels up, it grants you character experience for your overall level. When you level your character, you get to add 10 points to your health, magicka, or stamina, and you get 1 perk point. However, the amount of experience you need to level your character goes up each level, with some complicated formulas dictating the amounts. The amount of character experience that is granted by leveling skills is also variable. The point of this is that leveling your destruction from 15 to 16 provides less character experience than leveling destruction from 99 to 100. But since the amount of experience needed to level also increases, it means that using legendary skills to level infinitely has diminishing returns. Leveling in Skyrim can go from multiple levels per hour to multiple hours per level. That is why my character that played Skyrim comprehensively, including many side quests, dungeons, and Creation Club content, only reached level 68. Sure, there are infinite levels and infinite Radiant quests to do, but it's extremely unrealistic. And then there's the small detail that perks are an 8-bit integer. See, the way integers work is that when they reach their maximum value, they roll over back to 1. We don't usually run into this issue anymore since integer values have become so high and methods exist to simulate bigger numbers. However, because perk points are an 8-bit integer, their maximum value is 255. Get to level 257 without spending any perk points. Good luck with that. And watch as all your perk points disappear. Again, this is unrealistic, but I think the fact that there are only 251 perks in Skyrim is a sign that Bethesda may have been cognizant of this extremely arbitrary and weird limitation. However, the max level in base Skyrim is 81 if you don't use legendary skills. So this means that any one character in Bethesda's original design can only get 1/3 of the possible perks. In an interview, Todd Howard guessed the max level would be somewhere around level 75, which is remarkably close to where it ended up being. That means at that point in development, players would only be able to get 74 of the 251 potential perks. My point with all these is worrying about players leveling up forever is like worrying about someone manually walking across Daggerfall. Like, yeah, someone actually spent 69 hours doing that, but it's hardly something the average player will do. Actually, wait, if it only takes 69 hours, then it may actually be faster to walk across Daggerfall than it would be to reach level 252 without exploits. However, there is more about legendary skills I want to mention.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Skyrim is not a game that was designed around having your skill levels reset, and many skills have issues. Combat skills being reset can result in the Oblivion problem of not being able to fight scaled enemies. You can't get XP from learning ingredient effects, you can't get free levels from skill books the second time around. Since leveling slows down, that means that training also slows down since it's limited per level. Did you know that lockpicking won't level from the same lock twice? This means that there is an upper limit on the amount of times you can level your lockpicking. Pickpocket is also limited since most items don't respawn in NPC inventories. Remember how my lockpicking only reached level 96 on a comprehensive playthrough? Leveling without grinding seems practically balanced around only doing it once. And since the number of skills is already so trim, there are hardly any redundant skills worth going legendary. The only instance where it was useful was maxing out my smithing, making full sets of Daedric items I would want and tempering everything I wanted, then refunding all the perk points. This was a big deal for me because magic in Skyrim, man. Because you only gain perk points from leveling, this means that each character has a limited selection of perk points to spend. The other solution Bethesda provided to the perk problem is the end reward of the Dragonborn expansion, which is the ability to spend dragon souls to refund perk points. However, it's arguably the end of Skyrim, as most people are going to do this last and won't hang around to do infinite Radiant content or usually even the side content that the game offers. And a lot of reviewers don't even ever talk about Dragonborn, which is weird because it's like that's the opportunity Bethesda had to show that they were doing something different. This feels like a much more viable way to move your perk points around based on your playstyle. Like if you decide you want to do melee, you can refund your destruction points without actually resetting your destruction skill. No, I will not fucking This feels like a much more viable way to move your perk points around based on your playstyle. Like if you decide you want to do melee, you can refund your destruction points without actually resetting your destruction skill, allowing you in the future to set your perk points back if you decide to do magic again. I mean, I don't approve of the low commitment lifestyle, but of the two solutions offered to the problem of perks being permanent and locking your playstyle, this one works a lot better and actually came first. But is leveling better than Oblivion? Well, sure, but that isn't a point in favor of Skyrim. Leveling in Oblivion was catastrophically bad, taking the worst elements of Morrowind's system and exacerbating the problem in almost the exact perfect way to drive min-maxers absolutely fucking insane. It's like when developers add things to their game that screw over speedrunners. I can say that trying to min-max in Skyrim was a lot easier, but also a lot less rewarding for the effort. My general goal was to use training every single level to train up the most tedious of skills, which I managed to accomplish. However, there is no attribute progression. The results of a min-max Skyrim playthrough are mostly just hitting higher levels than you would if you had just played the game normally. There are a lot of interesting meta goals with a character you can accomplish in Morrowind and even Oblivion. For instance, it's popular to try and achieve the highest amount of health possible with a single character. Because Skyrim simplifies health progression down to deciding which color of juice you want to level up, that's not a very fun goal anymore. Attributes needed to be fixed from Oblivion, not removed. And it's interesting to see how many RPGs have kept attributes around despite Skyrim's actions, like The Outer Worlds, Cyberpunk 2077, and Fallout 4. Fallout 4 obviously has an asterisk, however, because it's basically the inverse of Skyrim. Attributes, but no skills. Did you know that the Skyrim tabletop wargame actually has character attribute values? I actually burst out laughing when I saw that and was sad that I couldn't share the joke with anyone for over a year. So back at the college, we do Feralda's little test and she lets us in, doing some magic that opens the gate. We are directed to speak to a woman named Mirabelle who is busy having a discussion with the Thalmor liaison, although it's one of those conversations that's supposed to allude to something bigger, but we're never told what. What decision has Mirabelle made that Ancano objects to? I think the idea is that this is supposed to create the illusion that the college existed before our arrival, but it's exactly that, an illusion. I doubt the designers could answer my question about what the decision was. The conversation simply has to make you think that this is another day in the life here. Mirabelle gives us an extremely slow tour, as I usually freeze to death on modded playthroughs, and she gives us a free set of novice magic robes. After this, we're sent to our first lesson, which is conveniently about to start no matter when we arrive. Skyrim is perfectly capable of creating timed quests, and perhaps the greatest way to sell the idea that this is an educational college would be to have Tolfdir do lessons every day at 2 p.m. Then, if you miss class or are late, you could have cheeky dialogue about it. It wouldn't take up that much extra space, but would go a lot farther into making me think that this is a college than a partial, vague conversation between Mirabelle and Ancano. Tolfdir is giving a lesson to the other apprentices and makes the classic blunder of allowing the students to dictate the tempo of the class. The other students want a practical lesson, and when it comes time for our input on what should be taught, the answer is always practical. The other students outright tell Tolfdir to ignore our choice if it's anything other than what ends up happening, so why bother? It's not like we can earn brownie points with Tolfdir by sucking up to the professor on the first day. Tolfdir's lesson is on wards, although I'll talk about them more later. Even if we're the one student in the room who did not want to do this, we are made to do the practical demonstration anyways. Like the one time in my life I was asked to do a practical demonstration at school, it was on lifting form for squats, because I had 2 years of weightlifting class with that coach. This is where I actually appreciate being asked to cast magic, even if Spellbreaker can bypass this part. Unlike the door exam that locks off key services for no reason, it makes sense that we can't progress the faction without possessing some basic magical acumen. It would be better if the player could fail, though. A common issue non-magical characters have with this quest is that they'll run out of magicka between being asked to cast the ward and Tolfdir throwing the firebolt at you. Maybe instead of waiting until the player can successfully cast it, Tolfdir instead gives us some suggestions on how we can improve our ability to maintain a ward. Like what a teacher would do with their student. Tolfdir decides that it's time for a field trip, so we're going to one of Skyrim's most significant historical sites to assist with the operation. This is, as far as I'm aware, the college's only archaeological endeavor, being performed within a stone's throw of the college itself. It's not entirely a bad thing. Such a situation could be used to say that the college is not at a good point, like they don't have the resources to fund expeditions to more sites in Skyrim. But nobody ever brings it up. It's instead treated like this is just business as usual. So the standards are not only low, but have been low long enough that nobody even knows that things could be better. Skyrim is full of ancient sites that are actively being pilfered and destroyed by adventurers, and nobody at the college really cares. Another thing is that the element of this being a Nordic site isn't brought up. It being a burial crypt is, but nobody ever says, hey, the Nords hate us, why are we even bothering to study their ancient history? The Nords claim to care about their cultural heritage, but have barely preserved their own history. There are Dwemer ruins and mysteries about the Falmer we could be researching, instead of learning about these savages who actively hate us. So Tolfdir is all, Go find some magical artifacts and don't come back until you do. Talk to Arnie O'Gain if you need more direction. We find a necklace on a wall that traps us in a room, and Tolfdir, Mr. Safety, tells us to shoot magic at the wall. Sounds like a fast track to getting vaporized, but it actually works out, which is... Okay, so the ancient Nords didn't want us here, right? But why would you bother with the magic necklace wall that gets destroyed by magic when you could, I don't know, use a normal wall that's like 20 feet thick? Imagine this lot trying to figure that one out. So Tolfdir heads inside with us, and we fight some Draugr for a bit until we reach a big room that's stacked to the ceiling with dead. Who knows what for? And Tolfdir decides, you know what? No, you do the rest of this dungeon without me. We do, and Tolfdir eventually shows back up right before we find anything significant so that he can put on his resume that he was present for a discovery. Why even bother with not having Tolfdir for part of the dungeon? Why not just have him come all the way with us? It just comes off as though Tolfdir's trying to avoid fighting, which he isn't. He's actually a pretty cool grandfather. So we find a giant orb and a Draugr that won't die unless Tolfdir drains the orb's power, so we kill him and get a unique staff and necklace, and also this giant orb that does nothing but really needs to be pondered. God, I'm sure that joke won't be horribly out of date by the time this video comes out. Oh yeah, did I mention that at one point time stopped and we had a vision of a high elf wizard claiming to be from the Psijic Order and was super vague? Because that happened. He doesn't contribute anything other than saying that we are the chosen one and will solve whatever problem gets created as a consequence of finding this hallway. Right, so the things we found. The necklace is part of a quest where you find 3 parts and then fight a boss rush to retrieve an amulet. The basic story is that there was a guy named Galder who had this powerful amulet, so his 3 sons murdered him and stole it out of jealousy and used it to wreak havoc, until High King Harold put them down and restored the peace, then sealed away the pieces of the amulet. One of these amulets being President Sarthal poses a potential continuity issue, since Yurik was sealed in the ruins, I presume right in front of the Eye of Magnus, which apparently King Harold and everyone involved saw no use for and subsequently resealed. Just have us fight Jirik, and then he, in the battle, blows open a wall that reveals yet another sealed layer to the ruin with the eye inside it. The Galder Amulet quest involves a book and a dark elf who died looking for it, but the end reward is kind of pathetic. It literally just fortifies health, magicka, and stamina by only 30 points. You know, if you want me to buy your story that the 3 sons murdered their father out of jealousy, maybe you should make the actual amulet powerful? There's also Jirik's staff, which is only notable because it has a lightning effect but uses the restoration staff model, providing some minor novelty. There's also a word wall here that teaches you a word of ice form, yet another reminder that the main quests exist and you should really try unlocking some of those dragon shouts. Finally, you have the Eye of Magnus, the main attraction. We actually don't know that's what it is yet, but Tolfdir figures it's important and tells us to inform the Archmage at once of this discovery.
Please don't tell me that another one of the apprentices has been incinerated. I have enough to deal with right now.
Archmage Aaron thanks us for informing him and instructs us to begin researching the discovery in the library, gives us a staff of Mage Light, and raises our rank from student to apprentice, although that last part I only know from reading the wiki. I do not remember it. Skyrim got rid of faction ranks, which were only really flags for achievements in Oblivion anyways. Faction ranks were a really good way Morrowind had to make sure players could handle properly escalating quest difficulty. If you were low level, you would not qualify for faction ranks, which in turn meant that you probably couldn't handle high level quests anyways. It's a good principle, but with scaling enemies comes an implicit belief that any player can handle any challenge. Add on top of that the decreasing questline sizes, 9 quests, 8 if you don't count the quest that tells the player the college exists. We're already a third of the way through the questline. Now you might be thinking, here's the part of the video where we have a tangent about magic. Wrong. It's actually probably going to be more accurate to say there's a tangent about the College of Winterhold in my section on magic, because I have a lot to say about this. I've been having mixed feelings about Skyrim magic for over a decade, and usually my YouTube therapists can resolve a lot of the apprehension I feel about media. But most YouTubers seem to play stealth archers or sword and board, and may at best play some kind of hybrid build of magic. This means that feeling of apprehension was never resolved, and in turn has been something I've kept bottled up for a while. You could say it's my character motivation for starting this channel. So where do I even start with Skyrim magic, other than my character? Each character was generally built around their playstyle. Shoring used a little restoration magic, and Magler used a little illusion magic, but Delta Fear was purely a mage. Every arrow I got was put in a chest or sold. Weapons were handed off to followers. There is a chicken and egg situation with pure mage playstyles. Bethesda doesn't really cater to it because their primary audience clearly prefers swords and bows, so Bethesda doesn't create good content for it. In turn, an audience never forms because there's no good content, so there's no audience, so Bethesda doesn't create the content. Nobody's passion seems to be magic-oriented. Pretty much every advancement to the magic system was a side effect of the other systems additions. The first would be the hand system inspired by BioShock. In a desire to cater to an audience that wants dual wielding, they added a system where each hand could be assigned a different weapon or spell. It's weird that that system never translated to Fallout 4, actually. It seems like dual-wielding guns in the Commonwealth is an obvious conclusion. In theory, this means that each hand could be casting a different spell. In VR, each hand could be used to target different enemies with those different spells. It's actually kind of cool. In practice, however, each school of magic has a nearly essential perk called dual casting. Despite Bethesda's hints and interviews, this does not result in a Magicka-style system where you mix two spell effects to create a new spell.
We're really, really happy with how the magic plays in the game, both visually and mechanically, and then being able to do it with both hands, that there are opportunities there for combinations and things you can do.
In Magicka, you could combine the fire effect with the earth effect, and kablam, you got a fireball. I cast fire in the right hand and summon Atronak in the other, and now I have a flame Atronak. No, nothing cool like that. All spell effects are pre-baked, similar to the previous games, but since there's no spell crafting, that means that the toy box is literally just whatever Bethesda has cooked up. Which seems backwards, because the other playstyles were literally expanded into having many combinations and options with weapon crafting and enchanting.
Are you going to be able to craft spells, potions, and other items?
We do have a lot of crafting. We do have crafting within each discipline now. We do have smithing. Enchanting is back as a skill. And then alchemy, we're sort of treating as a... It doesn't matter that much anymore, but it is in our stealth category. So we have sort of a blended skill list. So alchemy is the most magical of the stealth skills. And then we have lots of other things that are not skill-based that you can craft, that we're messing with, from cooking and things like that.
It's funny because the interviewer had to ask about spellcrafting again.
I know one thing, that when I was down to see you guys at the studio, that you were still kind of exploring stuff related to how spells would interact with each other, and I would suspect that results of your experimentation on that stuff would affect whether you have anything that's like spellcrafting, right?
Yeah, spellcrafting is it's a real wild card, thing that we've done a lot, and there are pluses and minuses to it. We'd like to find... We have some ideas that we really like on how to solve that, and I don't know where that's going to go. But the thing that we don't like about the previous systems that we've done is it becomes very spreadsheety, where it takes the magic out of magic.
I'm going to summarize the rest of this. Todd has a long bit where he describes how the different destruction effects worked, which is my job, Todd.
Our main goal is to make magic feel like this arcane, powerful thing. And once it goes into a spreadsheet in the game where you can just say, I want something at this distance and this power, it removes the illusion of like how this stuff actually works.
So Todd is somehow of this impression that spellcrafting ruins the illusion of magic, but that grinding out your smithing skills so you can make your weapons and armor better is fine for combat.
We're really, really happy with how the magic plays in the game, both visually and mechanically, and then being able to do it with both hands, that there are opportunities there for combinations and things you can do without getting into the spreadsheet aspect of it, which I do know some people like, but it does take away from the impact of the spells that you're finding and mechanically how they work, if that makes sense.
Right, because the other playstyles don't figure out mechanically how they work, and Magic playstyles won't figure out the mechanics of how their gameplay works over the course of several dozen hours of using the exact same spell over and 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 over. I get it. Spellcrafting is hard. I tried to implement spellcrafting in my own games, and no doubt ran up against the same problems Bethesda did. It's not like there's a built-in spellcrafting system to the engine you use to make the game, and spellcrafting has always just been a fancy UI of that exact system with minor limitations. The removal of spellcrafting is baffling. Nobody is going to believe this idea that because you see the numbers behind spells that the system is bereft of impact. Especially when the numbers behind weapons and armor is the core idea of how progression in these games work. So let's start with the primary way pure mages interact with the world and kill things, the destruction school. It's clear they gave this school the most work as it's the most different from its Oblivion counterpart, other than mysticism, also known as just a label, right? Before, there were 3 types of spells: touch spells, target spells, and self spells. Now there are stream spells, target spells, area of effect spells, cloak spells, and runes. Really, stream spells replaced touch spells, and the area of effect spells were already in the game using the range parameter. Cloak spells were in Morrowind, albeit they would apply when struck rather than passively, and runes are new, so credit where it's due. In turn, however, effects have been lowered down to just fire, frost, and lightning. This means we've lost magic damage from Oblivion and are still missing poison damage from Morrowind. This has a Todd Rule of 3 handprint on it. There's no doubt the idea is that fire spells are for warriors, frost spells are for thieves, and lightning spells are for mages. The trick is that while the elemental damage still works the same as bashing 2 numbers together and finding the difference, there's now an additional effect. Fire damage does additional burning damage, frost damage does additional damage to stamina and slows movement, and lightning damage does additional damage to magicka. This is in addition to the usual consideration of elemental resistances, however, meaning that frost damage has to bear the burden of Nordic frost resistance, while in Dragonborn there is both frost and fire resistance. You know, Nords used to resist lightning too because they lived up in the mountains? What constitutes the difference in these spells? Well, just a label, usually. In Oblivion, there was a really bad system of basically giving players permits for spell magnitude, so you'd create as powerful a spell as you could cast and then have to use it for 25 levels until you unlocked the next permit. Skyrim took that idea and made it worse. See, instead of fireballs being a style of spell, it is now a fixed spell. Progression then works around the idea of replacing your current daily driver spell with a new one. The novice tier spells are stream effects, and every player starts with the flame spell, which works like a flamethrower. Personally, I actually find stream spells to be more interesting than the touch spells that they replaced, and that's the extent of my praise. Pretty quickly you'll notice that the first level perk for destruction makes your novice spells more efficient, which seems good at the beginning. Then you notice the next perk for destruction makes your apprentice spells more efficient. Apprentice spells are the target spells like Firebolt, Frostbolt, and Lightning Bolt. Again, this seems fine, but you better familiarize yourself with these particular spells because you're going to be using them for a long time. Then you start looking around. Okay, at destruction level 20 I can dual cast. It says it supercharges my spells into a more powerful version, and that's it. No details on how that works, so I guess I have to explain it for Bethesda. You can use both hands with a spell, and you get 2.2 times the effect, but the trade-off is 2.8 times the usual magicka cost. So 10% more damage, but 40% more magicka used. Seems kind of bad. Is that why they kept us in the dark on the numbers? Then at Destruction 30, I get the Augmented perks. Wait, I have to choose an element? I mean, I can pick multiples, but perk points are slim pickings for mages. I didn't have the luxury of boosting a second elemental effect until way into the end game. This is a critical failure. You've locked mages into committing to an element, so all those extra effects you just offered are pointless to them because they'll do less damage than sticking with their daily driver. I picked flames for the extra health damage, which meant I had to use Firebolt, and a lot of it. Whatever stamina or magicka damage or slowdown the others dealt was pointless compared to the 25 and later 50% extra fire damage because that's it, kids. That's your extra damage and perks. Did Mr. One-Handed get a full 100% extra damage, which includes additional weapon modifiers as well as weapon crafting and upgrading? Did Mr. Stealth Archer get bonuses to his bow damage and stealth damage? Before you say, well, alchemy can fortify destruction damage. Yes, I am aware. Are you aware that Mr. One-Handed and Mr. Stealth Archer also benefit from alchemy to augment their damage on top of everything else they're given? Don't worry, we'll come back to fortify destruction potions. At destruction skill 40, you get the best and worst perk of the tree, Impact. What does Impact do? That's what Impact does. I just killed a dragon without it even getting the chance to fight back. Impact causes enemies to stagger when hit by dual cast destruction effects. Frost damage slowing enemies, just stun lock them to death with fireballs. Lightning damage lowering enemies' magicka to reduce their spell effectiveness? No, just stun lock them to death with firebolts. Giants giving you trouble? Please, not anymore. Not even fucking Shoring could stun lock a dragon to death with shield bashes. So why is this then the worst perk in the destruction tree? Because it's boring. Most enemies in the game went down without even getting a chance to fight back. It's like playing Dark Souls as the Giant Dad build, or Saitama's entire character from One Punch Man, except unlike Saitama, I can't beat everything in one hit, so it's worse because there's no challenge, but it still takes time. It would be like if Saitama was still invincible, but hit as hard as a normal human. So, I guess Zombie Man. The best encounters in the game were when I was outnumbered and it became physically impossible to stagger lock enemies to death. Suddenly, I was having to do things like make decisions. Personally, I would change staggers to depend on the amount of damage done compared to the overall amount of health, with impact decreasing that threshold. The basic idea is that if you do, say, a fifth of the enemy's health in damage, they should stagger, but if you only chip a little bit off, then they shouldn't. See, Bethesda made a critical mistake with the magic in Skyrim. They thought the main obstacle they had to overcome was boredom, so they made the effects flashier. They jangled the keys thinking that a good magic system has cool particle effects, and they tried to hide the numbers thinking that presentation alone is sufficient. They didn't realize the main obstacle of magic is not boredom, but apathy. Apathy is what makes me say, you know what, I'm not going to equip a ward spell. Ward spells are objectively cool. It's a magical shield that has a charge timer, meaning you can't just whip it out when you're under attack. You have to actually preempt the enemy. It is a spell for a game designed around tactical magic encounters. But generally, I have such a sense of apathy playing magic in Skyrim that most spellcasters could not stir me to use it. Kind of like how I have all these drugs in Fallout 4 and I never use them because I never seem to find the tough enemies to use them for. The only time a situation roused me into using a ward spell was when fighting dragons, and that quickly went away once I realized I could kill a dragon through staggers before he even got a word in edgewise. Skyrim has all kinds of new tactical options for magic and then goes about discouraging their usage. Why bother with all these elemental effects that have additional properties when you could stagger lock an enemy to death with high damage firebolts? Skyrim has 3 options for switching magic with increasing tiers of difficulty of use. That's not to say Skyrim's UI is difficult to use, but in a minute-to-minute situation where I'm weighing up whether or not I want to open and use it to select spells, that is what I call the apathy threshold. Hotkeys have the lowest apathy threshold. You have 10 hotkey slots, but in combat really only 5 that can be reached without taking your hand off either the movement or aim controls. Firebolt on 1, Soul Trap on 2, Summon on 3, Heal on 4, and Potion on 5. After that, you have the medium apathy threshold of the Favorites menu. This is a new addition to Skyrim, where I press Q and a list of selected favorites pop up. However, the system is inherently flawed for mages as it shows me a little business card-sized slot of information to select from. The more spells and items you favor, the longer this list gets. And since there's no custom spells, this means I can't sort the list myself, so I often have to scroll around for the spell that I'm looking for. I like the attempt, but it seems that Bethesda did not and decided to combine favorites with hotkeys into this weird system in Fallout 4. Please, just bring the favorites menu back, but make it customizable, like in Morrowind. Favorites remind me a lot of the old Morrowind UI, which I always used instead of hotkeys because it's just so fast. Right-click and boom, a fast list of all my spells and items, and spells are itemized exactly how I want while my weapons have unique icons. There's no need for a hotkey when I can find items this quickly. The only rough part was potions, and even then, Morrowind doesn't have as potion-heavy a combat as Oblivion or Skyrim. Then you have the high apathy threshold, the menu proper. Good God, I do not want to get into the UI design yet. On the one hand, it is better than Oblivion for giving me a longer list to look at. On the other, it is now so controller-focused that it's actually a pain to navigate with a mouse. It gets even worse the more DLC and Creation Club content you use, since there are more and more spells than the system was ever designed around. Destruction and Conjuration particularly suffer. You can tell the default spells the game shipped with was the most the system was ever designed to handle. Speaking of, do we really need to put Conjure at the front of every spell in the interface? Like, if there was just a spell called Flame Atronac in the Conjuration section, I think I can figure out what it does. Anyways, at this point we have 2 options, and the bolt spells are clearly superior. They rely a lot more on player skills since you have to lead targets, and you have the usual concession of spending more magicka to chuck a spell at a distance than up close. It's weird that Howard talks about how there's supposed to be great variety in the playstyle. Like, if I get bored of chucking firebolts at people, I guess I could switch to flamethrower mode, but then he makes it so that some spell effects are just numerically superior to others. Pretty much the only reason people use flames after getting firebolt is that they combo it with wall of flames at expert. Then you get to level 50 destruction and your second tier elemental effects and adept spells. Now in theory, a low level player could get their hands on a high level spell and cast it if they have the magicka. In practice, spells only appear in leveled lists based on player level. Say you want to learn Fireball, and you have the requisite 133 magicka to cast it, but a low destruction level. To get a spell tome, you need to reach destruction level 40 and buy it, or player level 23 and hope to find it in random loot. So in practice, there is still a permit system to unlock better magic. It's just harder to notice because instead of being told you need destruction level 40 to learn the spell, you just won't find it in the world until the time Bethesda wants you to find it. Which is weird because the adept spells are not improvements. 46% extra damage for 105% extra magicka. Fireball is an area of effect spell, so it has useful applications for killing groups, but in reality, Skyrim doesn't do big groups of enemies. When it does, it's awesome, and I have options, but in most single or dual enemy encounters, I'd be damaging my companions as much as my enemies. Of course, the adept spells are where they diverge the most in application. Lightning Bolt was technically different from the other apprentice spells in that its travel time is instant, but it otherwise worked the same barring the usual elemental implication. Fireball is the most familiar. It's a firebolt that explodes on impact. Ice Storm's actually pretty similar to how area spells worked in Oblivion for frost damage. You cast a projectile and then a big area travels to the target slowly, damaging everybody it hits. Chain Lightning is probably the best adept spell. It's a new effect, traveling instantly and jumping from target to target or around corners. The downside is that it costs even more magicka than Fireball, so Destruction's mid-game is a real grind. At this point, you can, in addition, get your hands on Cloak and Rune spells. Cloak spells do elemental damage to enemies within range, while Rune spells are expensive, but you can prepare them in advance, so you draw an enemy into a hallway and then he explodes when he hits the trap. These spells can augment your playstyle, but not much really beats the apathy threshold of just sticking with firebolts. I got into a routine of using flame cloaks in addition to stagger locks for the extra damage, and if it was a boss, maybe I'd prepare a rune and then regen the magicka before starting the fight. The problem is that a firebolt is a firebolt. You can spend 2 perk points on increasing its damage, and then that's it. That's the game. Firebolt, firebolt, firebolt. I don't always want to sit around waiting for my magicka to recharge after preparing a rune. Let's compare this to the system that the game is supposed to be inspired by, BioShock. Okay, so by now you should probably see the problems. There are some core structural differences to the mechanics that makes BioShock's plasmids fun to use. For one, throwing a fireball at somebody in BioShock usually sets the fucker on fire, and not, oh, I'm burning style fire, genuine flesh-melting PTSD-inducing conflagration. Not only is the effect more pronounced, most enemies die when hit with it. The trade-off is that plasmids are limited by Eve, the game's magicka system. Eve does not regenerate naturally, it has to be replenished by hypos. It's a limited resource, meaning that the plasmids can be instant kills without depriving the game of challenge. You can tell BioShock had a big effect on Bethesda because pretty much every plasmid is in the game as either a spell or dragon shout. Unfortunately, because someone at Bethesda is big on balancing the 3 playstyles, there is no rune which launches enemies through the air, or lightning damage that instantly kills wet enemies, or fireballs that burn enemies to death. They could absolutely do that with the system they already have, it's simply a matter of asking them to do so. I personally think it would go well with my other suggestions of making melee and archery even more powerful at high level. Of course, that begs the question of why magic has to be balanced with the other playstyles. Arguably, it's not. Having played all three for this video, I can handily say that magic is actually the weakest playstyle. When Shoring was on Legendary and Magleer on Master, Delta Fear could barely crack Expert. Someone will say, of course it wasn't fun, you were playing on Legendary difficulty, but the problem is that my difficulty rules were consistent between the three playstyles. Once combat started to be easy during an average encounter, I would turn the difficulty up. This was fun for melee and mediocre for stealth, but terrible for magic. It wasn't until I started using exploits that I really started to have a similar amount of fun and actually surpass the other playstyles. There are three main exploits I want to show off before I talk about what is actually meant to be in-game magic in Skyrim. The first is free destruction magic. See, the core of magical progression in Skyrim is not about casting better magic, just casting more of it. Spells only get cheaper, not do more damage. I assume the idea is that you need to be offsetting the increasing cost of spells. Of course, it didn't take long for people to figure out how to stack fortified destruction gear to reduce their magic costs to 0. This is arguably probably not an exploit in itself, but I think they imagine that the trade-off would be that if you go for free magic in a school, it would require 4 enchant slots, and you couldn't have enchantments that buff health or do anything else like that. Now, you can do this with any school of magic in Skyrim, usually if you're interested in exploiting your free magic to power level the other schools and get perk points, but I didn't do that. The basics of the idea is using the Fortify Restoration loop to create powerful items that cumulatively add up to reducing destruction magic to a higher than usual percent. Once you hit 100% reduction, the magic's now free. Free destruction magic was a game changer. Obviously, it takes a lot of the challenge out of the game, but for the first time I was able to play on Legendary difficulty. Lots of quests were made more fun by the fact that I could spam fireballs to my heart's content. No more running out of magicka in the middle of a fight. That's a part of the problem. When Shoring ran out of stamina, there was still stuff for him to do. When Delta Fear runs out of magicka, she just gets to wait around until it recharges. By design, it inherently encourages melee hybrid builds because if you don't have anything else to do, you could have a sword in your main hand. The problem is that it's still boring, but at least now I feel like I'm a powerful wizard. You do have to remember that at this point in the playthrough, I had spent something like 40 hours spamming a single spell. I mean, less than half a year later, this is what the end game of a wizard in Dragon's Dogma is like. Ether Dynamics talks about this in his series on Skyrim. To summarize his point, Skyrim has 2 stages of difficulty, way too hard and way too easy. Vanilla Skyrim rarely has a comfortable stage of being challenging without being tedious or spongy. I can only speculate on what the designers thought an appropriate level of destruction cost reduction was supposed to be, that being where the spell cost reduction is enough to make combat encounters challenging without either side immediately stomping the other. Going off the pre-baked gear in the game, it would appear to be 22% spell cost reduction in addition to the 50% from the perk. I can only speculate, but the problem appears to be a lack of interest on Bethesda's part in pure mage playstyles, while also having a desire to balance these playstyles. Magic cannot be too powerful for some reason. I guess they foresaw Skyrim together. So make the expert and master level spells absurdly expensive to compensate. Lightning Bolt but renamed and does 60 damage instead of 25. How about making it cost 7 times as much magicka? Never mind that it shows up at destruction level 65, so that's a lot of firebolts you're going to be casting before you get the higher tier stuff. This is weird because magicka costs in Oblivion and Morrowind were much more straightforward. More damage, more magicka. In fact, the ratio of damage to magicka was consistent at all levels. Bethesda took away the spreadsheety aspect of magic because anyone with a spreadsheet would call them out on their bullshit. And the master level spells are fun, but impractical in combat applications. I couldn't usually cast these without getting staggered, and that is not factoring in their absurd magicka costs. Say I have my 22% spell cost reduction robes and my 50% master level perk because I must hate myself. Well, my napkin math here says that I would need about 400 magicka to cast this here Firestorm spell. For context, that would be 30 straight levels of magicka upgrades just to cast a spell that will leave me empty, magicka-wise. I will likely get staggered casting, and probably will not even kill anything that's a high enough level threat for me to justify using it. Wow, sick game. I could really see the benefits of balancing magic while playing Shoring, you know? Every time I saw those mages running by, blinking everywhere, selling their portals and conjuring food, I thought to myself, damn, I wish they would go and nerf those fucking mages. All I can do is auto-attack and slowly generate rage. Oh, sorry, I mixed up my notes for my World of Warcraft Classic video. This is a single-player game? Yeah, what the fuck are you doing? I guess while we're here, I should mention the expert level wall spells. They are stream spells but with lasting effects, creating areas that do damage to enemies when they stand in them. They are a tactical spell and would actually be really useful if you could get them far sooner in a playthrough. The problem is that Bethesda needed an expert level effect, and the other option they had was upscaled versions of the apprentice spells. I would like wall spells if there wasn't such a restrictive limit on how much fire you can lay down, and also the damage number that they gave wasn't a lie. It says 50 damage, but many people have reported that it seems to be closer to 20. See, that's the benefit of getting rid of the spreadsheety elements of Skyrim magic. Now I have to look in the editor to figure out how my spells work because the descriptions cannot be trusted. Before I want to move on from destruction magic, I want to mention my third exploit. I'll talk about the second one later. I actually discovered this one myself. So alchemy exists, and it's the primary way I think you're meant to augment your destruction magic damage. Obviously that's silly since everyone can do it and alchemy is a stealth skill, but whatever, I'll cope. Note that all of the ingredients that fortify destruction do not list it as their first effect, so you really have to be committed to the alchemy playstyle to even know that this option exists, let alone how to do it without looking on a guide. So you grind some ingredients in your alchemy skill to make potions that mildly increase your damage, or you do the fortify restoration loop and get yourself a gear that lets you consistently make potions that fortify destruction damage 400%. Obviously, this made destruction magic rather powerful. The downside is that potions in Skyrim have set time limits, and this potion in particular only lasts 1 minute. So I have to carry a lot of them. And also I should mention that potions weigh half a pound each now. Anyways, I was playing and I noticed that my Flame Cloak spell was hitting enemies outside of what you or I would normally expect. That's when I had the realization that cloak spells in Skyrim don't increase their damage with potions, but their range. So that powerful 400% potions increase the range absurdly. So, I did what anyone else would do with this information. I spent 3 perk points switching over to a Lightning Mage and getting the perk that disintegrates enemies at 20% health. And then I started clearing dungeons by popping this potion and casting Lightning Cloak. As I ran through the dungeon, looting everything and clearing things out, I would occasionally find the piles of ash that used to be enemies, who likely died horrifically panicking that their entire body was spasming and beginning to turn into mush without any noticeable cause. I mean, at least Maglir's special shot instantly kills people without any kind of fear. I guess the upside is that they get to go straight into their burial urn.
Computer, remove corpse.
The reason I end on this exploit is that effectively it accomplishes the same thing as just going invisible and ignoring the enemies, or turning down the difficulty so everything dies in a single hit, or using the command TAI to just disable all the enemies. Elder Scrolls games have often had modular difficulty, so you could set things to the level you want them to be at. But Skyrim has never reached a comfort stage for me. I was either struggling to keep up with the other 2 characters, or so absurdly powerful that I often considered turning down the difficulty so I didn't have to keep taking the potion. The apathy threshold literally became the primary factor in deciding the game's difficulty. That's the sort of realization that causes me to have an existential crisis about what I'm doing, which is almost certainly not the response you want out of your video games. Or at least I don't think that's the intended response I'm supposed to have with this game. You know, for all the spreadsheety aspects of Morrowind, I never questioned why I was bothering to make a playstyle function. Now let's talk about restoration magic.
Restoration is a perfectly valid school of magic, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Well, yeah, you're literally the only school of magic that Nords tolerate. I would have laughed if she was an alteration trainer, or mysticism, but she didn't actually do anything. Restoration magic in Skyrim is super basic. You can heal yourself or allies, you can cast wards, which are still cool, and you can turn undead. Dawnguard added some spells that did sun damage for fighting the undead, and Dragonborn added a poison rune spell. Restoration is still a shadow of its former self, so it's a testament how important healing magic is that it retains its popularity. Every player starts with a healing spell and 100 magicka, so it's only natural that people are going to be tempted to try out restoration magic, even if there is a plentiful supply of health potions in Skyrim. See, Oblivion and Morrowind would have the players start with different levels of magicka based on their character, so if you didn't express an interest in hybrid builds at the start of the game, you usually would not have enough magicka or a sufficient skill level to cast useful healing magic. I have mixed feelings towards this change. Players who don't invest in magic will get 80 points of health from healing, and the novice perk in restoration halves the cost and will up this number to 160. Restoration magic being useful might encourage more people to try magic and express interest in the playstyle, but making it too accessible takes away the fun of investing yourself into the heal slut lifestyle. It does not take a lot in Skyrim to make restoration god tier, which sets a bad precedent if players decide to try the other schools of magic and realize that they're all underpowered by comparison. Turn Undead is basic and consistent. The different tiers of the spell just exist to increase effectiveness. Wow, weird. I thought we weren't doing that anymore. I thought Novice Turn Undead was supposed to be a stream effect, and Apprentice Turn Undead would be a bolt, and an Adept Turn would be an explosion. It can be annoying because it's very easy for the undead to outlevel your ability to use this spell, plus turning undead is a meme effect. Some spellcasting companions would have it, and in all honesty all it did was slow down the combat even more. It's the same problem Fear has. There's no point in crowd control if there's rarely ever a crowd to control, and most of the enemies that it's useful to fear will almost always be higher level than you can affect. Like, thanks, I really needed the ability to make the low threat enemies run away from me. The ward spells are, as I described, a short charge up time and then they'll block magic and fortify your armor rating. They're cool spells, but I think they could stand to be something like 25% cheaper to cast. And also they should provide increasing amounts of stagger resistance so it isn't so easy for enemies to break the ward effect. I would also change the effect to appear more orderly the higher level the spell is to visually communicate how strong it is. It starts with the frayed appearance, but the final form should have very clean edges. They're still an interesting new idea and very much welcome. It's just that Skyrim cut 3 or 4 spells for every new one that it added. The heal spells are divided into tiers, but you really don't need to go beyond fast healing and heal other. This is because with 3 perks you can make restoration spells more powerful than you will need. Respite if you use stamina, regeneration for 50% more power, and dual casting. This combination plus the cost reduction perks up to Adept was more than sufficient for an entire playthrough of healing. Of course, Restoration has more perks worth mentioning, like 2 perks that boost magicka recovery rates, a perk that makes wards absorb incoming magicka, and a perk that restores 250 health if you hit 10% health once per day. Also, I have to mention the Necromage perk. 25% restoration strength against undead and 50% spell duration. Sounds boring, right? Like a perk that's designed for the spell Turn Undead. Well, the player can become undead by becoming a vampire, and yes, it does exactly what you may be starting to think it does. It fortifies passive restoration effects by 25% and durations by 50%. It also makes destruction spells more powerful against the undead and boosts your ability to reanimate dead minions. This feels like a massive oversight and kind of hints that maybe Bethesda wasn't thinking about vampires when designing base Skyrim. Like, wouldn't it be cool if the player could no longer use normal healing magic and had to use special undead healing spells that Dawnguard adds because normal restoration magic now hurts undead people? A good thing about restoration, which actually applies to magic in general in Skyrim, is that they factored in that magicka should affect the amount of XP you get. In other words, instead of getting 0.6 experience for every spellcast of a restoration spell, like in Oblivion and Morrowind, and having to cast 7,500 restoration spells to max the skill in Oblivion, it's much easier to level restoration by just using more powerful magic. So after you've dabbled in baby's first magic, you may be tempted to learn what else is out there. How about a school of magic that's built around buffing yourself before combat? Welcome to Alteration, the next school of magic that will be cut in Elder Scrolls 6. With Alteration, you can buff your armor rating, create magic lights, breathe water, transmute, detect things, telekinesis, and paralyze. That's less effects than Mysticism had in Oblivion, and I don't think at this point I need to remind you that what happened after that.
People see, okay, we've removed Mysticism, but that's just a label, right? Those spells go into other skills, and then it gets deeper within those skills.
Flesh spells increase armor rating, which can be important for mage characters who are probably going to be wearing robes. There is no mandate, however. Skyrim got rid of spell effectiveness, and addition of Oblivions that made it so that wearing armor would decrease the point values of magic. We're back to mages deciding if they want to wear armor based on weight, so there's no reason not to wear as much armor as possible in addition to the robes and to improve your gear. I mean, technically there is a perk called Mage Armor that can double and eventually triple the value of flesh spells, but the big issue is again that apathy threshold problem. A smaller but present issue is that there are some Dragon Priest masks you might want to use that have armor ratings, meaning that if you intend on using mage armor, you're also intending on not using any Dragon Priest masks. The Dragonborn masks even going so far as increasing your elemental spell damage. As to the bigger issue, armor spells last exactly 1 minute and then you have to reapply them. It definitely provides a tactical element to the game, no doubt, but so did shield spells back in Oblivion. The issue is that unlike Restoration, Alteration is a grind to level. All you can do is try to remember to cast flesh spells before every fight. And the funny part is, we don't have to sit around scratching our monkey brains trying to solve this problem. There was already a spell in the series that belonged to Alteration that would solve another problem, and it's called Open. There's a spell I would be casting all the time that would level this skill up. My best guess as to why they got rid of Open as a spell effect is probably Magicka Regeneration, as dumb as that sounds. They figured that because Magicka regenerates, it would invalidate lockpicks as a resource. He said, knowing full well that lockpicks are sold by many merchants in Skyrim. Seriously, just make the spell expensive and tier them the same way the locks are tiered. The novice spell only unlocks novice locks, etc. You have 2 light spells, Candlelight and Mage Light. The former creates a light around the player, the latter creates a ball of light that travels. I think Mage Light's a bad name for a traveling light. My immediate assumption is that that's the one that creates a light around the mage. I never use these, hence why you're watching Todd Howard at QuakeCon cast it. Skyrim is never really dark enough to merit using it, and this is one of those spells I suddenly find useful when using mods to make dungeons actually dark. Correction, I did end up using a light spell in a Dragonborn dungeon, surprise surprise, because it was dark. When you reach the mid-game of Alteration, after hours of only using the magic to buff your armor, you finally unlock the ability to detect life through walls, which was a main spell effect from the Mysticism school that, after the Great Delabeling, had to be forced into a different tree. If you don't know the difference, Alteration magic is about altering the laws of reality, like changing your skin to have the hardness of rock, while Mysticism is about manipulating magical forces in the world, like being able to trap souls and detect life auras. So, Detect Life being an Alteration spell mildly does not make sense. Also, it's kind of a bad spell. It's a useful effect for stealth characters, but it's needlessly expensive and is a constant cast effect rather than an applied effect. And most stealth characters won't get the spell because ideally they won't need the armor rating and definitely won't need the light of the earlier spells. And there's also Aura Whisper, which is infinitely better. At the expert tier, in the end game, you can get a spell to detect the dead and also paralyze, a former illusion effect. I guess now instead of tricking people into being paralyzed, they're just physically paralyzed. Except if you have the Creation Club, which adds a spell from the Bethesda Game Jam called Paralyze Rune, which lasts 2 less seconds, but is much cheaper to use and also applies an area of effect. This is actually one of the most broken spells in the Anniversary Edition, if only because the game usually tries so hard to stop the player from having powerful magic this cheap. I mean, hell, you could get a short paralyze effect by Adept level in Illusion back in Oblivion, which was fun because Oblivion was the game that added Havoc physics, so instead of NPCs freezing in place, they would fall over. That's cool. I think the problem is that Alteration doesn't offer a good value proposition up front. If you don't use the wiki, it can be hard to know if there are even fun effects in the Alteration tree, like Telekinesis. I had this spell for the entirety of the Thieves Guild playthrough and I never used it, which is unlike how it was in Morrowind where Telekinesis was constantly useful for theft and bypassing traps. The only notable thing over Oblivion Telekinesis is that it can now hurt people, so people will record themselves killing NPCs with various thrown objects. Otherwise, it mostly exists for people looking for fast ways to level up Alteration. Speaking of, Transmute is a new effect which converts iron ore into silver and silver ore into gold. Since they nerfed the iron dagger smithing training, one of the new metas is crafting jewelry since anyone can do it. But you need lots of gold ingots to do it, and there's only one gold mine. Transmute can fix that problem, helping you train both Alteration and smithing in the process. This was the closest that Skyrim came to grinding magic back in Oblivion, since I set up a macro to repeatedly cast the spell for about 15 minutes, but that time pales in comparison to the hours of macro training that I did in Oblivion. The only problem is that Bethesda seemed cognizant of this and scripted Transmute's XP value to be 15% of what it should be. It should give you 100 XP per cast, but it only gives you 15. The game does not communicate this fact. In fact, Transmute Ore is the only spell in the game that has this stipulation. It could be fine if Bethesda wanted to try and prevent people from macrocasting magic to level, but the fact that there's no communication in the game about it means that instead of preventing people from doing it, you're just wasting their time. Because unless they consult a wiki, they wouldn't know about the XP nerf. But hey, at least the game's not too spreadsheety. Why even bother putting the spell in the game? It only creates really bad lore implications and apparently stresses at Bethesda that somebody's going to sit around casting a spell repeatedly, which is... That's fine in my opinion if you want to prevent that. I think Elder Scrolls only stands to benefit from actively discouraging people from sitting in corners and grinding, thinking that this is an appropriate answer whenever I call out a bad progression system. But then maybe you should do something like make Alteration more appealing to use? Alteration before could do feather spells, which is basically the same as Fortify Carry Weight. Seems like an appealing little effect that could have multiple spell tiers that would really encourage people to try the tree out. The fourth school of magic to cover is Illusion. The school is mostly unchanged from Oblivion. They added a spell that reduces the noise players make when they move, but they removed command and silence spells. Command makes sense. In Oblivion, you could force AI to fight for you, but it was expensive and kind of annoying to do, and the effect had lost all of its luster from Morrowind, where you could use the spell to relocate NPCs to move into your house. It seems the thought process was that players can recruit a variety of NPCs as hirelings in Skyrim, and command generally messed with Radiant AI, so it would either have to be reworked or removed, which is a shame because both DLC expansions involve the idea of the player being able to magically mind control NPCs. It definitely seems like something that could have been a master level effect. Why is Bethesda so concerned about balancing magic? Silence makes a lot less sense as an effect to outright cut. It is true that it had questionable usefulness in Oblivion, since it would be easier to damage an enemy spellcaster than it would be to prepare a silence spell for usage. But that was mostly because enemy spellcasters in Oblivion were not particularly dangerous. In Skyrim, they're back to being very dangerous, potentially instantly killing you from across the room with a bolt of lightning style dangerous. And they have more spells that you might want to preempt, like wards, reanimations, and healing. I think the problem they ran up against is that silence as an effect can just turn mages off, so here's my version, provided for free and thought up on my Discord. Silence is a stream effect with leveled values. So the novice spell can affect casters up to level 6, since we can't do willpower checks anymore, although I would prefer it if it was an attribute check. You can buff the level values with a perk or by dual casting. When you cast the spell, which requires you to be close to an enemy due to being a stream effect, it prevents the target from casting magic. Ward spells can increase the level required to pass the check, but an adept mage can invalidate a novice's ward. The reason I bring this up is the concept of witch hunters in Skyrim is kind of lacking, which is a shame because this game has literal witch hunters. So creating an illusion-based counter to magic that isn't just, I calm the caster, I think could add quite a bit of tactical decision-making in spell combat. The problem with illusion magic is that it can very quickly drop off in effectiveness. See, because there's no spellcrafting, the core of the tree is spells with preset levels. Fury, for instance, affects NPCs up to level 6, so in the early game you can run around causing infighting among bandits. But once bandit thugs start showing up, you start running into enemies that you can't affect with Fury anymore. The problem is that the spell tells you an integer, but the game tells you a string, and this means I have to gauge via trial and error what enemies are affected by what magic. Are bandit outlaws going to be affected by my spell that affects enemies up to level 9? Well, there goes Skyrim not telling me stuff again.
So in this case, admittedly, the player will have to trust that we are doing what we say we are doing.
Well, I don't trust you, because you lie about what some spells do, or you secretly change XP values of other spells. You don't have to talk about trust when you have a straightforward and consistent system like Morrowind and even Oblivion. This is an easy problem to fix. If you have an illusion spell in my hands, color code the enemies or their names to convey whether or not it can affect them. The reason level scaling can be an issue for illusion is that it completely contradicts the idea Bethesda has about changing your playstyle through player experimentation. It is hard to just pick up illusion magic in the middle of a melee playthrough at level 30 because most enemies you'll face are just going to resist those early spell effects, which affects illusion the hardest since most of its magic revolves around the level of the target. Most of the spells are pretty straightforward and unchanged from Oblivion, although Frenzy in particular has had the biggest improvement since enemies will start fighting amongst each other much faster than they did in Oblivion, where you could cast Frenzy on an enemy and still get bum rushed by the guy who's just now extra pissed off at you. Courage is interesting. I'm assuming they realized that Rally was extremely situational and decided to increase its usefulness by tying a health and stamina fortification to the effect. But it's weird that the health fortification spell belongs to Illusion and not Restoration. Hirelings all have different levels of aggressiveness, but honestly it's not worth keeping Benor around with Rally spells when you could just recruit a braver companion and also give them the extra health. Fear spells, as usual, are still useless when calm spells exist. Last thing I need is NPCs fleeing further into a dungeon and finding all their NPC friends. The only advantage Fear has over Calm is that it scales just slightly higher than Calm, and I mean very slightly. I guess you can also attack a feared opponent more times than a calmed opponent if you're really digging for a reason to try and comment why Fear spells aren't that bad. And that leads to Calm spells, which are personally the MVP for me. When I got bored of casting Firebolt or wanting to go through an area with a light touch, I would make heavy use of Calm spells. It's confusing that they got rid of Silence but kept Calm, which can literally just turn all NPCs off in the middle of combat. It's still weaker than its Morrowind counterpart, because in Morrowind you could actually talk to calmed NPCs and ask them stuff. Usually they didn't have much to say, but then you could intimidate them through persuasion and they would get scared of you and no longer want to fight you even after the spell wore off. There were even merchants and trainers who lived among the bandits, and most of the base game enemies had unique names. You can do a mostly pacifist run of Skyrim, but what's the point? The game never really admonishes you even if you stand neck deep in the blood of Skyrim's downtrodden. Not that it has to, and I might actually be disappointed if I were to see some morality system in Elder Scrolls 6. Calm is mostly just an expression of boredom with Skyrim's combat to me, and eventually was replaced with invisibility and later exploiting cloak spells to just clear dungeons. Finally, you have Frenzy, which starts fights. It's actually the most different because now it is considered assault to cast Frenzy on NPCs. You can still cast it from a shadowy corner for legal permission to murder people, but this is a big improvement over consequenceless murder. But it is one of those situations where people complain because something that was honestly too good in the first place has been changed into what it should have always been. Conjuration is the final tree. I saved it for last because it's the easiest, and that means the spell section ends deceptively sooner. You summon things. Turn Undead got moved, it used to belong to Conjuration, and there's a lot less variety in the types of things you can summon in Skyrim. You can no longer bind armor, which is funny considering how prominent that was back in Oblivion. And for weapons, you can only bind swords, bows, and two-handed axes. And Dragonborn added daggers. We contrast that with Oblivion, which had bindable axes, bows, daggers, maces, shields, and swords, and Morrowind, which had all that and spears, and also didn't do a weird progression with its spell effects. Summoning a sword in Morrowind can be done at level 1 with somebody majoring in Conjuration, but requires level 75 in Oblivion. I don't really see playstyles built around using bound equipment working that well in Skyrim. I've done it before, albeit during a modded playthrough, and the big issue was that even with the perk that upgrades their damage, bound swords are only comparable to, like, untempered glass weapons. The issue is that since Bound Sword is a novice level spell, that means you could get it at low level, and in turn, that means it has to do damage comparable to low level weapons because, balance. The Bound Bow is pretty powerful. Since it's an adept spell, they didn't nerf it into the ground, but once you start getting comparable weapons that you can temper, it too ends up in the trash. This, to me at least, seems like another one of those cases where because nobody at Bethesda is really passionate about magic, beyond superficially adding new spell effects to make them look cooler, Bethesda didn't realize how changing mechanics they were more passionate about would affect other mechanics downstream. And the types of things you can summon are pretty pathetic. Oblivion and Morrowind both had decent selections of undead and Daedra to summon. In Morrowind you could even learn to summon a Dwarven Centurion, while in Oblivion, at least with the Spelltomes DLC, you could learn to summon bears. Well, since I brought it up, Skyrim DLC and the Creation Club really opened the floodgates in terms of the number of creatures that you can summon again. In the base game, though, you had a Ghost Dog, 3 types of Elemental Atronak, and a Dramora. And these are tiered out, so heavily limited to how often you can summon. Dawnguard added a small collection of Bonemen, which I think by implication are supposed to be similar to how you could conjure the dead in previous games, but that seemed like shorthand for real-deal necromancy in those games, and here it actually exists. Not much to say, really. I've never found the Bonemen terribly useful. There's also the good boy Arvak, an undead horse you can learn to summon. Then Dragonborn added Seekers, a new type of Daedra that haven't been seen in the series before, and they're pretty cool. There's also Ash Guardians, but they require something called a Heartstone in order to not be hostile towards you. I guess it's neat that they're like Ash Atronax, and due to the way they work, they don't contribute to the summon limit. You can always summon one Ash Guardian in addition to whatever else you have summoned. Here's the thing. Blood Moon was lame and added summoning bears, wolves, and bone wolves because Solstheim was lame and didn't have much going on magically. Shivering Isles, on the flip side, had tons of magic and lots of new things to summon. Hungers made a return from Morrowind. Shambles were like these weird bone creatures, Flesh Atronax, the Golden Saints, and Dark Seducers. Dragonborn has more of a magic focus than Blood Moon due to the return of Hermaeus Mora to the area, so Bethesda could have gone wild and included whatever creatures they wanted from past games or new creatures if they wanted to be creative. Which is where the Creation Club came in to really bail them out. Zombies, ghosts, skeletons, Daedric horses, Golden Saints, Dark Seducers, bears, and liches. Okay, it's not that creative. Most everything they added was actually variations on things that already existed. Zombies are just reskinned Draugr, liches are just reskinned Dragon Priests, etc. The creation name was misspelled on release as Necromancer Grimory, and later misspelled as Necromancer Grimoire, before being corrected to Necromancer Grimoire on November 13th. Jesus. I know it's a hard word, but there's not really a good excuse for fixing it into another misspelling. See, I think Bethesda may have figured out that they didn't need to commit development time to creating an interesting variety of things to summon to two factors. The first is that they had done Oblivion, so now it was time to wind down for a while on the Daedra, and the second is that they also added reanimation as an effect, so there didn't need to be so much variety. I would counter the first by saying that more Daedra types is more enemy variety as well. Cut some character artists loose for a week and they might turn up several new types of enemies to fight, or even just port over stuff like Scamps, Clanfear, Daedroth, Spider Daedra, Ogrims, or Winged Twilights from past games.
You'd think to yourself, okay, cow, not a big deal, right? That's my first assignment. Like, oh, it's a pretty small task. No, man, it is a furry cow. It is a very furry cow. And fur is incredibly hard to do.
Yeah, see? Want to know the best way to give them a break from creating furry creatures? Let them create some scaly or slimy monsters instead. This definitely screams another victim of intentional design rather than Bethesda simply running out of development time. I mean, consider how each tier of Conjuration only has one or two new spells. One new reanimation tier, one new summon. The only exception is that you get Storm Atronax and Dremora both at Expert. It practically leaps off of the design document. They penciled in the basics and they never went back to flesh it out. So, reanimation. A new, albeit slightly buggy effect from Oblivion that was fine-tuned into a more common spell for Skyrim. The series has finally implemented necromancy as something the player can learn and perform. There are still no consequences for reanimating people's loved ones and dragging them through the streets, but, you know, baby steps with the AAA development studio. Since they worked so hard on Radiant's story for Skyrim, getting people to react dynamically to player actions, I'm sure they'll be able to create responses to the player outright practicing necromancy with people's dead loved ones in the streets. Maybe people see it as a public service, since most of the time you practice necromancy, once the effect ends, their body dissolves into a pile of ash, conveniently ready for the burial urn. Mechanically, this is likely to prevent the player from repeatedly reanimating the same corpse, both to discourage grinding and to stop people from using undead bodyguards. There is a funny side effect where sometimes ash piles just are never swept up. This is Beatrid. She's married to the head of the wealthy Silverblood family in Markarth. During a quest, we got attacked and she was killed, and subsequently reanimated by our attackers. After it was over, she turned to ash, and then no one ever swept her remains up for the remainder of the playthrough. Reanimation is cool, however it is limited by the spells being tiered, with each spell having a maximum character level it can reanimate. So it's similar to how Illusion can fall off in usefulness if it's not actively part of your playstyle. Worst, however, is that while you can get perks that upgrade your undead servant's combat capabilities, upgrading the spells to affect higher level corpses requires the Necromage perk, which is available at level 70 in the Restoration tree. Also, reanimations last for 1 minute. This is significant because it means that spells are more useful as a mid-combat application, rather than selecting a powerful opponent from one room and using him in the next. It also means that reanimations are at an inherent disadvantage compared to summons. You could summon a Flame Atronek at the start of any fight and have it last longer than if you had reanimated a bandit outlaw in the previous room. They also have comparable magicka values, so as cool as necromancy is, it does not hold a significant advantage over just summoning. Now I want to mention my second big exploit that was a lot of fun, which involves necromancy and lots of it. So replacing birth signs were the Standing Stones, a flexible power that can be switched mid-playthrough. One of these is the Ritual Stone, which once per day allows you to reanimate corpses up to level 75 in a radius around you for 3.5 minutes, with the limit as to the number of corpses you can raise being 100, and when the effect ends, the bodies collapse rather than dissolve. Now, this got people thinking. You could collect 10 or so corpses, use this power, and then travel outside a dungeon, wait 24 hours, then use those undead as a small army to clear the dungeon. You could then collect all the new corpses as well as the old ones, wait another 24 hours, and continue to grow your horde. And since the level was so high, you could get some pretty powerful members of your undead army. Thalmor mages, bandit chiefs, even giants if you wanted. Well, Dawnguard added a side quest chain called the Ethereum Wars that ends in you fighting the Ethereum Forge, giving you an option of one of 3 items to craft from it. One of these being the Ethereal Crown, a circlet that allows you to have 2 standing stone effects. The way it works is that your second standing stone is stored and only activated when you wear the crown. It's mildly useful for passive stuff like having the Atronek and Apprentice sign at the same time. However, if the stone provides a power, then that power's daily cooldown resets every time you re-equip the crown. And thus, an awful, terrible idea was formed. Combine the overpowered Ritual Stone with an effective lack of cooldown, and observe the rise of the Lich Queen. This is actually a pretty fun playstyle. You don't actually just roll over dungeons with ease, since there is an active maintenance required for collecting the bodies back into a pile so that they can all get hit with the effect. I ran Periite's dungeon, which is usually a slog, and it was a lot of fun having a growing horde of undead fighting for me. It would be cool if instead of working hard to ensure that nothing like this is possible in the Elder Scrolls 6, if Bethesda actually just leaned into this as a playstyle. For starters, if you implement body damage like in Fallout, then maybe that helps determine the health of members of your horde. So if their limbs get broken, you have to use magic to heal them. Or if it gets cut off, then that member has a fifth of their health pool missing and can't use that limb anymore. Maybe if they lose a leg, they have to crawl, or an arm and they aren't effective fighters, or their heads so they only perform extremely basic behaviors. And then you have to decide if they're no longer worth having in your horde. Basically, these proposals are to try and provide some measure of restraint in the playstyle while still making it something interesting to do. It should be pretty obvious why endlessly reanimating the same powerful corpses over and over would be a problem. Instead of forbidding it, why not actually make this a mechanical playstyle? The player can be an evil necromancer lord at the head of an undead army, but you have the problems typical with that. For instance, you take the limbs from one zombie and place it on another. And, well, since some of your conjuration mains are no doubt screaming it by now, I guess I'll talk about the master level spells. Bethesda at least did try something new with the master level spells in Skyrim. Instead of just having spell NPCs sell them to you or allow you to craft them at spellcrafting stations, they're instead relegated to spell quests you have to do that you receive from their instructors at the College of Winterhold. To start with Conjuration, at skill level 90 you get a quest from Finest Gestor to get him a Sigil Stone. He gives you a quest to summon an Unbound Dremora at a ritual site. Basically, Unbound Daedra have no restraints, so if it decides to kill us, it will attempt to do so. We have to break its will first by repeatedly summoning and beating it in combat, and then order it to get us a Sigil Stone.
Yes, my mistress. Summon me again, and I shall have your stone. Your sigil stone, Lord Dagon, is less than pleased at its loss.
This quest reminds me a lot of the Dreadsteed quest from World of Warcraft. I was actually a Warlock main when I played, so I got to experience all the summoning quests. The Felsteed you got at level 40 was relatively simple, but if you wanted the faster Dreadsteed, you had to do a quest chain. It was lengthy, involved traveling the world to various sites of demonic importance, significant money and resource investment, and multiple dungeons requiring help from other players to complete. Obviously, the Skyrim iteration skates over preparing the ritual to summon the Unbound Dremora, so If any lesson could be learned for the next game, it would be that. You could make a quest about trying to find the resources needed to complete this ritual, a nice callback to the Oblivion main quest. Maybe completing this dark ritual requires a human sacrifice. Actually, if it's this easy, why did we even bother with the battle for Bruma? Let's just have the blades whip the yams on some Dremora and instruct him to get us a great sigil stone. Gestor doesn't actually need the sigil stone. Are you sure, dude? There's some major enchanting benefits to these things. Rather, it's for the Atronak Forge down in the Midden. He also gives us a spell called Flame Thrall, and now also sells the spells Frost Thrall, Storm Thrall, and Dead Thrall. The Thrall spells are permanent versions of their normal effects, allowing you to summon a permanent Atronak or raise a permanent corpse, which, even if killed in combat, will not disintegrate. These are actually pretty cool rewards for mastering the art of conjuration. Not only can you make them more powerful, at skill level 100 you get a perk that allows you to reanimate 2 corpses. It simply became a matter of picking the right corpses for the job, and that would be some Dremora lords. In addition to Jizargo, also decked out in Daedric gear, this means I have a serious gang of powerful minions. Don't get excited, however, because this is the peak. The illusion ritual spell is bugged. It requires level 100 instead of 90, so I didn't get to do it before the end of my playthrough. You have to cast a spell that lets you see some invisible books around the college. That's it. As a reward, you get the spell Hysteria and can buy the spells Call to Arms, Harmony, and Mayhem. Hysteria can make a group of enemies flee, but has a charge time where you get staggered and a level limit, so... Call to Arms improves combat skills, health, and stamina on all your allies for 10 minutes. I actually used scrolls of this spell during the Civil War quest line where there were lots of allies, but I don't know, why is this an illusion effect and not restoration? There isn't a courage component, this is just stat fortifications. Harmony makes all enemies within 250 feet stop fighting for a minute. Mind you, at this point you will have already mastered comm spells, invisibility, and muffle. It's nice that it's in the game, but this is hardly the reward for reaching skill level 100 in illusion. Mayhem, or basically the entire reason to do all this. All enemies in 250 feet attack anyone in sight for 1 minute. Walk into a dungeon, cast Mayhem, find most of the enemies dead or almost dead. Finally, I can make all of Whiterun fight each other. The problem is that these spells are not very good. That doesn't mean they should be removed, but that they should be fixed. I can't seriously imagine people at Bethesda played full Magic playthroughs and then found these spells adequate rewards for sticking with illusion. More likely they simply used console commands, made sure the quest scripting was functional, guesstimated an appropriate spell cost, and then went back to their barbarian characters. The big problem is that you're basically expected to exploit equipment enchanting or spend the perk points unlocking master perks for the spell trees, but there's already such a huge perk commitment to playing Magic that you'll inevitably find yourself having to level other non-Magic skills just to get enough. And don't at me about legendary skills of Dragonborn, I'm talking about how Skyrim was balanced at launch and during its production. The Alteration Ritual. At skill level 90, Tolfdir will send you to a radiantly selected Dragon Priest dungeon to receive a knife called Kavazin's Fang, a knife that is apparently sharp enough to cut dragon scales, but not sharp enough to do any significant amount of damage. You then find a dragon corpse, equip the dagger, and loot the body to get a heart scale. While there is an exploit to do this, this quest basically expects you to have done enough of the main quest that dragons will start appearing. Now I have, and dragons actually attack the college quite frequently, which is unusual because the college faculty can dish out some serious damage to dragons. It makes sense that they would target the college. If they can destroy it, they might do serious damage to the Nord's ability to resist their conquest. However, they attack singularly, which always results in their death. It's quite unusual. Anyways, while it is a shame that this quest in particular is tied to the main quest, it's not the first time this has happened in the series, since the Master Trainer quest for Mysticism and Oblivion was also tied to the main quest. As a reward, Tolfdir gives the spell Dragonhide, and will sell you the spell Mass Paralysis. Dragonhide is different from the earlier flesh spells. It will do 80% physical damage reduction for 30 seconds, instead of how the flesh spells provide an armor rating increase. While this is more informative in what the actual impact of the spell is going to be, it is extremely expensive for only lasting 30 seconds. Also, it has a 3-second charge up time, so I'm both expected to cast it every 30 seconds and spend 3 seconds to do so. The duration can also be buffed, but still, you're much better off in my eyes sticking with ebony flesh and using armor than living the unarmored lifestyle and praying every night for Dragonhide. Mass Paralysis is as it sounds, paralyzes all targets within 40 feet for 15 seconds with a long list of enemies it won't paralyze, a 3-second wind-up time, and an expensive spell cost. Why bother with that when the Creation Club added a rune that paralyzes enemies in an area effect for a fraction of the cost? I told you the Conjuration Master spells were the peak. For restoration, Collet Marintz will tell us to visit an entity only known as the Augur of Dunlane, down in the Midden. You're stripped naked. Okay. And then the Augur summons a triad of ghosts to gangbang you for a while, and if you can survive the ordeal, it'll teach you the spell Bane of the Undead, and Collet will sell you the Guardian's Circle spell. Bane of the Undead sets undead up to level 30 within 80 feet on fire and makes them flee for 30 seconds. Wind up time, high spell cost, turn undead, you can guess how I feel about it. The best place to use this is the rare few times you get surrounded by Draugr enemies, since when in conjunction with the Necromage and Flame Damage perks, it will actually do fairly respectable damage. But that's not a very common situation. Guardian Circle. Undead up to level 35 enter the circle and flee. Fine. Caster heals 20 health per second while inside. Actually a cool idea. But it only heals you, not your allies. It doesn't restore stamina, and it's bugged to actually restore magicka if you have the Atronax Stone.
Rock bottom.
The Destruction Ritual. Feralda gives you a book which has a puzzle to solve. Oh, how interesting. Let's read and see where this northward, haunted northern coastline. Okay, near the coast. And south, Dwemer live and toil. Okay, south of the coast, but north of a Dwemer ruin. Sounds like most of Skyrim, but sure. A simple place. A shield from draft. Like a respite area. I know, Snowvale Sanctum. It's north of a bunch of Dwemer places, but right on the coastline. The haunted tomb of Yingle is even nearby. Wait, that's not it? What about, Journeyman's Nook? I mean, it's not north of a dwarven ruin, but it is to the northeast. At this stand, willed mages craft so fierce the sea will boil. Wait, but I still don't know where to go. The poem could refer to like half of Skyrim. Hell, the place we're expected to go, Windward Ruins, is not directly north of a Dwemer ruin, but rather northeast of one. And it's hardly near the coast. This is what happens when someone not used to writing quest directions suddenly find themselves having to do so. It's a shame too, because it's one of those instances where clairvoyance could be a huge help, but since the quest has no quest marker, the spell doesn't actually help you. So what the fuck is the point of clairvoyance? And if it did, well, there wouldn't be much of a riddle. Cast a fire spell and you get the next part, which is a lot more straightforward with its clues. The first line obviously implies it's west of the throat of the world. The third line implies it's going to be close to the base of the mountain. The second line tells you it's going to be north of Skybound Watch. Cast a frost spell and you get part 3. The third stage is again straightforward. On the west side of the River Karth, on the side of a mountain. Cast a lightning spell and it completes the book, granting you the Firestorm spell, and you have to buy Lightning Storm and Blizzard. It's unusual that the first part is so vague when the latter two parts can get you pretty close to the right place without looking it up. Firestorm is the most expensive spell in the game, and it has a 3-second cast time and has tapering damage based on the range of targets. It was fun one time when I wanted to make a room full of friendly NPCs explode, but for actual combat applications it was nothing but a liability, because if you want to do actual damage, the enemies have to be close to you, and if the enemies are close to you, well, they can and will stagger you while attempting to cast a spell. Same deal with Blizzard, although at least that one you're given more crowd control to work with. However, it's a frost spell, and it's Skyrim, the land of frost resistance. Lightning Storm is the best of the three. You can charge it up for 3 seconds and then unleash a stream of plasma that absolutely wrecks things. Without any cost reduction, it costs 138 magicka per second, meaning that you can cast it for 10 seconds where you could only cast Firestorm once, but you can do 112 damage per second, whereas Firestorm would only do 337 damage flat. This is the only master spell where the charge up in costs makes sense relative to the amount of power that you are putting down range. And those are the master ritual spells. Really, the biggest symptom that Bethesda either doesn't know or doesn't care about magic as a playstyle. When you master combat, you get weapons with huge numbers and lots of edges. When you master stealth, you become a master of guerrilla warfare. When you master magic, you get terrible spells that are extremely, extremely situational, which you've probably already used because of scrolls, so you just end up using the same magic that you were already using for the last 80 hours. But hey, I can light people on fire and at low health they run away now. But it gets worse. Simply explaining magic in the game is not adequate to really relay the pain I felt playing Pure Mage in Skyrim. There's a big reason reviewers on YouTube do not do it, and that simply is that it's not fun. We have to talk about what it's like to level a mage, so let's briefly recall what it was like with the other characters. Now before we begin, I want to pick apart another video's analysis on leveling because I want to stress that you don't have to present Skyrim dishonestly to sell the idea that it does leveling poorly. In fact, doing so only regresses the conversation because it allows Bethesda shills to nitpick your arguments and say that Skyrim has good leveling, which it certainly does not. But if you don't fundamentally understand the system and at best only ever reach like level 30, then how can you really say you understand how leveling long-term works? When you use skills, you gain points that contribute to your overall level. This is a choice between raising health, magicka, or stamina, 10 points.
You don't get a major increase to your damage and survivability outside of your very first level up if you choose health and or stamina, which is a 10% increase at the base stat line, which then falls off dramatically as you go on.
Why would you present it as a percentage increase when the game and even yourself moments earlier presented the stat increase as a flat number? While it is true that leveling health from 100 to 110 is a 10% increase, but 110 to 120 is only an 8.7% increase, those percentages are just side effects of a system where the attribute flatly increases by 10 every level. Bethesda isn't pulling some grand trick of scamming hit points from people. It would be like me looking at your savings account that you put $10 into every month and then I complain that you're putting less money into the account because the percentage difference between the total savings and the contribution is gradually diminishing. When in reality, you're still putting $10 into the account is just getting bigger. Or saying that each brick you lay on a wall has a decreasing contribution to the overall height of the wall. The only basis of my complaint was manipulating the numbers to make your contribution look smaller than it actually is. The only reason I can imagine doing this is that Mr. Caption is seeking to present the leveling system in as bad a light as possible, no matter what it takes. And this is not the only bad argument he makes in the span of about 20 minutes. It's a shame because after this video was taken down, I remember it being better and capturing some of my feelings in a rather nostalgic light. And the first 90 minutes or so are fine, if not good. You can watch the re-upload on my second channel if you're curious, but upon rewatching it, I couldn't help but notice some horrific leaps in logic. He spends considerable time complaining about how Skyrim is bad because you might plan to level when hitting archery 60 to get a perk, but because you can accidentally level other skills, he would either have to spend that perk point on something he doesn't want or quote-unquote waste it while he finishes leveling archery to 60. Now I hope that anyone listening to what I have just said has played Skyrim and knows how utterly inconsequential that is. Even better if you have tried to min-max in Oblivion and Morrowind, where the simple act of running can cause you to level it incorrectly. As much of a downgrade of not having full attributes is, at least I can say I've never been upset about a skill leveling at the wrong time in Skyrim like I have in the other games.
Compare this to even the Fallout leveling system, where you have total control over how you progress your skills, and then choose a potential perk after that.
So Skyrim's bad, because you might have to sit on a perk point for a while, but Fallout New Vegas, a game which will force you to level as soon as you get XP, even if it's just from giving homeless people water, gives you more control over your leveling. But sure, that's because you pick your skills and then your perks, so in this instance, if it was like Fallout, he could have leveled, then set his archery to 60, and then gotten the archery-related perk that he wanted. However, that is because Fallout uses a traditional leveling system where you get experience from actions to level and then increase your skills upon leveling. Elder Scrolls uses a non-traditional system, one that is artistically experimental. The core idea is that leveling should be dictated by skill usage rather than arbitrarily done at quest stages. A good example is how many Fallout quests will reward hundreds if not thousands of experience points at the end of a quest. The player can then level a skill they have never used based on that experience. You can become a master marksman despite having never held a gun before. Or even if you level from a quest that is just conversation and investigations, you can still level your combat skills. It's unrealistic.
Of course, the moment you mention this to someone, you usually get some gremlins crawling out of the woodwork, usually responding with the argument, but it makes it more realistic. Which I say with a mocking tone because I think that's fucking stupid. Considering A, video games aren't just good because they're like real life, and B, this is a fucking fantasy game with dragons and cat people, and C, that argument starts to crack a little once you realize apparently making 400 iron daggers makes you proficient in Daedric and enchanted armor smithing.
So the basis is, leveling attempting to reflect realistically gaining skill with that, skill is not necessarily a good thing. Let's consider for a moment how the first experience systems were pioneered. Before the advent of tabletop role-playing games, the best you could do was cooperative storytelling and maybe a choose-your-own-adventure style structure. Then RPGs came along and made rules for things. Instead of saying, I use my immense skills as a badass to scale the wall across the pit, you now have skills reflective of those abilities. You put those skills against the dice roll, and that determines whether you succeed or fail. You improve those skills upon leveling and arbitrary invention of the game. It was determined that flat XP issued by the Dungeon Master for completing tasks was more fair and easier than trying to determine the amount of skill XP you would receive on a per action basis. Part of that is the difference between a human and a computer dungeon master. Human DMs can be more creative with scenarios, but are at a mathematical disadvantage to computer DMs, which could actually grant XP on a per action basis. However, the goal was always some level of realism. Even though Dungeons & Dragons is a game where you can throw fireballs at people and fly, it doesn't mean that the core of the game isn't grounded in some level of realism. If it wasn't, then it would become extremely difficult to explain how it works to new players, which was a part of the appeal of the game. Anybody can pick up Dungeons & Dragons and understand the core of how it works, no matter how fantastical it gets, because it is realistic enough to relate your own real-life experiences into that of your character.
Yeah, Skyrim is now host to giant flying lizards and two-legged cat men. And you're surprised by me? Yeah, I just talked, and I'm continuing to do so.
I have always found this sentiment to be dismissive and outright ignorant. While it is true that Elder Scrolls is full of fantastical elements, it is also grounded in realism. People need to eat and breathe, and they need shelter and sleep. When loved ones die, they're traumatized. People's stations in life are determined by their skills are determined by their experiences are determined by how much work they've done. Yorlin Greymane isn't the greatest blacksmith in Skyrim because when he was a little old man who aged sideways, he wished for it upon a galaxy and a dread pixie granted it. He worked hard, and you can see him work in-game every day. He is genuinely the best at his craft, and the game relays this. He creates unique weapons. He is a master trainer of smithing. Just because there are dragons does not mean that Elder Scrolls is a fundamentally alien world. The movie Reign of Fire was stated to be a massive inspiration for how Bethesda wanted to portray dragons. The premise of the movie is that dragons exist in the real world, and one day are unearthed and begin destroying humanity. The movie heavily focuses on creating an air of realism to how these monsters exist and how humans are trying to fight them. Say what you will about the quality of the movie or how good a job it does with that premise, the fact remains that just because something has fantastical elements doesn't mean realism has to be thrown out the window. Now, it's more than fine if you want a leveling system that is not realistic. Mr. Caption clearly likes Dark Souls, a game where you use the souls of people you slay to augment your abilities beyond what a normal human could accomplish. It's obviously not realistic, nor is it trying to be, nor should it be. However, outright dismissing the attempt simply because there are cat people is strange, especially in a video that spends a great deal of time criticizing the story and the setting on the basis of logical thought processes. Why is it a good thing that Skyrim shows where its food supply comes from if this is a game with dragons and cat people? Imagine for a moment that back in the day, the original role-playing games did use a skill-based leveling system, and Elder Scrolls was a game where the primary way you leveled was by doing quests. Would Mr. Caption still defend the flat XP system because that is what he enjoys? Or would he criticize the system because it's unrealistic, and he would attack people who tried to make the argument that sometimes games don't have to be fully realistic? I hope you understand what I'm getting at here. I have to wonder if he doesn't like the system because he believes it is a bad system, or if he doesn't like the system because it is in Skyrim and Skyrim was made by Bethesda. Blowing past the Iron Dagger meme for another time, because most blacksmiths do in fact gain their skill by routinely creating simple items from basic materials like axes, nails, and horseshoes, he ends this point with this line.
All this aside, I'm at least glad there is some attempt at shaking up parts of the RPG formula that have been so ubiquitous and stagnant for the last 30, 40 years.
Nothing someone says before the word but really counts.
But I don't think this is even a remotely viable advancement for the genre.
And there it is, friends. The ugly truth.
It isn't that Mr. Caption doesn't like the system or that it isn't to his tastes. It is that he outright thinks, for reasons present in Skyrim, that a skill-based leveling system is not a remotely viable advancement for the role-playing game genre. Only in video game discourse is this mentality considered a remotely acceptable and even defendable position to take. It would be akin to me saying the following statements. Third-person narration is not a remotely viable advancement for the genre. Impressionism is not a remotely viable advancement for the genre. Percussion is not a remotely viable advancement for the genre. The rule of thirds is not a remotely viable advancement for the genre. Hunger meters are not a remotely viable advancement for the genre. This is the return of the universal design philosophy, an ideology that believes all video games are approaching a singularity of good design principles. It is one thing to criticize execution, believe me, I'm self-aware enough as to what I'm doing, but it is a completely another to say that some ideas do not belong. For that, I prescribe 50 hours of watching Ross Scott Game Dungeon videos until you understand that there is no idea that isn't worth someone taking a shot at to see if they can pull it off. If you told me there was a heist in Grand Theft Auto Online where you have to use a forklift to raise a pallet to reach an objective, I would not respond by telling you how forklift operation doesn't belong in video games because games are supposed to be fun. By the way, that's a real thing. Maybe my small success has made me more sympathetic to Bethesda than I used to be. Maybe being frequently told how long videos should and should not be has made me more conscious as a critic as to how stupid it is to say ideas should and should not be tried. Just like how I did not say the words plot hole once in my Oblivion video despite me talking about media on YouTube for 12 hours. The reason I wanted to talk about Mr. Caption's bad section on leveling is that it is not the exception, it is the rule when it comes to discussions of Elder Scrolls. Perhaps that is one of the consequences of how Skyrim does not tell you anything. Morrowind would tell you hard numbers to your next skill level. It is very easy to predict. Skyrim also uses strange mathematical formulas to ensure a non-linear change at every level. It's hard to predict or anticipate, as Caption said, but I wonder what he would have said if he had played until level 68 like I had, and realized that no, perks are not the endless resource he had perceived them as being at level 17. Leveling a mage in Skyrim is a nightmare, but it is not a system built for mages. It works for warriors and thieves, but not magic. When leveling the other characters, there were many times I would have spare perk points waiting to be spent. That's because some perks provide situational utility value, and it is very easy to get the perks you need to build a warrior or thief character. But mages? I never had enough perks as a mage character. Each magic skill has a spine of 5 perks that cuts magic costs in half for each of their tiers. That is 25 perk points just to be able to really make use of magic, but honestly, I usually would only get the perks up to Adept, so only 15 perks. But yeah, that's up to level 16 in perk points that we have already committed. Imagine for a second if Skyrim made you spend a perk point to cut the stamina cost of swinging increasing tiers of weapons. Next up is that each school of magic has a separate dual casting perk, but that is only absolutely necessary for illusion and destruction, a nice benefit for restoration and alteration, and a small waste on conjuration. We'll call it even at 3 perk points, so level 19. You will want to spend 4 perk points buffing your preferred element in destruction and getting impact, so level 23. Then there are 3 perks you need from Restoration for passive magicka recovery and buffed healing magic, and another perk for Necromage, so level 27. From Conjuration, how many perks you'll want will depend on your playstyle. If you want to use bound weapons, then you need 2 perks and you will want a third. If you use Necromancy, you'll need 2 perks and want 2 more. If you use Summons, you'll want 3 perks and want 1 more. Both Necromancers and Summoners will want the final perk. I'm going to say 7 perk points since I figure most people will want to have access to both Summoning and Necromancy perks, so level 34. You could cut corners by picking one, but that would really only work as an argument if I was even close to done. From Alteration, you have a 3-stage perk that provides 30% magic resistance, which is situational. There's also Mage Armor, another 3-stage perk that buffs flesh spells but requires that you don't wear armor. There's also a perk that increases alteration spell durations by 50%. The Atronak perk also provides 30% spell absorption but requires the Expert Alteration perk, so getting it requires an additional point be spent to increase from Adept to Expert. I'll figure up 3 points, averaging out Mage Armor and Magic Resistance perks for different playstyles, but remember that this could well be 6 points if I wanted it to be. 1 point for the Duration perk and 2 points for the Atronak perk, so 6 points total up to level 40. Illusion goes even harder. You need 5 perk points to increase the effectiveness of your spells, otherwise as you level your spells will become increasingly ineffective. You need another perk point to make your spells silent if you want to use them from stealth, another perk point if you want your spells to work on undead, Daedra, and automatons, so 7 perk points, raising us up to level 47. Now you might be happy that I'm out of skills, but I'm still not done. Enchanting. After all, you need custom enchanted gear to help make your spellcasting, well, not better per se, but more efficient. You could say that it's expected that a magic character uses the magic crafting skill of enchanting as part of their progression, similar to how thieves have alchemy and warriors have smithing. Of course, in reality, everybody needs every one of those, but that's a different topic. 5 points into making enchantments stronger at the front, another 3 points spent on getting to the extra effect perk, allowing you to double up the effectiveness of your enchantments. Of course, you aren't just gonna enchant raw, are you? No, you need alchemy potions to buff up your enchantments. I'm not talking about the restoration loop, just a little dose to boost your enchantments. Plus, alchemy will be useful for getting those fortified destruction potions that you need to actually do more damage. 5 points up front for better potions, another point for beneficial potions, and really that's all you have to spend. There's going to be some work getting there, but it's worth it for the powerful gear that you'll be making. So in total, from crafting your enchanting gear and making potions, you need 14 perk points, taking us up to level 61. Now bear in mind, this isn't me being unrealistic. It's not an issue of me wanting to use all 5 magic skills. Look at warriors, they need a weapon skill, maybe even 2 if they use archery as well. They need a defensive skill, they might want to block or sneak depending on their playstyle, and they would want to buff themselves with smithing, enchanting, and maybe even alchemy. But they don't need to spend 60 perk points to be viable. Shorin got all the perks he wanted and needed with points to spare. But it doesn't stop there. After all, what if you want to use armor? 5 points in heavy armor since all the other perks require a full set, but you're wearing robes so you can't. Level 66. And to make and upgrade that armor you need smithing. 5 or 6 perk points right there depending on if you want arcane smithing or dragonbone armor. Level 71, higher than my triple digit playtime character ever reached. I didn't even get to invest in something like sneak, but yeah, there's 5 or 6 perks there. What about speech? You'll be spending lots of monies at merchant. Better pick up 7 perks there. Pickpocket's pretty useful too, and the final perks in this tree are fun for all characters, and lockpicking is a waste of perks in my opinion, but maybe you disagree. All in all, we are well past max level in the base game and well past the point that you have exhausted the game of content to level without grinding Radiant quests. You see my problem, right? You might say that speech is a thief skill, but every character benefits from having it. We've taken it to the extreme, yeah, but even if we scale this back and cut corners on things we don't need, mages require too many perk points. It was a very real problem that once I hit level 25, when the leveling slows down dramatically, that I entered into a nightmare where I had to pick each perk point I earned very carefully, which was not something Shorin or Maglir ever had to do. Then combine that with the next leveling problem. Every level you're given a choice to raise your health, stamina, or magicka. For warriors and thieves, it's a straightforward choice between health and damage, since more stamina means more power attacks. Mages, however, need everything. You need lots of magicka, since even with spell cost reduction, higher level spells require large amounts, and you need to be able to cast multiple times to actually kill stuff. You need health, as without it you'll start running into enemies that can one-shot kill you. While you can employ several tactics to keep melee enemies away from you, there isn't much you can do about archers who, around level 30 or so, began one-shotting my character. And you need stamina, despite not using power attacks, because buffing stamina also buffs your max carry weight, which you'll need because even though I didn't carry weapons, I did have to carry lots of potions and staves and crafting materials and loot, plus sprinting takes stamina. And then there's the gear progression. Primarily, you have your robes, which have no armor rating but come with enchantments to boost your magic. These come in 5 tiers, from novice to master, and will increasingly reduce the spell cost of a school of magic while increasingly fortifying the rate at which you regenerate magicka. This is crucial. While Oblivion added passive magicka regeneration, Skyrim is built around the idea. You need magicka regeneration if you plan on exclusively using magic for damage, and you need lots of it. The problem is that while other characters are finding better and cooler armor, you'll just find a slightly better set of robes. The other problem is that much of the armor you find is unenchanted, providing you freedom as to choose what to do with it. The robes you find in loot usually comes pre-enchanted. Gee, thanks, a buff to my alteration magic spell cost. It's not like I use an alteration spell once per fight, but destruction magic constantly. You can also craft new armor, but you can't craft new robes. If you want a specific piece of gear, you'll have to shell out a ton of cash to buy it, which isn't a problem. And in most cases, you can enchant armor to be better than what you can find in the world, but with robes, what you find is better than what you can create without exploits. And then you have smithing. You can improve gear to be even better using crafting materials. You cannot improve robes to be better, you can only replace them. Never mind that you can also improve weapons with smithing, but you have no mechanism to improve spells rather than simply replacing them. My point is not, why do warriors get it so good? It's simply to compare how functional gear progression in Skyrim works with warriors and why that idea doesn't work with mages. It's yet another obvious sign that nobody really plays pure mages at Bethesda. In Oblivion, the gear progression worked because you could continually find or create new and better equipment. A big part of that was having 2 ring slots for enchantments, where Skyrim only has 1. An innocuous change if you want to play warrior, but for mages, the decreasing number of enchantment slots is yet another nail in the coffin, and at this point, we're probably going to need to go buy another box of nails. Ignoring how many enchantment slots there are in Morrowind, reducing that number even further than Oblivion already had means less and less options for improving your character. If I'm supposed to use enchantments to make my spells better, then why do I only get gloves, boots, hats, a ring, and a necklace to do so? Why do I need Master Enchanting just to double the number of enchanting slots? Why do I need to exploit the fact that you can wear a circlet and a Falmer helm just for a couple more slots? Why can warriors fortify their weapons and use potions to buff their damage, but I only get the potions? Why do warriors get 100% damage from perks as well as their skill values, but I only get 50% damage increases from perks and not my skill value? Why do spell enchantments reduce the cost of spells but not just fortify their fucking damage? While being able to cast magic for longer is a form of improvement, this is not World of Warcraft where I need to be able to cast Shadow Bolt continuously for 10 fucking minutes to down a raid boss. You said you learned from the shortcomings and exploits players use in Oblivion, yet Skyrim's magical combat is basically identical to macro grinding from Oblivion, yet people praise it because
the spell system has at least been improved to an extent, like spells now actually look like the element they're supposed to be. In Skyrim, a fire spell looks like fire. The lightning looks like lightning. The schnozberries taste like schnozberries.
Double shot lightning!
Magic was arguably too versatile in Morrowind and Oblivion, so shouts gave all builds access to special abilities.
Too fucking versatile? I think the funniest part is that Mr. Caption praised magic in Skyrim as being his favorite part of the combat.
The magic in Skyrim is my favorite because of how varied all of the spells are. You have a lot of different spells to choose from.
But then decided to play a stealth archer anyways. You're being had. They're focused on making the magic look cooler to cover up the fact that nobody at Bethesda gives a fuck. And then the end result is that every YouTuber reviews this game assumes that they don't need to look any deeper than the surface level of magic because, hey, someone else must have. In the making of documentary, they cut to the quote magic meeting end quote, except instead of talking about magic, they're talking about how armor provides damage resistance.
No, your damage resistance is determined by your armor and your perks and other stuff that might fold into that. So in this case, admittedly, the player will have to trust that we are doing what we say we are doing. We've always been very big in the Elder Scrolls on dynamic growth of the character.
The funniest part is the dragon shouts, where they basically took a bunch of magic effects but made them available to everyone, or rather, more available, since removing classes means anybody can pick up magic anyways. They probably only updated the magic in Skyrim as a side project to creating the dragon shouts. Why bother with magic when you can cast most of the cool effects on cooldown with a better playstyle? Paralysis, Ice Form, Detect Life, Aura Whisper, Conjuration, Call of Valor, Fear, Dismay, Calm, Kind's Peace, Fire Damage, Fire Breath. Except there's actually a bunch of dragon shouts that have no equivalent magical effect. Ragdolling enemies, moving quickly, summoning storms, summoning dragons, making your swings faster, making dragons land on the ground, disarming enemies, making it stop raining, becoming invincible to damage. I hated being a mage in Skyrim. I hated that my hireling J'zargo had better gear progression than I did. I hated that I was relegated to doing the same thing over and over. I hated that I had to grind multiple crafting skills just to be viable. I hated the faction that was built around my playstyle. I hated that the rewards for sticking with it to the end were so fucking terrible. I hated that the final stage of magical playstyles was just ignoring the combat. I hated that I had to do exploits to have a comparable level of power and fun to previous games. I hated how much potential the game has to have a cool magic system, but doesn't because the developers are at best apathetic about my preferred playstyle, and at worst actively making it worse in some misguided attempt to balance it. Was the goal to make people not want to play mage? Because I'm gonna say you fucking succeeded. If the goal was to make people hate magic because you want to convey how Nords felt about it, congratulations, good job. But I'm sure if you set a game in Somerset, you wouldn't intentionally make the combat shit to make a narrative point, would you? Why is it for every one new thing that you add, 2 things have to go? Uh-oh, someone got mad on the internet, and that means they automatically lose. So says the wisdom of passionless, depressed people trying to squeeze that last drop of dopamine out before they fully convert into NPCs. I mean, GG, no ratio. I'm actually getting frustrated writing this. Like, I usually feign emotion with a lot of stuff because my emotions don't last long enough between playing the game and writing about it. But thinking about Magic is genuinely one area where I start to get angry, and I want to say in recording that I got angry again. It peaked a lot. Have you ever been a fan of a series, but as time has gone on, you've started to feel more and more that the creators resent you, that they want new fans, and that they're willing to lessen your enjoyment if it means broadening their appeal? Now imagine this is one of the only series you can get that experience from, and also there hasn't been a new title in over a decade. I asked about other games or even indie projects I could look into, and the response was that my expectations were too high. Yeah, I guess expecting developers to do what modders have already done for free with Skyrim, but this time with the actual potential to get paid for their work is just unrealistic. I'm serious, I promise you, there's an audience for this, not Bethesda, fuck them. I haven't bought one of their games without a 90% discount since 2011. I seriously doubt they'll ever try winning their old fans back other than nostalgia baiting about better games. Don't be an abused housewife, just fucking move on. No, I mean for new studios to come in who want to try innovate on the formula. Let Bethesda keep practicing their keep it simple, stupid idea. Let them keep stripping mechanics down until their games become a parody of the idea of a role-playing game. Don't interrupt enemies while they're making mistakes. Instead, take advantage of it. Don't bankroll this $200 million project for hardcore RPG gamers and expect $1 billion in sales. Instead, come up with a realistic budget with the expectation that you can firmly capture a very specific audience consistently. That is how From Software has been able to succeed this last decade. They cater to a very specific niche and budget accordingly, and as a result, they project such a large shadow over the industry that journalists write endless articles wishing their games were more accessible because of how desirable they are. By budgeting at an estimated quarter of the cost of a Bethesda title, they can maintain a similar sized studio with only 10% of the sales figures. And while some people on V will argue that their games have gotten easier with time, the fact that they maintain an impressive audience of hardcore gamers without really compromising their vision. So whether you're a solo dev or part of a AA studio with a couple $1 million in the budget, just know that if the boomer shooter crowd can have a renaissance in their genre, then so can role-playing games. Right, so the College of Winterhold. Hang on, I gotta scroll up the script and see where we're at. Yeah, no, it's taken a while.
Whoa now. Ease off on the magic.
Are you fucking kidding me? Ease off on the magic.
Okay, so there's a bit of a time skip in character because I did the initial quests at a very low level so that Tolfdir would offer his alteration training service, but then I left so that the level scaled rewards of this quest would be maxed out. So, months after getting instructions from the Archmage to research Sarthal, we finally return and head to the library. It's headed up by, get this, an orc. And he's pretty important at the college too. Actually, that's only mildly progressive. While there weren't any orcs in the Cyrodiil Mages Guild, there were orcs in the Morrowind branch. Granted, 3 of them appeared to be battle mages deployed to a Daedric ruin, and the 4th was a necromancer, but that's still better than the discriminatory enrollment practices of Hannibal Traven's Mages Guild.
You are now in the Arcanium, of which I am in charge. It might as well be my own little plane of oblivion. Disrupt my Arcanium, and I will have you torn apart by angry Atronachs. Now, do you require assistance? Hundreds of years have gone into assembling this collection.
Ureg knows which book we need. Unfortunately, it was stolen recently by a mage looking to ingratiate himself with a band of renegade conjurers. Of all the books he could have stolen, he decided to steal a book that is effectively worthless. I mean, books are all mysteriously worthless in Skyrim. Oh, it's diegetic because the Nords hate books, okay? But not everybody hates books in Skyrim. There is in fact a college of people who like books. Most of the holds have court wizards. A decent chunk of Skyrim's population are Dunmer, a race of people who greatly value literature. And the game is about how the Nords are being culturally colonized by the Imperials, another group of people who greatly value literature. I'm just saying, the copium of saying that books should be worthless because Nords are morons who can't and don't read is exactly that, cope. They read all the time. Random bandits are often literate and keep journals. Many of Skyrim's legends are written down in volumes. Anyways, it's a great coincidence that happens to result in us running, of course, a dungeon, despite the fact that this is a setting that has invented the printing press and the college can even craft quills purpose-built for duplicating writing. There's even a famous chef in Skyrim named the Gourmet who has published a popular and well-known cookbook, something that is kind of a modern concept. I bring all this up because it's very strange and convenient that Ureg only had a single copy of this book, which happened to be stolen. So we head out to Felglow Keep, an old fort being occupied by sorcerers who decided to leave the college. Was it because they're necromancers?
I sure know. Those archaic policies died out with the Mages Guild, and were never enforced here. Necromancy, as any other type of magic, is a tool to be used.
It is unusual, to say the least. We aren't really given a clear idea what restrictions Archmage Aaron had placed on this group that forced them to splinter from the college. In fact, a lot of people's issues with Savos Aaron are that they don't like him, as in him personally, which is weird because Aaron is shown to be rather hands-off. He delegates most management decisions to Mirabelle Irving, someone who is more respected by members of the college. And it seems that while Aaron disapproves of some dangerous research, everyone knows you would be stupid to actually ask the Archmage to approve of anything directly.
I am quite content to see nearly any aspect of magic explored and investigated here. But I do not and will not approve of any research or experiments that cause purposeful harm to your fellow members of the college.
We don't really find out what the caller's problem with the college was, considering she's just leading a small group of conjurers. The UESP editorializes and calls her insane, when in reality she's quite cogent and can even be convinced to allow us to leave with the books and her prisoner, despite the fact that we are...
You're the one who barged into my home and laid waste to my projects.
Orthorn is the guy who stole some literature to try and impress the caller, which failed since he's their prisoner. Funny thing is, this is the first I'm hearing of this. I've never actually run into Orthorn, so I don't have footage of him. Double funny, he disappears as soon as the quest is over, so saving him has no impact. Same with the caller. Whether she lives or dies is irrelevant for the rest of the story, so we have to ask the question, what's the point of this quest? If Ureg just had the book we were looking for, nothing would have changed other than the fact that we would have crawled one less dungeon. Now you might say the goal is to show how people are dissatisfied with and leaving the College of Winterhold due to Savos Aaron's poor leadership. Except we're not given an explicit reason why these people left in the first place. In addition, the dungeon is full of hostile wizards performing experiments on living subjects, so if anything I'm taking the opposite away, that Aaron's leadership led to a bunch of degenerates being forced to leave. Of course, I doubt Bethesda was attempting to make that point. Rather, I think the idea is that it's meant to show how Aaron is fracturing the college. But when it came time to translate the story from the whiteboard to the game, someone ended up taking an existing Conjurer dungeon and slapping an NPC named generically the Caller, complete with a random face at the end, and called it a day. Imagine if things had played out differently depending on how you handle this quest. For instance, if Orthorn or the Caller are alive after this quest, maybe they come back to help us later on. Maybe if you use magic to get past the Caller's servants without actually killing any of them, she will comment on this with gratitude. I'm going to compare this to Leowin's Mages Guild quest, where the player has to find an amulet to get a recommendation from the local branch leader. It's a very similar quest in that it starts with dialogue to figure out where to go, then you go to a dungeon before being confronted by a character at the end. Except that quest had narrative relevance. Say what you will about the Oblivion Mages Guild, but most of its quests, if it sent you to a dungeon, had a narrative reason to send you to that dungeon. We are going to Fort Blueblood because our boss needs an amulet in order to be normal, and we are confronted by a necromancer named Kalthar who stole the original amulet so that our boss would get fired. I criticize the execution, but this is a really good excuse to go make the player do a fort dungeon. The only reason you go to Felglow Keep is to recover a book that isn't even relevant to the keep or the group residing within it. None of the characters are relevant, it's almost entirely self-contained. When Morrowind sent you to get a book for a quest, it would go one of three ways. The book would be common and you could find it at bookstores, which were present in several cities. The book would be rare and you could find it only at a rare bookstore in the capital, or in the library of the secret police, or in several notable dungeons. Or the book would be unique, and you would have to find it at a very specific location. When Morrowind sent you to a dungeon, it would give you ample cause to understand why you are going to that dungeon. And when a book was supposed to be rare, its gold value would reflect that. Vampires of Vardenfell Volume 2 is a rare book due to having been banned by the Tribunal Temple for spreading the heretical claims that it is possible to cure vampirism. You can find the book during the Tribunal Temple questline when you're sent to clear out the vampire stronghold of Galum Deus, which is one of the locations where the book can be found. The thing that makes it distinct from the other books is that it's worth 400 gold. To translate that value to Skyrim, an Iron Cuirass and Greaves combination in Morrowind is worth 114 gold. So for the same price as 3 of these combinations, you could get one of these rare books. In Skyrim, rare books are worth, on average, 50 gold, while an Iron Cuirass and Greaves, now just plainly called Iron Armor, is worth 125 gold. So 2.5 books now go into one set of bad armor. I already talked about book value. My point is that the player stands a decent chance at some point of running into a book and knowing it's valuable by, well, its gold value, despite it not being a skill book. We return to Ureg with the 3 books. 2 are relevant, although right now only one appears to be so. Night of Tears, a report on Nord history written by a dark elf, potentially even a member of House Telvanni if the name is a clue. There isn't much to this book. Seleth criticizes another report on Sarthal, titled the Imperial Report on Sarthal, written by an Imperial, then makes several baseless speculations about the motivations of the sacking of Sarthal, including the accusation that Ysgramor was aware of what the early Nords had found at Sarthal and attempted to cover up the incident by burying the item. I mean, this is Ancient Aliens Hyperborea tier. Don't let my meme distract you from the fact that Seleth is making extremely wild accusations, or the fact that they were right. The final line is, quote, "Every effort will be made to relocate Sarthal and find that which has been lost to us." So, yeah, I can't help but notice that the ancient race war has become more modern and is being fought through these books, except for one small little detail. Seleth is a Dunmer name. The Night of Tears was performed by Falmer. The Falmer were worshippers of the Aedra, while the Chimer and later Dunmer are worshippers of the Daedra. The reason I bring this up is that the orb will be named the Eye of Magnus. Magnus is not actually an Aedra or Daedra. In fact, his notable quality is that after hearing Lorkhan's mortality plan, he decided to up and just leave for Aetherius, creating a rift so massive between the planes that so much light would pour through that it actually lit up Mundus. Yes, Magnus created this universe's sun. That's how powerful he was. He's worshipped in most cultures as the god of magic or the god of the sun. The Falmer, who seem to worship the same gods as the original Aldmer, would have been Magnus worshippers. The story typically suggests that the elves decided to wipe the Atmoran colony out to prevent mankind from getting a foothold on Tamriel, and that was the event that caused Ysgramor to get 500 battle buddies together and turn the Falmer into an endangered species. However, this seems to suggest that the action of the elves was spurred by a desire to acquire the orb for pondering. I've noticed that neither source actually specifies the race of elves involved. We only know that the Nords focused their retaliation on the Falmer. Ureg's attention is drawn primarily to the Night of Tears book, but the weird thing is that it doesn't actually tell us anything that we didn't already know. In fact, by finding the orb at Sarthal, we by default already have more information than the book provides, which is just a little bit more salt in the wound for this quest. Not only was Felglow Keep irrelevant, but the book we got was not useful. In fact, the only purpose of this quest is to make us leave the college while Tolfdir and the Archmage transport the orb back to the Hall of the Elements. So we head down to the orb and ponder it for a while with him. You know, this pondering orb meme is already out of date as of writing this, so I apologize how ancient the joke is by the time you're hearing it. Anyways, the Thalmor liaison, Ancano, if you even remember him, interrupts and demands that we come with him. Now, Feralda, the destruction trainer and college gatekeeper, will have warned us about Ancano, and if you meet him, he'll have questions about what it was we found at Sarthal. Ancano here is representing the Aldmeri Dominion, however pretty much everybody is aware that he's really spying on the college, which is hilarious because this means that by default, Ancano is actually probably a really low-ranking member of the Thalmor. I mean, think about it. The College of Winterhold is practically a community college in terms of relevance. There's barely any research or education really happening here. They didn't send their best to spy on us because they probably assumed the Nord Magic College would not do anything significant. Anyways, Ancano is interrupting our research because a member of the Psijic Order has arrived asking to meet with us specifically. Ancano is alarmed by this and demands that he attend our and the Archmage's meeting with this envoy. Now we meet with a member of the Order at Sarthal, but this is actually a different person. He stops time like the last guy, and we have a conversation.
This object, the Eye of Magnus, as your people have taken to calling it. The energy coming from it has prevented us from reaching you with the visions you have already seen. The longer it remains here, the more dangerous the situation becomes. You must understand the Psijic Order does not typically intervene directly in events.
One of the guards said he saw a mage appear out of thin air. Claimed it was one of those Psijic monks.
As you may have learned, this object, the Eye, is immensely powerful. The world is not ready for it. If it remains here, it will be misused.
Okay, hold on. This is where we have to talk about the second book we found at Felglow Keep. It's titled On Artaeum, and it's about the islands that the Psijic Order lives on. Their first appearance in recorded history is fairly early in the First Era, meaning that they were likely founded in the Merithic era. To give context for this time period, the dwarves still existed, the Dunmer were still a golden-skinned race, men in Cyrodiil were slaves of the Aelids, and there were still men arriving from Atmora in Skyrim. In fact, many of the tombs you see in the game had not yet even been built, because the ancient Nords whose bodies they were meant to inter had not been born yet. The Psijics are an Altmer order, and they lived on Artaeum, which was the third largest island in Alinor. I say it was, as the island vanished in the Second Era after the Mages Guild was founded and would not reappear for 500 years. The Psijics are capable of moving their island, making it difficult for it to be visited directly, let alone invaded. The Order has also played a part in Tamrielic politics, although notably our boy Uriel VII actively did not trust them. Wow, weird, the guy that didn't trust a famous Altmer order was assassinated by a cult led by an Altmer that led to the rise of an Altmer superpower in Tamriel. It's weird how these things work out. Despite that, the Psijics and the Thalmor claim to hate each other, which is evidenced by Ankano's concern at their arrival, and the reason that the Psijic stops time and afterwards pretends to be confused at who we are before subsequently leaving. It should be noted that the book that clues us into who the Psijic Order are first appeared in Daggerfall, before the rise of the Aldmeri Dominion, meaning that there are a couple centuries of context we are missing. Now, in the Pocket Guide to the Empire 3rd Edition, a physical book that shipped with the collector's editions of Oblivion, the Order is stated to have ramped up recruitment from 17 members in the preceding millennia to 30 members in the 2 years before the events of Oblivion. The book also mentions how there is a cultural revolution brewing among the young Altmer in Somerset, so I think Bethesda knew full well where they were wanting to take the story when it came to the rise of the Aldmeri Dominion. However, the Thalmor are an unexpected twist. We'll talk more about them during the Civil War and main quest sections. This appears to be the College of Winterhold's vestigial connection to the main quest. Each game's magical faction has generally been connected at some level to the main conflict of the story. In Morrowind, the Mages Guild provided a big puzzle piece to the mystery of the disappearance of the dwarves, while in Oblivion, the Mages Guild plays a role in uncovering the location of the Mythic Dawn base. In Skyrim, there's a guy who wears black and yellow who is an antagonist. This seems to be a flaccid attempt at emulating Ken Rolston's style of the unreliable narrator, but much lamer. Who are the Thalmor, and what do they truly believe? Let's leave most of that up to speculation. Who are the Psijic Order, and what do they want in this situation? Let's be vague and mysterious to sell the idea that they are a vague and mysterious order. Here's the thing. Vague and mysterious are tools you use when something is not the subject of your story. When we hear about Nords and Morrowind, it was shrouded in a lot of mystery because Morrowind was not really about the Nords. When we heard about Nords in Skyrim, we got a lot more detail because now they're the subject. As long as the Psijics were background lore, it was fine to keep them an enigma. But once they start being characters and doing things, well then that comes with the expectation that we're actually going to learn something about them. We're going to peel back a bit of that mystery and find the world is a rich tapestry of unique cultures. ESO ends up telling us a lot more about the Psijics than their actual storyline in one of the canon games. Instead, they are sentient plot devices. They somehow know, can teleport to, and stop time at Sarthal just to deliver a vague message about judgment. Quaranir implies it was a vision and that the Eye is preventing them from sending further visions, except I just got back from Felglow Keep, which is halfway across Skyrim. Maybe the idea is that Tolfdir undid the binding containing the amorphous energy of the orb, a binding that could withstand the sheer power of the orb, but whatever that is, but not 10 seconds of a basic lightning spell. And also, it wasn't containing the energy at all. Yurick Galderson was using the orb to be invincible. Even if that wasn't the case, Quaranir could have met us without drawing attention, unless the goal was to draw attention from Ankano, but that's something that's going to need to be stated for me to believe it. Anyways, we're given a single clue, an entity named the Augur of Dun Lane. Okay, so this was supposed to be a surprise since you can't do the restoration ritual until after this quest, so pretend for a moment that you know nothing about the ghost gangbang from earlier. What is the Augur of Dun Lane, and will it take me 3 hours to explore this topic?
So, he would be savvy to its existence and of its power while also being aware of what had to be done to harness such power from the dark arts, which, as we know, something is required in exchange. More than a handful of deaths, a massive ritualistic slaughter, a city's worth of people dying at once. Can you think of any events that would fit such a description? The Great Collapse, of course. The Great Collapse, which I dare say may have been an intentional sacrifice forced upon the city by the Augur of Dun Lane so he could harvest the required payload of soul energy to exchange void energy with the dark heart of Skyrim.
I pulled that quote by randomly clicking around this video because I couldn't stand to watch more than 10 minutes of it. And to be honest, this video strikes me as being exactly what I've been accused of doing, which is reading further into the lore than the writers ever would have intended. That can be funny on occasion, like positing that Skior and Aela had werewolf sex, but extrapolating 3 hours of material on a character who everyone else would summarize in a paragraph is basically just farming watch time, which is strange to say because this video was obviously not easy to make. There's a lot of effort poured into the research and production. It's not just reading the lore page on a character over static gameplay. This is definitely as confusing as the subject, so points. Here are 2 lines of dialogue you need.
Well, I suppose he wouldn't mind. It was all before my time, you understand. I've heard the stories, the same as anyone else. He was a brilliant student, an accomplished wizard, delved into magic in a way none had seen before. But I think he became too focused on just how much power he could acquire. That's what led to the accident.
The Augur was a brilliant mage, truly inspired, mastered spells others could barely comprehend. He was especially gifted when it came to restoration. He's very particular about who shares the knowledge. So you'll need his approval first. Go on, go talk to him. I'm sure he's been paying attention and will be expecting you.
The Augur is an incorporeal entity living under the college in the Midden, which apparently has foresight and knowledge of events that happen around the campus. He knows the Eye of Magnus has arrived and has given information to Ancano about it. He also figures that while we're on a similar path to Ancano, we have been pushed down a chain of events that will preserve the college. Basically, we have no agency, and so we'll need to go through the motions of saving the college despite the outcome already having been determined. He tells us we need the Staff of Magnus, and then tells us to fuck off. Now, you might be thinking, is that seriously it? Yeah, it kind of is. The Augur of Dun Lane is just a plot device to point us to the next stage of the story. If the Augur was an old guy living in the Midden instead of a glowing ball of light, then I doubt anybody would have actually spent any more effort than a Reddit post investigating what their deal was. Like, nobody has done a deep dive on the real identity of the Caller and how she's secretly responsible for the Great Collapse, and you know why, flesh and blood. But realize that the flesh is weak and all of a sudden you're responsible for the Great Collapse, which is probably supposed to be the implication, but as with all things in the mystery box, we don't know because Bethesda didn't tell us because they either don't know themselves or figure this is better. The clues are charitable at best and require great deals of mental stretching, assumption, and worst of all, ESO lore. The only part of the Augur I like is how realistic people are about it. Either you haven't been at the college long enough to know, or you've met the Augur and know what it is and react accordingly. Tolfdir's all, oh yeah, that guy, he's in the Midden, say hi for me, while Mirabelle's more reserved about talking about the subject. We bring our information to the Archmage, who doesn't immediately pick up on the connection between the Staff of Magnus and the giant orb behind him, which has been nicknamed the Eye of Magnus. He is impressed with our initiative, not knowing that we don't have any because we were told flat out to go talk to the Augur by a Sijic monk and that we have a predetermined ending.
A most impressive attitude. Keep this up, and you'll do quite well for yourself.
I really hope Archmage Aaron doesn't have a tragic backstory about being part of a group of mages who took initiative and got killed over it. Trust me, that's just a random thought I had. He sends us to Mirabelle, who says that yes, she did mention it, back when some Synod representative from Cyrodiil showed up looking for it. This is a pretty good little detail. Savos is so distracted with whatever it is he does all day that he doesn't really pay full attention to anything Mirabelle tells him. She told him that the Synod were looking for the staff, but all he registered was just the Staff of Magnus. I'm genuinely praising the game here because this is one of the only times it doesn't fumble a detail in the storyline. Apparently, the Synod are trying to hoard artifacts because artifacts don't have a history of up and disappearing after time. In fact, the book Tamrielic Lore, written by the last living dwarf and actually published across Tamriel, features a section on the Staff of Magnus that says that the staff has a history of abandoning mages before they become too powerful. So it seems like a massive waste of time to actually find the staff for expressly that purpose. Anyways, Mirabelle says she doesn't remember much, but she does happen to remember the name of a dungeon they were going to go visit. Oh boy, another dungeon! Mizulft is great. I mean, it is the perfect example of how linear dungeons in Skyrim are. But that's just a stylistic difference, you know? Do you even remember how confusing Oblivion dungeons could be? This is so much better because it's not confused. Yeah, you get it. It's a straw man. The point is, Mizulft is a terrible dungeon, like impressively bad. It starts promising. There's a guy bleeding out, but you can't save him. Well, you aren't expected to. The sequence apparently breaks if you do, since the key you need is on Gavros, but they meant for him to die here. Then you go down the hallway and find a corpse with a free potion. Then you continue down the hallway until you fight some enemies. You kill them, and then you continue down the hallway until you fight some enemies. And then you continue down the hallway until you fight some enemies. Down the hallway until you fight some enemies. Hallway, enemies, hallway, enemies, hallway, enemies. Now, linear hallways of encounters can theoretically be interesting, if the encounters themselves are interesting. But this is just a series of encounters with level-scaled automatons and Falmer in Skyrim's combat. If you tried to submit this in a level design competition, you would be mocked. They were so proud of their new dungeon design philosophy that they outright lied about Oblivion only having a couple level designers, when really the team had only grown by 2 members, from 6 to 8. Yet for some reason, a dungeon that was meant to be part of a major questline got 0 attention. The only interesting part is this T intersection, but even that's just as simple as go to the end of this hallway, fight a boss, get the key that they have, and then go back to the intersection and unlock the door to the quest area. But what can be done? Well, I hate how people think that if you don't have the simplicity of a Skyrim dungeon, then you obviously have to have the needless complexity of a bad Oblivion dungeon. Oblivion has some terrible dungeons. Trust me, I made a mod that connects 60 of them together into one continuous area. I know how bad they are. Now, it's not as easy as simply saying, hey, make better dungeons, Bethesda. I'm sure they're trying their best. I think the issue is that with Skyrim, the rank-and-file level designers got top-down dogmatic edicts about their design, which meant there wasn't really room to experiment. They were told that every dungeon has to be linear. You can have little supply closets along the way, but they have to be dead ends. You can't let players get confused by having side areas or multiple routes. Also, every dungeon has to end in some kind of quick shortcut back to the surface.
All cool, and totally okay for DLC, but not profound, like the first time I stumbled out of a shortcut at the end of a dungeon. Or the 100th.
If you're waiting for a punchline, it's not coming.
The shortcuts out of the dungeon were certainly a huge improvement over Oblivion's and Morrowind's dungeons, so that's definitely a point in the hit column of the dungeon designs. But as for the linearity, this is going to be a controversial call, but I'm going to say that this is also a hit. Personally, I feel the sense of exploration is at its best in the overworld, due to the multitudes of rewards you get for exploring there. The dungeons are designed to be more challenge than exploration, and so the linear nature works best.
The problem here is again the automatic assumption that any deviation from non-linearity requires an immediate regression to some past, obviously unideal state because it is past. As is, there is one path through dungeons. Adding secondary routes would double the complexity, but it would not result in spaghetti mazes. Some of my favorite locations in Skyrim were the Forsworn surface camps with many routes through them, often resulting in complex combat situations. Yet no interior area was allowed to be designed in this same way. Note my phrasing. Areas were allowed to be designed by certain consistent parameters. Play through these dungeons and you can gradually reverse engineer what the rules were. The dungeon must be a linear hallway. It must end with a boss level encounter with a boss level chest. The dungeon must then provide either a shortcut to the entrance or an exit depositing you back into the overworld. It is a rote design philosophy, and it is obviously such when you compare it to areas from any other Bethesda title, including Skyrim's own downloadable content. It is a low point in the series, where Bethesda was so focused on ironing out context for areas that they neglected complexity. It is true that the average dungeon in Skyrim has a small story to it compared to such areas in Oblivion. It's also true that the UESP article for most dungeons in Skyrim have not created maps compared to their Oblivion counterparts. Creating a custom map for an article is actually a surprising amount of work. I did this myself for a certain dungeon we'll be doing later in this questline, and the games do not make it easy to do. It can be concluded that this hasn't been done because it isn't necessary for Skyrim. But let's back up a second. We've observed how the design is different, but does that make it bad level design? Level designers are often beholden to the broader mechanics of the game. It is why analysis of dungeons is intrinsically tied to analysis of the gameplay loop. If all it takes to be considered good level design is a strong connection to the gameplay, then yes, Skyrim has good level design. But I disagree. In my view, good design should be a function of how much of an experience an area provides. The experience can be many things, but for most, the easiest to strive for is fun. Other experiences can be intrigue, setting, and horror. Is an area fun? Does it create greater context for Skyrim? Does it make you fear a monstrous faction? And would you be likely to recommend that particular level to your friends? That was the inherent mistake that Oblivion made. I would say that many Morrowind dungeons violate these principles as well, but its most memorable areas did not. Examples given, Kogarun and Ald Daedroth. There are a couple dungeons in Skyrim that rise to the occasion, but the unifying element between all of them is almost always that a quest was tied to it. And where a quest is, a quest designer was, which is to say, these areas received attention because they were tied to the content loop. Other areas without quest are left to the universal blueprint because there's no guarantee that players will ever find it. Now, those two Morrowind dungeons I listed are not exceptions to that rule. They were, in fact, both tied to the main questline. Generic Morrowind dungeons also leaned on the gameplay to be memorable, it's just that the gameplay had much greater depth to support it. Skyrim dungeons are not memorable because they're not made to be. They are amusement park rides. Queue up at the door, and once the ride is over, find yourself right back where you started, but with trademarked and capitalized experience. Except people often recommend individual roller coasters. Nobody ever recommends an individual Skyrim dungeon. So funny thing, I actually missed the shortcut in this dungeon. Now it's understandable. I thought the shortcut was this northern door, so in my rush to get there, I managed to whirlwind sprint at exactly the right second to completely miss the actual shortcut. Then, when I found that the door wasn't the shortcut, I decided to just backtrack out of the dungeon. Now this is certainly a mix of my fault and bad luck, but there were actually 2 other times in the game where I did have to backtrack that weren't my fault. Having to backtrack in Skyrim is great, because it exposes how awful the dungeons are. It was generally the rule that most Morrowind dungeons involve backtracking, although funnily enough, Kogarun actually doesn't, although it deposits you inside the ghost fence and the quest is nowhere near a teleport point, so you'll either need to fly or backtrack the dungeon anyways. Backtracking in Morrowind wasn't that bad though. Besides, the fact that you could just teleport home as soon as you were done with a dungeon, it also gave you an opportunity to make sure that you had fully explored the area. Then in Oblivion, they added some dungeons that ended with a shortcut, presumably because they got rid of the teleportation. A lot of the Oblivion dungeons were also complicated, however, so backtracking wasn't the end of the world since there was a chance you might find more loot or areas to explore on your way back to the entrance. Backtracking in a Skyrim dungeon, however, is a complete waste of time. Everything there is to see will be seen the first time, like an amusement park ride, and that's the big problem with Mizulft. They wanted it to be a challenging dungeon, but there are only 2 ways that the level designers can create challenges without breaking the rules. They either need to stack the dungeon with high-level enemies, or make the dungeon really big. But since they can't make the dungeon wide, as it would violate the linearity rule, they have to make the dungeon long instead. The end result is this ridiculous hallway of combat encounters. We get to the end and are confronted by Peritus Decimius, a surviving member of the Synod who was expecting us to be that guy that died earlier. You know what would be really stupid? If this part of the dungeon had the back door— oh wait, it does. You might respond, sure, but the back door is up on a cliff, so it would be hard to reach. Yeah, seems like a useful time for some kind of magical power that grants you the ability to fly. I mean, barring that, I like that the Synod decided that fighting their way through the automatons and Falmer in the ruins was somehow less risky than mountain climbing. I mean, It's not like this is literally the most important thing the Synod have going on in Skyrim right now. They are literally retrofitting a dwarven observatory to display the locations of all the powerful artifacts in Skyrim. Actually, no. Tamriel. That means this is not the most important thing the Synod are doing just in Skyrim. It's literally the most important thing that any faction on the continent is doing at this moment. However, it ends up not working due to interference being created at the college by the Eye of Magnus. Paradis is naturally upset, but at least takes the time to explain that the other location on the map is Labyrinthian, which presumably must be the Staff of Magnus. He's off to go inform the council of the immense power we're hoarding, so I make sure there isn't much left of Paradis to find by vaporizing him. A place like this is definitely better suited to being in our capable hands. No need to complicate things politically. It's not like the Synod would ever know. They're portrayed as being utterly incompetent. Their stroke of genius was crafting the focusing crystal we use for this map. So, after Oblivion, the Imperial Mages Guild was dissolved due to anti-magic sentiment. I'm having difficulty imagining this crowd getting together to protest at the Arcane University and the mages actually going, you know what, all those guild halls, we closed them. I'm sure it has a lot more to do with the downfall of the Septim Dynasty and the fact that 90% of the council had either resigned over the necromancy ban or had been killed in the ensuing civil war. Even the Archmage died, sacrificing himself so that Mannimarco could be defeated, so it's hilarious that the guild still collapsed anyways because it undermines Traven and his sacrifice completely, as well as the work of the player back in Oblivion. The guild was replaced by two factions, the conservative College of Whisperers, who maintained the Mages Guild original policies of unrestricted magic usage and education, and the Synod, a liberal faction that not only continued the ban on necromancy, but extended it to conjuration as well, and changed the organization to require years of membership and dues payments just to learn magic. The only reason the Synod have enjoyed any success is by political maneuvering, in this instance the goal of collecting magical artifacts being one of those maneuvers. Now you might be thinking, College of Winterhold, Thalmor, Sigic Order, Synod, it seems like we're introducing a lot of factions without really elaborating on or characterizing any of them. This is a story by Whiteboard. College of Winterhold, college that is in Winterhold. Sigic Order, Order of Sigics. Synod, an assembly of the clergy and sometimes, it's Catholic. Now things are starting to make sense. Are they called the College of Whispers because they have a mean librarian that makes everybody keep their voice down? Do the College of Whispers and Synod share the old Arcane University? Note here that it isn't just an absence of lore books written by Kirkbride and Peterson, although that certainly doesn't help. The story is outright uninterested in meaningfully exploring these topics. What is the point of Paradis' character? To tell us where to find the Staff of Magnus and provide some minor callback to the Oblivion Mages Guild. He is a plot device, just like every other character in the story so far. Now, I won't gloss over it. This quest is one of the few occasions where casting magic is necessary. The reason the Synod failed initially was that the focusing crystal they needed warped in Skyrim's cold weather and had to be recreated. The idea then is that the focusing crystal is easily changed by elemental magic. You use magic to tune the beams to the 3 tracks, and then you use these buttons to move lenses around. Before you get too excited, every player starts with the necessary flame spell, but if you somehow don't have it, there is a handy spell tome that is available. You also need the frostbite spell, which there's also a spell tome for. And, well, even if you had never invested a single point in magic,
Focus completely wrong by the time we got here. The cold had warped it.
Bet it just needs to be heated up. No? Why would it need to be cooled down?
this puzzle's still extremely easy to solve just with the base 100 magicka and base magicka regeneration that every character has. Now, is that moving the goalposts? Yes. So I guess I do have to congratulate Bethesda on trusting the player to be able to cast Novice Destruction magic. It's like saying that I have to congratulate Bethesda for making me swing a weapon during the companions. It's a very low bar, dangerously low, a tripping hazard. It wouldn't have been so low if this wasn't the first time in the questline, at quest 6 out of 9, that we are expected to use magic in this way. I like the Harry Potter games as an example. In those, you learn a spell and then that spell stays relevant throughout the game for making progress. It's not a new flavor of combat magic. You also need those spells to navigate and explore. What are some puzzles I could come up with without creating and or implementing any new spells? You could make a maze where you can see the obstacles but not the rat inside it, requiring you to use Detect Life to track the rat's progress. You could hide a person behind one of 3 doors and give the player one guess to get it right. You could have the Dwemer batteries that charge when shocked with lightning magic. You could have fireplaces or torches that could be lit and put out with fire and frost magic, which gives you a lot of options for puzzle doors. A bunch of invincible cultists are crowding your personal space and you have to use fear spells to get them to leave you alone. Maybe you get trapped inside one of the pipes in a Dwemer ruin and all you can do is use illusion magic to manipulate the people inside to make progress through it. Here's an idea. There's a pillar that will extend out an arm, forming a bridge whenever it is happy, but hurting it makes it lower that arm, and healing it makes it raise it up again. There are tons of applications of telekinesis, like maybe a pressure plate that you can't physically reach and have to use telekinesis to weigh down with an object, or the opposite. A pressure plate that you can't reach that is already weighed down by a body that you have to use reanimate to move. What about using magic lights to lure a giant unkillable spider around a room, or making a magically dark dungeon that fire will not illuminate, requiring light spells or night eye to even navigate? Actually, they did that in Dragonborn. Those are just ideas I have with the spells in the game. Feather spells could apply buoyancy to certain objects like barrels, making them float on the surface of water. Maybe there's a maze that you have to command a hireling through, and they reach a locked door that you have to remotely unlock using a targeted open spell. The spell magic to remove effects, like making paralyzed people who are obstacles in your way able to move again. I'm just saying it's magic. Once you implement one of these systems, you can just use them routinely enough that players will understand the pattern. This is the basic framework of how children's games work, let alone actual puzzle games. Bethesda's always struggled with this, and I think it's a mixture of apprehension that players will get confused mixed with the woes of their engine, although there is stuff in the Dawnguard and Dragonborn expansions that indicate they're not completely deaf to the possibilities of literal magic. Fallout 4 didn't exactly fill me with a lot of hope, but maybe that's just the constraints of that setting being harder to gamify in these particular ways, because radiation magic sucks. Because we didn't take the shortcut out of Mizulft, we missed dialogue from one of our Psijic friends that was critical to understanding the story that's being told. I apologize for this and will play the dialogue in full in order to atone for not giving the game the chance to tell its story.
You have done well thus far, but trying times are ahead. It is imperative that you return to your college at once. You will be called on to take swift action, rise to the challenge, and discover what you are capable of. You are on the right path, and you will prevail.
Oh, sorry, never mind. The absence of this dialogue changes nothing. Actually, its presence makes things worse. So you guys can contact me remotely when out of range of the eye. Is that difficult? So why didn't the guy who physically came to the college just call us while we were at Felglow? We head back to the college to find the Hall of Elements warded off with Ancano inside pondering the orb. Forgive me for this, however, I'm going to make the assumption that Bethesda is not implying that Ancano's ward is sufficient to block the energy of the orb and make the Psijic call impossible, because it happens moments after we use the Oculary, which is being interfered with by the Eye of Magnus. So unless I'm supposed to believe that Ancano just happened to throw the ward up between me killing Paratus and me reaching the shortcut, I mean, why do this? Why add this component to the story just for Nerian here to act like a cheerleader? You've done well, things will be hard, but you can do it. If you're taking a hands-off approach to the situation, then why call me but say nothing? I know why. It's to establish that the Psijic Order is involved in the situation, but make them more mysterious and show how they're manipulating events very gradually. The hardline Psijics can't intervene directly, but since you can't observe in action, well then, we need to see one of their monks being very loud and proud about his abstinence to establish such. In other words, our time is being wasted to demonstrate how little Nerian is telling us, to contrast with how radical Quaranir was for telling us about the Augur. I say this with all seriousness. Never make a game set in the Somerset Isles. As much as it would be a perfect setting for a spiritual sequel to Morrowind, at present, it is very obvious that it would just be wasting potential, possibly permanently damaging the premise entirely. In retrospect, Fallout 4 is starting to make a lot more sense. Bethesda believes that it isn't actually necessary to do the work of showing an intelligent faction full of intelligent people behaving intelligently, rather that it is sufficient to simply say that they are the intelligent faction and that they can simply be taken at face value. Ancano's ward gets undone by a couple seconds of the combined might of 3 whole wizards using novice-level magic, in case you power scalers want to calculate how strong a ward needs to be to block the energy of the orb to make the Psijic phone calls.
I don't know what he's doing, but he won't get away with it.
Thanks, Neria. It is funny that she says this in earshot of the college's present and future leadership. Neria, not to be confused with Feralda, doesn't actually do anything at the college in terms of offering services. She's pretty much just another warm body who existed to have a rivalry with Feralda. Most everybody at the college is either a trainer or a hireling or part of a quest. I'm not really complaining though, it helps the college feel more realistic, but it is somewhat unusual that Neria's unique trait is that she has no unique traits. The Skyrim nativity play ensues.
What's going on? Ancano, stop this at once. I command you.
Don't go near him.
Are you all right? Can you walk? I need you on your feet. We're in trouble here.
Despite J'zargo and I being much closer, we survived the explosion, while Aaron is flung completely out of the building to his death and Mirabelle's wounded. It's quite comical. Even better is that I think the game glitched out since Aaron's body either didn't spawn or spawned in the wrong place, so it wasn't where it was supposed to be. We're not told what exactly Ancano is doing to the eye, because Bethesda has no clue themselves, but it spawned wisp creatures in Winterhold, so now we need to go save Winterhold from the problem we created, as though we're redeeming ourselves among the Nords. I think that's what this is supposed to be, but there is no scene where a crowd of Nords forgives the college, so it seems fairly unfinished no matter how you look at it. There is also a superficial MMO aspect to it. It feels like an ESO quest where I'm being tasked with killing exactly 10 wisps, before the instance changes to the peacetime version of Winterhold again. Instead of just being tasked to kill wisps until either they're all dead or the event ends, as is more traditional in Elder Scrolls. Which is weird because it would have been more effort in terms of quest scripting to introduce the variable that tracks the number of wisps. Mirabelle figures we'll need the staff and says that Savos had given her an object from Labyrinthian that he said she would know what to do with. Okay. Labyrinthian is the modern name for the ruins of the city of Bromjanar, capital of Skyrim during the Dragon Cult's reign. This would have been post-Night of Tears. Now the ruins have that name due to Shalador, who built the titular Labyrinthian inside the city to test mages of their worthiness to lead the College of Winterhold. However, we don't actually have to do the maze. In fact, it's not even a maze, it's a labyrinth, which, yeah, it's in the name. The area is completely optional, which is cool, I guess, but it does lead people to posting their surprise that the significant site in Skyrim's history has secrets to be found. Rather, we find the big door this torque we were given corresponds to, which unlocks a lengthy dungeon named, confusingly, Labyrinthian. This is actually not the first time in the series that Labyrinthian has appeared, the previous time being in Arena, as part of the game's main quest. Here is what it was like in Arena, and here's what it's like in Skyrim.
What in the actual fuck is this?
In fairness, Dagothur, the level, not the guy, didn't fare well by that particular metric either. But Dagothur was created under considerable time crunch by a very small team. The fact that the end of Morrowind's main quest is very badly paced is evidence enough of that. Skyrim had a much larger team and budget and couldn't even live up to the standards of Morrowind. Now, of course, the change in the complexity of these ruins could be owed to the decay of time. That explanation, however, would require the ruin to have been intact for thousands of years, and then in the span of just 225 years have drastically fallen apart. Not only has it decayed so rapidly, but it's done so perfectly as to avoid creating numerous dead ends without blocking off access to the necessary part of the ruin that housed an ancient, powerful dragon priest. As we explore the ruin, we're treated to ghosts recreating the events of their past exploration. A young Savos with a group of fellow college apprentices are searching for artifacts in the ruins. They encounter many of the same traps we do, but lacking protagonist status, they dwindle in numbers at each obstacle. The skeletal dragon is a bit weird for reasons that bear mentioning in the main quest. I get what they're trying to do, though. Savos Aaron was a safety-focused archmage due to his bad experience here, losing a bunch of his friends. The problem is that it is justifying a level of strictness that we aren't even really shown. There isn't a point where Savos is hemming and hawing about the dangers of an experiment or excavation. I do have to give Bethesda credit, and it's for something that was cut rather than included. Originally, Aaron was meant to guide you through the ruins as a ghost. He would verbosely explain in 7 different chunks the point of what happened here. Thankfully, the designers no doubt realized how terrible this was and opted for a much better style of showing us the events in ghost form. I always wondered what the rules for ghosts in this setting were. It seems to be a mixed bag. If you have feelings of injustice, I guess you could stick around until justice is served, but only sometimes. Like that Windhelm serial killer would have been caught if his victims just came back and recounted the events of what happened. Anyways, the resident dragon priest, has figured that we are here. He exposes a detail that Aaron was here, and in case you hadn't figured that out yet. But how do you know it was Aaron? This dungeon has protagonist syndrome written all over it. 6 mages went into this dungeon and only 1 survived, yet we cleared it effortlessly despite all the enemies restocking. 2 mages had to sacrifice themselves to contain Mordecai, but we will manage to defeat him. We've done nothing to develop our character as part of this questline. Our rewards so far have been a staff that casts Mage Light, 6 skill books, a leveled circlet that can provide between 20 and 70 points of magicka, and an amulet that provides another 50 points of magicka. Let's contrast this with Oblivion. In Oblivion, between the time you join and the time you duel the Dark Lord Mannimarco, you're given a unique mage's staff capable of a variety of effects, an amulet that can absorb magic, robes which can fortify a variety of magical skills, you learn how to craft black soul gems providing easy access to grand level souls and plenty of necromancers to harvest for that purpose, and a unique destruction spell that's cheaper than custom spells. It makes sense that the twerp who joins Cyrodiil's Mages Guild develops enough to fight Mannimarco that I certainly didn't question it when it happened. And then you have Morrowind's Mages Guild. Between the time you join the guild and fight Trebonius Arturius at the end, assuming you get that ending, you will be guaranteed to have a magic skill at least of 70, although more likely 80 due to how the quests are set up. There are a number of powerful items you can get before the fight depending on how your questline goes. You'll definitely have a wizard's staff, but you may also have the Staff of Magnus, funnily enough, the Warlock's Ring, which is an artifact of Cerebane, a Daedric Dagger capable of trapping souls, a ring that can summon ghosts, and best of all, you'll have the Morrowind magic system. Again, I doubt most people would question our qualification at the end of that questline. But Skyrim? We had a door exam involving a random low-level spell, we had a couple minutes of practice casting wards, and we've been on a single school-sanctioned expedition. I mean, just look at the other apprentices in our class, all of whom have been at the college longer than us. We end up doing their research or tasks for them. That's how unqualified they are for life, barring Jazargo since he was dealt a fierce companion for practically the entire game. None of the other apprentices developed this quickly because it would be stupid for them to do so. Now, sure, if you check the clock like I did in Oblivion, you can go from Associate to Archmage in a week in Oblivion, and that hasn't changed. My problem is not the amount of time, even though the questline is laughably short. My problem is that we are about to face a capital L Lich with characters that are, at best, level 3. If this was a normal story, we would have gotten the Staff of Magnus to stop this guy, not the other way around. Dragon Priests are one of those things that we'll have to come back to later. All you need to know is that Mordecai was a very high-ranking priest in the Dragon Cult before being entombed in these ruins. However, there is a minor continuity error. I assume the priests were kept sustained in stasis by the Draugr, something established by a Skyrim book, but the threat of their return was made real by the return of the dragons. That's why many of the priests that are near, or in one instance living on the surface, haven't been terrorizing Skyrim for millennia. They all came back very recently. Yet somehow they managed to wake this one up, and Aaron even had to go so far as sacrifice 2 of his comrades just to contain him. And then you have the question of how exactly Mordecai got his hands on the Staff of Magnus. As mentioned earlier, the staff last appeared in Morrowind. It's been 2 centuries. So no doubt through a chain of events, the staff could have wound up here. Maybe the last mage to wake up Mordecai happened to have the staff and died. I do want to say for the record that no, the 6 apprentices did not come searching for the Staff of Magnus, nor did they have it when they came searching.
Enchanted weapons, tomes of ancient knowledge, Shalador's secrets themselves. Who knows what we could find?
When asked about the Staff of Magnus, Savos expresses surprise. Trust me, Savos has a speechcraft skill of 5. He could not successfully lie to us about anything. We have to assume Mordecai had the staff during the incident, but it's fair to say Aaron had no clue that's what it was. Makes sense considering Mordecai doesn't actually use the staff in combat. No, really. Mordecai looks at the staff and says, nah, I can do better. Okay, so a correction. When writing this section, I had only done this questline once, so of course I only fought Mordecai once, who didn't get to do much of anything against my OP endgame mage character. He didn't get a chance to attack me, so when the article says he elects to use his spells over the staff, I just believed it. Such things are inevitable with videos like this, and I endeavor to try and catch all of them in editing. I found out on my VR run that it turns out he will utilize the staff, but he'll as likely utilize lightning magic. The real problem is that even with the staff, Mordecai is still a bog standard Dragon Priest encounter. Dragon Priests are dangerous enemies, yet despite having 8 named priests in vanilla Skyrim forming into a collection quest for masks that seem to be meant as powerful rewards, there is little distinguishing between them. They don't speak during fights, they don't reveal anything about the culture they once lived in, and a lot of the danger is simply that they are extremely mobile enemies with a big health bar. That said, it is interesting that the mage questline features a dragon priest seemingly designed to be difficult for mages to fight. Throughout the dungeon, Mordecai saps our entire magicka pool, potentially forcing us to sit around and wait for it to recharge so that we can continue doing the Draugr Crypt. The other questlines do not feature equivalents of sapping stamina before a melee-heavy fight, so it's almost as though the designer is intentionally trying to annoy a mage character that is doing a magic questline. The staff absorbs magicka, and then once you run out, it starts absorbing your health. It makes sense. Going off of his cryptic dialogue, it's fair to say Mordecai's post-life hustle has been to steal power from mages looking for artifacts of Shalador. Reflecting that by giving him a powerful mage-killing staff would be fitting, plus Mordecai specializes in lightning magic and can use the spell Command Daedra, making him a powerful anti-caster boss already. But either because Bethesda realized it would be too powerful, or because they didn't have time to actually make his AI use the staff correctly, this idea was lost. And now we have the hilarious image of a powerful lich wielding a powerful ancient staff, but not actually deciding to use it. After we leave and get confirmation that Aaron had left his friends behind, we get confronted by our old school rival, Estormo? Who the fuck are you? It's a bit out of left field and unusual. We just fought an ancient dragon priest and now we're being confronted by a guy a fraction as powerful. Typically, before a final confrontation, you might have a moment where you reprise a first act conflict. Think of it like dueling your Pokemon rival before or after the Elite Four. Bethesda went to the effort of making and naming this guy for no other purpose than to be a minor speed bump during this quest. When Oblivion did this, it was a council member that we had met before. There's also very little dialogue or insight provided here, just Ancano said you were dangerous, I'm gonna have to take that staff. This could be a moment to exposit some information about what the Thalmor are trying to accomplish here, since Ancano isn't going to. There's not even a line like, I can't believe such powerful items were allowed to languish in the hands of such weak men for so long, or anything to really characterize these people. So we head back to the college and Mirabelle is dead. What? How? I healed her. Well, it doesn't bode well that the Archmage and the leader of the college are now both dead. It also means I won't inherit a secretary. We have to use the staff to take down the barriers surrounding the college, and we head inside. Cue a boss fight, and Ancano is dead. I do have to say that he is mildly more competent in terms of design than our last black-robed Altmer antagonist. He doesn't have custom spells he's mathematically incapable of casting, at least. And he has an invulnerable phase that you have to use the staff to bypass. It's basic, but it's there. However, Ancano does not have a monologue discussing what exactly he's trying to accomplish. Mannimarco made it clear that his short-term goal was soul-trapping Archmage Travin, and you could easily infer from other quests that his long-term goal was to destroy Vanis Galerian's Mages Guild. Ancano is sucking up power or something, but it's pretty obvious he needs the eye for that. As soon as the eye power's gone, he becomes killable again, so whatever he seeks to accomplish would have to be pretty short-term. Okay, so how would I fix this? I would give Ancano a speech about how his goal is to destroy the College of Winterhold. He might say he hated having to work here, but moreover, undermining the magical institutions of men has been a long-term objective of the Thalmor. They're responsible for planting the seeds of distrust for magic among the Nords, especially in Winterhold. However, that was a side effect. In reality, the college was meant to have been destroyed during the Great Collapse, caused by the Thalmor and blamed on the Red Year, but the Augur of Dunlane had kept the college standing. Maybe Ancano was the wizard who summoned the storm, and his failure led to him suffering a career setback. So Ancano was assigned to undermine the college's credibility in Skyrim, and merely ended up taking advantage of the opportunity provided by the Eye of Magnus to attempt to destroy the college again, this time hopefully killing the Augur in the process. Then the Psijic Order intervenes. They push the player down the right path, and it ends in them taking the Eye of Magnus from us. They claim it's for our good, since the Eye is unstable, but you can tell this is a lie. In reality, the Psijics are stealing the Eye of Magnus for their own purposes, which may well be the intended interpretation of the game already, but it comes off with an air of incompetent storytelling. You see, the Psijics provided fantastic storytelling opportunities. They are obviously versed in forbidden and illegal magic like teleportation and stopping time. No doubt they can levitate as well. Levitation was the only one that was canonically banned, after all. Teleportation is simply claimed to have been a lost art. In reality, however, it may be possible that the Psijics are responsible for the art being lost, hoarding that power for themselves. It certainly paid off. We are so magically weak in Skyrim that it is doubtful there is anything we could do to stop the Psijics from stealing the eye, even if we wanted to. It's like someone at Bethesda is actively highlighting and pointing out how much weaker magic has become in the setting by making a powerful group of old wizards who know Morrowind-style magic. Fuck the College of Winterhold. The only reason this questline edges out over the companions for the award of second worst questline is that the college didn't force me to become a werewolf. Tolfdir figures we should be Archmage, having resolved the situation ourselves. Just a little more salt in the wound, huh? Hey Tolfi, the reason I resolved the situation is that I had external help from the Psijics. Yeah, the college is fucked. Not only do magical institutions run by the player have a history of falling apart, but this one's now being run by someone who can get blackmailed by the Psijic Order. Awesome. We get Aaron's robes, which are useless because even with their effect, they occupy the helmet slot, denying us more enchantment slots. Ultimately, the question remains, why is the College of Winterhold like this? The truth is, the College of Winterhold had the same fate as the magic system of Skyrim. It's pretty much just an excuse to have particle effects. Even the logo and imagery of the college is plastered with the symbol of the eye. It's all about what you see at the surface level. Think about how many times in this questline over the others the game has drawn attention to various effects that the game has. In fact, it was in replaying the game in VR, where I was more attentive due to only playing in 30-minute to hour-long chunks, that I noticed just how many times the college questline will do something visually unique. The reality is, the magic questline exists only to bedazzle, just like the magic system. It's a fundamentally incurious story coached in a predetermined prophecy and actions which only exist to further the plotline. Savos Aaron gave Mirabelle the torque we need to enter Labyrinthian, but Savos' story doesn't go anywhere nor really meaningfully accomplish anything other than to justify his attitude. Why is he getting wrapped up in this prophecy stuff as well by thinking he will need the torque soon when he so obviously earlier didn't know about the Staff of Magnus? Why does the Synod researcher tell us the location of the Staff of Magnus despite being at odds with us and rushing off to report the results of his artifact survey? Why does the Augur even exist if they weren't going to do anything in this story with the collapse of Winterhold? The answer is that they wanted to show us some sparkly stuff. In the making of documentary, you can see the designers having a meeting about the Augur's room. They aren't discussing what he meaningfully contributes to the experience of playing through this questline, other than the visual spectacle of being a giant swirling ball of light. The sad part is, the college has so many good opportunities to really interface well with the rest of Skyrim. You have the mystery of the collapse, you have 3 distinct ancient cultures you can explore, you have an opportunity to flesh out the Thalmor, you could even make it about the Red Year or repairing the Nordic view of magic. And that's not including the opportunity to make this a character piece about Savos or the new apprentices. When The Companions was a short and boring story, it didn't create that same feeling of wasted potential because it's a low opportunity premise. So what if it botched the idea of this one specific group of warriors? But it's pretty hard to make that argument that Skyrim hasn't been dumbed down when the faction that is literally a college is just seen as an excuse to create visual spectacle. And for what? That kind of cynicism about the audience only makes sense if Bethesda had been utilizing it in their advertising. They showed off the magic, but not the college. So ultimately we come to my final conclusion, which is that nobody cared. It was all about the graphics, which were immediately dated. It accomplished its story of representing magic, but that was supposed to be secondary to telling the story. There was only a college because these games are supposed to have a magical faction. If nobody's chomping at the bit to tell a story about it, then just pass it to the special effects guys and see what they come up with. Alchemy and enchanting were 2 crafting skills that already existed prior to Skyrim, so their inclusion to fulfill the terms of the Rule of 3 was important. Alchemy allows you to use ingredients found in the world to create potions to augment yourself, while enchanting allows you to use souls trapped from fighting enemies to augment your equipment with magical effects. The reason they are discussed together has to do with the fact that they are somewhat tied together. See, alchemy can fortify your ability to enchant objects, while enchanted objects can fortify your ability to create potions. it should be pretty obvious what the inherent implications of that idea are, which of course raises the question of whether or not this is an intentional idea on the part of Bethesda. You would have to imagine so. Enchanting was cut as a skill in Oblivion, and Fortify Alchemy did nothing as an effect. This came off as almost a response to people in Morrowind using alchemy to make Fortify Intelligence potions, and then drinking them so they can make even more powerful Fortify Intelligence potions. Bethesda has to at least be somewhat cognizant that players will take advantage of these feedback loops to create absurd items to make these changes. And indeed, doing this apparently results in a max Fortify enchantment value of 49%. This is where the effect Fortify Restoration comes into play. Restoration sits atop all the Fortify skill potions, so fortifying Restoration through potions makes those effects even more powerful. This results in what is called the Fortify Restoration loop. The idea is that you enchant a set of items with Fortify Alchemy, make a Restoration potion, then unequip the items, drink the potion, and repeat. The Restoration effect makes the alchemy equipment more powerful, which in turn results in the second potion being even more powerful than the first. Once you're sufficiently powerful, you make a Fortify enchant potion and then use it to create a new set of alchemy equipment with a much higher enchant value to save your progress. Now again, how much of that is intentional is up in the air. Given that they re-added the ability to fortify your alchemy from Oblivion, it's fair to say Bethesda knew people would use the effects for this purpose, but maybe not necessarily to the extent that people do, or that the problem would self-regulate. If that's what you want from the game, they left it an option, but they probably only ever intended for players to do it once, unless of course you use the unofficial patch, which hates fun. Now, as fun as creative use of game mechanics are, I'd rather talk about the systems as a whole. Morrowind has 72 ingredients in the base game, while Skyrim has 91, with 18 more being added by DLC, and wow, 75 being added by the Creation Club. Granted, they're mostly just ports of past game ingredients, most of which have to be purchased from Khajiit caravans. Like the previous game, each ingredient has 4 effects that you learn as you progress, and alchemy works by combining those ingredients with common effects into potions. A change, however, starts with how you actually do alchemy. Alchemy traditionally was done with apparati. That's not the correct pluralization, but I don't care. There were 4 types of apparatus, and the minimum you needed was a mortar and pestle. Each one would contribute to the effectiveness of the potion, but would also increase your carry weight. So it was best to keep the other 3 at home and stay on the go with your mortar, which meant that your alchemy progression was tied to exploration like everything else in the game. As you can see, mechanics and progression. All cut. Now alchemy is done at a station. This was by demand of the Alchemist Trade Union in order to increase visits to alchemy shops. Each station is equal in effectiveness, and you cannot improve these stations. Mechanical choice about carry weight and progression through exploration have been replaced with perks. Enchanting is similar, albeit the context is different. Enchanting's only done at stations, but that was inherited from Oblivion. It has been made more freely available to the player, whereas Oblivion enchants were gated behind Mage's Guild progression and paid DLC. Oblivion had cut hand enchanting because the formulas were busted and almost impossible to pull off in Morrowind, and decided against trying to fix it. So technically, Skyrim added enchanting back as a skill and added a progression system for it as an addition. For both skills, every 20 levels you can spend a perk point to make your creations 20% stronger, in addition to increases in effectiveness per skill point. These perks are straightforward and boring, but I would actually consider them to not be something that should be cut. Now let's get into the core of gameplay loops of these skills. To use ingredients, you need to know what effects they have, which of course leads to the taste testing. There are a couple perks in the tree that give you more effects when you eat ingredients, but without the ability to refund those perks, that would be an immense waste. There are a couple potion recipes that you can buy from alchemy shops. While useful, I think the lack of potion recipes for fortify effects is an issue. I also think that they should just teach you the effect of the ingredients instead of having to constantly open them. If I am expected to augment my damage using alchemy, then the least you can do is actually make it easy to figure out how to craft those potions without the internet. None of the effects around making yourself do more damage are primary effects, or in essence, would be listed from taste testing without perks. It's hard to tell given the sheer number of effects involved, but it's difficult to imagine someone stumbling upon Fortified Destruction simply by creating other potion types first. Morrowind avoids this problem by tying the number of effects you know to your alchemy skill. For instance, skill levels 15 through 29 will tell you the first effect, 30 through 44 will tell you the second, 45 through 59 tells you the third, and 60 through 100 will tell you all 4 effects. Oblivion continued that idea, making the first effect known to all, but the final effect requiring upwards of alchemy 75. So it's kind of a trade-off. They gamified the system more, making it so you have to sacrifice ingredients to learn new potion types, but it also means it may be difficult to actually learn a specific potion type that you desire. For instance, if you want to learn how to make a fortified destruction potion, you would first need to make a resist shock potion from glow dust and glowing mushroom. As a specific example, glowing mushroom lists resist shock as a primary, and you can learn glow dust also has that effect from a recipe. But I don't really know how you realistically would go about learning to do all that. The UESP does have a list of 73 potions to create that will teach you every effect in the Legendary Edition, but at that point you might as well admit that you just looked up how to make whatever potion you wanted anyways. Remember, base game Skyrim does not come with the ability to grow plants. Every ingredient used has to be sourced from exploration or alchemy shops. I think this is a rare instance where adding more mechanics somehow made a system worse. And the solution's honestly staring us in the face. You can keep the experimentation and taste testing idea, I guess, but instead of adding perks that teach you more effects from testing, just add perks that teach you the effects. Do it in place of the Physician perk. See, I'm not the biggest fan of the fact that you have to take the Physician perk before you take the Poisoner perk. Maglir didn't learn the art to help others. In fact, Maglir was my attempt to try and engage with the alchemy system as naturally as possible. My usual instinct with Skyrim is to hoard ingredients until the point that I decide to do alchemy all at once. Using it as I went was somewhat natural, but the reality was that unless you decide to RP as a dedicated alchemist, I just don't think it's a good system. Which is probably why there have been multiple attempts to overhaul the Skyrim alchemy system. The perk tree is a mess and potions in the game are a little busted. It's far too easy to stack health potions and live forever, so most people change the system to make potions heal over time, which I would agree is a great way to handle healing effects in the system. Another issue is inherited from the previous games, which is that potion values are determined by magnitude. Sounds innocuous until you learn that this includes negative effects. In fact, the final perk that removes negative effects from potions and positive effects from poisons actually lessens your ability to make money. If, for some reason, maybe you want to have the gold value overflow, you decide to make a lot of money, what you can do is make a potion with as many effects as possible, even though the potion is
functional garbage!
Merchants will pay lots of money for it, which you can then use to buy more ingredients. Again, this is where that idea of player-operated shops might actually be useful. Having a system where people come by, buy your spare potions, and sell you ingredients would mildly automate a rather boring part of the game. Perhaps it's less efficient than handling the transactions personally, so that the people who like to play Traveling Merchant don't feel so alienated. What's funny is that alchemy XP is tied to the value of the potion, which themselves are determined by the game rather than any kind of economy or player value. For instance, you would think an instant health potion would be much more valuable than potions that heal over time, but it's actually backwards, and massively so. This leads to a disconnect between what the player would mechanically perceive as valuable and what is actually valuable according to the game. Moreover, it causes alchemy leveling to snowball, because remember that you make more powerful potions the more you level up alchemy. It's the only crafting skill to have that effect, because increasing item value through smithing comes from tempering, not the smithing directly. This leads into enchanting. Enchanting is fairly similar in premise to alchemy. You learn effects instead by breaking down existing items, creating a potential use other than gold for items you don't use. That does leave out all those artifacts you can't disenchant. Maybe the idea could transition to the player being that the artifact is the enchantment, and that extracting the enchantment is sort of like channeling the spirit of the item into some other form. Either way, once you know an effect, you can then apply it to a new item using a soul gem. You fill soul gems by soul trapping creatures and killing them. None of this is new, but the system is now so accessible there's zero reason for every character to not participate in the process. In fact, given the tedium of combat, players are encouraged by the allure of doing better in combat. What effects can be put on what items are defined arguably arbitrarily. For instance, you can't apply Fortify Alchemy to every apparel slot, but only head, neck, hands, and rings. That leaves chest, feet, and shield slots open. Now, generally what effects go in what slots is presented somewhat logically. Every shield enchantment is about making the player better defensively. The effects do not list which slots they occupy, requiring some trial and error and eventual disappointment about a desired effect not fitting on a desired item. While every effect has a maximum of 4 potential slots, some effects like Fortify Barter will only have 1. Effects are then empowered by soul gem levels, so you create powerful items with grand souls and weaker as you go down. While this in theory means that enchanting should be limited by your ability to face enemies with sufficiently powerful souls, veterans obviously know that the most common soul type in the game is also the most powerful. This means that while the discovery element of enchanting functions better than alchemy, the mechanical resource aspect of enchanting is weaker. Enchanting is also invariably tied to smithing as a skill, since you can level both together easily, crafting items and then applying enchants to those items for higher resale value, or just experience. There's also a number of enchantments which dominate in terms of value, such as Banish, Absorb Health, Paralyze, Water Breathing, Muffle, and Fortify Sneak. I found that enchanting was the least tedious of the three crafting skills. It's easy to incorporate into the gameplay loop, valuable to do so, and not resource intensive enough to become annoying. I also find the enchanting perk tree to actually be well designed. You can immediately jump into 3 distinct paths, one for using enchanted items, one for enchanting weapons, and one for enchanting apparel. At the top is the perk Extra Effect, which allows you to apply 2 effects to an item. While Kretosis in his video sees this as the game selling things we used to be able to do back to us as perks, I really don't have a problem with that. Extra Effect is a perk which unlocks a new ability for the player rather than simply making the player X% better at using the skill. It means that there is a tangible difference between when you start off enchanting and when you stop. It's not a huge difference, but I think the game would be worse if Extra Effect was a default ability. Compare that to Alchemy, all that changes is that you get better at it. Oblivion did have an idea where master alchemists could make potions using a single ingredient, and really, it's Oblivion's fault. In fact, I'd say that Oblivion's enchanting system is worse than Skyrim's. The real question is, how much worse than Morrowind is Skyrim's systems? While Morrowind's system does allow you to achieve a lot, it has one fatal flaw in my eyes. What is with these enchanting costs? You aren't going to be doing any impressive multi-effect enchantments in Morrowind without a healthy helping of Fortify Intelligence potions, and most people have to engage in mercantile Krav Maga to use enchanting services providers twice. Of course, the high prices were there to offset how absurd enchantments could become, and enchanting worked differently, offering to work as additional spells instead of just player augmentation. And there were more mechanics, like individual creature soul levels distinguishing different levels of power, or different items having different maximum enchant values. You know what, we'll just call enchanting for Skyrim best in show and write it off as a really bad year. Arcane Accessories is a spiritual sequel to the Oblivion DLC Spell Tomes. Costing $1, this creation adds robes and spells. Not really accessories, but okay. The robes are pretty straightforward. There are 2 sets which each combo a school of magic. One set for alteration and destruction, the other for conjuration and illusion. It basically combines the existing robes of those tiers, so a master set of robes will do 22% spell cost reduction for both schools, making them objectively superior to anything in the base game. It was in the first wave of CC content, back when all we knew about paid mods came from the Steam Workshop, so of course it's more powerful than anything in the base game. Hell, prior to the Anniversary Edition release, the robes would just be deposited into your inventory as soon as the creation was installed. The other aspect to this creation is a list of spells. This is where that Open Spell and Paralyze rune came from. Choking Grasp, Hangman's Noose, Strangulation, and Touch of Death are all health absorption spells. They were actually drain health spells back in Oblivion, which meant that they would either instant kill an NPC or have done nothing after 5 seconds. Switching them to absorb health may have been necessary if drain health is no longer possible in the game, but come on, are you seriously telling me you're going to make nostalgia bait for an Oblivion DLC, but you aren't going to put in the effort to actually make the spells do what they originally did? Mara's Wrath is another adapted spell, although rather than creating an explosion of fire and turning undead, now it's a cloak spell. Pride of Hirstang is another adapted spell which did 3 things: Fortify Strength, Resist Frost, and Summons a Bear. Surprise, surprise, Fortify Strength has been changed to Health Regeneration. It's funny because that one goes back to Blood Moon, which had Call Bear, which just summons a bear. I just like the lineup of Daedra, and then there's just a bear among them. Orum's Aquatic Escape makes you invisible for 15 seconds, as well as grants water breathing and night eye. Despite those applications, the notable part is that it's significantly cheaper than a regular invisibility spell, which is a running theme of Arcane Accessories, effectively replacing a lot of base game magic. This is where things get good. The unbounded spells are actually new, and each effect does something unique and mildly interesting. They are streaming spells, but Flame will lob balls in an arc, Frost will surround you in a blizzard, and Lightning will surround you in a storm of lightning strikes. Finally, we have the elemental spells. These make me shake my head in disappointment that I was not using them sooner because they are all overpowered. They do the same thing, an explosion of elemental damage of all types, but they're all significantly cheaper than base game destruction magic while benefiting from every elemental perk. They had caught my eye while I was playing, but I had decided against them as to justify not spending those precious perk points, but in retrospect, that was really stupid of me. If the game had been a little more spreadsheety and informative about how spells work, I would have more easily pieced together how absurd the spells are. It's a rather interesting situation. On the one hand, I want to make fun of this creation for adding a bunch of overpowered magic to the game, and even deciding to put all the new spell tomes in a single chest that you get a quest to visit. On the other, it's like the designer wanted to make an attempt at rebalancing magic to actually be better, but they couldn't add spellcrafting because they only had 4 hours to implement all of this, so they added a couple spells from Oblivion but balanced them to the standard that magic should have originally been at. Which leads to another creation released years later, Necromantic Grimoire. This one came out as part of the Anniversary Edition wave for $1 and is necromancy themed. Apparently it was supposed to come out sooner but was delayed due to the pandemic. What? Wait, does that mean this isn't modded content but actually official Bethesda-made Creation Club content? Why? While it does add new robes, the aforementioned problem with enchanting new robes over electing to wear existing robes mildly invalidates them. What about the magic? Well, most of it is not necromancy, but in fact just summoning magic. It makes more sense once you realize one critical thing, which is that this creation is actually a tie-in to Elder Scrolls Online. See, around the same time ESO was releasing its Necromancer class, this creation was data mined from a patch for Skyrim. So it seems the intention was to release them concurrently, and then the creation got delayed. The reason that's funny is that Necromancer in ESO plays more like a summoner class than a class built around reanimation, which is what this creation is. But didn't Dawnguard already add the ability to summon the undead, and Plague of the Dead added the ability to summon zombies? There seems to be an obsession with adding more and more undead to this game that already had too many to begin with.
I love the undead. I try to use them as much as possible. Just bring in one of these guys, pop them down.
Funnily enough, though, the player won't accidentally absorb their own summons from this pack, so we have what is likely an official creation, actively acknowledging something that is an issue with the game, and even resolving it internally for the creation, but not actually patching the original issue in the first place. This kind of thing honestly stands out more with these magic-focused creations, probably because of that aforementioned issue with how the original designers didn't care about magic outside of presentation. Many of the new undead pale in comparison to the equivalent summons in base Skyrim. I don't want it to come off like I would criticize a creation for being both over and underpowered, but if you're going to add new expert and master level summons, you should make sure they are around the same level as the Dremora lords in base Skyrim. Most of them are either pathetic, gimmicks, or redundant with the Soul Cairn spells from Dawnguard. Really, who was this creation for? It does have a leg up on their zombies creation, however, because at least it doesn't add a random world event where you get attacked by reskinned Draugr. That sounds cool, maybe, until you realize that they're faithful to their Oblivion counterparts in terms of tankiness, but useless at actually doing damage. The only reason this encounter is necessary is for, quote, valuable, unquote, Mortflesh. Bethesda actually billed it as valuable, further signifying that they don't quite understand what actually makes a potion ingredient valuable, which I think is a fitting cap on this section. They know they can't ask for a lot of money for creations, which inherently limits the scope of what they can accomplish. So instead of adding some kind of detailed, long-term necromancy gameplay option, they just did what was easy and added more summons. How much can you expect from something they only sold for $1? Sorry, the zombies one was actually sold for $4. My bad. Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood is a funny thing. The Oblivion iteration is praised as one of the greatest factions in an Elder Scrolls game. Not by me, and I spent time detailing its problems in the Oblivion video. Well, the funny thing is that the Skyrim iteration has not earned that same accolade, and it's kind of curious.
You guys know what the black hand symbolizes? And I do want to confirm to QuakeCon that Dark Brotherhood is in the game. Designer and writer in Fallout 3 who made the Dark Brotherhood famous for Oblivion. He's done it again. It's a great, great faction line.
If you decide not to do the main quest, there are different quest lines.
My favorite quest line is the Dark Brotherhood quest line.
You've got the guy who's gotten himself a fancy promotion to senior designer and has even gotten to experience being the lead designer on a popular video game, with 3 or 4 years to reflect in retrospect on his past works. Yet even before it was popular to hate Emil for Fallout 4, nobody was really singing the praises of this faction. What happened? Well, that's what we're here to figure out. It starts with initiation. In Oblivion, you had to murder an innocent, and then in your sleep, you would be contacted by a representative.
If it isn't Patrician, he of the Elder Scrolls videos on YouTube.
Not so here. Kind of weird. A lot of people praised that aspect of the original guild. Sure, it had the habit of accepting any old murder, innocent or not, but at least it was interesting and unique. In Skyrim, you receive your invitation after doing a quest. Okay. I doubt it's because Emil felt compelled to do something new. I mean, have you played Fallout 4? He doesn't seem to have an issue with reusing his ideas, which means that he must see this as a superior method of initiation. Alright, so what's the quest? I mean, at least if it's interesting, that makes it alright. Well, there's a rumor going around that Aventus Arantino is performing the Black Sacrament to summon the Dark Brotherhood, so you have to do his request. Here's the problem with that. In Oblivion, there was a guy who did the Black Sacrament who got life in prison, just for doing the ritual. Yet these Nords are okay with it. Hey, he's a kid. I don't have the heart to stop him. Guys, he's trying to summon a murderer to your city. It would be one thing if this was Solitude. Maybe imperialized culture has caused the local Nords to start looking the other way at this kind of thing, even though the Imperials are just as intolerant of the Brotherhood. But this is Windhelm, the home of the Stormcloaks. That alone should be cause for someone to kick down his door, especially since Aventus Arantino is an Imperial name. But here's another reason. Windhelm has a serial killer who has been targeting young women. Even noble families have lost daughters. Remember how Torsten Cruelsea paid the Thieves Guild to wipe out the Somerset Shadows because he believed they were responsible for his daughter's death, when it turns out all they had done was rob their corpse? Well, the child just outside Arantino's house is Grimvar Cruelsea, meaning it's only a matter of time before Daddy Cruelsea finds out about Arantino.
Let's just say I'm a firm believer in an eye for an eye and leave it at that. He fancied himself a thief in some sort of new guild forming around here. Gave me some valuable information before, well, you know.
Emil even shows awareness of this plot later, as one of the Dark Brotherhood quests ties directly into the serial killer storyline. There's also the fact that the Dark Brotherhood are bitter rivals to the Morag Tong, as well as generally worshippers of Mephala. Now, what group of people on Tamriel in the last 2 centuries have had a cultural revival in the worship of Mephala? And what group of people have a quarter in Windhelm after having sought refuge from the Red Year? I'm just saying, there might be more than a couple Dark Elves in Windhelm who will take issue with this. But, I mean, just because it's gossiped about doesn't mean everybody knows what's going on, right? Well, there's a kid and his Dunmer caregiver outside his house who know. The guards all seem to know. Also tavern keepers. Not in Windhelm, in the rest of Skyrim. Which means that everybody knows, because publicans are rather famous for spreading information. It gets worse from here. Arantino is attempting to summon an assassin from the Dark Brotherhood, but none so far have shown up yet. What's funny is that all 3 of my characters did this quest, but had heard about it going on for months prior to actually investigating it for themselves. Now sure, you can say that about a lot of things in Skyrim. The open world nature of the game lends itself to this kind of predicament, where you can ignore potentially important things for months, then change your mind and decide to take care of it now. Game writers have generally learned to be pretty robust when it comes to handling this kind of interactivity. However,
when we start writing a story at Bethesda, when I start working with the team, we start big. We always want to write the great American novel, right? Fallout 3 will be this big epic thing. You're looking for your father. We'll get Liam Neeson to voice the role of the father, and so we always want to tell a huge story, and like the great American novel, we want to be, let's be the Great Gatsby, and let's be Moby Dick, or let's be the Scarlet Letter. And there's an inherent problem with that, right? These are all amazing works of fiction, but they're all non-interactive, right? When you're writing a story for a video game, you always have to keep the player in mind. And so what happens we're writing our great American novel. This is the process. This is what happens at Bethesda when you write the main story of a game, and even some of the smaller stories. So let's say, okay, we're going to write the great American novel. It's going to be this thick. And on every page will be written comedy and tragedy, and it'll be wonderful, it'll be amazing. And you're gonna give this book, this great American novel, to the player. And what are they gonna do with it? They're gonna rip out every page and make paper airplanes out of them. And they're gonna throw them around the room. And they're never gonna see your story. Because the story is there, right? But they are gonna spend 30 hours making shacks.
He'll spend the next few minutes explaining why it's okay, but the fact that he considers it a bitter pill to swallow says that he must have had a moment of frustration where he believed that people were playing the game wrong.
We know that going in. That's the jagged pill that we swallow when we do this.
It's strange because Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood displayed a level of competence he would never show again when it comes to integrating his stories with the broader world. The Dark Brotherhood made sense to do at any time, with most of it being appropriate to do at your leisure, and only at the end was there a time-sensitive component to the quests. This is why I find it to be an appropriate mix between an open world and a story that tries to create tension. And then you have the Fallout games, which he was the lead designer on, both of which are about leaving the vault to find your missing family members. It's an open world game that distinctly tries to shackle you down with its story to try and create tension. Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood is much the same. People liked the Brotherhood before, so there's no way people are going to ignore a quest involving them as soon as they hear about it. No, we have to drop everything and head straight to Windhelm as fast as possible to do this quest.
ウィンドヘルムの少年、アベンタス・アレティノの噂を耳にしたよ。闇の一党に接触を試みているとか、バカな子だ。街で面白い噂があれば、必ず教えてくださいね。
我々の食料を食らい、ひどい匂いで街を汚しておく。
じゃあ本当なんだね。みんなはなんて言ってるの？アベンタス・アレティノが。
While most factions in the game have some kind of quest pointing out where to go to start a quest line, they just point out where to go, not explicitly what to do. There's definitely an air with some Skyrim quests that you're meant to drop everything now to go do it, based on how they're interfaced with the rest of the open world. I am supposed to believe Arantino has sat here for months doing the Black Sacrament unimpeded. The thing is, this is not an immersion argument. I can accept that there is a quantum element to it. My immersion's not some fragile thing that breaks at the slightest discrepancy, unlike most Skyrim reviewers. Rather, my problem is that the quest itself later draws attention to this. Arantino doing the sacrament for a long time is a plot point in the quest line.
I did the Black Sacrament over and over with the body and the things, and then you came.
Arantino wants the matron of the Riften orphanage dropped due to her being unkind. This is similar to how Oblivion opened with you killing a rapist and murderer, but a lot more overt that that is actually what's happening. You had to be paying attention in Oblivion to know what Rufio did, and who wanted him dead for it. But now Skyrim's a lot more clear about it. After all, wouldn't want people being morally conflicted about their murders. The law also doesn't work in this situation. You can kill Grelod as overtly as possible, and it won't get reported. Not by the children, not by her assistant.
Those who shirk their duties will get an... Be careful. It's Grilla.
The quest is presented comedically, and I can easily imagine this being a Fallout quest where, like, there's an orphanage of ghouls, and one of the ghoul children escapes and asks you to kill the mean headmistress ghoul.
When I grow up, I'm going to be an assassin. That way I can help lots of children, just like you!
After doing this quest, you'll receive a note from a courier, the annoying "We know" message with the signature black handprint, which singularly caused every single handprint everywhere to be posted in Elder Scrolls meme communities as secret black hand signs. It's not like a hand dipped in paint was one of the first things cavemen figured out about art.
Are those his nostrils?
They're nostrils. Did I forget to draw the eyes? Oh, well, this one fucking sucks.
After you get the note, the next time you sleep, you wake up in an abandoned shack and are confronted by a masked woman named Astrid. She goes on about us stealing the Dark Brotherhood's kill and how we need to make it up to them. Now, you might be wondering, hey, if Arantino was doing it long enough for word to get out around Skyrim about his actions, then surely we can't have actually stolen it from the Brotherhood. What are the odds we would find out before they did? The thing is, they lampshade that very issue in this questline. They don't have the Night Mother to alert them to sacraments. Instead, the Skyrim Brotherhood waits until they hear about the sacrament being performed and then make contact after that. So back to my original question, if Arantino was doing it long enough for word to get out, you see the problem, don't you? Because they don't have the Night Mother, Astrid relies on hearing about the sacrament being performed to find work. She apparently doesn't have a network of contacts in each city writing to her every time this happens, otherwise she would have heard about the Arantino job before we had. It's an absurd notion that we somehow got to him before she did, which then raises the next question. Astrid knew about the job, but chose not to do anything with that information. Why she would do that is obviously a matter of conjecture, however, I'm going to say it probably wasn't for testing purposes. It is pretty absurd that no one stopped Arantino in the first place, let alone that Astrid would assume whoever would find him would complete his contract. The Night Mother might arrange something like that, but Astrid doesn't have any contact with her. It's weird to say Astrid decided not to do a job, because then how does she know when we do accomplish it? The Night Mother is not telling her about Sith Espionot to death, and it's bizarre that Astrid would even say that given that we later find out that Astrid's family is actually not practicing any of the religious aspects of the Brotherhood. The final theory I have is that Astrid decided not to do the job because the pay would be bad, but I'm not clear on how she would know that. After all, we're clearly the first person Arantino has spoken to since he thinks we are the representative. And Arantino didn't talk about money, and even Arantino's payment's worth 100 gold, not a big payout, but also not particularly difficult. There are just a lot of problems with this premise, so I'm going to propose a solution using a character we meet later on, Babette. Babette, while looking like a 10-year-old girl, is actually a 300-year-old vampire. This was before that trope really got exposed for what it was.
You're watching too much lowly hentai.
It's doubtful, even with the physical enhancements of vampirism, that she would be particularly useful in a field that can often result in physical violence. Perhaps she gets mostly poisoning and infiltration jobs, but her primary function in the Brotherhood is actually recruitment. See, the neat thing about children is that they are naive and constantly growing into adults, while new children are born. Perhaps Babette infiltrates communities as a homeless child, similar to some that we see, and makes friends with the local children. She then exploits these relationships to create jobs attractive to adventurers looking for opportunities to kill. After all, children can't afford to pay much, so if you're doing the job for them, it's probably just for that opportunity. Babette then monitors the kill and determines if the person is a do-gooder or a potential recruit and passes that information to Astrid. The neat thing about this particular change is that it doesn't really add any additional elements to the story other than some dialogue and maybe a cameo by Babette at the orphanage. What it does do is plug up the holes created by the Arantino introduction. This is, of course, assuming you wouldn't just want to eschew the entire thing in favor of something like, if the player goes to jail for a bounty of 1,000 or more, they're contacted while in jail and the test is escaping. Speaking of tests, Astrid has one for us. We're locked in this shack and she says one of the 3 people tied up in the room has a contract on their head and Astrid wants us to figure out which one it is. Fultheim is a sellsword who doesn't know who wants him dead but admits it's a probability in his line of work. Aelia is a mother with a bad attitude who figures someone might want her out of their life. Vasha is a Khajiit who openly admits this isn't his first time. Astrid has a line for whomever you kill as well as whatever combination of people you kill. However, the worst lines are for when you only kill 2 people. The singular kills and the Astrid lines for when you kill all 3 are much better.
Which one will you choose? Well, well, aren't we the overachiever? 3 possibilities, 3 victims. Must have been one of them, right? So why take chances?
However, there is another option. No, it's not stealing the key. We can steal her signature dagger and her clothes, but I guess Astrid has hidden the key somewhere even talented pickpockets can't reach without detection. No, the other option is to kill her, and I guess pull the key out of her ass. Oblivion had the same option. If you wanted to, you could kill Lucian when he approached you, and that would end the questline. It was nice because instead of Lucian being essential, you had a way to opt out of the story. However, Skyrim actually goes a step further. Although before I mention it, I should say that you have to kill Grelod to reach this point, so there's no way to destroy the Brotherhood and keep your hands clean, which of course is why Grelod has to be so evil. After killing Astrid, you can report the incident to a guard who then sends you to Commander Marrow in Dragonbridge. He's the ranking commander of the Penitus Oculatus, an organization filling the role of the Blades from past games. Marrow is quite interested in this information and will give us the passphrase to the Brotherhood hideout and instructions to clear it out. Okay, a bit odd there are no reinforcements or that you were just sitting on this information, but hey, if your character's morally good, then it's really refreshing that you're at least given the option. Shoring took this road, while Maglier and Delta Fear did the rest of the questline. We head to the Sanctuary, we get a free set of shrouded armor, and meet the members of the Dark Brotherhood. If we come as a new member, then the family will be sharing stories in a circle. It's kind of cringe, right? Because they're doing this near the word wall where they have a dining room they could be doing it in. Not the swapping stories part, although hearing the child voice actor trying to do an in-character old person impression caused me internal pain.
Sir, my mama and papa left me all alone, and I'm so very hungry. I know a shortcut to the candy shop, through this alley. Oh, yeah, very good, very good. My, it's dark down here. Oh, but you're so beautiful, such a lovely smile. Your teeth! No! Arrgh!
Is it weird that they're doing this but don't do it later? Not really, considering Astrid probably told them a new member is going to be joining today. They really do seem like a fraternal order of assassins who take the concept of family extremely seriously. Astrid doesn't have a contract for us yet, and instead has us speak to Nazir about getting work. It makes sense that Astrid doesn't have work for us, considering the method she is currently relying on to find new work, but it's a bit odd that Astrid is so hasty in trying to find a job for us to do. We only just got here. Now sure, the Cyrodiil Dark Brotherhood and Morag Tong both had jobs for the player to complete out the gate, but that seemed to be because they were flush with work. They had the Night Mother to give them work in Shadenhall, while in Morrowind, the Morag Tong was a legal organization who had plenty of work with the Great Houses to accomplish. However, Nazir does have jobs for us. 3, in fact. For some reason, these aren't considered to be serious contracts, despite the fact that people are seriously killed and serious money changes hand for the deed. Now, what happens here is called poisoning the well. The idea is that I can go on a long and bloviating tangent about something that isn't really relevant, and some people would point out that that was what was happening. However, if I start by saying that the tangent is going to be long and bloviating, then people are more likely to notice and comment. These jobs are not different from the dead drop quests you get in Oblivion or the writs of execution in Morrowind. Here's a target, go kill them. The difference is that Skyrim draws attention to these being simple quests.
These aren't particularly glamorous assassinations, I'll be honest. Don't pay much either, but they'll keep you busy.
See what I mean? Nazir draws direct attention to the fact that the quests are simple, that they don't pay much, and that they're ultimately busy work. Whereas in Oblivion, you only receive the dead drop quests after being appointed to the position of Lachance's silencer. Lucian never drew attention to these being simple quests. Mix that with the fact that Oblivion started with its best quest first, and suddenly the Dark Brotherhood is considered a good faction. It's a neat trick. We start with 3 jobs: Narfi, Beytild, and Enodius Papias. It's a bit weird. Nazir says we can just do these whenever, but why? I mean that with sincerity. Why isn't there a time component to these contracts? Isn't there somebody out there waiting for these people to die? What if they get tired of waiting and decide to hire a regular mercenary to do the hit? There's also the why question in a metatextual sense. Why do these quests need to exist in Skyrim? I can understand and actually approve of the decision to not immediately hand in an important contract to the player when they first join, like pretty much every other faction in the game, and I actually appreciate simple and straightforward jobs because you can make a lot of them. These aren't Radiant quests either, so there's some thought being put into them. I just don't understand why it was necessary to make these contracts appear casual. Is the Dark Brotherhood in hard times, having difficulty finding work? Or are they so busy with work that they don't have enough time to finish up on all the little jobs they have? Which is what these are? Take the first target, Narfi. He's a homeless beggar living in Iverstead. He has a very short side quest where you try and figure out what happened to his missing sister. The local innkeeper is afraid his sister has died, but doesn't want to break the news to him. We search for her corpse and return her necklace to him, being given a choice of whether or not we tell him the truth. This quest is extremely basic, but it's interesting that they actually gave an assassination target content prior to his death. It means there's a chance, however slim, that the player might actually know Narfi, know about his plight and his mental illness. Now, I believe it is actually possible to spare Narfi, as I think you can get away with only doing 2 side contracts. I say I think because I was not going to play through the questline a 3rd time just to test the theory. The problem is that you can only get the later contracts by doing all of the first 3, so Narfi has to die. Okay, that's all well and good, but why exactly are we just sitting on this job? Surely somebody on their way to another job can stop by Iverstead and kill an isolated homeless man, especially since our guildmates will talk about the jobs they've done in Morrowind. Speaking of, the Brotherhood members will discuss their work with each other, even after the initial group discussion. This can be annoying if you're trying to record dialogue and the people in the other room are having a full volume conversation. However, it gets better because these conversations are considered radiant, meaning that they are the last refuge of Oblivion-style idle conversations. I'm going to read you a transcript of a conversation, and I want you to guess from this cast of characters who has had it. So, is it true? You're referring to that blacksmith contract. By Sithis, you slew everyone. Well, except for that one you kept alive to serve as witness. Does your wickedness or your skill know no bounds? Contracts like that are few and far between, it seems. Makes me long for the old days. So, do you have a guess? Because you're right, congratulations. You don't even have to tell me, because the people who can have this dialogue are everybody. This is kind of like Oblivion, where every voice type pulls from a pool of generic dialogue to generate conversations. You could overhear crack addicts discussing geopolitics, although that's actually pretty realistic. The difference is that for some reason it was decided that there should be a pool of common dialogue among everybody. Apparently everybody here has hidden inside the body of a mammoth during one of their contracts. 7 different people all have the same dialogue lines, but recorded by their individual voice actors, so about 150 voice lines are redundant for this little system, in addition to the non-redundant lines, bringing the total closer to 180. Big question being why, because I noticed on my first playthrough that everyone's stories were sounding very similar. It's the worst of both worlds. You could have used a lot less dialogue by recording specific stories for each NPC, but I guess I applaud the attempt at making dynamic dialogue. However, 180 voice lines isn't really a lot in the grand scheme of Skyrim's 60,000 voice line pool, and it's definitely not enough for this system. Given the number of times you'll be returning to the Sanctuary being a minimum of 9, but potentially more, the probability is too likely that you'll hear the same extremely specific voice lines get used by multiple NPCs. It doesn't help that many of these conversations take place in the background of dialogue that you may be having with Astrid or Nazir, needlessly distracting you from the story to hear irrelevant, radiant dialogue. Either get rid of the system, or scale it up to where it's improbable that a player would hear the same story twice, or randomly assign the stories to each NPC at the start of a playthrough. I think the goal of the system is to make it seem like the NPCs aren't just hanging out in a clubhouse all day by pretending that they actually go out and do things. I think that would only really work if the NPCs did ever actually leave the Sanctuary. Talandril and Shadenhall would. You could encounter her out in the world and even potentially during contracts. Anyways, we should really get back to work. I'm not exactly clear on who it is that wants Narfi killed. Plenty of speculation, but I personally don't believe the theory that he got killed just to clear him out, considering Iverstead is an actively shrinking town. There's plenty of space for new development without claiming Narfi's burned out house. Then you have Anodius Papias. He's paranoid that someone's out to kill him, so he left his old job site at a mill. Again, I'm not entirely clear on who wants him dead. You can speculate plenty in both cases, however my general rule is to not accept "I don't like them" as a motive for hiring assassins.
Not just no. The people that have, like, inconvenienced you in the slightest way. It's like, oh, it turns out that guy that fucking scratched my car, he killed himself.
Yeah.
Remember last week when I got into an argument at the bodega with that guy? He killed himself.
He also killed himself.
He killed himself. Oh, yeah, no, that old
Yeah.
landlord I had that didn't give me my security deposit back. Yeah, he had was
Car
at
accident.
at the gym and choked himself to death while bench pressing.
Beytild is much clearer. She's a mine overseer in Dawnstar who is having a public feud with her ex-husband who runs a competing mine. It's not stated outright, but when even stuff like their political opinions are directly contrary to each other, well, needless to say, the old Lagelf couldn't handle that strong Nord pussy. With 1 or 3 contracts done, we can get our first real contract from Astrid. See what I mean? We just killed 3 people, but that wasn't real work because of the way the game presented it. It doesn't help that after each mission, Nazir will make a comment. Now, he will come to respect the player's work, but at first...
Congratulations. You slaughtered an emaciated beggar in cold blood. You are truly an opponent to be feared. And I hope you were careful in that lumber mill. Those splinters and rusty nails can be quite nasty. I hear the mining business is extremely cutthroat. And those hours, they're murder. I could do this all day.
Now, I don't think Bethesda is wrong to do this, just that opening with 2 milk runs that you're forced to do and insulted after doing before you're allowed to do the quote-unquote real work is going to color people's opinions in a way that Oblivion doesn't. The game even doubles down on this being bitch work after you get your first real contract.
The contracts I dole out are fairly simple. Go to a location and kill the target. But this is different. The jobs Astrid gives you will be more important and usually more complex.
Before we get our real work, however, there's been a development. A jester has arrived alongside the corpse of the Night Mother. The Brotherhood has been without a listener for 13 years, that being the person who actually talks to the Night Mother, meaning that for this period of time there's been no magical mechanism through which the Brotherhood could find black sacraments. This is actually potentially the second time you'll have run into Cicero, the first time being on the road between Dawnstar and Whiterun, where you can find a wheel on his wagon has broken. You can convince a nearby farmer to help him out, or turn him into the guards. Reporting him ends in the family's death, which they deserve actually, given the wife was busy cutting me up while I was talking to her husband under the pretense of trespassing. It is interesting that Bethesda was brave enough to create an optional, and potentially missable, scenario without trying to force the player's nose into it. Originally, you would be pointed to this side quest when you overheard a conversation in Whiterun, but this was cut, and I say that's good. That's one of those areas where the cutting room floor mod always makes me raise an eyebrow, because sometimes stuff being cut is a good thing. I'm not a big fan of quest timings in RPGs, especially in extremes like Dragon's Dogma or Dark Souls. Quest timings being when the game gives you very specific windows to be able to do side content in that's only defined by arbitrary stages. However, modern Bethesda has often gone for the other extreme, to the point of its own ridiculity. It feels like nothing ever happens in a game like Skyrim because it doesn't ever really try to even create the illusion that time is passing. In a typical Skyrim quest, if they wanted to portray Cicero's journey, the quest would involve being sent by Astrid to a point in the road where Cicero is and meeting with him. Then doing an objective for him, like clearing a cave of bandits or Draugr. Cicero would be instantiated at that point and then afterwards be teleported to wherever he needs to be for the next player-related thing that he will do. While the wagon quest is just an illusion, illusions tend to go a long way in video games. Elder Scrolls games often achieve something akin to this by having NPCs actually physically travel between locations. Instead of just running into the Khajiit caravans in different cities where they teleport when you're not looking, you can actually run into them out in the world, traveling. By creating an optional opportunity to meet Cicero, they make something special for the player to discover. It is rather obvious that Cicero is going to be a main character for some questline, what with the voice actor and unique outfit, but again, baby steps. Astrid has been working hard and has come up with a contract for us. We're to meet a woman in Markarth named Muri. That's the extent of what Astrid knows about this contract. I'm not sure what she really arranged for us here, but as compensation, she's willing to allow us to keep the full payment. Muri is an apprentice alchemist who wants her ex-boyfriend killed, with a bonus if we kill one of her ex-friends as well. The context is that one of her friends was murdered in Windhelm by the town serial killer. Yes, that plot point came back within only a couple quests. Even better, this is about another Windhelm clan who lost a daughter, a clan which ended their relationship with Muri after she was used by a bandit in a robbery scheme. They were mad enough to cut ties with Muri, but I guess none of them had the heart to stop Arantino, bless his heart. These Nords would absolutely assume that Arantino was killing all these young women in his town after his mom died. Elaine Dufont is the bandit who actually exists in the world prior to this quest, and you can even chance running into him during a DLC quest. You cannot, however, return the Shatter Shield heirloom of Aegis Bane that he had stolen. Her friend, Nilsine, is the bonus objective due to living in Windhelm. Muri wants the family to suffer since they falsely accused her of responsibility. I have to say that it seems like intentional design to make the town murder optional, like it's tutorializing the idea. Except Baytild was also a town murder, so I'm gonna have to ask for those points back. Plus you made me run a dungeon. The bonus reward is a ring that lets you make 15% better potions, which is pretty good until you get a fairly high level of enchanting. I have to question why an aspiring alchemist would give something like this up, but I imagine the goal is just to mechanically encourage assassins to try utilizing custom poisons. With 2 jobs and a wild night down, Astrid apparently trusts us more than she does the Night Mother's keeper, Cicero. She wants us to spy on conversations that he's having privately, which will be easy given that we have the ability to go invisible. Of course, that won't cut it.
It'll be no use clinging to the shadows. They'll see you for sure. No. You need a hiding place. Somewhere they'd never think to look. Like inside the Night Mother's coffin.
The guy whose primary responsibility is maintaining the remains of the Night Mother will not look inside her coffin? I mean, other family members will point out that the goal of this is to show that Astrid is just being paranoid, But the goal is to also put the player in physical contact with the Night Mother so that she can reveal our promotion to Listener of the Dark Brotherhood, effective leader of the entire organization. This is definitely a subversion of Bethesda norms, and maybe even a deconstruction of how questlines have typically been written in the past. The point of the story is that the player has had leadership thrust onto them unusually quickly, and how poorly the existing members are going to respond to that sudden shift in status quo is an analysis of that trope. It's actually surprisingly smart and well thought out. This is the right faction for the story because the Brotherhood is a religious organization whose leaders are appointed by a metaphysical entity rather than a traditional meritocratic hierarchy. And the faction is in the right state for the story, what with their gradual downfall over the past 200 years. Is Astrid a dumbass? Yeah, that's the point. She complained that a crazy person was frantically talking to himself, and the punishment for her error is being supplanted in authority. This is a pretty big deal too, as having the Listener again can mean only good things for the faction. Instead of having to hear rumors about the sacraments, we can once again rely on the secrecy of the Night Mother. And, as an added bonus, we have a job. Amand Motieri in the ruins of Volenrud. Astrid knows where that is but refuses to tell us, instead tasking us with doing bitch work while she molds it over. We can, however, ignore this order if we know where Volenrud is and go anyway. Again, this is smart. By rights, we're the leader now, and don't have to take orders from Astrid. Alright. Now, is all of this actually competent? Now let's take things back a step.
Your first target is an orc bard named Lurbuk. He is, by all accounts, the worst bard in all of Skyrim. Apparently, so many people sought his death, Astrid had to hold a lottery to determine the client.
Congratulations, that's so fucking stupid that it invalidates 3 paragraphs worth of praise. I'm gonna go ahead and give Mr. Pagliarulo the benefit of the doubt here and assume that he means for Nazir to be joking. We know the Morthal innkeeper doesn't want Lurbuk whacked, as she'll report the crime and also states that if Lurbuk wasn't paying for his room, she would not tolerate his presence. Remember, Astrid has to find contracts the old-fashioned way, so the idea that she was confronted by multiple people wanting the same guy dead, and she didn't just take all of their money. I mean, I've never heard a set at a bar so bad that I wanted to hire a dark web crypto assassin to kill the band players, and subsequently, I was not told to keep my money due to losing a lottery to bid on their deaths. As for our other job, someone wants us to kill a vampire. Romeo and Juliet here are a vampire duo running a mill by the lake. They seem to have a maid too. If I'm supposed to take away that they're threats to society, Bethesda's been unusually subtle about it. There's no obvious evidence of them waylaying travelers on the road. There is a corpse not too far from their house, but again, that's unusual subtlety. No clue if it's connected to them. I would expect, like, corpses strung up in the basement or something. Also, don't know who wants Hearn dead, as Hurt will protect him with her life and no one else is here. Like, who wants this to happen? The Dawn Guard? Of course, you know me, I went to Volenrud while I was out murdering and met with Motieri. He is, of course, a reference to Francois Motieri from Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood questline. Amand has come to Skyrim and performed the Black Sacrament, which we can actually see, in order to request our services to assassinate the Emperor. Okay, yeah, I'm down. I think this is meant to be a follow-up to the Oblivion Elder Scroll heist quest, where a questline will focus on a singular story. We get an amulet for expenses and a sealed letter as instructions. The letter just contains coded instructions that explain the quests that are going to follow. There's no acknowledgement from Astrid about us meeting Motieri before she gives us the order to do so. She just ends the conversation after giving the order.
Talk to this Amand Motier, and let's see where all this leads, You're back. Good. All right, so, did you meet this Motier? What did he want?
That is a shame, as she would absolutely have an opinion about us ignoring her orders to go do side work, to instead go do the Night Mother's bidding. She wants to analyze the letter while we take the amulet to Delvin Mallory to get it appraised. He exchanges it for a 15,000 gold line of credit and informs us that the amulet signifies that Amand is a member of the Elder Council. The Elder Council are members of Imperial nobility who serve as advisors to the Cyrodiilic Emperor. It's a bit odd that one would be attempting to assassinate the Emperor, Titus Mede II. This is because the Elder Council is already the highest office one can achieve on Tamriel without becoming Emperor outright. It's actually unclear if Emperor Titus has heirs, however he is pretty old and is the 5th Mede Emperor, meaning that the Mede family are more than likely to resume the throne even if he were to die. So Astrid's theory that Motieri is seeking a promotion is unlikely. The game does not present the idea that the Motieri family are Thalmor aligned, nor have I ever really heard that theory. Again, I find this unlikely. The only way murdering the Emperor would stand to benefit the Motieri family is if they believe the Altmeri Dominion is about to replace the Mead Empire, and they made a deal that they would maintain their positions on the Council and the Altmeri government. Not that it's impossible, and I actually believe there's a moderate chance this is where Bethesda is intending to take the series, but it's also the sort of idea that you might actually want to allude to in the game if that's the case. No, instead, like most Dark Brotherhood quests, the motivation for the murder is going to remain nebulous at best. We know that Amand wants to do it, and that he stands to benefit in some way, and the rest is open for interpretation, because that's what Elder Scrolls is about, right? It's not about the actual writing, it's about creating prompts for people on the Imperial Library and Reddit to write their own speculative rationalizations and fanfiction. Trust me, I'm aware that I am plenty guilty of this, but it's not as fun with Skyrim. The Mehrunes Dagon theory is fun because there's enough rope in Oblivion to hang myself with. It's a good conspiracy theory because it ties together many disparate ideas to create a level of plausibility. Skyrim's version of conspiracy theories is lazy. It's a prepackaged noose. It's literally just saying that X group is behind everything. Assuming Motieri's working for the Thalmor is only plausible because it's the one trick Skyrim has, and it's so bad that even modders resort to using it. Instant plot, just add water.
I do not know this word, Thalmor. But if you mean the elves, they were trying to learn the secrets of forging Stalrim.
The Brotherhood has no basis to oppose this contract. Whether the Empire or the Dominion rules Tamriel is irrelevant because both governments will criminalize their activities anyways. The first leg of this assassination is to kill Vittoria Vici. She's the overseer of Solitude's branch of the East Empire Company, fiancée of Asgeir Snowshod, and first cousin to the Emperor. We're killing her at her wedding, which is interesting. Clan Snowshod are Stormcloak aligned, and Asgeir is an investor and partner in Maven Blackbriar, who herself has connections in the Empire, as well as being the real power running Riften. This wedding has implications regardless of when it happens or what has happened in the Civil War. If Ulfric wins, then it's a political marriage helping to build an alliance between an independent Skyrim and the Empire. If the war's ongoing, then it's an attempt at peace, but also undermining the Stormcloak's hold on Riften. If the Empire wins, then it's an attempt at reconstruction. Ulfric will even refuse to besiege Solitude if the wedding's ongoing.
We're ready to march on Solitude, but the Emperor's cousin is getting married. If royal blood was spilled, all of Cyrodiil would be up in arms. We can't afford an all-out war with the Empire, so we'll bide our time for now.
What's also funny is that Astrid has a line if the reverse is true, where if you start the siege before attempting to start the wedding mission.
You're responsible for the siege of Solitude. By Sithis, this undermines all our plans. Fool! Finish that mess, and only then will we speak.
This wedding, however, will not be happening. It is a shame the wedding doesn't occur if you choose to wipe out the Brotherhood, but I guess accounting for the politics of this successful union would have been a bit of work. Anyways, Motieri's goal with Vici's death is to lure the Emperor to Skyrim on account of the fact that this is the setting of the game and they aren't going to recreate part of Cyrodiil for this questline. I mean, they would honestly probably just have the wedding in Bruma, that being the middle ground for the three most important parties involved. However, we're just told by Astrid to kill Vici, so understanding what exactly Motieri wants requires us reading the sealed letter, which Astrid will call sloppy. Babette proposes dropping a loose-hanging statue on Vici while she's given a speech, which fulfills Astrid's bonus condition of this contract. I'm sure Astrid means to make the murder as public as possible, but I feel like the bride dying anywhere at her own wedding would accomplish that same goal. The bonus is only gold anyways. The problem with the statue is that it's an accidental death. That's good for most jobs, but when the goal of the death is to draw someone out, then the method becomes very important. Is the Big E really going to show up if his cousin's killed in a tragic accident? Or is he more likely to show up if she's publicly murdered? You could make cases for both. I just thought I'd mention this to get it in your mind for later. Personally, I like using Frenzy to make other people do the killing for me. This leads to pandemonium, but it gets the job done. However, Vici left the Overlook to go fight people on the ground and died in the reception area, forfeiting my bonus. Vizara will also show up to fight people and cause a distraction, but that's kind of weird in itself. Okay, so I get out fine, but now Vizira has to fight his way out of the city instead. Seems pointless to me. I think the only point is to make it seem like this is a team effort. Funny thing, one of the priests is lying dead in the reception area, naked. I don't know when or how, but he had died at some point, but the game doesn't actually check for that and will bring dead guests to the reception anyways. It's definitely a loose quest. Not just in terms of functionality, the bugs page says as much. I'm not clear if the goal is to draw the Emperor here for a funeral or to crack down on violence in the province. Perhaps it's an open-ended goal to encourage flexibility in the approach, but then why are there so few actual options? I can't help but feel someone played some blood money between Oblivion and Skyrim. Unfortunately, Absolution came out in 2012, so I can't make the joke that I want to. The problem with taking Hitman as an inspiration is due to the genre differences. Hitman is a linear series of independent missions, while Skyrim is an open-world game that endeavors to have its characters exist and interact with the world before their quest. Agent 47 can perform so terribly that he jeopardizes future contracts because the missions aren't continuous. It's assumed that 47 did a good job, even if the player doesn't. I'm going to assume the goal is to lure the Emperor to Skyrim to attend his cousin's funeral. It seems like this should be harder if word gets out that Vici was assassinated, which is inevitable since an assassin shows up to fight the guards, even if Vici dies in a plausible accident. Where Skyrim can shine is by having contingency missions. Do a bad job in one area but make it up in others. Do a bad enough job overall and maybe even create commentary on your poor performance. This is a delicate matter and has to be handled exactly right. Part 2 of Motieri's plan is vague, but involves crippling the security for the Emperor. In this case, we need to weaken the Penitus Oculatus. Rather than killing their commander, we are instead going to implicate the commander's son Gaius in a conspiracy to assassinate the Emperor. Motieri didn't specify that plan exactly, and I don't exactly understand how this is supposed to work. Obviously, this is meant to create a false sense of security by making it seem like the threat has ended. The letter we planned, however, doesn't specify that Gallus was even involved in the Vici incident. Nothing will stand between your men and his eminence. He will die by Stormcloak hands, and neither my father nor your great leader Ulfric will even know anything is amiss until too late. Interesting play, making it seem like an independent plot rather than a Stormcloak ploy. That does make sense, because it means the Stormcloaks aren't going to be a continuous threat should the Emperor visit. The problem is the detail of how Marrow is implicated. We kill Marrow and plant the letter on his body. Our bonus comes from killing him in the city so that he's detected faster, which is strange because it seems like the point of killing him in the city should be that he gets detected at all. There are plenty of people in Skyrim who would pick his corpse clean and leave the body for the animals. You're walking down the street, suddenly you see a man lying on the ground, dead. He has been stabbed 36 times, and laying just inside his jacket is an immaculate letter saying that this man plans to murder the president. No, not even that. This man plans to leave all the doors to the White House unlocked so someone else can murder the president. You can make it look like Marrow was killed in a self-defense situation, but people everywhere should pick up pretty quickly that there are some holes in this story, like why a man who had it made on an assassination plot would randomly go crazy and get himself killed. It's as unsuspicious as the death of... Marrow also patrols all 5 major cities in Skyrim every week. Actually, only in 5 days. It's quite incredible that this man gets around to every city in this massive province, and Jarl Ulfric is just okay with having an Imperial agent inspecting his city and guards. Upon our return to the Sanctuary, however, there has been a speed bump to our progress. Cicero decided to try and murder Astrid, but only managed to wound Vizara. Arnbjorn chased him off into the forest, and Astrid gives us her horse Shadowmere to pursue him. We have to get a lead first, so of course there are some convenient journals in Cicero's room to hint to where he is going. We find Arnbjorn wounded outside the Dawnstar Sanctuary, which is where Cicero had been keeping the Night Mother in the 7-month interim between Cicero's departure from Cyrodiil and his decision to finally meet with Astrid. Kind of him to include the past race to the Sanctuary in his journals that he did not collect before attempting to murder somebody. Needless to say, this is pretty trap-like, what with the ghosts of the Dark Brotherhood and the Uterfricte, which is a Pagliarulo favorite. Cicero's lying on the ground, wounded. He offers us a choice, pointing out how twisted it is that the Night Mother's keeper and the listener are at odds, but he's faking. I can't really justify killing Cicero, though, but apparently this is something Todd Howard himself insisted be put into the game.
What are you doing? I'm posting false information on the web. Why? It's fun.
Cicero's problem is that he doesn't approve of how the Brotherhood in Skyrim has operated independent of the tenants. Wow. You and me both. Cicero is a madman, but he's a correct madman. Astrid was running the real clown show without the Night Mother, but that wasn't her fault. It only became her fault when she started to have a problem with us, the listener. So, I always lie about killing Cicero. Plus, honestly, there isn't really any benefits to knocking him off. If I wanted his gear, I could just pickpocket it off him. Not that I would want it, because it's not very good. Astrid wants to get the show back on the road, and the next step is to find and replace the chef who will be preparing a meal for the Emperor. He is anonymously referred to as the Gourmet, which would be a problem if old Festus hadn't found an autographed copy of his book Uncommon Taste belonging to the chef of Understone Keep. Anton spills pretty easily, yeah, some friend you are. Then we just have to kill Anton so he doesn't spill about our plans to anybody else. I enjoy the explosive approach to this quest. We're looking for Balagog Gro-Nolob, who is residing at the Nightgate Inn in Skyrim. His anonymity is owed to the fact that orcs are still heavily discriminated against in Tamriel, especially in matters seen as higher arts. While I doubt the Emperor would actually object to having a meal cooked by an orc, there is little doubt that Uncommon Taste would not have been as popular had he used his real name instead of the pseudonym. He would never have gotten the opportunity to cook for the Emperor without keeping his racial identity a secret. As interesting an examination of racial politics as this seems, that's the extent of it. Balagog Gronolob is hiding his identity because he is an orc. He's been living on retainer in the basement of an inn that once belonged to a village named Helyarken that ended up being cut content. That's the reality of the Nightgate Inn. It is not some isolated corner designed to evoke a feeling of melancholy. It's the only surviving piece of cut content.
I love Nightgate Inn. Really, it's not special in any way, but that makes it feel more real to me. It's just a part of this world, and it's okay that it doesn't have a story to tell the player, because not every place needs something for the player, and sometimes your imagination tells a more interesting tale anyway.
And by the way, just because I include something doesn't necessarily mean I think it's objectively 100% wrong. NKB's argument about the world building is generally correct. It's just funny that he spends so much time analyzing Nightgate Inn and how harsh life must be for its inhabitants, without actually having looked it up and realizing that it was supposed to be a settlement the size of Riverwood with an apothecary, blacksmith, and farmhouses. He doesn't really cook and only leaves his basement once a day to fish in the pond. I question the need to even hide his body, considering I doubt the innkeeper would even know to report his death to the appropriate sources. I mean, if Commander Marrow eventually heard about this guy dying, he can't connect it to the gourmet because our plan hinges on Marrow not knowing who the gourmet is. Hiding his body is funny. His dagger counts as part of his body, so dragging it into a secluded location will fulfill that condition. On the flip side, turning Balagog into a pile of ash will not. He will also resist attempts to resurrect his body, which would usually be the ultimate way to dispose of him out in the middle of nowhere. We take the writ off his corpse and return to Astrid, who informs us that it is time. To start, you'll overhear a couple Penitus Oculatus agents loudly having a conversation about how safe the Emperor must be now that the plot has been uncovered with Gaius. Then we meet with Commander Marrow, who will comment whether or not we're wearing our chef tunic and hat. After that, we head into Castle Dower and meet with the chef?
By Azra, the gourmet. I'm sorry. Your clothes, of course. I should have realized. Please, excuse my ignorance.
For some reason, Castle Dower and the Blue Palace both have different chefs. I guess Gianna spends her days cooking meals for General Tullius and the 5 guys training out in the courtyard. She makes us put on a chef's hat, which I lament. What if all our cooking skill was being fortified by our helm of domination? Well, anyways, we get a series of options about what to put in the meal. This is a microcosm of the dialogue options we've been given throughout the questline. A serious choice, a joke choice, and silence. Yeah, Fallout 4 should really be making sense right about now.
All right, what next then? A giant's toe? You're sure about that? Of course, I'm sorry. One giant's toe, there. What next?
Astrid had given us a poisonous herb to use in the meal. This material is actually an alchemy ingredient, so if we choose not to use it here, we could elect to use it later, which can be used to create some pretty powerful poisons. Unfortunately, it can't be grown or duplicated, so you only get to use it once. Still, I like that it actually has this property and isn't just a miscellaneous quest item. Gianna will decide not to taste this meal after we add our secret ingredient, and we take it up to the dining hall where the Emperor is, hanging out with some unnamed nobles. We do the deed, but...
Betrayal! What? Betrayal!
10 out of 10.
Marrow confronts us. We didn't kill the Emperor, just a body double. I kind of rushed to get to the mid-act twist because if there's anything I hate doing, it's pretending to be ignorant of future plot points. One of our family members has betrayed us, making a deal with Marrow that the sanctuary would be left alone in exchange for our life. But who could it have been? Come on, don't even pretend, it's obviously Astrid. And Marrow's gonna double-cross her, killing us and wiping out the Falkreath Sanctuary because, well yeah, why wouldn't you? Sure enough, the Oculatus has torched the place. Most everyone is dead, barring Nazir and Babette. Nazir because there may still be bitch work to complete, and Babette because, well, you can't kill children.
Killing a little girl at her birthday party.
Astrid has survived, albeit in a burned state. She apparently performed the sacrament on herself, which, well, I just don't think you want the precedent of the sacrament working on a living person out there. You know, rituals need rules. Astrid wants us to kill her, okay? I assume this is going to be a symbolic admission of wrongdoing on Astrid's part by embracing the old ways in her death. Except we were still doing the sacrament thing when she was alive. That was not the old way that she had abandoned. Plus, people converting on their deathbed is always lame. Yeah, that's real convenient of you. We picked up a second blade of woe since I stole the first one, and now I need to dump some stuff on you. Astrid's problem is that, in the absence of the Night Mother, she became the mother of the Sanctuary. Despite the varying opinions of the Brotherhood, the universal factor is that they all share a loyalty for Astrid. But the thing is, it's a universal truth of Skyrim characters, unless you rush this particular storyline, that you will be ambushed on the road by a Dark Brotherhood assassin, a person who was part of Astrid's family. They even have orders with her name attached to them.
The sealed letter you delivered to me was mysteriously unsealed upon its arrival. I can only assume you've read its contents. Sloppy.
Hell, Delta Fear got jumped multiple times by Astrid's assassins. She is a paradoxical mixture of orthodoxy and liberal-minded philosophy. When we took the Arantino job, her problem was that the contract belonged to the Night Mother, a Night Mother Astrid hasn't heard from in years. Astrid values her family over the 5 tenets, so much so that she's willing to spy on the Keeper Cicero out of paranoia, and she betrayed us, again, out of the interest of protecting her family. Yet she has no problem inviting someone into her ranks who has an open contract on their head and has taken her family members' lives. She hates that we became the listener, but has no comment for us actually going over her head and meeting with Motieri, probably because the designers assumed it would be impossible to do that without a quest marker. She also makes mistake after mistake despite having a diverse collection of experience at her disposal. The Vici job was sloppy and poorly organized. She left it an open prompt for someone who was new to the Order and she didn't trust, and then risked additional lives for no reason. The Marrow job was so poorly executed that it was likely the singular contributor to our downfall. She then pitted someone she didn't trust against another enemy of hers who clearly was luring members into a trap to slowly erode our numbers. What was Cicero going to do? Leave the one corpse he's charged with caring for in the hands of heathens? And the deal Astrid made is insane. I'm supposed to believe someone who is as big about family as Astrid could not figure out that Commander Marrow was going to go back on his promises after we murdered his son and disgraced his family name. Astrid is so dumb, she has become an authorial insert, not because the writer is dumb, but rather because her actions are more likely dictated by a graph of emotional story beats than it is logic, reason, or consistent character storytelling, or even a point. I mean, here are the 5 tenets that Astrid threw out. Tenet 1, never dishonor the Night Mother. Astrid's more than welcoming to the Night Mother and still seems to practice some level of reverence towards the idea. The only issue she's had is not having contact with her or the listener for years. Tenet 2, never betray the Dark Brotherhood or its secrets. Again, Astrid has not abandoned this rule because it's a common sense rule to have. She maintained the existence and secrecy of the Falkreath Sanctuary for 13 years. Her only betrayals were against Cicero, who himself broke Tenet 1 by refusing to reunite the Night Mother and potential listeners out of a selfish desire to be the listener himself. The other instance of her breaking Tenet 2 was in betraying us. Tenet 3, never disobey or refuse to carry out an order from a Dark Brotherhood superior. Astrid has maintained this rule as well. There's a strict hierarchy in her family, and Astrid has no superior for herself to actually disobey until recently. Tenet 4 and 5 are rules about not stealing from or murdering fellow Dark Brothers and Sisters. So really, Astrid hasn't done away with the tenets, not at all. The root of the conflict was that an insane man was insane, and Astrid made a completely illogical and nonsensical choice for no reason. And there it is. Nonsense for the sake of drama. Astrid has the potential to be a good character, to show how even simple-minded, honor-bound Nords are susceptible to becoming evil with the right rationalizations. Astrid isn't a murderer, she has a family. Her husband, a werewolf who went too far for the companions. Her children, a group of insane people with various conflicting personalities. Her pet, the giant spider. She's an interesting character because she's a strong Nord woman without the insults and bravado that Skyrim typically associates with that kind of character, and her reward is to have her character assassinated in all senses of the phrase. Now I want to note some similarities. You have the recruitment in your sleep, the Blade of Woe, the ear-piercing black door, the introduction to the family that occasionally gives advice for jobs, but then you have stuff like the mission where you kill a pirate captain on their own ship, the mission where you drop an object on a target's head, the mission where you track down an NPC who travels between cities. You have the Shadow Scale, the Barbarian, the Crusty Mage, the Pet, Shadowmere, and the 300-year-old Vampire. No, really, they're both 300 years old. There are superficial similarities, and then there's stealing from yourself, and there's definitely a trend of Pagliarulo remaking the same stories between games, but worse. Nazir and Babette head to Dawnstar with the Night Mother's body. We track down Amand, who is surprised that we're still interested in completing the job despite having heard about us getting wiped out. Why are you still hanging out in Whiterun if you thought we weren't going to be finishing the job? Between the Civil War and the dragons, it seems like you would return to Cyrodiil or wherever with haste. Or Solitude, since the Emperor is, you know, in Skyrim. Yeah, we're told the Emperor has arrived aboard his private vessel moored near Solitude. Marrow is also there at the docks, and he'll be so angry at our survival that he'll create a self-defense situation for us to scratch that name off the list. We have to sneak aboard the ship using the anchor, although Maglir took to relieving the deck crew of their lives with a bow, while Deltafir peppered the ship with fireballs. This is pretty fun, although the Kataraya has always stood out to me. Something about its visual aesthetics clashes with normal Skyrim, so it ends up looking like something from a mod. It might be intentional, like it's trying to emphasize that the ship is from Cyrodiil, so it has to look different. But so's everything else tied to the Legion. I think it's just ugly, like making your cozy little Minecraft home out of nothing but birchwood. It's good for flooring, but not the walls and ceiling. The ship itself is pretty unmemorable. There's a unique scimitar that can be found that paralyzes enemies for 1/10 of a second with parry bashes. There's also a sailor found next to another dead sailor and the Penitus Oculatus agent, implying that he murdered them. The most notable thing about this level is the name of the ship itself, Kataraya. It's named after a Dunmer woman who married Pelagius the Mad and ended up serving as Empress of Tamriel for almost half a century with a fairly prosperous reign. Interesting thing about Pelagius the Mad was that prior to becoming Emperor of Tamriel, he was the King of Solitude and High King of Skyrim, although presumably he was considered a Jarl rather than a king, new lore and what have you. So, having a non-septum emperor coming to Solitude on the back of a ship named for another non-septum emperor is interesting, especially given that she was an elf. Anyways, Titus Mede II is rather accepting of our arrival, like unreasonably stoic about it. This was the guy who won the Battle of the Red Ring Road in the Great War, although I couldn't really tell you how significant that accomplishment is. Legends canon implies that Mede had simply taken credit for some other schmuck's hard work, that being the player character from Legends. I mean, yeah, it's official Bethesda stamped canon, but that really isn't relevant. What I want to know is whether or not this was the intended interpretation of the canon when this encounter with Titus Mede II was written before Skyrim's release. And it amazes me how many people think I should care about things written after the fact just because there's Elder Scrolls branding on it. If Titus Mede wasn't present at the battle, then where's this sense of stoicism coming from? It perfectly matches the characteristics of a person who was worthy enough to wield Goldbrand, as was rumored, but not somebody who was content with letting other people fight their battles for them, especially considering the man came to Skyrim knowing full well that he was the target of assassins. Again, that's the sort of thing a brave man does. It's a repeat of that ESO thing that retconned the Shivering Isles conclusion to be a routine thing that happens rather than a revolutionary new idea that Sheogorath had. Retroactive continuity that makes the older stories retroactively worse if you decide to accept it. Of course, nobody cares, but this particular story isn't very good, and I have immense doubts Test 6 will break that trend. I think this situation is aping off of Emperor Uriel Septim VII from Oblivion, who also stoically faced his own death. I mean, that's just what emperors in this series do, right? Except Uriel was a master of the mystic arts, and that's more than just a label. Titus Mede II, inversely, was not magically inclined, so there's no reason for him to be all, well, I guess today's a good day to die. Also, he's voiced by Wes Johnson, because, you know, Oblivion. Anyways, after trying to cope and seethe his way out of an assassination, he asks us to kill the person who hired us. That's a pretty easy answer. No. Amon Motieri just had what we in the biz call a positive customer service interaction, or PCSI for short. See, people tend to be actually more amicable after a customer service interaction if there's a complication, but that complication gets resolved, than they are when there are zero complications in the first place. In essence, the catharsis of finding out your order will be arriving on time after all is greater than the displeasure of finding out that your order is going to be late. I've actually abused this principle in my favor to get positive customer surveys, even though nothing was actually wrong in the first place. It's immoral, but that's what happens when the system encourages metrics chasing. Amon finding out that we could pull off this assassination after all, after having languished that we had wasted good money on us, means he is all the more likely to use our services in the future, or to recommend our service to other potential clients. There's also the fact that the Emperor didn't do the Black Sacrament, so it's not officially a contract, and I don't want to encourage people trying to counter-hire assassins. Just a bad policy to have to renegotiate contracts with our targets. Plus, Amon makes good on his end of the deal, giving us the dead drop location of our payment, 20,000 gold in an urn back where we made the contract. 20k is a decent chunk of change compared to most Skyrim quest payouts, but two things. We go to Nazir and can lie to him about the payout, but it doesn't matter because he doesn't take any of it. He recommends we visit Delvin Mallory and buy some upgrades for the Dawnstar Sanctuary, the total of which is 19,000 gold, but you could honestly miss most of these. Second thing, however, is that 20,000 gold really isn't anything in Skyrim. I mean, the fact that the clip of my character getting the 20k while already having 91,000 gold says a lot. The real reward is unlocking more assassination contracts. The Night Mother will tell us where a prospective client is located, and then we kill them. I actually got paid twice, once at the start of the conversation and again after the conclusion. And you know what these are? Radiant quests. You get a generic name, albeit an objectivized title holder like the Nervous Patron, who will then ask you to murder another objectivized title holder like the Traveling Dignitary. So this is pretty similar to how in Oblivion, after you finish the questline, you could every week be told of a contract and relay that information back to your speaker. Except in Oblivion, the Night Mother would name the characters and locations, but you didn't actually kill anybody yourself. It's rather interesting to consider this to be the primordial Radiant quest. This is pretty much as dynamic a system as you could create in 2011, and the only way past it would be to incorporate text-to-speech naming of NPCs, or to bite the bullet and record dozens of dialogue lines for these disposable characters. While I appreciate the attempt to continue offering content for the player, it obviously rings rather hollow to keep doing this same repetitive contract over and over. The remaining generic contracts that Nazir gives you are a mixed bag. They're honestly on par with the Morag Tong assassinations in Morrowind. Go to X place and kill Y person. Except the Morag Tong missions usually pitted you against decently difficult targets and all had a bonus condition. While murdering people as a member of the Tong was legal, you would actually get paid more if you could pull the job off without having to use your writ of execution with a guard. The targets were also people who it made sense would be desired to be dead, a mixture of bandits, Great House members, Ashlanders, and even the top enforcers of the Kamana Tong. And then you have Dekus. He loots shipwrecks. He does not wreck the ships, he just scavenges from ships that already wrecked along Skyrim's coastline. Okay, I can imagine that eventually somebody might want him dead if he did it for long enough. What about Agnes? She's an old lady who maintains Fort Greymore, independent of whoever actually controls the fort. Oh, I guess she wrote a mean letter to the fort commander, so it's time to hire an assassin.
They're like, oh, that's a suicide. That's clearly a suicide.
Classic.
Classic suicide.
Classic suicide.
Okay, and then you have Maven Drenham, a powerful wizard with a moderate rank in Great House Telvanni. We're given zero details about why someone would want him gone, but it's pretty obvious Drenham is at least capable of doing something that would motivate his death. He's not a cowardly looter or an old maid. I think that's a pretty big deal. Again, the Dark Brotherhood's not the sort of organization that you hire over hurt feelings or mild inconvenience. Who wants the guy that runs the meat stand in Whiterun dead? He doesn't even have an AI package to actually go out hunting like we're told he should. The final contract of the Dark Brotherhood is also pretty infamous.
You need to find and kill Safia, the captain of the pirate ship Red Wave. The ship travels the northern coast and sometimes isn't even in Skyrim at all, so you'll have to be patient. Good luck. Ah, yes. The pirate captain. A ruthless she-devil, by all accounts. Deadly with a blade. And let's not forget her crew. Loyal and bloodthirsty, the lot of them. This is my final contract, and certainly the most challenging. Be careful with this one, my friend.
Let me guess. You have some business to discuss. Ah, I see. The old Dark Brotherhood's silent intimidation treatment. Oh, I know who you are. Don't be so surprised. You ain't the first assassin sent to kill me. Won't be the last. Now let's get this over with.
Somebody help! What you doing?
Never should have come here.
Someone do something!
and bloodthirsty, the lot of them.
As you can see, this is on the tier of Morrowind's Fighters Guild messing up and having an unarmored Shoring Hardheart fight you, going down without landing a single hit. But that was a mistake made by a developer working crunch hours on multiple factions at the same time. You would not expect that mistake to be made again in Skyrim. She's so hasty to start a fight you don't actually get a bounty, nor does any of her crew back her up. I've often heard from other people that Bethesda was under a lot of pressure to make the 11-11-11 deadline, but haven't heard as much about this from the developers themselves. In fact, if you listen to the Bethesda podcast, because they had enough time to do a podcast, Emil Pagliarulo seemed to have more than enough time to do more than just his job.
Occasionally I'll record some placeholder audio or, do some shouts or something, and I'll go into the sound booth, right? You never know what you're gonna find in the booth. Boxes of cereal, pieces of wood, shards of glass. It's like an ocean nightmare in there. I swear to God, it's so dangerous. The sword, and it's funny because some of these sounds are stuff that I've supplied him with. Like, the sound of the sword unsheathing is one of my swords. The sound of the guy blowing the horn is my horn. I hear it in the game, I'm like, hey, that's my horn.
Writing off Skyrim's issues as being that of an arbitrary deadline is, in my opinion, inaccurate. Bethesda had a full 3 years between the release of Fallout 3 and the release of Skyrim, as well as increased staff, resources, and most important of all, experience. Pagliarulo had the title of a senior designer because he was the lead designer on Fallout 3, and had experience at Bethesda going all the way back to the Blood Moon expansion. Really, it comes off more as a lack of playtesting. And that's the Dark Brotherhood. To be honest, I consider it on par with Oblivion's iteration. The only reason the latter is remembered fondly compared to the former is due to recency bias. It's a neat detail that if you're associated with the Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim, that you can be randomly attacked by members of the Morag Tong when you go to Solstheim, since they apparently have the legal authority to kill members of the Dark Brotherhood who are considered a heretical offshoot.
Killing the gourmet will leave an emptiness in the collective soul of Skyrim.
Shut the fuck up! I know that was you, I ain't even gotta look!
Oh yeah, our reward back at the Vici wedding was the ability to summon the spirit of Lucien Lachance. He has some interesting dialogue to share, but he also has a habit of talking, constantly.
In my time, the Blades protected the Emperor. It would seem these Penitus Oculatus will prove equally incompetent. I will kill this jester if you so desire. But there is a disturbance in the void. Our dread father does not wish this. Yes, kill the chef and then steal his very identity, for that is the true death. My time saw the assassination of an emperor as well. Alas, the Dark Brotherhood did not have the honor of that kill. You stand now at the precipice of the void. I am reminded of another listener, a protege I knew long ago. So long ago. You know, a good purification might be just what this sanctuary needs.
That's a terrible idea. We are by implication the last of the Brotherhood. One interesting thing is that the Dark Brotherhood has basically been spared the wrath of the Creation Club. Skyrim's introduction is unique for 3D Elder Scrolls by introducing two storylines, the main quest as well as the Civil War.
I like that I stand up and I'm still the same height away. I might be closer.
This isn't happening.
It is happening. Holy shit.
Alright, so for some context. Daggerfall was a big political conflict, while Morrowind had a three-way proxy war being fought by its great houses. This was an understandable change, given Morrowind had reduced the land size of territory drastically in the shift to handcrafted world design over procedural generation. Oblivion, however, had zero political conflict. So Skyrim having a civil conflict between two actually joinable factions is mildly a return to form. On the one hand, you have the status quo, the Imperial Legion, or Red Team. On the other, you have the Stormcloaks, a rebellion fighting for an independent Skyrim, or Blue Team. The Legion holds slightly more territory, but otherwise the conflict is evenly split, in more ways than just land. The evenness of the conflict has led to it being one of those fonts of perpetual discussion about which side of the Civil War is objectively correct and true choice. Bethesda's done a pretty good job of creating a choice that isn't weighted 90-10 in favor of one side, and you have to praise that. However, both sides of the Civil War are the same. It's the same quest line down to completely asinine details. You'll do the exact same quest, except all the voice actors will be different, so they have to have these redundant voice lines when they could have just made different quests. But I get ahead of myself. It all starts in Helgen with our execution. We survive, and towards the end of the surface segment are presented a choice with whom we want to accompany for the remainder of the tutorial, Hadvar or Ralof. When I asked on a YouTube poll, people seem to heavily favor Ralof their first time, and it makes sense. Hadvar being a nice guy is not going to excuse the fact that the red team just tried to execute us, and if not for literal divine intervention, would have done so.
What should we do? She's not on the list.
Forget the list. She goes to the block.
After we get out of the tutorial, our companion will tell us that we should split up, but also tells us that the nearest settlement is Riverwood and we could find help there and have tour information ready should we decide to go with them. You can actually talk to them at this stage and they will give you some information about their side of the Civil War. For instance, it's revealed that Ulfric and the boys got captured at Darkwater Crossing, which is a mining settlement in Eastmarch. What happened was, after the Imperials arrested Ulfric and co., they planned to take him via convoy to the Imperial city. However, before they left Skyrim, plans changed and they were diverted to Helgen. Around the same time, we, who had been crossing the border from Cyrodiil into Skyrim, also got arrested to keep Ulfric's location secret, same with Lokir the Horse Thief. Alright, so to explain the teams. This is lore heavy, but Elder Scrolls lore is actually over-exaggerated in terms of complexity. Neither team is directly connected to any of the factions we've seen in previous games. This is the Imperial Legion, but it doesn't really represent the same empire as the ones in past games. And the 200-year time gap means Ulfric Stormcloak is not directly tied to anything either. Interesting thing I was told was that some people who had played Skyrim as their first Elder Scrolls game had assumed from first impression that the Empire was actually your standard evil fantasy empire, and were surprised when going back to the earlier games to find that the Empire is a generally benevolent faction. So back in Oblivion, Uriel Septim VII got assassinated, beginning the Oblivion Crisis, and his last bastard son, Martin, sacrificed himself to stop it. However, this really only created a new crisis, one of succession. The Septims were notable because they were descendants of Tiber Septim, a man who conquered the entire continent both militarily and diplomatically, and became the god Talos. Now, the 4.5 century Septim reign was not perfect, and there were plenty of attempts by regional leaders for independence from practically everyone. Mankar Cameron from Oblivion was the son of one such rebel. But the Fourth Era marked a trend of successful independence among the provinces. Black Marsh had never been conquered by the Empire, instead simply being surrounded by forts and forced into cooperation. Following the Oblivion Crisis, they sought their independence, feeling that the Empire had failed to protect them. 5 years after Oblivion, the Ministry of Truth that hung over the city of Vivec crashed into the ground, retaining its velocity from when Sheogorath originally threw it. This triggered Red Mountain to erupt, devastating the territory. And then Morrowind was devastated again when Black Marsh invaded the region, razing cities and claiming new territory. The Empire was ineffectual in defending Morrowind, and by the 50th year of the Fourth Era, Morrowind was released from Imperial control, becoming an independent province. On the other side of Tamriel, the Somerset Isles were taken over by a youth movement and renamed to Alinor, and then within a decade, a political alliance of Valenwood and Alinor was formed into a new state, the Aldmeri Dominion. Elsewhere would form into a confederation and become effective vassals of the Dominion, while Hammerfell would slip into civil conflict. And then the Great War happened, which was the result of the Aldmeri Dominion issuing an ultimatum to Titus Mede II, which he rejected. During the war, the Reach would be taken over by the native Bretons, and the war would end in a peace treaty named the White Gold Concordat. The Concordat ceded southern Hammerfell to the Dominion, which the province rejected and would wholly secede in the aftermath. The Blades were disbanded, and the worship of Talos was outlawed. Needless to say, things are less than ideal across the continent. Skyrim began an attempt to reclaim the Reach from the independent kingdom that was forming there, and this is when Ulfric Stormcloak enters the stage. Ulfric was the son of the Jarl of Eastmarch, and was on track to becoming a Greybeard when the Great War broke out. Ulfric joined the conflict but was captured and held as a prisoner of war by the Thalmor. After the war, Ulfric led the militia that would reclaim Markarth from the Reachmen. However, a condition of the city's release was the free worship of Talos. This drew the scrutiny of the Thalmor, who came to the city and arrested Ulfric for a second time. This is when his father died, and Ulfric, who had been imprisoned for 7 years at that point, was released and took the position of Jarl of Windhelm and Eastmarch. Ulfric went into rebellion, seeking an independent Skyrim. This is when Torygg became the High King of Skyrim after his father's death. Ulfric challenged Torygg to a duel for the throne, and this ended in Torygg's death. However, Ulfric was not formally recognized as the next High King, but he was joined in his rebellion by the Rift, Winterhold, the Pale, and initially Falkreath. And that is where Skyrim begins. General Tullius of the Imperial Legion has arrived in Skyrim and ambushed Ulfric before attempting to execute him. The execution obviously failed after a dragon attack, and now it's up to the player to pick a side in the conflict. Note that contrary to what Extra Credits believes, almost none of that information is actually dumped on the player in the cart ride. The introduction will refer to the names of various factions, but there are obvious contextual clues that give you enough information to figure out what's going on. More information is made available through some quests, and more still is contained in various books that you can find in the game. A big part of the Civil War is that it doesn't sit the player down for their history lesson before asking which side they believe is based in red-pilled. However much information you need to pick a side is dependent entirely on you, the player, and what you're willing to seek out. The thing is, I almost never do the Civil War because Skyrim's better during the war than it is after the resolution. I guess that means that between the Stormcloaks and the Imperials, I choose the Thalmor, but that's not what I actually mean. Much of the open world of Skyrim is about the Civil War, so it doesn't feel right to immediately go off to resolve it. It's something that should be happening in the background. It would be like going back to the Mojave Wasteland after the Battle of Hoover Dam. And simply playing Skyrim gives you clues about the conflict. Now, it's not New Vegas, where the war is the main questline and many side quests will tie into it, but it's also not Oblivion, where there's zero conflict. But how is the Civil War so even-handed? Well, it's very simple. It comes down to politics. It starts with the most surface-level observation that the conflict is about religious freedom. I practically expect people who think the war is only about this issue to be tracking drool on the carpet. Now, the Talos issue is a big deal. Tiber Septim at the end of his reign ascended and became the god Talos and was recognized and worshipped as such for about 600 years. And there's evidence of his divinity that we see in the games, from his avatar in Morrowind to his blessing being the edge needed to beat Umaril in Knights of the Nine. However, the Aldmeri Dominion recently started contesting this claim, citing it as the Talos mistake. However, worship had continued after the resolution of the war in Skyrim on the down low, although how down low this actually was is up for debate. The whole reason the Thalmor began investigating Skyrim searching for Talos worshippers was after the Markarth incident. However, there is evidence to suggest the Markarth incident was incited by the Thalmor in the first place, so chances are pretty good a day of religious reckoning was coming to Skyrim regardless. Now, it is the reason that many Nords who support Ulfric will cite as their cause, but you won't really encounter any Imperial supporters who are fighting to outlaw Talos worship. At best, they are apathetic about the subject. The Imperials are mostly fighting to continue their control of Skyrim. Skyrim is a valuable province full of natural resources, including an entire crop of men born after the Great War who have recently reached fighting age. Without Skyrim, the Empire would be reduced to just Cyrodiil and High Rock. Now, losing Skyrim is not an immediate death sentence, and most people don't seem to realize an alliance between independent Skyrim and the Empire is almost guaranteed following the Civil War. Skyrim's independence also doesn't make the Thalmor a bigger threat. Skyrim is surrounded entirely by near impassable terrain, with mountain ranges on its east, west, and southern borders, and to the north a coastline named the Sea of Ghosts owed to its treachery. The only current Thalmor holdings are in Hafingar near Solitude, and are only there by provision of the Empire. Skyrim also has neighbors with which it can ally itself, like independent Hammerfell or Morrowind. While it's true that Morrowind and Skyrim are historical enemies, diplomatic inroads were laid following the Red Year when Skyrim provided refuge to the Dunmer and ceded control of the island of Solstheim to Morrowind for the same reason. On the flip side, we have to ask the question, is an Aldmeri Dominion-dominated world really a bad thing?
Stop, please. I don't know anything else. Don't you think I'd have told you already?
Silence. You know the rules. Not speak unless spoken to. Master Rolandil will ask the questions.
Well, almost certainly owed to the childish characterizations of the Thalmor we have seen, unfortunately. It's just unusual that a man-dominated world is treated as inherently better than an elf-dominated world, especially considering the current Mead Empire is literally comprised exclusively of the races of men. However, Imperial supporters will often point out that supporting the Imperial Legion is not supporting the Thalmor, and that the Legion should be supported in order to help prepare for the next Great War. But that's akin to saying you shouldn't support the American Revolutionaries so that the British Empire can be better prepared for Napoleon. I'm going to posit that who you support in the Civil War is irrelevant when it comes to round 2 of the war with the Dominion. The Mead Empire is almost certainly doomed due to just how successful the Aldmeri Dominion has been, let alone the inevitable secession crisis after the, Dark Brotherhood questline. Supporting Ulfric is not a death blow to the Empire, considering that blow already came 25 years before the game even started. So instead, we should focus on the question to this. Does Skyrim have a right to be independent? Can it survive independence? And is Ulfric Stormcloak the right man to be High King of Skyrim?
What does it have to do with... Can you send me pictures of them with their little skirts lifted and their fucking nuts hanging out? I don't want to see that shit! I'm not gay like you! Stop sending me hentai! Stop sending me anime pictures! Stop sending me tracks! Oh my god!
The first quest of the Civil War involves enlisting in one of the sides of the war. We enlist directly with the leader of the faction, and it's evident that we are not going to be a standard foot soldier in this conflict. In each instance, we see the faction leader having a conversation with their primary subordinate about the war. Ulfric gives an impassioned speech every time you visit the Palace of Kings, which can be amusing, since it can be often due to Ulfric doubling up as leader of the rebellion and the Jarl of Windhelm.
I fight for the men I've held in my arms, dying on foreign soil. I fight for their wives and children whose names I heard whispered in their last breath. I fight for we few who did come home, only to find our country full of strangers wearing familiar faces. I fight for my people, impoverished to pay the debts of an empire too weak to rule them, yet brands them criminals for wanting to rule themselves. I fight so that all the fighting I've already done hasn't been for nothing. I fight because I must.
Shoring Hardheart would reverse the policy of the companions being apolitical in times of war, joining up with the Imperial Legion. Delta Fear, however, would join up with the Stormcloak Rebellion, so if things look a little desaturated when showing the Imperial side, that's why. Unlike Ulfric, Tullius is much more pragmatic in presentation, discussing tactics to end the rebellion as fast as possible and attempting to anticipate Ulfric's actions.
Well, if he wants to stand outside the protection of the Empire, fine. Let Ulfric pillage a city.
Our special status comes from having survived Helgen, and the attempted execution thing is lampshaded by the Imperials.
You were at Helgen. One of the prisoners, if I recall correctly.
That doesn't matter as much. Listen.
I suppose that's true. Fine. Why don't you have a chat with Legate Ricka?
Tullius will address it before immediately dropping it, which is what lampshading is, in case you think it's some kind of deep insult. The second in command will then issue a test to determine our worthiness to join the ranks. Galmar Stonefist sends us to Serpentstone Island to defeat an ice wraith, while Legate Ricka will send us to a fort held by bandits to clear it out. Seems kind of... uneven if you ask me. The Stonefist test is actually a Nordic coming-of-age ritual, while Legate Ricka's test is a dungeon. We take oaths to join our side, and then the quest lines intersect. Each side is seeking the Jagged Crown to legitimize their claims as High King, although for clarification, the Imperials want the crown for Jarl Elisif of Solitude, the widow to High King Torrig. There, we may meet either Hadvar or Raloth, both of whom will be happy to see that we've thrown in with their lot. The player's side will then assault the ruin of Corvinjund, which will be held by the opposing team. The men we fight give way to Draugr, and after a dungeon, we'll have retrieved the crown, as well as having learned a word of slow time, in case you forgot about the main quest. Then you return the Jagged Crown to whichever side you think deserves it, regardless of your allegiance. Yes, you are given a single opportunity to flip sides here, for some reason. It's weird because you hardly learn anything about the Legion or Stormcloaks from the quest to merit you, as Ulfric puts it, walking away from the side you swore an oath to in disgust. It's not like New Vegas where there's a chance your opinions on the Mojave conflict could change between Nipton and the Strip, once you learn more about all the factions. And the player flipping sides would carry a massive stigma. It's one thing to rebel years after taking your oath, it's another to rebel the next day after using said oath to get a gift for the other side. You also don't retake your oath or do the test, you just continue the quest line as though you had always been a member of that faction. It was very strange when I played through the questline this way, because Ulfric went from assuming this was an Imperial trap to giving us his most important task. With that, we begin the first big event of the war. It's time for Whiterun to pick a side in the conflict. A big part of what's caused the conflict to enter into a stalemate has been Whiterun's neutrality. Jarl Balgruuf has yet to declare for either side, and his city's two prominent clans are divided in allegiance. If you're an Imperial, Tullius will give you a message for Balgruuf, while if you're a Stormcloak, Ulfric will give you his axe to deliver. Both sides indicate that a turning point in the war has been reached. Ulfric Stormcloak is no longer going to wait on Jarl Balgruuf. It is strange that both sides draw attention to this axe-giving ceremony. Oh, warriors understand what it means? What, are you saying Ulfric's hearth needs more wood? So, it comes to war. The battle for Whiterun is undoubtedly the most interesting battle of the entire Civil War. Which side of the battle you're on depends on your allegiance, with Imperials defending the city while Stormcloaks attack the city. Unfortunately, you cannot lose this battle, meaning that victory is inevitable. It would be more interesting if the battle was legitimately difficult, and failure could mean the player having to rethink their strategy or approach. As it stands, once you've picked a side during the Jagged Crown quest, the war is already decided, and it's simply a matter of writing out the rest of the quest line. Also unfortunate is that the battle is more interesting for attackers than defenders. If you defend the city, then the battle simply ends with the Stormcloaks breaking and retreating, but if you attack the city, then the battle ends with a confrontation with Jarl Balgruuf, and we see his replacement Vignar Greymane immediately take control upon our victory. Balgruuf is allowed to leave the city, so where does he go? Oh, to the Sad Room. The Blue Palace has this little corner tucked away that's difficult to notice, which houses all the NPCs displaced during the Stormcloak side of the war. The palace in King's and Windhelm has a similar room. I like to call it the Sad Room because it's a tacit admission of Bethesda's fear of consequences. There are still quests the player may potentially need these NPCs for, so Bethesda has to keep them around, but it doesn't actually have a place for them, so it just crams them in this little corner of the map, all because Bethesda doesn't want the player to fail quests. One of the consequences of doing the Civil War should be that you miss out on potential content, because that's war. People die, lives change, men shit in the urinal. However, this may not be how things played out for you if you took Hadvar or Raloff's suggestion to go to the capital of their team to join the Civil War. See, if your first meeting with Jarl Balgruuf is to deliver the message, Balgruuf will just ignore it. He insists on dealing with the dragon problem before the Civil War, which means you have to awkwardly pivot into doing the beginning of the Skyrim main quest up to and including the point that unlocks dragons as enemies.
And I'm sure he told you it was urgent. Well, he's not the only Jarl in Skyrim with problems to deal with. Did he now? Huh. The man is persistent, I'll give him that. But until that dragon's dealt with, Ulfric's just going to have to wait. For now, I'll hold on to this axe, but it's a tenuous piece at best. Help Irileth kill this dragon before it can attack Whiterun. There's no time to lose.
You would think, as a Stormcloak, that I could just return to Ulfric and say that Balgruuf refused the axe and that the city is prime for conquest, since it won't be garrisoned with Imperials until after the dragon at the Western Watchtower is slain. What this means is that the player character has to become the Dragonborn to complete the Civil War. You might wonder if there's a reason for this, and the answer is that there's not. Well, not really. Ulfric has a line about us being Dragonborn in the conclusion of the Imperial side. Otherwise, the only reason to do things this way is that there weren't contingency voice lines for Vignar Greymane to serve that role in the main quest. It's just hilarious that Balgruuf will name us as one of Whiterun's great heroes and Thane to his city, only to not even consider our input when deciding which side to support, and even calling us a traitor for siding with the Stormcloaks, even though it's entirely possible that, again, our first meeting with him was as a Stormcloak messenger. It's a testament to how much Skyrim railroads you into doing the main quest first that I haven't seen this extremely awkward quest structure called out. It's at this point, however, that we enter into the tedious part of the quest line, the reunification or liberation of Skyrim. Before that, though, I have to mention that my VR run of Skyrim completely and utterly locked up during the Battle of Whiterun. I have tried multiple times to get it past this point and eventually succeeded, only for it to get stuck later down the line, which was annoying because the entire reason I was playing this questline a third time was to be able to record those dialogue lines about the Battle of Solitude and the BG wedding. Eventually it broke so bad that Jarl Balgruuf stayed Jarl of Stormcloak-aligned Whiterun, which is the ideal outcome. I really don't know what it was that broke this quest. It could have been that I switched sides to the Stormcloaks, it could have been that I wasn't Dragonborn when I first talked to Balgruuf, it could have been that the quest breaks if you play it during the full moon. Part of the problem is that the questline eludes traditional console command progression, making it difficult to force to work. I've only seen this kind of broken questline fuckery once before, and that was during the Minutemen line of Fallout 4. Both sides of the war do exactly the same quests, just in a different order. We start with a false front in the Pale for the Imperials and Hjal March for the Stormcloaks. In this quest, we track down a courier for the opposing side and then kill and replace them. We forge new orders for them, sabotage the military effort in the region, and then fight a battle at the local fort where we have to kill a large number of enemies. And then that minor hold is now under our control. The next quest is that we're sent to one of the southern cities. We threaten to expose the steward for crimes, either being a Talos worshipper or involved with the Thieves Guild, depending on the city. We steal proof from a very short, very easy stealth hallway and then squeeze information about a shipment of gold in the hold. We meet up with either Ralof or Hadvar and ambush the wagon. Then we fight a battle at a fort in the hold and now have taken a major hold. It is a shame that there's no battle for Markarth or Riften, but I guess it fits considering both cities are known for corruption that we take them in this manner. The final quest is to rescue some soldiers from a minor hold fort, which doubles as a battle to take the fort. Both instances have secret entrances we can use to sneak into the fort, and we can either emerge from within the fort to clear it out or just assault it ourselves. Also, Hadvar and Ralof are there. Then we're given a final fort battle, either in Hafingar or Eastmarch, and with that it's time for the final battle at Solitude or Windhelm. There you go, fuck you, don't you ever say I just summarize every single quest in the game ever again. I easily could have spent an hour summarizing each individual stage from each questline like it was a new thing. But I would much rather use that time talking about how uncanny a mirror Skyrim has been warped into for this questline. As you can see, Solitude and Windhelm are mirrors, as are Markarth and Riften, Winterhold and Falkreath, Dawnstar and Morthal. Whiterun is the singular unique city which has been internally divided. It's funny to think that the collapse of Winterhold might have been for some irrelevant symbolism in an unfinished questline. I pointed this out when I talked about the Shivering Isles back in Oblivion, but the Skyrim Civil War is highly reminiscent of the conflict between the Golden Saints and Dark Seducers of that expansion. A conflict that continues in Skyrim thanks to the Creation Club. Anyways, the Saints and Seducers are locked into an eternal state of war vying for Senpai's attention, despite the fact that they are effectively just a mirror of each other. The Shivering Isles made a point of just how pointless the conflict was, intentionally because it reflected Sheogorath's own arbitrary internal division between mania and dementia. And now here we are, just a couple years later, doing that same pointless conflict, this time unironically.
You'll need to be careful with this one. The Jarl's men won't look kindly on you rummaging through the steward's quarters.
This will require stealth and discretion. The Jarl's guards won't take kindly to anyone rummaging through her steward's private quarters.
There are two possibilities. The first is that Bethesda recognizes the pointlessness of the war and intentionally designed it that way to make a point, and the second is that Bethesda unintentionally parodied their own conflict, and the only intentional part of making the quest lines effectively identical was to ease player anxiety about content exclusivity. We either have to assume that Bethesda is intelligent, or are cowards, and unfortunately there's more evidence to suggest that Bethesda are cowards afraid of players doing repeat playthroughs than signs of intelligent quest design in Skyrim. This is the game where you're intended to just start using a new playstyle on an existing character instead of just creating a new character for that purpose. The problem I have trouble thinking about is determining whether the questline is unfinished or simply badly designed. For instance, during battles you can watch as bodies despawn, a trick Bethesda uses due to the limitations placed on the game by the 7th console generation hardware that it came out on. Their engine, as is not designed around creating battle scenarios, at least for the generation the game came out in. However, only half of the quests actually involve battles, and most of those battles are extremely simple. It's just grinding against respawning enemies until the necessary number of soldiers have been killed, and then the battle concludes. I would not be surprised if each fort battle was simply a copy of a template fort battle with all the necessary components, and the only thing designers changed is the layout. However, the other half of the questline is not met with this hardware limitation. Take the tribute quest, for instance. It actually seems like it would be more work recreating the same exact quest for the opposite side that is still identical. It's a completely different set of NPCs in a different location with different voice lines. They had to intentionally decide to do that, which brings us back to the question of why. Well, here's the thought. It may well be possible that the Civil War originally had one joinable side, that being the Stormcloaks. Think about it. Which side is the player pushed towards in the introduction? Which side has the developed trial? Which side has a conclusion scene at the Battle of Whiterun? And never mind the Emperor's assassination. The more I think about it, the more I start to believe the Imperial side of the war may actually just be a clone of the original Stormcloak questline. Unfortunately, this theory is incorrect. You can try to sniff out the developer intentions from what's in the game, but you would very often be wrong. This is why actual research is important and not just an argument you throw in people's faces because it sounds good to tell people that they need sources. Unfortunately, while there are plenty of ex-Bethesda employees who've talked about their time working on Skyrim, one department has remained relatively silent: the quest designers. Maybe they sacrificed goats, or maybe it's as simple as the fact that while many people praise the world and artistic design of Skyrim, Skyrim's quests tend to be treated fairly unfavorably. It's been a favorite YouTube pastime to complain about Skyrim quests since 2012, which happens to be the last time anybody who worked in that area spoke at length about the topic. So unfortunately, there are not a lot of answers to the questions I've raised. We have the cutting room floor, a source I'm hesitant to use even half a year after publishing my Oblivion video. I basically said they outright fabricated a claim about there being thousands of unused voice lines in the files, something that remains unproven to this day despite how simple it would be to show their existence. Get a physical copy, put it in a computer without an internet connection, and look at the data files. So basically just stick an asterisk in this section due to a historical lack of credibility for the source.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
They've data mined the game, and there are some interesting stuff reportedly hinted at. For starters, the quests were meant to be randomized, and there were meant to be 12 types rather than the 3 that are in the game. The quests would be given 2 at a time with dialogue for each combination. The quests that were not in the game included killing scouts, skirmishing in a minor settlement, sabotaging resources. There were rescue missions at more forts, assassination missions, recruitment of soldiers, a mission where you appease a giant, you steal war plans, recruit civilians, and you go on a vision quest with an orc. Also, pay would be determined by a salary that itself was determined by player rank in the faction, and Ulfric would additionally ask the player to donate their pay to the Stormcloak cause. There were also sieges in all the major cities, complete with dialogues for each transfer of power, including if the player loses a battle and is forced to escape the city. There were meant to be female soldiers and battle mages on both sides, and the officers you meet in the field camps were likely meant to have unique dialogue. Finally, there's a note in the Civil War script for modders that reads as follows. The Civil War has gone through many iterations. There's a lot of obsolete stuff in here from previous iterations where it was more dynamic and freeform. So, for various reasons, it seems that Bethesda had aimed for the stars with the Civil War questline, and reading this article makes a lot of sense in addition to Bruce Nesmith's talk on Radiant's story. Actually, it's rather interesting that the Civil War has no Radiant quests, making it the only secondary questline to not include any Radiants. However, even with this cut content, the questline still has that element of being effectively identical, which I guess means that even in its current state, the story accomplishes its goal of being a pointless conflict for the sake of pointless conflicts. I guess you would have to continually lose ground to see all the mission types in a single playthrough, so each repeat playthrough would have a different order of Radiant missions. And it would probably help seeing the different transfers of power. We can only speculate on what really happened with the questline, so let's speculate. I'm going to guess that, had Bethesda not hinted at the Civil War in the trailers, the whole deal might have gotten the Count of Kvatch treatment. However, Bethesda implied there would be a Civil War and tied it into the main quest, but they didn't have time to finish it, so they simply collated the most functional elements into a single linear narrative for each questline. Now, I should mention Season Unending, which is part of the main quest where you can negotiate a temporary truce. However, I'm going to talk about that in the main quest section. All it really does is just add more battles for whichever territory ends up changing sides during the negotiation. With that out of the way, let's conclude the Civil War. For the Imperials, we lay siege to Windhelm. Actually, there's no opposition keeping us from just entering the city. We fight our way through infinite enemies until we reach the Palace of Kings, where we confront Ulfric, Stormcloak, and Galmar. Galmar dies, and it comes down to a final execution of Ulfric. We don't capture him, we just decide to end it here and now. Ulfric will request that we do it, as we're the Dragonborn. We can decide whether or not to, and then General Tullius gives a speech to the men. For the Stormcloaks, we attack Solitude. I took the time to visit the Blue Palace during the battle because the game doesn't stop you. It's pretty much just business as usual here. It's quite surreal. There's a battle going on outside. Anyways, we take Castle Dower, and General Tullius is having a little pout in the corner, having been defeated. That's not me editorializing. The game itself does portray the characters in that way. Rikka dies in combat, Tullius is summarily executed, and Jarl Elisif honors Ulfric's claim to become High King of Skyrim. The end. It's a pretty straightforward questline that is not ambitious. It has a lot of awkward dialogue scenes and even more fast travel since you have to go back to the capital during each leg of the story. It's funny that of all the questlines in Skyrim, the one that was made central to the actual open world was left so unfinished. Okay, so I tried to make it this far without outright stating my opinions or thoughts on the conflict. Some of you might have picked it out from the subtext or have seen my streams where I've talked about the issue. in which case you already know which side I support. I want to say that before I outright state it, that my goal is to try and clear some of the air surrounding this questline and misconceptions that people tend to spread. I support the Stormcloaks. Now, my character Delta Fear supported the Stormcloaks because she was a Morrowind national who's lived long enough to remember the Empire abandoned her homeland. I think that Stormcloaks are grandly mischaracterized in a big way.
I don't like the fact that he's so racist against elves, and mainly all races that are not Nord.
But the Stormcloaks are downright xenophobic and almost kind of racist at times, and they act like a bunch of misguided and violent rebels.
Windhelm has immigration and racism.
The only real issue I take is with the Stormcloaks and the aforementioned rampant racism.
So a lot of people claim the Stormcloaks are racists, and I know why. It's because when you first enter Windhelm, you see this.
You come here where you're not wanted. You eat our food, you pollute our city with your stink, and you refuse to help the Stormcloaks.
But we haven't taken a side because it's not our fight.
Hey, maybe the reason these Greyskins don't help in the war is because they're Imperial spies.
Imperial spies? You can't be serious.
Maybe we'll pay you a visit tonight, little spy. We got ways of finding out what you really are.
As you can see, Stormcloak soldiers are harassing a Dunmer woman in the streets of Windhelm. Oh wait, those aren't Stormcloak soldiers. I modded the game to give them that armor. In fact, one of those two men is homeless, and the other's a drunk that lounges around at a bar all day. The only connection that these men have to the Stormcloaks is that they live in Windhelm, and Rolf is Galmar's brother. Galmar's another common sticking point I've seen people have with the Stormcloaks, but he seems reasonable to me. In fact, Galmar's a lot like the Nords we used to see in the series. Nords used to be a culturally distinct people whose bravado and brusqueness was merited by their strengths as warriors. However, come Skyrim, and most of them just seem to be milk-drinking peasants and regular humans. Galmar actually seems to be a sliver of that old warrior culture the Nords were always meant to be. He's also not a racist. When the player joins, he'll ask why we would be interested in fighting for Skyrim. However, he asks Nords the same question. He simply wants to ascertain where our loyalties lie, which is a lot more important for the Stormcloaks than it is the Legion. If the Legion loses the conflict, they will continue to exist as a faction, but if the Stormcloaks lose, that's it. It's over. As for Ulfric, he also isn't a racist, but you know who is culturally intolerant?
You Nords and your bloody sense of honor. Tell me again why I'm wasting men chasing after a fairy tale. Don't you Nords put any stock in your own traditions? Without us to keep order, the provinces would fall into barbarism and lawlessness. Especially Skyrim. Any last requests before I send you to wherever you people go when you die? His head will be sent to Cyrodiil, where it will adorn a spike on the walls of the Imperial City. I can't say I'll ever get used to the damn cold, or understand these Nords. But I've come to respect them.
But the Grey Quarter, yeah, what other city in Skyrim has a cultural embassy of refugees following the Red Year? Where was Solitude during that crisis? While we do see Dunmer across Skyrim, only Windhelm has a sizable population. Also, it should be stated that the current capital of a free and independent Morrowind following the Argonian invasion is the city of Blacklight, which is actually geographically closer to Windhelm than Riften. Now, of course, how Ulfric treats this population says a lot about his opinion of the Dunmer people. However, I'd argue that most of Windhelm's Nordic population is not much better off than the Grey Quarter. Windhelm is just kind of all around a terrible city to live in. Most of Skyrim's actually a terrible place, with Solitude and Whiterun being the only decent places to live, although Solitude seems to be a community that has long since priced out its poor through its limited real estate. Remember, the player character is a member of the upper class in Skyrim society. The thing is, there's actually a decent number of high elves living in Windhelm. They own the stables, the alchemist's shop, and a stall in the market. There's even a gang of exclusively high elves. That's how many of them there are. Now, why is it that the Dunmer are victims of racism, but the high elves, who I will remind you are the same race as the Thalmor, why do they suffer no ill effect? I'll let you in on a little secret. It's because the Dunmer are terrible people. Not to say they inherently deserve to be discriminated against, nobody does, but anybody who's played Morrowind can tell you a couple things about Dunmer culture. They are prideful and xenophobic, they discriminate against people of their own race for not being pure enough to have been born in Morrowind. They used to keep slaves, and they worship Daedra. The main quest of Morrowind was about stopping a Dunmer ethnic nationalist who wanted to commit genocide against Outlanders. The Red Year was, in a meta-sense, retaliation for how Morrowind presented and normalized the culture of the Dunmer, and I hold it in spite for ruining the legacy of the Nerevarine. Instead of the Dunmer becoming a more tolerant race under the leadership of their cultural icon, Daddy went out for cigarettes and they had to be punished by the writers for being naughty boys. You know, slavery. Then the writers decided to create a refugee crisis, presumably as some form of social commentary, although Skyrim would actually predate the American obsession with Europe's refugee crisis by a couple years, so either someone at Bethesda is extremely politically savvy, or more likely it's meant to reflect on America's own historical issues with immigration. Now, of course, I would be loath to forget the 4 Argonians living out in the waterfront. So this is kind of a confusing element, but Ulfric outright forbade Argonians from entering the city. Now, is this identical to how every other city in Skyrim banned the Khajiit caravans? Sure, but we're just going to pretend that's not happening because it makes Elisif and Balgruuf look bad. See, the bigotry people in Windhelm have against the Dunmer makes a degree of sense. They think they're spies and whatnot. But what have the Argonians done to earn the ire of the Nords? The Argonians seem to think that it's your typical class struggle. The Nords are entitled and they don't want to work on the docks, so the Argonians have to do it instead. Funny thing is, Ulfric's replacement Brunwolf actually maintains the order of segregation, but instead of segregating to protect the locals, it's to protect the Argonians. Like a reflection of the real world. But the thing is, I can't help but imagine Ulfric was also protecting the Argonians. You have to remember that part of the devastation of the Red Year was an Argonian invasion of Morrowind. While it was retaliatory for the slavery of Argonians, Morrowind showed that plenty of Dunmer commoners were not slaveholders. You have a city that's already suffering from one racial conflict, which is going downhill due to the local leader having to balance his resources between a war for independence and city maintenance. And then you want to add the element of another racial group who have historical problems with your refugee population. Things might be better if the docks literally didn't connect straight into the Grey Quarter. Anyways, I consider the Argonians a non-issue compared to the Grey Quarter, and the Grey Quarter is definitely an issue. However, it's not like Ulfric had years to clean the place. Oh, wait, he's been fighting for Skyrim's independence for as long as he's been Jarl, which has been 20 years. Okay, maybe that's a black mark. However, I also think that's simply an issue of Bethesda not understanding how long time is. This is not the first questline in Skyrim to run up against this timeline issue, to the point that I think the game was supposed to take place in 191 instead of 201. Now that I've presented one argument against Ulfric, let's talk about Elisif the Fair, Jarl of Solitude and presumed High Queen of Skyrim following an Imperial victory. One of the first encounters you have with her, which often bugs out and doesn't play, is a court audience where a member of the Dragonbridge community requests that Elisif send someone to investigate strange lights that they've been seeing. Elisif initially suggests sending a legion, however she has to be talked down to just a couple extra guards being deployed to Dragonbridge. Elisif isn't really in control of her own hold. Her inexperience means that she's become reliant on her council of advisors to manage it for her, and General Tullius is fighting her war. She is, in essence, just a puppet ruler. So let's talk about the people Elisif has surrounded herself with. Thane Bryling is the owner of Rockwalla Mine, a mining operation that isn't even located inside of Hafengar. Falk Firebeard seems to be primarily running the hold, a duty he's compromised by having a secret relationship with Bryling. Sabella Stentor is Elisif's court wizard who will openly admit to only continuing this duty out of her own self-interest. She'll even admit to the steward that she figures Elisif will be replaced in a matter of months. Also, she's a vampire. She's been in the court long enough for people to start to notice, but nobody questions it because they need her service. People around the palace know that she's been visiting the dungeons for blood, and the warden even admits that she comes looking for volunteers. Finally, we have Erikur. He's our Thieves Guild contact. While Clan Battleborn in Whiterun was in bed with the Thieves Guild, Erikur is actually our highest ranking contact. Our job with him ends in a person being framed and sent to prison for life over a broken trade agreement. He also harasses a servant girl at a party during the main quest and is suspected to be the originator of much of the dissension spread about Falcon Bryling. There was even a cut quest that involves the assassination of Elisif, in which Erikur would take over as Jarl of Solitude, although obviously that one's not in the game. Point is, Erikur's a snake and is exactly the type of Nord that Ulfric hates. He even imports low-quality elven equipment from Black Marsh to sell to the Empire, so his avarice does not stop at his allegiance. He'll admit that half of Solitude owes him money and he owns most of the city. Since we took a good long look at Windhelm and its issues, let's look at Solitude. For starters, very few people actually live in the city. Let's analyze who gets that privilege. Vittoria Vici, overseer of the East Empire Company and cousin of the Emperor. The player character, at the price of 25,000 gold. Advar the fish merchant, Yvette San, the food merchant, Yala the produce merchant, girlfriend of Attar the warden and executioner. You have Erikur and Bryling's houses, we've gone over where their money comes from, and the Blue Palace, home of the Jarl. There's also the Bard's College, which makes money from tuition costs of having the only school for bards in Skyrim, a desirable career path for Nords. On the other side of town are the businesses which double as their owners' homes. So, unless you're a business owner, the only way you can actually live in solitude is to either be a guard, live in Castle Dower, a student at the college, or be a servant of the Jarl. Hell, Noster Eagle-Eye almost seems to be a union-appointed homeless person, probably only tolerated due to being an Imperial veteran, given how often he mentions it. Seriously, it is insane how much of a wealth inequality problem there is in Solitude. Remember that Solitude has long been the seat of the High King of Skyrim, so this is not a recent problem. Where was the wealth of Solitude during the Red Year, during the Great Collapse in Winterhold, or the burning of Riften, or the rebellion in Markarth? Is it any coincidence that Solitude's inaction during those crises have led to the affected holds deciding that, yeah, now's the time for change? Alright, now, counterpoint. Ulfric is actually a Thalmor puppet. I can't even begin to describe the number of times this has been stated to me as though I don't know it. At least one person's already left a comment about it and may now either be deleting or editing it. During the main quest, the player can get their hands on a couple Thalmor dossiers, including one for Ulfric Stormcloak. Most people just read the first two words and call it a day. Status, asset. Well, there you go. Ulfric Stormcloak is a Thalmor plant.
Anyone read the next few sentences?
This document details how Ulfric was taken prisoner during the Great War and then says, quote, "We learned of his potential value and he was assigned as an asset to the interrogator, who is now First Emissary Elenwen," end quote. During this period, Ulfric was gaslit into falsely believing that he had leaked information used to capture the Imperial City and then was allowed to escape. Later on, quote, "After the war, contact was established and he has proven his worth as an asset. The so-called Markarth incident was particularly valuable from the point of view of our strategic goals in Skyrim, although it resulted in Ulfric becoming generally uncooperative to direct contact," end quote. There you go, case closed. If this doesn't raise questions for you, then you aren't thinking critically enough. Notice how the document leaves out key details about what the nature of the contact was that led to the Markarth incident. We'll assume direct contact, but we don't know anything else. For instance, it's very well possible that Elenwen had made promises to Ulfric she was not intent on keeping. She may have, for instance, told Ulfric to retake the city, promising free Talos worship as compensation. A big clue is that Ulfric, following the incident, became uncooperative. Why would a Thalmor puppet become uncooperative unless he was promised something that was then used against him? The Thalmor obviously can't write in their official report that they had promised free Talos worship in exchange for something. That would be akin to the CIA writing down that they paid someone in cocaine and not, quote, alternative recreational assets. Plus, it's also possible that the document's written in such a way to make its republication difficult for whoever steals it. After all, the likeliest group to assault the embassy and get their hands on the dossier would be, who else? Stormcloaks. If anything, the entire document could even be a fabrication existing solely to sow dissension. But the Thalmor wouldn't do something like that, right? They're many things, but they're not liars. It's not like this piece of information could be strategically released should the Stormcloaks win just to spark up another civil war against Ulfric. The latter half of the dossier states that the Thalmor have a stated interest in the civil war continuing, which, well, yeah, that should be pretty obvious. They even admit that they were going to intervene in Ulfric's execution, but were only stopped by the sudden arrival of a dragon. This intervention could range from claiming that Ulfric's their prisoner for being a Talos worshipper, to faking a Stormcloak attack to enable his escape. The final line of the dossier is also important, quote, "A Stormcloak victory is also to be avoided," end quote. So, yeah, I don't consider this dossier to be a particularly conclusive piece of evidence in this discussion. It's like saying that the Imperial's account of Ulfric's duel with Torrig is objective evidence. It's obvious that the Empire is spreading a stretched truth to make Ulfric's duel sound like murder, while it's also obvious that the Stormcloaks are spreading their own stretched truth to justify the duel taking place. To explain this, let's talk a bit about Game of Thrones. I haven't read the books or even really seen the show, just clips on YouTube, but in that story we hear a lot about Jaime Lannister's murder of the Mad King that he swore to protect. Most people accept the narrative that Jaime did it because his father was taking the city and he switched sides, conveniently betraying his oath and only keeping his position because of nepotism. King Robert has only heard the story from Eddard Stark, who did not witness the full context. However, Jaime shares additional context that the Mad King was about to burn King's Landing to the ground, and that's why he did him in. The point of all that is to show how each person has different perspectives on an event colored by their bias. While the unreliable narrator trope can and absolutely has been used as a shield for lazy writing, when done properly it also has the potential to create a lot of intrigue in a story. The fact is that there's generally not an objective account of events. It's like a messy breakup where you're friends with both parties. You cannot take either partner's account of the other at face value. It's hard to give credence to the idea that the Thalmor made Ulfric a sleeper agent when the only documentation we have even acknowledging Ulfric's imprisonment is from the Thalmor. Seems like a biased perspective to me. There's also a point where Ulfric and Elwyn are in the same room, and the only line hinting at any past relationship is this.
But she is to observe, nothing more. We are not negotiating with her. Is that clear?
Ulfric, why so hostile? After all, it's not the Thalmor that's burning your farms and killing your sons.
She's supposed to be on our side?
You know exactly. No. Not this time.
The player also can't take the dossier to anybody. Not even Delphine will comment on it. Now, I would consider that an oversight, but it's still evidence. So let's work backwards from our initial questions, starting with this. Is Ulfric Stormcloak the right person to be the High King? Well, for one, I think he wins by default. All of the Jarls are characterized as being flawed in different ways. Some are naive, some are corrupt, some are only mildly competent. Skyrim's political infrastructure results in only a few holds being home to High Kings, and Winterhold's now out of contention. That means it's a choice between Elisif and Ulfric, and as nice a person is, I don't think Elisif would do well as the High Queen. But that doesn't make Ulfric a good king. He clearly has charisma, which will go a long way in creating both a Skyrim that can stand on its own, but also very necessary alliances. Unfortunately, we aren't really told if Ulfric is taking steps to actually, create those alliances. He has no children for political marriage, he's not even married himself. He's already middle-aged. Charisma is not the only characteristic of a good leader. However, Ulfric does show some wisdom in leadership. I'm not going to mention what Ulfric has to say after he dies just yet. I'll defer that to the main quest line. But if you know what I'm talking about, I'll explain why what he says is not convincing evidence. Can I take a second to just rant about Brunwolf Freewinter? I don't even know where I'm going to put this because I'm writing this after recording a clip of me talking to him, but I just have to complain. Brunwolf is a brilliant character in that he reflects a very real type of person in the world, which is the activist who refuses to associate with anybody who doesn't already agree with his platform, or in essence, a complete waste of oxygen. So I had to look up where to find him, and once I did, I realized I hadn't even really seen this character in Windhelm, and I had spent a decent chunk of time in the city. Then, when you talk to him, he immediately establishes whether you believe Skyrim is for the Nords or for everybody. He has different dialogue if you're a Nord, but the end result is that if you disagree with him, he isn't going to waste his time talking to you, and you can't speak with him again. That's just it. Which is hilarious, because he has a line of dialogue that I wanted to reference in this video that could make a compelling counter-argument to the Stormcloaks. Brunwolf has a favor quest, which is Radiant, but part of establishing that quest is a line that says that Ulfric only protects Nordic settlements in his hold. It's a good argument to include. Except Brunwolf is only brave enough to make it to people who cater to his sensibilities. But even then, it actually didn't appear for me because the quest is bugged, and he won't give it to you if you already cleared the dungeon he wants to send you to. And I think that really says something about Bethesda's ability to tell stories. Basically, the main counter-argument in Windhelm against Ulfric, and it has a chance of bugging out. Nothing about Windhelm seems thought out beyond the surface level. Brunwolf suggests the Great War shouldn't have happened because it led to Ulfric's rebellion, almost completely oblivious to why the Great War happened in the first place and how, even if the Empire had acquiesced to the Thalmor's demands, that Ulfric still would have rebelled. You would think as a veteran of the conflict that he would know firsthand the reality of the Thalmor and the Aldmeri Dominion. They are literally even more racist than Nords. The Nords just talk a lot of shit. The Thalmor send hit squads out to kidnap people so that they can torture them to death in order to impose their worldview that their race is supreme. Brunwolf is very clearly just the war veteran who opposes Ulfric character. He should never have been made Jarl of Windhelm unless Bethesda was prepared to actually revamp this character to be much better.
Whenever a group of marauders attack a Nord village, Ulfric is the first to sound the horn and send the men.
Sounds reasonable.
But a group of Dark Elf refugees gets ambushed, a group of Argonians or a Khajiit caravan, no troops, no investigation, nothing.
Okay, pause. The Red Year was 200 years ago. There are no longer refugees coming from Morrowind, only immigrants. The Khajiit caravans are part of a criminal syndicate, and I seriously doubt there are traveling groups of Argonians out roughing it in this part of the world. You may have noticed what kind of weather we have here. Further, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a war going on, there are dragons about, and you're complaining about Ulfric protecting his vassals but not being able to help wanderers. You can send soldiers to protect a settlement, but what are they going to do about a highway robbery? By the time the Stormcloaks would arrive, the bandits would be gone. That's why the bandits are so dangerous. I mean, obviously this is all underdeveloped. Bethesda can barely wrap their heads around a timeline of events, let alone consistently portray this conflict. They showcase Dunmer farmers going off to join the Legion, but we never see Dunmer recruits. Obviously, the real answer for the best High King is me. Fuck Ulfric, let the Dragonborn run Skyrim into the ground. Should Skyrim be independent? No, it'll be the base of my new empire. Can it survive independence? No, because men are pigs that deserve to be slaves under Dunmerry masters. Now, generally as a rule, I plan on not talking about TES 6 rumors, but for this I have to let it slide. Apparently they want to do a more in-depth political system. Yeah, I'm sure it'll work this time just like it didn't with Morrowind and the Great House Council, in Oblivion with the counties, and in Skyrim with the Civil War. And I'm sure the political climate of the world post-2014 is going to lead to a very thrilling and nuanced political story. Look at Fallout 4. Look and weep. They had all the opportunity in the world to make a four-sided conflict and still fumbled the world building when it came to the factions' motivations. To be honest, it comes off as chasing something that isn't authentically Bethesda anymore. Fallout 4 is the way it is because people like New Vegas more than 3 and Bethesda noticed. And Elder Scrolls has been chasing the politics of Daggerfall, even though in reality that doesn't seem to be what they want to do. They want to make these open world games with a focus on player exploration.
I mean, that's sort of our main character of the game is what is the world, and it helps define so much of the game for us. That walking around and just exploring and finding things, I think, is probably, the most fun you can have in this game.
They feel compelled to do these kinds of stories without really understanding what it is people want for them. If you're going to have a faction conflict, you have to start with a faction. Bethesda seems to have difficulty with world building, often going back to the well of other, more creative people to pull from. Bethesda didn't use the Brotherhood of Steel because they understood the nature of the faction and had a story to tell with it. They used it because it was familiar. In order to properly build a faction, you have to start with characters. The fact that Ulfric is ambiguously old or that he's been running Windhelm for a long time should not be nebulous. It should be established. It should be central to his character. How do you plan to make Skyrim great again when you can barely manage your own city? Ulfric should feel insecure about the state of Windhelm. He should be prepared to justify it to the player character. His explanation could be seen as a flaw or valid based on how the player interprets the situation. The same thing should be done for Tullius and Elisif. General Tullius as is comes off as a Floridian forced on a work trip to somewhere cold. He doesn't show any concern for Skyrim or its people, but the game isn't trying to make the case that he's necessarily ruthless. It just doesn't want to take the time to have Tullius discuss how he's worried for the future of his own homeland, and how he's angry that he has to waste resources fighting Nords when he should be preparing his men to fight the Dominion. A lot of this is based on things we're told in the game, but the game's rather coy with how it hands out information. It's enough to infer meaning without actually having to commit to having all the answers. It all comes off as a plastic conflict, which becomes confusing given the existing plasticity of Fallout 3 and 4. It's hard to believe the point of the Civil War is just to be pointless so a few lines of dialogue in Sovereign Guard can be more impactful. Guys, isn't it weird how war is pointless? Fuck off, there are plenty of valid reasons for war, especially in Elder Scrolls. Luckily for me, I myself can have a point to this section. Skyrim's user interface looks pretty good. I like the minimalist approach, which harkens back to the straightforward nature of the Morrowind user interface. Unfortunately, Skyrim's user experience is awful. Ironically, that also goes back to Morrowind, albeit the Xbox version of the game. See, back then it wasn't unusual to have two user interfaces, one for PC with the mouse and keyboard and one for console for controllers. The reason being that each user engages with the system in different manners. Skyrim's UI works better on consoles than Oblivion's by merit of giving more information. However, the user interface is a known failure on PC, one that even Todd Howard mods out.
Well, there's a number I like. On the PC, the UI one is really, really good.
No, that isn't a feeling of deja vu. Literally the exact same thing has happened twice. Todd Howard is advertising a new DLC release for an Elder Scrolls game and says that he uses an interface mod for it. He does not support creating a new UI. He goes ahead with maintaining his old practice of console parity. He doesn't even release script functionality for interface mods to work without a third-party installation. Something, it's weird that it's happened twice. But what's so bad about Skyrim's interface that led to SkyUI becoming one of the most installed mods? And what does SkyUI do that makes it so much better? Skyrim continues the tradition of a panel-based UI system where each panel is given its own screen. You have your inventory, magic, map, and character panels. Skyrim added a menu which serves as a sort of transition slide between these four, although it's awkward because there's more than 4 panels. There's also the menu, the journal, the statistics, and the weight tabs. The transition menu will tell you the time and level progress. It would be neat if you could pin skills to be tracked on this menu to see them quickly, and the time display is pointless because the weight menu also tells you this information, but allows you to actually do something with it and can be reached just as easily. From here, down goes to the map. Skyrim opts for a 3D render of the game map, which to pull off they had to dunk the resolution of everything down. It's nice to look at, but I find myself often replacing this map with something more functional because I do modded playthroughs where knowing roads is important. Although, obviously at this point I know every road in Skyrim basically by heart. Local map is also still there just hanging on without a purpose because it's like, what dungeon am I supposed to get lost in and actually need it? I will say that Skyrim's map is superior for giving more of a bird's eye view as opposed to Oblivion's tight little viewport, but I ultimately still find myself a fan of Morrowind's map, which updates with a texture for areas you've already explored. Going up the menu takes us to the character sheet, which has been converted to this radial view of the heavens. Stylish, sure, the only reason I let it slide is that there's no functional reason to have a top-down view of all of our stats at once anymore. Add that back in and, well, the left and right menus are where people actually have problems, which is the bulk of what SkyUI actually replaces. Skyrim's inventory presents a banner of item categories with favorites at the top and an all menu second. Of course, the all menu continues to be a pointless addition because there's no reason in an itemized list system to want to see a continuous list of all the items you have in your inventory. The all section in Morrowind was fine because it used an icon system. The items were still organized by type, making locating specific items inside the entirety of your inventory very easy. Now on the surface, switching from icons to itemization is not an issue. Both systems have upsides and downsides. The upside of itemized systems is that it's easier to create divisions for organization as long as you have a consistent system for classifying items. Skyrim uses these divisions: weapons, apparel, potions, scrolls, ingredients, food, books, keys, and miscellaneous. As usual, the last tab is used as a catch-all, and boy does it catch a lot. Which was a problem that Oblivion had, yet for some reason is mostly unfixed in Skyrim. Miscellaneous includes crafting items and soul gems, which honestly should be their own tabs, especially since routine soul gem recharging is a universal mechanic. Anyways, once you select a category, a second banner appears that lists all of the items in your inventory in that category. Once an item's selected, it'll pop up in the main viewport with a description, some stats, and its model. Where the system starts to fall apart is when there's too many items in a category. Your only option for sorting is alphabetical and there are no icons to distinguish between items. Where this appears ugliest is in the potions menu. Many potions in the game, unsurprisingly, start with the word potion. Potions and poisons are intermingled, and after some time the list can become so long that it's hard to really have a bearing on where in the list you are outside of the top and bottom. Potions have always been a sore spot in these systems, especially given how much more of a reliance this game has on them. And the Pip-Boy system's never been much better for medical supplies in Fallout. The UI is pretty wasteful in terms of presentation. While for some stuff like weapons and quest items it's good to see the item, for potions it would probably be better to cut out the model view and just increase the banner size so that you can see the potion stats, which is pretty much exactly what SkyUI does in this situation. I would also do more to make sure that I can, at a glance at just the list, tell which potions have which effects. I would organize the potion menu by effect. There's no reason to have 6 different locations for healing potions just because there are multiple tiers. You can use colors in this situation to help distinguish because it all becomes a blur of white text on a semi-opaque black background, and have the restore potions match their respective color of juice. However, all of these problems get worse with container inventories. Most things you loot have a pretty straightforward list with a small selection of items, which is where the system shines. The leveled lists are so consistent that I can process what I've received very quickly. It's when you start using containers back at the house that the default Skyrim user interface starts to break down. For some reason, it was decided that the only mode for container inventories would be all. This means that you have to scroll down a list of everything that is in the container. Now that's fine if you can organize your setup, however Skyrim does not have a free place mode for containers, meaning that you're at the mercy of the designers how well you can actually organize your play space. I usually have a container for alchemy supplies, crafting materials, generic items, and finally a trash can for items I want to sell. But even then the system's unideal because these containers won't sort entirely alphabetically, but equipment will actually be organized statistically. You are not given any recourse for organizing the list like you are in Oblivion. Skyrim's also lacking the basic feature of being able to designate items as junk to make clearing your inventory quicker. This leads to carry weight bloat as items pile up even with frequent cleanings. The bad inventory system results in the aforementioned apathy threshold problem where potions go unused because going to the effort of finding a specific potion that you use once every couple hours is greater than your willingness to brute force the problem. I do have to wonder though, the claim is often made that Skyrim's user interface is designed to work better for consoles for mass accessibility, but I recall most of these problems being true on the 360 as well. While the menu does control slightly better with the controller, most of its issues actually stem from a lack of options being made available to the player, spreadsheeting and what have you. There are still several buttons going unused on a controller that could do functions like changing the organization parameters. Really, what Skyrim's menu does is be straightforward and easy to understand in the early game. The problems only become manifest if you try to engage with the game for more than a couple hours, which obviously Skyrim is a game with dozens of hours of content. The obvious expectation is that if you're really going to be some kind of power gamer intent on seeing everything, you are probably playing on a system that can modify the bad menu for something better, just as Todd intended. Which takes us to the magic menu. It's a mirror of the inventory, but with magic favorites and all, in case you want to see a list of all the magic you have in the game. There are reasons for non-magic players to visit this menu since the Dragon Shouts, racial powers, and status effects list are all in this part of town. The magic is then subdivided into their respective schools. It's not bad unless you get entirely too much magic, and then it's as bad as any part of the inventory menu, especially Dragon Shouts, because there's a wide variety of different effects the shouts can have, all located in one list. Overall, the clunkiness of the system is almost entirely fixed by Sky UI. It has divisions for item types, but also subdivisions for types of items. You can sort by apparel, but if you're looking for boots, you can also sort and scroll down to the feet section. Although the funniest part of Sky UI is the simple fact that it really accomplishes the same thing as the default user interface. Saying that the UI has to be this way because the item card and model view are inaccurate, because Sky UI accomplishes the same exact goals while still giving you an efficient method of finding items. Really, there's no reason why Bethesda can't create two user interfaces and give the player the option to pick which one they want. You're telling me they had time to make a high-resolution texture pack for PC but not a modified UI scheme. Yeah, it's one thing to ask that of some studio of overworked developers who have bigger fish to fry. It's another when it's a studio with access to money-printing franchises, publisher support, and an internal desire for a better user interface system from its executive producer. Skyrim's soundtrack is, in my opinion, the best in the entire Elder Scrolls series, in a lot of ways. It's a culmination in ideas from Morrowind and Oblivion while expanding on those ideas. In Morrowind, music worked by the game just picking an MP3 file based on whether or not you were in a fight. Oblivion expanded that by adding dungeon and town tracks, increasing both the variety of music you can hear, as well as setting the tone for what was happening through the music. Skyrim does that as well, but even further expanded. There are tracks for the time of day, taverns, castles, and specific moments. The DLC even added more music, including some of my favorite songs in the entire franchise, such as the Falmer Valley and Solstheim themes. I'm not really interested in doing a track-by-track analysis of Skyrim. The music is absolutely integral to the success of the game. There's no doubt in my mind about that, but I probably overextended myself by doing that for Morrowind. Rather, I want to talk about Jeremy Soule. I blurred his name out in my Harry Potter video, and some people speculated about why that was, but I never directly answered. I actually didn't even do it originally, and my goal with that was not to exclude him. Rather, the reason I did it was that the point was to encourage viewers to think about the average people who make shovelware games. And unfortunately, commenters were gravitating towards noticing Soule's name in the credits, defeating the entire purpose of the section because people were only talking about the one famous guy who worked on the games. Now, the speculation goes that I did it because of sexual assault allegations against him, but it's not that simple. It's been assumed that because Soule has been quiet since then and hasn't done much professional work that he must have done it. However, the much likelier explanation for Soule's disappearance actually has to do with his company, Direct Song, as well as a Kickstarter campaign he has done. Legal troubles are universally a bigger damper on creativity than getting canceled on Twitter. When I made my previous videos, I had no idea about the story. Someone offhandedly commented about it, and I happened to see that comment, and that's the only reason I know about it. Which is pretty crazy given what happened. You would think people would have mentioned this a lot. I really hope someone watching this decides to expand it into being a full, detailed breakdown or journalistic article. Direct Song was Jeremy Soule's label, founded in 2005 to publish digital and later physical versions of his soundtracks. He was already halfway through his career as a composer at that point. What's important to note is that Soule, for a long time, produced multiple OSTs per year. After 2010, he really slowed the number of OSTs he was producing, but there was a drastic increase in production quality per soundtrack, notable examples being Skyrim in 2011 and Guild Wars 2 in 2012. But when it came time to sell those soundtracks, well, this is where problems began to emerge. Firstly, the Dawnguard and Dragonborn unique tracks were never digitally sold. Oftentimes, the versions Direct Song offered were higher quality, whereas you have to listen to these tracks through ripping software from the game files. But Direct Song started to have issues with actually delivering the products that people were purchasing. In one case, someone received a physical copy of the Guild Wars 2 soundtrack that they purchased in January of 2013 in June of 2017. There wasn't a lot of transparency about why there were issues with delivering these goods. If it was as simple as manufacturing delays or money troubles, and that was stated, people would have probably been pretty forgiving. Part of the problem was how Direct Song actually operated. For Guild Wars, you could use the higher quality purchased soundtracks to replace the music in the game, but there ended up being a lot of issues with that business model. One of those issues apparently being that Soul held the rights, which posed problems for ArenaNet when Direct Song disappeared. Soul was also vehemently anti-piracy, likening it to the Holocaust, which understandably bothered some people. Direct Song's customer support was famous for being difficult to work with. This eventually led to a class action lawsuit, but it's not clear to me what happened as a result of that. And then there was the Kickstarter campaign. Like many of its era, a Kickstarter campaign to produce a symphony ended up not being so simple. He wanted $10,000. He got $121,000. Yet years later, he had not finished The Northerner. The campaign was shrouded in controversy, not just for being late, but the perception that Soul had used the money to fund an international vacation. It was more complicated than that, but again, the lack of transparency with both his financial supporters as well as the broader public did not help the situation. Plus, the Direct Song stuff was going on with Guild Wars 2 at the same time. When the sexual assault allegations came out, the label handling The Northerner dropped Soul as a consequence. His social media pages disappeared, and later his Direct Song Bandcamp and Patreon pages also disappeared. Which is a sad ending for someone with as many amazing soundtracks to his name as Jeremy Soule.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?